resuming sovereignty over Hong Kong. On May 25, 1975, Deng accompanied Mao to a meeting with Edward Heath, who had served as a British Prime Minister from 1970 to 74. Mao, making it clear that the time to resolve the Hong Kong issue had not yet arrived, pointed to Deng and other younger comrades sitting there and said the issue is for them to deal with. From the time he returned to work in 1977, Deng took a deep interest in Hong Kong affairs, but when he visited Guangdong with Marshal Yi that year, the focus could help. The focus of the discussion was not resumptions of sovereignty, but how Hong Kong could help China in its drive to modernize. Deng realized that China could benefit greatly from Hong Kong's assistance in the area of finance, technology, and management, so that China would want Hong Kong to remain prosperous even after its resumed sovereignty. The immediate task was to reduce the fear and will of the Hong Kong business communities resulting from the Red Guards. Red Guards attacked during the Cultural Revolution. The Red Guard had not only pursued relatives of Hong Kong residents living on the Chinese sides of the border, they have also invaded Hong Kong itself, terrorizing citizens and abusing public resentment against Mao's leadership. In April 1970, Deng set up a Hong Kong and Macau Affair Office under the State Council with a leading small group headed by the Liao Zhenxi. Liao was an excellent choice of the assignments Hong Kong. His family home was in a village near Wuzhou, less than 50 miles from Hong Kong. Moreover, he had deep roots in Hong Kong as well as in Japan. He lived in Hong Kong during the late 1940s, and his cousin was the wife of the Chief Justice of Hong Kong. So one of the Liao's initial assignments was prepare for and host the first conference on Hong Kong and Macau since the end of the Cultural Revolution. The conference, which lasted nearly a month, focused on eliminating the radical ultra-leftist policies that alienated Hong Kong people. The emphasis initially was on improving the relationship between China and business communities in Hong Kong and Macau. Referring to Hong Kong, it was a long Beijing practice to say Hong Kong, Macau, almost as if it were a single word, but to Deng and other Chinese leaders, Macau, the Portuguese colony across the Pearl River Delta from the Hong Kong, it was a smaller and relatively unimportant. The economic dynamism was in Hong Kong, and in effect, Macau was already under mainland control. Even though the lease to Portugal did not officially expire until the 1999, so twice in 1967 and 1974, Portugal had offered to return Macau to China, and Beijing had concluded an agreement with Portugal outlining the plans for its return. Beijing, however, fearing the decision might negatively affect the violence mood in the Hong Kong, had kept that agreement secret and publicly stated that it was not yet ready for Macau's return. To Deng, Hong Kong, Macau meant Hong Kong. Throughout the Cold War from 1949 to 78, Hong Kong had been Chinese most important windows to the world. The British colonial governments allowed communists and the Kuomintans to Hong Kong to coexist, even spy on each other there, as long as they refrained from open warfare and allowed the British colonial government to maintain law and order. Beijing used Hong Kong as a place to earn foreign currency, import technologies, and gain information about the world. Until 1978, however, the window was open only a crack, and the mainland's relations with Hong Kong were highly restricted. China could have cut off the water and food shipments to Hong Kong, but it chose not to. Even during the Cultural Revolution in 1960s, the Soviets tired of hearing Chinese accusations of revisionism, terrorized the people of Hong Kong by arguing that if the China were so anti-revisionist, it could prove it by overturning the imperialist colony on its role. So Beijing responded that Hong Kong was a historical problem that would be dealt with at the proper time. In essence, Beijing chose to keep a long-term perspective and make full use of Hong Kong. Deng wanted to prepare carefully before dealing with the issues of the resuming sovereignty over Hong Kong, and in 1978, he had not yet begun to develop a roadmap for doing so. For the moment, Deng would offer little more than a general assurance that China would keep Hong Kong prosperous. On August 19, 1978, Hong Kong, however, Liao Zhenxi, the following Deng's lead, reassured a group of Hong Kong visitors that Hong Kong could keep its present system for a long time, and that China would not conduct a mass campaign in Hong Kong. In November 1978, amidst the fervent activity of this visit in Southeast Asia and his preparation for becoming China's preeminent leader, Deng took time to welcome the Hong Kong shipping magnate Y.K. Powers, who was then the best known and perhaps the richest Hong Kong businessman. Then grew to appreciate not only Pau's success, but also his first-hand knowledge of the world business matters, his shrewd observations of the world political leaders whom he met, his frank appraisal of the mood of Hong Kong businessmen, his pragmatism and his sincerity in wanting to help China with the modernizations. No other family outside the mainland developed as close relationship with Deng and his family as the Y.K. Pao family. In November 1978, the two men focused their discussion on the role Hong Kong business people might play in creating in modern China. In December 1978, Li Qiang, China's foreign trade minister, was dispatched to Hong Kong to explore how Hong Kong might help China's modernization efforts, particularly in Guangdong. While visiting Hong Kong, Lee announced for the first time that China would accept foreign investments and would welcome loans. Lee also invited Governor Murray McLeod to visit Beijing. They knew that Governor McLeod was a Chinese-speaking official, highly respected in London and highly respected in Hong Kong. And he knew that the fate of the Hong Kong after 1997 would eventually require careful consultation of the British. The oral invitation to McLeod was followed by a formal written invitation. The first letter of Hong Kong, governed by the Chinese Ministry, Governor McLeod recognized the historical importance of his gesture, commenting it was a serious initiative against the background of the modernizations program. Everyone agreed, of course, I should go. For more on this one. Then had taken an interest in Hong Kong ever since his ship had stopped there in 1920s on its way to France, and he had become more familiar with it in the months so he spent over there while assigned to lead urban uprising in the Guangdong from 1929 to 30 months. They knew that the basic colonial history, that the island of Hong Kong had been ceded to Britain with the Treaty of the Opium War in 1842. That Kowloon's, the tip of the mainland, had been ceded by treaty in 1860, and the 1999 year leads to Great Britain for the new territories north of colonies and would expire in 1997. So, like other Chinese patriots, he regarded all three unequal treaties as invalid because they had been forced on China when it was too weak to resist. From 1949 to 78, the communists had maintained organization within the Hong Kong and had a small following of ordinary citizens. Suspicion abounded between the communists and all others, including the Kuomintang, British and American, but most Hong Kong residents, frightened of possible consequences, awaited all politics like the plague. The branch of the Communist New China agencies in Hong Kong published newspaper, magazines, and books, sent back secret as well as published reports on Hong Kong, and after all, and housed official assigns from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Hong Kong branch of the Bank of China handled mainland financial matters. China Resources conducted on behalf of the China's Ministry of Foreign Trade and Chinese regional government. China also had its own retail outlets, its own intelligence organizations, left-wing schools, and labor unions in Hong Kong. In reports to Beijing, all these organizations exaggerated the support for communism in Hong Kong, thus causing Deng and other officials to underestimate the extent to which ethnic Chinese residents in Hong Kong were in fact contained with the British rule. In fact, most residents feared what China, having just undergone the Cultural Revolution, might do to Hong Kong. By the time Governor Sir Murray McLeod met Deng in Beijing in 1979, some British diplomats had begun to suspect that they would have to give up sovereignty in 1997. For once the lease on the new territories had ended and those areas were returned to China, the remainders of the Hong Kong would not be viable as an independent administrative unit. And how could the Beijing government, fresh from the Cultural Revolution, with no experience governing a modern capital city and with a record ending all private business in the mainland in 1950s, possibly provide the wise leadership required to keep Hong Kong stable and prosperous? Not only the foreign business people in Hong Kong, but also ethnic Chinese living there had serious doubts. Hong Kong government officials and many other ordinary hoped that even if Britain gave up sovereignty in 1997, Hong Kong would still allow British officials to continue to administer Hong Kong. British officials en route to Beijing knew that Deng would want to talk about how in Hong Kong would do to help China's modernization, but to their surprise, Deng, in his opening remarks to Governor Desmond, mentioned that the issue of Hong Kong eventually failed. He declared that the negotiated settlements should be based on the premise that Hong Kong was a part of a China, but that for a considerable period of time into the next century, Hong Kong could continue its capitalist system while China practiced socialism, although it would be 3 years before Deng formally visited his one country, two system policy. The outline of it were presented to Governor McLeod at his initial meeting. McLeod and his fellow Chinese specialists realized that if they raised with Deng the public issues of the possible British administration after 1997, they would be courting an outburst. They thus decided to approach the issue indirectly by raising the problems of how to assure those signing 15 years leases that the agreement would at least be valid after 1997. So in the same vein, McLeod mentioned the concerns of the Hong Kong investors about making new loans, mortgage, and other investments when it was unclear what would happen after 1997. McLeod suggested changing the wording of the official documents, which specified that the leases would expire after 1997 as long as the Crown administers the territory. Craddock's who had to commit in McLeod's record that Deng apparently did not understand the differences between 15-year business leases and the 99-year government leases for the new territories as whole. In any cases, Deng avoided expressing any opinion on these. But he did say that investors should put their heart at ease. In response to British expression of the concern that mainland official would be assigned to Hong Kong, Deng answered immediately that China would take measures to avoid the problems. When McLeod returned to Hong Kong, he did not publicly announce the details of his discussion in Beijing, but he did pass on Deng's reassuring message that China would not damage the interest of the investor. Hong Kong residents were enormously relieved to hear this, which reinforced the impressions of the more open mood in China and the reports in the Hong Kong's media for Deng leading China on a more pragmatic path after the third plenum. Over the next year, Hong Kong real estate and stock prices rose dramatically. During the following months, a number of high-ranking official business high-ranking British officials flew to Beijing for discussion with the Deng and other Chinese officials, and Huang Guangping visited Britain in 1997. So all the British officials conveyed to their Chinese counterpart the same basic message. It was essential to make early decisions about Hong Kong, but Deng was not yet ready to begin negotiation. Instead, he simply reiterated what he had told McLehose in 1979 early. The Hong Kong could keep its own system after 1997, and that China would protect the rights of the investors. An important breakthrough for Deng in dealing with Hong Kong occurred when the December 1980s Politburo meeting resolved the historical issues of Mao's and the fate of war. This development meant that Deng no longer had to worry about the conservative opposition to allowing Hong Kong to remain as the capital cities for half a century after China has resumed sovereignty. After he installed his new teams of Hua Wongjing and this one, Deng had reason to feel confident that his administration would acquire the capacity to govern a modern capital city. In early 1981, then Deng was ready for a negotiation over the future of the Hong Kong to begin. After Reagan became president in 1981, Deng knew he could make swift progress on Taiwan, and by focusing on Hong Kong, patriotic youth who might have protested against the weak Chinese government's failure to make progress on Taiwan's return could turn their attention to the struggle to regain sovereignty over the Hong Kong. While Deng had all the leverage he needed to succeed, China had so many troops on its sides of the borders that a small garrison of a British troop in Hong Kong could not provide meaningful resistance. China also controlled Hong Kong's water and food supplies. Moreover, by early 1981, China had already established working relationship with the YK Post and other Hong Kong business leaders, and at one country one country two system policy prepared originally to deal with Taiwan could be adapted easily to provide the framework for relationship with Hong Kong. Success in reassuring Hong Kong people might even reduce the fears of the very Taiwanese public about its reunifications with the mainland. In the March 1981, the Hong Kong and Macau Affairs Office was called a meeting in Beijing to discuss the future of Hong Kong. At the meeting, Deputy Foreign Ministry Zhang Wenjin conveyed Deng's view that if they did not take back Hong Kong, they would not be able to face their ancestor, the 1 billion people in China, their descendants, and the inner people in the world. Once Zhang had communicated Deng's views, the issue was resolved. But no one dared to suggest for China's would consider allowing Britain to administer Hong Kong after the lease of the new territories ran out. It was okay. Just wait. I want to start something. I'm sorry. Was territory such as Inner Mongolia, Mongol, and just wait. Okay. China's disputed territory such as Tibet, etc. are okay. So there's no internet. I'm sorry. Okay, just wait. I'm looking at it. Okay. Territories of dispute. China's primary dispute territory region claimed by the Beijing, but contested internationally or by neighboring nation includes Taiwan, Tibet, and Xinjiang. Internally, externally, such as sweeping disagreements in just wait. They have a dispute with almost every country, my neighboring countries. Taiwan's okay, and what is it called? Inner Mongolia also, if I'm not wrong. Tibet and Taiwan, Xinjiang internally, okay. Xinjiang, okay, Xinjiang. Just wait. It was stated such as Inner Mongolia, okay. Inner Mongolia, Tibet, and was territory such as this one, Xinjiang, were captured by China. Was territory such as this one, China, similar to brutality through which they invaded Tibet. Okay, so the incorporations of Inner Mongolia and Xinjiang differed significantly from the military takeover of the Tibet in 1950. So Tibet is a different matter. Okay, while Tibet was invaded as an independent state following the People's Liberation Army crossing the border, both Inner Mongolia and Xinjiang were absorbed through earlier complex political maneuvering during the 1940 Civil War. All three regions share a tragic history of severe human rights violations, political persecutions, and of course cultural assimilation under the Chinese response. Okay, the takeover process. Inner Mongolia was brought under CCP control earlier than the rest, becoming the Inner Mongolian Autonomous Region 1947. So the CCP allied with the Mongolian leaders who initially pushed for autonomy. However, a control quickly centralized, leading to the suppression of the traditional nomads, lifestyle, and intense state assimilation. Xinjiang, 1949, the PLA took control of the Xinjiang rather than an outright invasion. The initial takeover was achieved through the political negotiation and agreement within the existing, Second East Turkestan Republic. However, this was followed immediately by political purges, the suppression of the local autonomies, and aggressive Tibet posed as direct military invasion when the PLA crossed the borders to 1950s, leading to a forced agreement in this one. Immediate direct, military occupation and eventually crushings of 1915 uprising, sending the Dalai Lama to exile. Brutality and Okay, so yeah, understood. So it's not like Tibet was altogether different case. Okay, I'm back to the book. It was unlikely that Britain would send troops to defend Hong Kong, but Britain was just then considering sending troops to the Falklands, and China could not rule out the possibility that Britain might do the same in Hong Kong. Deng always prepared for the worst case scenario to resolve the question of how China would respond if the Britain sent troops. I mean, it's difficult to fight in the backyard of in Hong Kong because it's the fucking backyard of China. It's sheer border, right? And the Britain, if they were to fight, they have to come all the way from the other, right? So, and that time, I think late 1990s, I think Britain, the UK as a country were also fading away. Then to read the reports on, once Deng had made a firm decision to resume all full sovereignty. Just wait, where was I? Okay, always prepared for the worst case scenario, resolve the questions of how China would respond if the Britain sent troops. In September 1982, a week before Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher arrived in Beijing, Deng met with Li Jiangxing and others and told them as a last resort that China was prepared to use force to secure Hong Kong. Once Deng had made a firm decision to resume full sovereignty, Chinese officials began preparing draft for the internal discussions about how the Chinese might govern the colony after 1997. So Deng too read the reports on Hong Kong and began hosting more leaders from the Hong Kong business community. For instance, when the pro-Beijing Hong Kong business people who were members of the NPC attended NPC meeting in Beijing, Deng invited them for a special session in which they were exchanged views on Hong Kong. Deng, like other official Chinese, worried that in the year between 1979 and 1997, Britain might have left behind poison pills that would complicate the problem of governing China after resumed sovereignty in 1997. Britain might try to drain Hong Kong's asset by allowing British companies to engage in the larger public works projects, leaving the government in debt. It might lease so much of a land that it would leave little for the Chinese to earn income after 1997. The British might increase the salaries of the government's officials, which would make it difficult for China to balance the budget after 1997. At the time, Deng did not anticipate what he and others would do later. Consider another poison pill: the weakening of the government by democratic reforms. Beijing's basic stance on the future of the Hong Kong was presented at a United Front Work Conference held in 1981 to January 6, 1982. Preliminary negotiation began as soon as the conference ended, when Foreign Minister Humphrey Atkin met with the Prime Premier Zhao Ziswan. At this meeting, for the first time, Beijing was ready to begin negotiations and discuss concrete issues. Zhao told Atkins that Hong Kong would remain a free port and commercial and financial center, and China would ensure its continued prosperity. At the end of the visit, it was announced that in return for the Hua Guanfin visit to Britain in 1979, Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher would visit China in the fall of 1982, as the two sides began to negotiate in earnest. In March 1982, Deng formally approved the basic proposal developed by the January conference and forwarded it to the party centers. Over the next months, Deng joined in many discussions on Hong Kong, including meeting with some 12 different individuals and groups, among them Wykie Paus and Henry Folk, another businessman, long friendly with the mainland China. In talks with the British official, Deng vowed that political power after 1997 would be in the hands of the people of Hong Kong, always focused on trading successors. Deng requested that during the remaining 15 years, Hong Kong leaders in the business, education, and cultural suggest the names of the promising patriotic Hong Kong young people who would begin immediately preparing for responsible position in various fields after 1997, thereby ensuring a smooth handover and continued stability and prosperity. Once of Deng's key visitors from Hong Kong was Raisin Song, Vice Chancellor, in effect the President of Hong Kong, leading the institutions of higher learning, Hong Kong University, which would play a role in preparing future officials. When Deng welcomed former Prime Minister Edward Heath to Beijing on April 6, 1982, Deng, drawing on a 12-point plan presented for the joint meeting, was very specific. Hong Kong would remain a free port and global financial centers. It would be ruled by the Hong Kong people, including the British and others. It would be led by the bourgeoisie and would include people from all social classes. It would be called Hong Kong, China, but there would be no change in business practices, as then explained to Heath. In our Chinese constitution, there is a provision that we can establish special administrative regions with the rules separate from the rest of the country. So it became later TAR. TAR or SR, it's special administrative regions. Prime Minister Thatcher visit China. Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher arrived in Beijing in 1982, shortly after her decisive June victory in the Falklands War. The victory had buoyed her confidence, leading her to intimidate Edward Junst and other advisors to did not forcefully explain how impossible it was to hope that Deng might allow the British to regain sovereignty over Hong Kong after 1997. Two leading China specialists in the Foreign Office, Percy Catrock and Alan Donalds, did try to make clear, the things, determinations, and avoid a confrontation. But the confident Iron Lead mistakenly considered the Chinese refusal to consider British sovereignty after 1997 as merely a negotiation positions. Thatcher's first meeting in Beijing was with the Premier Zhou Zhenxing, but even before he met her, Zhou told Hong Kong reports that of course China would resume sovereignty and that the handover would not affect Hong Kong's prosperity and stability. By going first to the press with a basic message that she would later present, Zhou was signaling that these views were non-negotiable. When Deng met Prime Minister Thatcher, he conveyed the same message. On the morning of September 24, Deng Xiaoping, the steel factory, met Thatcher, the Iron Lady. Steel factory and Iron Lady, okay. In a 2.5-hour session, Thatcher later described the session as abrasive, but British officers who attended the session testified that Thatcher's reports of the confrontations with Deng was greatly exaggerated, and the sense of confrontation derived only from her pressed presentations after the meeting and the Chinese reaction. British participated in the session reported that Thatcher delivered her comments with eloquence and charm, but said that in spite of herself, she was impressed with Deng's almost limitless authority. In his opening statement, Deng declared that China would resume sovereignty in 1997 and it would maintain Hong Kong prosperity, and that China hoped to have Britain's cooperation. Thatcher, however, countered that from Britain's perspective, Hong Kong was British by virtue of 3 agreements, all of which were valid according to the international laws and would be altered only by mutual agreement. She said that over the 150 years, the British had learned how to administer Hong Kong, and it did well. Moreover, she asserted only after arrangement that she had been to measure preserve Hong Kong's stability and prosperity could the issues of sovereignty be addressed. Only after and only a British administrations could guarantee such stability and prosperity. Without such an assurance from the British business people would no longer willing to invest. Yet Thatcher did make one concession: if satisfactorily arrangement would be made regarding Hong Kong's administration, she would consider making recommendation to Parliament on the issue of sovereignty. They should therefore begin discussions in the diplomatic channels to see if a satisfactorily agreement could be reached. Deng categorically rejected her proposal. He said that there was the 3 major issues: sovereignty, how China would administer Hong Kong to preserve prosperity after 1997, and how the Chinese and British government together could avoid major disturbance up before 1997. Deng said on the questions of sovereignty, China had no room to maneuver. To be frank, the question is not to open discussion. Question is not open for discussion. He said he would not be like Li Hongzhon's, who had infamously signed the unequal treaty. Sovereignty meant full sovereignty to preserve the Hong Kong's prosperity after 1997. The current political system and most of Hong Kong's laws would remain in fact. In addition, China would consult extensively with the people in Hong Kong and devise political policies that would benefit investors, including British investors. But there was a limit to how far he would bend to please the British governments or business community. If the British were to put up a serious hand resistance or removed significant part of the Hong Kong before 1997, then warned China would consider the timing and manner of recovery. He did indicate that he wanted to work with Britain and agreed that the two sides should immediately begin consultations through diplomatic channels. But he added, if they did not reach a satisfactory agreement for organization within 2 years, China would announce its policy unilaterally. Among foreign diplomats in Beijing, it was widely known as the Deng Xiaoping, often used as a spit-ons to emphasize the points. Observers noted that during his meeting with Thatcher, he used one frequently. Just wait, okay? I want to see. I think even the Goa, right? It was from Portuguese. We took it from Portuguese, right? Okay. Goa, okay, was captured, liberated, okay. Goa was liberated from the Portuguese rule in 1961 following, okay. Which place? I think it's Goa, or I forgot, man. There is a place. There was an election. Which place in India was last to join India? Sikkim was the last, okay. Sikkim, Goa, Daman and Diu. Pondicherry transferred India by the France in 1962. Okay, so it happened much earlier, 1962. Okay, 1962. And Sikkim is the last one, 1975. Okay. Now, Prime Minister Thatcher visits China. Prime Minister Thatcher have been Beijing on this one, slide 82. Okay, now, after her meeting with Deng, as she descended the outside steps, Prime Minister Thatcher, distracted by a correspondent question, slipped and fell to her knees. The scene was caught by television cameras shown on Hong Kong in the evening news and replayed many times thereafter on Hong Kong's television. The picture conveyed the impression that Thatcher, shaken by Deng's tough stance, was kowtowing and was only saved from a bad fall by Cat Rocks, who happened to be standing next to her. Later, when Thatcher spoke of Deng, she remained positive in her views of him. She had been a blunt but not rude. At a farewell banquet, Thatcher's hosted in Beijing. Okay, just wait. Okay, is blunt rude? I don't know, man. Let's see. Is blunt meaning first? I mean, direct, right? Blunt means direct, without sharp or edge point. Okay, blunt. Used about a knife, pencil to about without a sharp edge or this one's okay. Very direct, saying what you think without trying to be polite. I'm sorry to be blunt, but I'm afraid you is not so good. Okay, just does blunt mean rude? Yeah. Blunt does not automatically mean rude, but they frequently overlap. Being blunt means speaking directly and honestly without sugarcoating things. It becomes rude when the directness lacks tact, ignorance, social boundaries. Okay, it can be blunt, but it shouldn't be rude. Okay, I understood. Okay, and later when Thatcher spoke of Deng, she remained positive in her views. Okay, all of those things. And Deng had chosen instead to attend a banquet for Kim's second Suong. And in her speech at the banquet with Zhuo, Thatcher was more conciliatory, saying that the conversation had given her a clearer sight in the Chinese affairs. Seeing for oneself, she used this Chinese maxim, is 100 times better than hearing from others. Okay, the bland communique on the Thatcher-Deng meeting, drafted by the representatives of the two sides, stated the leaders of the two countries held far-reaching talks and friendly atmosphere in the Hong Kong future of the Hong Kong. Both leaders made clear their respective position on the subject. They agreed to enter talks through the diplomatic channels following the visit with the common aim of maintaining stability and prosperity of Hong Kong. Unlike Deng, Thatcher took pride in Britain's historical role in Hong Kong and believed in the legitimacy of the trade treaties. In BBC interview before leaving China, she said, if one party to a treaty or a contract says, I cannot agree to it, I'm going to break it. You cannot really have a great deal of confidence that any new treaty they make will be honored. China's specialist in British Foreign Office cringed when she repeated this comments at a press conference in Hong Kong. You cannot really have a great deal of confidence that any new treaty they make will be honored. China's specialist in the British Foreign Office cringed when she repeated those comments at a press conference in Hong Kong, for they knew that those words would dampen the goodwill with China that they had been working to build. As they expected, China complained strongly in the week after the Thatcher visit. The Hong Kong stock market fell 25%, and by the end of October, the Hong Seng stock index, which had registered 1300 in June, had fallen to 772. After that, Thatcher visited. Negotiations were delayed because the Chinese insisted the negotiation settlement be concluded on the assumptions of a full Chinese sovereignty after 1997, a condition that Thatcher would not accept. Then came the Chinese warning in late February 1983. The British were told that the Chinese had nearly completed a draft of their unilateral plan for the Hong Kong after 1997. In fact, there were no negotiations. The Chinese would announce that they won't plan to Hong Kong's future by September 1984. Ambassador Craig Dock in Beijing and Governor Yun in Hong Kong became so worried that the Chinese would present their unilateral plans for actions onto the NPCs in June 1983 that they flew back to London to talk with the Thatchers in early March. The Hong Kong stock market had dropped to near new low, and then even Thatcher by then had become convinced that the Chinese would not yield any on sovereign to break the deadlocks. Cat Rock suggested that Thatcher write a letter to Premier Zone in which she would repeat a statement that she had made in Beijing, but using slightly different language. If arrangements satisfactory to the people of Hong Kong were made, she would be prepared to recommend to Parliament the transfer of her sovereign. Thatcher concurred, and a letter was sent on March 9, 1983. But because the letter did not meet the Chinese demand for an agreement between the sovereignty before any discussions would begin, China did not immediately respond. Only after 2 months did China agreed to proceed with negotiation. As Deng later explained to Hong Kong delegates at the NPC meeting, he had relented on the order of the agenda aims to agenda item as to let the British out of the embarrassing situation. This agreed agenda for further negotiation was first arrangement for stability and prosperity after 1997's next plan for the period before 1997, and finally sovereignty. The first meeting was held on June 12, some 10 months after Thatcher visits. Okay, and to prepare for the negotiation, to form relations with the prominent Hong Kong people, and to train officials to take over China after Hong Kong after 1997, then concluded that the Beijing needed to send to Hong Kong high-level party officials than those who were currently serving there. The top officials sent to Hong Kong should be given considerable freedom to engage in open discussions with the influential people in Hong Kong and report directly to the highest levels in Beijing. Deng needed someone who had an insider understanding of Beijing, who could meet Hong Kong leaders as an equal, and who had the confidence to report fully and frankly to the mainland's top leaders. One candidate he had in mind was Zhu Jitian. While Deng and his family were spending the 1983 spring festival in Shanghai, he paid a visit to the nearby Jiangsu, where provincial party secretaries Zhu this once showed him around. Before the visit, Deng had not known Zhu well. Although in 1975, when Deng was carrying out consolidation throughout the country, Zhu played a key role in carrying out consolidation first in Ningjiang and then all of Jiangsu. When Deng met Zhu during the first Spring Festival 1983, they were scheduled for a 20-minute session in which Zhu was reported on development in this province. In fact, Deng and Zhu talked for 2 hours under Zhu's leadership. Jiangsu had doubled its GNP over the previous 6 years. At the time of the meeting, it was enjoying the highest combined output of industrial agriculture production in the country. As a coastal province next to Shanghai, Jiangsu carried on international trade. Sun Tzu was on the forefront in allowing market to develop, causing some cautious economic planners in Jiangsu to complain Zhu to and Chen Yu. In fact, Chen Yun had urged that Zhu be removed from Jiangsu, but Deng, who could see that he was bold reformist, had kept him on. Within a few weeks after Deng's Spring Festival meeting with Zhu, Hu Yang, who was responsible for appointing high-level officials and who knew of Deng's high regard for Zhu, proposed to Deng that Zhu be assigned to the new position in Hong Kong. Deng agreed, and in April 1983, Hu notified Zhu that he would be transferred to Hong Kong and given all responsibility for China's relations with Hong Kong in preparation of the transition in 1987. On June 1983, just after the first rounds of Sino-British talk, Zhu Jiantan was officially named Party Secretary of the Hong Kong Macau Work Committee of the Chinese Communist Party and assigned to Hong Kong. One of Zhu's major responsibilities was to select influential Hong Kong people to be invited to Beijing, where they would have an opportunity to meet things. Zhu, in preparation for taking up his new position, visited the leaders in Beijing with whom he would be dealing on Hong Kong issues. Li Xianxin, Zhu, this, and as well as the Deng, he found them all acutely aware that the Hong Kong communist organization would need dramatic change in order to lead organization Hong Kong's transition. The organization was composed largely of Cantonese local who were accustomed to repeating leftist slogans and had been criticizing Hong Kong businesses and government leaders for decades. Members of the group had little ability to think imaginatively about Hong Kong's futures. Even so, Zhu would eventually creatively transform the Hong Kong Communist Party into a group that nurtured imaginative pro-Beijing. Okay. Imaginatively, okay. Just wait. Okay, where was I? Okay, just wait. Okay, I want to know if it's true or not that. Okay, the current party of China. I think it's Chinese Communist Party, right? Chinese Communist Party refers to the Chinese Communist Party. People's Republic of China is a Communist Party. Okay, what is the political leaning of this party? I think it's, I don't know, is it right or left? I think it's politically it's right, authoritarian, right? Okay, what is the political leaning of this party? The political leaning of the Communist Party is officially far left on the spectrum. Okay, far left on the spectrum. The political leaning of the Communist Party, okay, is officially far left on the spectrum, but it operates as a unique hybrid of authoritarianist, communist, and a state capitalism. Core ideological pillars: far left communist. Okay, the party's foundation is built strictly on Marxism, Leninism, Mao Zedong's thought, and Xi Jinping thoughts. Economic hybrids: it utilizes socialism with Chinese characteristics, mixing socialist state-owned industries with the private enterprises and highly regulated capitalist market. Authoritarian control: it maintains an absolute political monopoly, rejecting Western liberal democracy and multi-layered party. Okay, authoritarian industry: it maintains an absolute response. Okay, it's a leftist. Nationalist realignments: in practice, the party heavily emphasized national sovereignty, state dependence. Okay, this one's okay. Would you like to explore how this thought was modified in my ideology? Yes. Would like to explore how Xi Jinping, the current president of this one's thought, has modified its ideology. Under President Xi Jinping, the Communist Party of China has fundamentally rewritten its ideological playbook. While previous leaders focused purely on rapid economic growth, Xi's approach, codified as Xi Jinping thoughts, re-centers absolute party dominance and tightly weaponized state capitalism. Ideological shift from get rich to absolute control. Historically, China leaned into Deng Xiaoping philosophy of letting the market drive the economy. And Xi Jinping thought has aggressively reversed this trend by implementing the following changes. The party leads everything, enshrined across all legal and social structure. This principle dictates that no private company, judicial body, or military wing can operate independently of a CPC oversight. Common prosperity has shifted focus away from the unbridled wealth creation, severe wealth inequality. This has sparked political and regulatory crackdowns on the tech monopolies, the real estate moguls, and the private education and industries. Party self-governance. Through the newly integrated Xi Jinping thoughts on party building on the response to economic news too. Instead of letting free market dictate the economy, CCP commands its through a strict top-down model from termed authoritarian capitalism, so fortress economy, 5-year plan. The party sets mandatory macroeconomic output from the current this one. New quality product versus dual circulation strategy. The party emphasizes an economic paradigm where China builds a robust internal domestic circulation to protect itself. Okay, isn't it okay? Isn't it interesting that Russia is a sort of a communist, right? Okay, is a socialist, okay, is a sort of socialist state, same as China, while China has opened market economy with some restrictions. Okay, just wait. Okay, while China is far more open market economy with global relation with other country, unlike Russia, but China's internal social media or information is fully blocked, right? Is fully blocked from outside, since China blocks. But India's this one's, but as far as the information is concerned, China's internal, there's this one on side, but Russia is quite open in that sense, and still both are ruled by sort of dictator. Let's analyze this thought, right? I think Russia is ruled by oligarchs, right? I think it's called autocratic. Okay, let's see. Your observation hits on a fascinating geopolitical irony. On paper, they are both highly centralized, autocracies, yet their internal mechanisms are completely inverted. The primary driver for this difficulty is in that China is fundamentally built on state-managed integration with the global system, whereas Russia functions as under an oligarchy, isolated war economy. The economy, why China opened but Russia didn't, while both are heavily state-directed, their economic philosophies are profoundly different. China is not purely a socialist in that traditional sense. The Communist Party of China practices what it's called socialism with a Chinese characteristic. Starting in 1978, China intentionally integrated the global capitalist trade system and transformed into world's factory by relying heavily on global supply chains, foreign investments, and massive export markets. For China, global integration is the lifeblood of a party survival and economic legitimacy. Russia is a capitalist oligarchy, not a socialist state. Following the collapse of the Soviet Union, Russia underwent a chaotic privatized shock therapy transitions. A handful of politically connected tycoons, oligarchs, seized the country's vast natural resources. Russia never built on a highly competitive, diversified global manufacturing base like China. Following its full-scale invasions of Ukraine, heavy Western sanctions 1st January this month. Okay, the information race. Okay, the Great Firewall versus the closing door. Your observation about social media is entirely true for this one. Okay, China's system built proactively since 1990s, monitored native ecosystem, implemented banned this one. China's proactive digital wall. China realized early in the internet age that the information could destabilize the state. Rather than banning the internet, they built the Great Firewall proactively. They banned Western platform like the Google, Facebook, but immediately incubated massive domestic alternative WeChat, Weibo, Baidu. I don't know. China allowed China to maintain absolute ideological control over the digital economy. Russia reactive digital response. Historically, Russia left its inherent mostly open to maintain an illusion of freedom and peace. A tech-savvy populations, however, wartime necessity completely destroy this approach. The Kremlin has aggressively cracked down on the internet response. Platforms like Instagram, Facebook, and Discord are banned, and the government has severely throttled on blocked apps like Telegram and WhatsApp. The Russian state is shifting towards a highly restrictive state control, max messaging, leadership, and this one. China is a party state. The dictatorship is institutionalized. The power belongs to the Communist Party of China, which has over 99 million members. Even though Xi Jinping has removed term limits and consolidated members part of this one, he still rules through an organized, massive bureaucratic machine that plans decades into the future. Russia is a personalistic regime. The power structure is built almost entirely around the Vladimir Putin himself. In Russian institutions, the parliaments to courts and regional governments have been hollowed out to serve as single rulers and his inner circle of security official. Okay, just wait. It's interesting. Is it true that because of COVID, Chinese economy started declining because people started distrusting China? Did Corona have any impact on Chinese economy because of moving factory away from China? Okay. Is it true that because of the Chinese economy started declining? Okay. Yes, it is true that COVID-19 pandemic triggered an economic slowdown in China and severely damaged international trust, forcing many global companies to move their factories. The pandemic is not only the reason for China's economic decline, rather it is massive as the accelerator severe pre-existing internal and geopolitical problem. How COVID damaged international trust? Strict zero COVID policy. Okay, during pandemic, the Communist Party enforced a hyper strict zero COVID policy, while the rest of the country chooses to live with the viruses. China repeatedly locked down entire economic hubs like Shanghai, Shenzhen for weeks at a time with virtually zero notice. The supply chain managed nightmare, geopolitical backlash, the opaque handling of the virus origins. Okay, the great factory migration, China plus one. To insulate themselves from the China strategy, okay, multinational corporation aggressively adopted the China plus one strategies instead of abandoning Chinese entirely. Companies diversifying by expanding, manufacturing capacity more predictable. Vietnam and Southeast Asia, major electronic giant moved away from the production line of China. Tech companies and anything but China's to approach transferring massive chunk of this ones to Vietnam and Malaysia. India, supported by the government aggressive manufacturing initiatives, tech giant migrants flagship some of the manufacturing such as Apple's iPhone assembly directly in India. Mexico benefiting the US trade. Okay. The real culprit behind China's economic declines, while the fight of the factory capital, China's severe post-pandemic slowdown is driven by deep structural issues that pandemic merely exposed. The real estate collapse. China's growth was artificially inflated for decades by massive property market bubble. When the government cracked down on over-leveraged development, the market collapsed because 70% of the Chinese household wealth is tied up to real estate. Ordinary citizens left suddenly improvised. Okay, the consumer strike, the foreign capital collapsed. How China is fighting by being threats. The state has enacted aggressive defensive legislation, legally penalized foreign companies trying to distance themselves from Chinese supplier. Okay, I want to know this one. Okay. Who is the richest person in China right now? The richest person in China is Jiang Zemin, a 41-year-old co-founder of the tech titan ByteDance, which is the parent company of the TikTok and its Chinese counterparts doing. Okay, where is according to this one, his net worth is this one fueled by largely this one. Okay, take over Chinese traditionals. Okay. Invisible billionaire style. Okay, the following the Communist Party regulatory guidelines have spoken tech moguls like Jack Ma in previous years to current leaders like this one. India maintains a very low public profile. Okay, what okay, how much percentage? Okay, what is the tax percentage? Okay, what is the tax tax rate of rich, ultra wealthy people in China? And it should be a lot, man. Honestly, it should be a lot because it's a socialist state. The top marginal personal income tax rate for ultra wealthy individual in China is 45%, while China tax structure separates regular income equivalent investment value, meaning the actual tax rate on ultra because plays depend entirely on how they make their money. The 45% progressive income tax for standard labor income, executive salaries, and bonus. China utilizes a steep progressive individual tax system. Any annual taxable income this month. Okay, the 20% flat capital gain tax. Okay. Corporate and business this one stand the common prosperity pressures why official tax rate doesn't relate the whole story. Okay, this one story to tell the Communist Party they'll try this one story rather than just to mandatory voluntary donation. Tech billionaires and massive corporations are pressured by the Beijing to donate billions of dollars to state approved charity funds and wealth tax debates. So China currently does not have any formal nationwide property or inherent tax. However, high profile government economists continue to push for wealth tax. In a communist, okay, in an ideal communist state, okay, in an ideal communist state, does billionaire exist or not? I mean, yeah, I'm just talking about in an ideal communist state. It shouldn't, right? I mean, if there's 1 billion, then obviously everything. In a theoretically ideal communist state, billionaires cannot exist. That's what I'm saying. If you're a pure communist, then there shouldn't be any billionaires because that wealth has to be transferred equally. In a theoretically ideal, a communist state, billionaires cannot exist. According to Marxist theory, the very presence of billionaires remains the economic, means the economic system is not communist, while billionaire cannot exist in pure communism. Abolition of the private property. In an ideal communist society, all the factories, land, banks, technology are owned collectively by the public, not private individuals. No capital accumulation. Since the individual cannot privately own companies, they cannot accumulate massive personal wealth, corporate shares, or billions of dollars. The elimination of a class. Communism aims for a classless society. A billionaires represents an extreme class divide which this one stand more money or state. The final ideal stage of the communism described by Karl Marx. Money and the state itself fades away, replaced by the principle from each according to his ability to each according to his need. In the final ideal stage of communism described by the Karl Marx, money and the state itself fades away. The money and the state itself fades away, replaced by the principle from each according to his ability and from each according to his need. Why does communist, China still have a billionist? This one, China is ruled by the Communist Party, but it doesn't operate an ideal communist economy. The transition to the Communist Party of China argues that the true communism takes century to achieve. The state that China is only the primary stage of communism. Pragmatic capitalism to live millions out of property. China intention areas of private enterprises. The party stands. Beijing tolerates billionaires only as long as they serve the national interest. Under the current common prosperity push, the state aggressively reigns and tycoons who accumulate too much independent power. Okay, so I was about to share something, but I forgot. Communism, right? Okay, it's interesting. I forgot, man. I was about to search something. Elimination of capital accumulations to politicians, okay. One with the public, not private, okay. Okay, no capital, no elimination, no money or near state. Why does communist have a billionaires? Okay, transition stage. So is it fair to say that communist country will have less inventions and less innovation? Because there is no it is a nuanced issue. Historically, it is fair to say that historically, strictly communist or heavily state-controlled countries struggle with the consumer-driven no innovations, but they can highly successful at rated monumental breakthroughs. Where the communist system, because the Soviet Union, despite a strict monopoly, the US, USSR beat the United States into the space. Sputnik, the first artificial satellites, and send you to this one. Okay, modern China according to this one. Okay, where the communist state failed, consumer bottom up because to no incentive for efficiency. The Soviet paradox. USSR could build an advanced intercontinental ballistic missile, but the citizen had to wait 10 years in line to buy a poorly manufactured unreliable passenger car. Okay, now ideally this shouldn't exist. Okay, now I'm back to the book. Zhu, in preparation for taking up his new position, visited the leaders in bench. Okay. Members of the groups had little ability to think imaginatively about the Hong Kong's future. Even so, Zhu would eventually creatively transform the Hong Kong Communist Party into a group that nurtured imaginative pro-Beijing, apprentices who would be ready by 1997 to supervise their native Hong Kong. Although the leader in training, not necessarily party members, they were ready to cooperate with the new communist elites. In Beijing, meeting with the various officials before taking up his new post, Zhu met Liao Zhenxi, but unfortunately Liao died in June 10th, just before Zhu took up his post. Thereafter, then announced that Li Zhenxi and this one would be responsible for guiding Hong Kong affair, managing the daily work on Hong Kong issues would be former Foreign Minister Xi Pengfei in Beijing and Zhu in this one's in Hong Kong. In Hong Kong, Zhu's official title was head of the Hong Kong branch of the NCNA. In public, he was addressed by the titles, but it was an open secret that his power came from the being head of the Hong Kong Macau branch of the Chinese Communist Party. His arrival in Hong Kong attracted great interest, for he was the highest ranking communist ever to be assigned there. In the past, the head of the Hong Kong NCNA had always been a local Cantonese with a Ministry of Foreign Affairs backgrounds. Zhu's first language was Mandarin, and his appointment showed that Hong Kong was now considered by top priority leaders and issues of the national importance. Before Zhu left Beijing for Hong Kong, he was told by Nobel Prize winners Yang Zhenxin, who spent winters in Hong Kong and he had close contacts with intellectuals there, that he needed to upgrade China's understanding of the Hong Kong. This one, Zhu responded by hiring this one's younger brothers to head a small independent think tanks in Hong Kong to help identify and explain Chinese official economic and intellectual trends in Hong Kong. So Zhu also brought scholars from the Chinese Academy School of Science to Hong Kong to improve Beijing understanding of the territory and its place in the world economy. Zhu arrived in Hong Kong just before the second round of negotiations with the Great Britain was to begin, and his first order of business was to help the Chinese negotiation in Beijing understand the local situation and preparation for the next round of talks. At first, many people in Hong Kong suspicions that Zhu was trying to tighten communist control over Hong Kong were wary of him, but Zhu's openness and genuine desire to understand Hong Kong helped win them over. His basic message was that China would resume control over 1997, but there was no need to worry if things would remain the same. What comes after 1997 when the popular Hong Kong riddle of the times answer 1998. So Zhu visited schools, banks, and corporations and spoke frequently at meetings, celebrations, sporting events, poor neighborhoods, and public institutions of all kinds. He became, in effect, a shadow governor. Indeed, informally, he was called governor at his headquarters at the NCNA. Zhu selected promising local people to join his staff, which grew in number from 100 to about 400. He divided them up again and assigned them to become acquainted with the various departments Department of Hong Kong governments and each of the district offices in the addressed both while helping to keep Zhu's abreast of the developments in all areas. They served during the 15 years before the handovers and apprentices a very veritable government in training. It was assumed that those who proved themselves would occupy important positions after 1997. After his first 3 months in Hong Kong, Zhu went to Beijing to report to Zhou this one's on the mood in Hong Kong and the local economy and the quality of the communist official there. His observation surprised the leadership in the Beijing. The local communists in Hong Kong, long accustomed to passing out on what Beijing wanted to hear, had been repeating this mantra that the residents of Hong Kong were opposed to the imperialist and were eagerly waiting liberations for the mainland. Even Hong Kong business people who were ready to even Beijing's favor would report how enthusiastic the people of Hong Kong were about the prospect of communist leadership. Zhu, however, bravely relayed the unpleasant truth. He reported that the people of the Hong Kong had a deep mistrust of the Communist Party and sometimes left doomed. He also described that the dominant view of the Chinese business people in Hong Kong was that they respected British administration and the rule of the laws and doubted that Beijing would be able to provide a good leadership. Moreover, many businesses people in Hong Kong who had fled the mainland soon after 1949 felt that they could never trust again the communists. They had seen how the communists in 1950s had been betrayed their promises to work with the business people who had cooperated with them by attacking them and appropriating their businesses. Disturbed by the Zhu's report, leading this one response saying that Beijing's top priority should be to win over the Hong Kong public. Zhu's reports was sobering, but it did not change Deng's overall plan for the resumptions of the sovereignty. After an unproductive second rounds of talks, China published its 12-point plans, thus reminding the British negotiators that if an agreement were not reached by the September 1984, Chinese would be ready for their unilateral plans. Deng met former Prime Minister Edward Heath on September 10, 1983, after the third round of negotiations that remained deadlocked. Deng told Heath that Britain's tactic would not work. He would never allow the British to continue the administration of Hong Kong in return for agreeing to Chinese sovereignty. Deng expressed the hope that Prime Minister Thatcher and her government would act wisely and not cut off the road to cooperation, since nothing would stop China from resuming sovereignty on the Hong Kong in 1997. Deng also said he hoped that during the next rounds of talks, Britain would change gears and work with China in making plans that would ensure a smooth handover. After the fourth round talks that also made no progress, the value of the Hong Kong dollar plummeted to its lowest in history. Panic buying cleaned out supermarket and the large amount of capital began to flow from Hong Kong to overseas destination. Families that could afford it bought residence in Canada and elsewhere. Many observers considered it the most serious crisis in Hong Kong since World War II. Crackdowns and Thatcher permission suggests that on a conditional basis they explore what Chinese proposed they would do after 1997. So at the fifth round of negotiation, the Chinese people were pleased that the British showed some flexibility, but the Chinese still suspected the British were engaging in a tactful ploy. The little progress was made. At the sixth round, Cradock explained that the British were genuine in their wish to explore what China would do after 1997. If satisfactorily arrangements could be made, the Britons would be prepared to give up the administration after 1997. This proved to be the turning point in negotiation. After the sixth round, the Communist press stopped the attack on the British positions. It was now the Chinese turn to present its plan. But at the seventh round, the Chinese were not yet ready with a new proposal. Beginning with the 8 rounds on January 25 to 26, 1984, the talks became more productive. The British sides presented a more detailed analysis of how they govern the complex global cities, and the Chinese sides incorporated a large part of the analysis of the papers. As the discussion proceeded without any specific agreement to the sovereignty, it became increasingly clear that the Chinese would take over sovereignty after 1997. Okay, so just wait, page number 502. Okay, still a long way to go. Yep, it's 2 to 21. Okay, and Deng also said that he hoped that during the next rounds of the talks, Britain would change gears and work with China in making plans that would ensure a smooth handover. After the fourth rounds of the talks that almost made no progress, the value of the Hong Kong dollar plummeted to its lowest in history. Panic buying cleaned supermarkets, and large amount of capital began to flow from the Hong Kong to overseas destination. Families that could afford it brought residents in Canada and elsewhere. Many observers considered it the most serious crisis in the Hong Kong since 2000 World War II. Crackdowns with the Thatcher's permission suggested on a conditional basis they explored what the Chinese proposed they would do after 1997. At the fifth round of negotiation, the Chinese people were pleased the British showed some flexibility, but the Chinese still suspected the British were engaging in tactful ploys. Little progress was made. At the sixth round, Cradock explained that the British were genuine in their wish to explore what China would do after 1997. So if a satisfactory arrangement would be made, Britain would be prepared to give up administration after 1997. This proved to be the turning point in the negotiation. After the sixth round, the Communist press stopped the attack on the British position. It was now the Chinese turn to present its plan. But at the 17th round, the Chinese were not yet ready with their new proposal. Beginning with the 8 rounds on January 25-26, 1984, the talk became more productive. The British side presented a more detailed analysis of how they governed the complex global city, and the Chinese side incorporated large part of the analysis in the papers. As the discussion proceeded without any specific agreement of sovereignty, it became increasingly clear that the Chinese would take over sovereignty after 1997. After the 12th rounds of talks, Foreign Secretary Geoffrey Howe flew to Beijing on April 18, 1984. He had a 2-hour talk with Deng. Deng pressed hard on some basic concerns such as how to prevent British companies and the British government from taking capital to Hong Kong, and how to prevent the British governments from leasing out large areas of the land. Hong Kong suggested that they set up a joint structure to monitor developments in Hong Kong before 1997, and the liaison group among leaders in Beijing, London, and Hong Kong be established to work through any problems. They made it clear to Ho that although the government system would not be changed after 1997, Chinese troops would definitely be stationed in Hong Kong. But he also made some procedural concession in hope of reaching an agreement by September with the ratification by Britain's parliament and China's NPC to follow. On April 20, when he stopped in Hong Kong after Beijing, Howe publicly acknowledged for the first time, what had already become clear to the political savvy Hong Kong public. I would not be realistic to think in terms of an agreement that provides for continued British administration in Hong Kong after 1997. Although the Hong Kong reaction was solemn and some expressed surprise, the city's business community was hugely relieved that the uncertainty had been resolved. The details of Deng's message had apparently not been made clear to everyone. However, on May 25, 1984, when Deng met with the Hong Kong delegates to the NPC meeting, Zhu this one told him that some Chinese officials were giving out information that was not aligned in Deng's policy. Deng, former Minister of Defense, had told Hong Kong reporters that no Chinese troops would be stationed in Hong Kong after 1997. Deng was furious. He immediately called in Hong Kong delegates to the NPC as well as Hong Kong reporters to clear up any possible misunderstanding. Deng exclaimed, Genja, this one has been talking nonsense. What has been said about the questions of stationing troops is not the view of the Penta centers. Troops will be stationed in Hong Kong. It is a part of a Chinese territory. Why shouldn't we station troops in Hong Kong? Deng immediately went on TV to make his views absolutely clear. He said after 1997, China would station troops in Hong Kong to provide security. The popular press in Hong Kong, which had seen Deng as a pragmatic moderate, becoming unnerved by his forceful announcement, but the issue gradually disappeared. In 1997, China did indeed send troops, but they rarely left their barracks, and they preserved their presence never arose great attentions. In 1984, as Hong Kong awaited announcement of the joint declarations, 3 members of the Hong Kong Executive Council flew to Beijing to express their concerns of many Hong Kong residents about the ability of the Chinese to govern the territory. When Deng met them on June 1984, he opened the meeting by telling them he warmly welcomed them in as individual and encouraged them to work with the response to giving implications. The implications was clear. He did not accept Hong Kong's Executive Council as having any formal authority in deciding the future of Hong Kong. Some Hong Kong and British politicians who had been trying to create a 3-legged stools with a representative from Hong Kong as well as British, but Deng, concerned that this might complicate and slow down the negotiation, made it clear the negotiations were between Great Britain and Beijing. At this meeting, when Zhu this once head of the Hong Kong Executive Council expressed doubts about the capacities of a lower level communist official to manage the complex problems of Hong Kong, Deng snapped back at this view with someone saying that only foreigners can govern Hong Kong. Such an attitude reflects, he said, the influence of the colonial mentality. Deng continued telling at the meeting when Zi Xuanyun, head of the Hong Kong Executive Council, expressed doubts about the capacity of a lower-level communist official to manage the complex problems of Hong Kong. Then snapped back at this interview, someone saying that only foreigners can govern this. Okay. Then continued telling the group that they should seek a better understanding of the Chinese people and of the People's Republic of China. He assured them that the Hong Kong capitalist system would be in place for 50 years, and he added that a patriot is one who would respect the Chinese nations, support China's resumptions of the sovereignty, and does not want to hurt prosperity and stability in Hong Kong. He said that it did not matter if one believes in capitalism, feudalism, or even slavery. He noted as well that there were 13 years left before resumptions of sovereignty. That officials in Beijing were just as concerned about the stability during this year were the members of the members of the Hong Kong Executive Council. After Deng's comment about the colonial mentality, the 3 representatives of the Executive Council did not argue. One of them, Maria Thames, even volunteered that she too is Chinese to avoid the risk of Britain's siphoning away Hong Kong's wealth and causing problems in the industry. In this one, Deng had proposed a joint committee of Britain, China, Hong Kong to deal with the problems before 1997. British official concerned about the ability to govern effectively during the last years rejected such a dispersal of power. In July 1984, Vice Foreign Minister okay, to avoid the risk of Britain cycling. Okay, this one's joining committee. Okay, this one's the British official concerned about the ability to govern effectively during the last years rejected such a dispersal of the power. In July 1984, Vice Foreign Minister Zhou Nan proposed to Craddock Anthony Gasworthy an alternative, a joint Sino-British Relations Committee without power to promote communication. Both sides agreed, and the two sides moved on to draft the final documents. The Sino-British joint declarations on the questions of the Hong Kong was reached after 22 rounds of negotiation held from July 12 to 1983 until September 6, 1984. Then, when then met Foreign Secretary Geoffrey Howe on July 31, 1984, a formal agreement on the joint declaration was in sight. Deng, who had just returned tan from his summer vacations at Delhi, was ebullience. For 140 years, Chinese patriots had been trying to resume sovereignty over the Hong Kong, but had always failed. Deng had accomplished it peacefully with British cooperation, albeit with China's, albeit means albeit with China's making good use of its leverage. Deng even had good words to say about the Thatchers. He said that the agreement was an example of to the world for settling questions between states left over from the past. General de Gaulle brought an end to the French colonial rules. Now we can say that Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher will bring an end to the British colonial rule. In meeting to his salary with the joint declaration, Deng joked that he was impressed to be surrounded by so many knights of the realm. A British official recorded the Deng's comments. We have concluded that we have trust the British people and British governments. We please convey to your Prime Minister that we hope she will come to sign the agreements, and to your your Queen hope that she will come to visit China. The British official added that the Deng was not just amicable but even warm and courtly. One day later, two sides formally agreed to establish the relations group that would meet alternately in Beijing, Hong Kong, and London. Howe then flew from Beijing to Hong Kong, where he broke the news of the agreement's completion to the Hong Kong public. He declared that although the administration of Hong Kong would transfer to China after 1997, they had been able to ensure that Hong Kong would continue its same social and economic system. He had in hand legally binding documents that would ensure Hong Kong's continued autonomy. The main media reactions, both in Hong Kong and London, was overwhelmingly favorable, and the public relieved that the period of uncertainty had ended. It's believed that the detailed agreement created a strong foundation for a stable, prosperous Hong Kong. On the day Howe made this announcement in Hong Kong, the local stock market enjoyed its largest one-day gains. The Thatcher's visit had depressed the market 2 years earlier. After the long runs of hammering out the details, work that was done by the team led by the British diplomat David Wilson and Chinese Foreign Ministry official K. Johnson, on September 26, Ambassador Richard Evans and Vice Foreign Ministry Zhou En formally signed the final documents. In an annex, the Chinese spelled out in considerable details their 12 points for plan for keeping on the foreign and local officials who had worked for the British government. They also agreed to retain existing law, the judiciary, the international financial centers, shipping arrangement, and the educational system. China agreed that these basic provisions would remain unchanged for 50 years, and that Britons would be responsible for Hong Kong until 1997. So on October 3rd, then welcomed the Hong Kong delegates who came to Beijing to celebrate National Day and reassured them that the Beijing police policies would not change. And on December 18, 1984, the British Prime Minister Thatcher arrived in Beijing the next day. In a brief ceremony, she and Premier Zhu signed the joint declarations on behalf of the two governments. With the joint declaration in place, the Chinese turned their attention to creating the basic laws, which in effect would be the constitution for the special administrative regions of Hong Kong after 1997. This underlines law spelling out the future relationship between Beijing and the special administrative regions was drafted by the Communist Chinese Committee of 36 people from the mainland and 23 people from Hong Kong. Zhu Jiatan was responsible for selecting the representative from Hong Kong, and in the interest of the winning over the those who might resist communist leadership, he chose prominent mainstream Hong Kong people who represented different constituencies and diverse views. On the closing day of the first plenary sessions of the drafting committee, Deng Xiaoping showed his support by meeting with the members and officials and posing for group photos. In the deliberations at the 10th plenary sessions held over the next several years to draft the basic laws, there was a discussions on all the major issues, the nature of the chief executive and to whom he would report, how the legislative councils would be formed, and whether Hong Kong would possess a court of final appeals, and the relationship between the courts and the executive. The drafts were highly diverse groups with very different views and different fears who managed to work together because they all believed deeply in their common interest in maintaining the stability and prosperity of Hong Kong. Many Hong Kong Chinese business people proved no more eager for Western-style democracy than were party leaders in Beijing. But the Hong Kong public was concerned not enough about what the communists might do, that many Hong Kong drafters supported Martin Lee's and outspoken Hong Kong lawyers who sought more legal guarantees. In particular, the Hong Kong representative wanted assurance that the decision of the Hong Kong High Courts, which enjoyed a high reputation for integrity, could not be overturned by political leaders in Beijing to enhance public confidence about the outcome of this decision. Chinese leaders agreed to brief reporters from both mainland China and Hong Kong after each plenary session. Zhu Jiatan had warned Deng and other high official leaders in Beijing that the Hong Kong public had doubts about the communist rule, but the tremendous outpouring of support for the British rule in the weeks after the death of Governor Yudi on December 5th, 1986 still surprised them. Yuri had been hardworking, popular governor, and in his death, he came to symbolize the best of the British public servants in Hong Kong. He had kept peace in turbulent times while people were being killed and starved on the other sides of the borders, and he symbolized the British official who had provided so fair system of the government that brought great prosperity to the colony. Several 100,000 people took to the streets of the Hong Kong to mourn Governor Yuen and to commemorate the other British officers who had served their territory. Many Hong Kong citizens wondered whether the officials after 1997 would serve Hong Kong as well. Deng was aware that the mood in Hong Kong was volatile. In 1987, when Hong Kong's spirit was at a high point, Deng, in an effort to calm the people personally and without notes, addressed the fourth plenary sessions of the Basic Law Drafting Committees and as an attendant brought in a spittoons. I forgot what is the spittoon. Spittoon means where you spit, right? If I'm not wrong. SPITO spittoon. I think it's the place where spit, also known as a cuspiter, is a ball shape for spitting, right? Okay. Spittoon. I want to see the pronunciation. Spittoon. Okay, well, historically associated with chewing tobacco and public spitting. Spittoon, okay. And high points thing in effort to calm this one, okay, personally, because this one says that it brought in a spittoons. The thing began by saying, I have three vices. I drink, I spit, and I smoke. He said that China would not waver in its commitment to socialism and to Communist Party. For without the commitment, China would lose the momentum for its economic growth, which would in turn be bad for Hong Kong. Yet China, he said, also remained committed to continue reforms and opening in Hong Kong. The basic political and administrative policies would not change for 50 years. He added that Hong Kong had been operating under the different system from that of Britain and the United States, so it would not be appropriate for a fully Western system with three separate branches of government. He then articulated the kind of the personal freedom the public should expect. Now, after 1997, China would still allow people in Hong Kong to criticize the Communist Party, but if they should turn their words into an action, posing the mainland under the pretext of democracy, then Beijing would have to intervene. Troops, however, would be used only if they were a serious disturbance. Deng's speech provided the kind of a straight talk that people of Hong Kong were hoping for. It eased their concerns, even as it effectively ended all discussions of establishing three separate branches of the government. The final vote on the draft of the Basic Law was held at the 18th plenary sessions, which was convened in Guangzhou. On this one, members were asked to vote on each of the 159 articles. Several of the original members had died, but each of the articles was signed by at least 41 out of the 51 drafters present. The next day, Deng Xiaoping met with the drafting committee to congratulate them on their success. He called on their documents creative and a centerpiece. In 1989, the draft of the Basic Law was released to the public. During the discussion, the two leading pro-democracy members of the drafting committee, Martin Lee and Sizu Hua, tried without success to ensure that the chief executive and the members of the legislative council would be democratically elected by the public. So yeah, the head of the Hong Kong and Macau, it's not president, it's not prime minister, it's not chief minister, any of those things. It is chief executive officer. Council would democratically elected the people. In the end, however, the Standing Committee of the NPC retained its final authority to interpret the Basic Laws, and Beijing with the right to appoint the chief executive, station troops, and to decide on issues that affected foreign relations and national defense. Hong Kong was given the right to retain its system of government for at least 50 years. It was to remain on an open port, issue its own currency, permit free speech, including criticisms of the Communist Party, and maintain its court system with the local laws and the right to make final decisions, as long as they did not interfere with the Chinese security or foreign relations. To the advocates of full democracy for Hong Kong, Martin Lee and this one's the Basic Law betrayed the people of the Hong Kong to leaders in Beijing. However, the one country two system formula gave far more autonomy to the Hong Kong than any central government in the West had given to any local areas under its rule. After the Basic Law was announced, it was received warmly in both China and Hong Kong. Only 4 months after the signing, however, the optimism in Hong Kong was destroyed. Okay, yeah, Tiananmen Square. Only 4 months after the signing, however, the optimism in Hong Kong was destroyed with the news of tragedy in Tiananmen Square. To Hong Kong people, the specter was that they would soon be ruled by a regime that could shoot its own people on the street was terrifying. On June 4, 1989, out of sympathy for the students protesting for freedom in Beijing and out of concern for their own future, an estimated 1 million of Hong Kong, 5 million people took to the streets. The demonstrations were far larger than any in the history of Hong Kong. After 4th June, thousands of Hong Kong people could afford its purchase foreign property, send their children abroad to study, and took out foreign citizenships. The Sino-British relationship, which had been proceeding smoothly prior to June 4, deteriorated rapidly. Even those working for China NCNA in Hong Kong was swept up in the protest, and Zhu did nothing to punish the protester. When Hong Kong leading businessman Wai Pao and this one visited a resolute Deng in Beijing shortly after this one, Deng did not make any concessions. He said China had to meet the toughness of British governments with its own toughness. In January 1990s, Zhu Jintao was replaced by Zhu Nan. Zhu had passed the usual retirement age of 70, but more importantly, he had defended the Hong Kong people who had criticized Beijing handling of the demonstrations in Tiananmen Square. Also, he was known to be close to Zhao Dismas, who had been placed under the house arrest in the aftermath of the Tiananmen Square crackdown. So despite all its past successes in bringing Beijing and Hong Kong together after the Tiananmen tragedy, the gap between the views of the Beijing officials and the Hong Kong residents was too great for this to bridge. Zhu Nan, who had worked on the Hong Kong issues as an English-speaking foreign ministry official, was on a much tighter leash. He dutifully expressed Beijing message in a rigid and nasty manner. Zhu Nan was as unpopular in Hong Kong as Jason and had been unpopular. After several weeks, Zhu fled to the United States, where he sought asylum and wrote his memoirs. Many NCM staff members in Hong Kong who, like this one, sympathized with the protesters who were placed by the newly assigned foreign officials by this one. A secret visit to Beijing shortly after 1989 by P.A.D. Kratox to the great problem solvers of the Sino-British relationship helped avoid ruptures between Great Britain and China, just as a secret visit by the Brent Scofford at the time helped contain the damage to the US-China relationship. Despite the strain from the Tiananmen tragedy, frequent close contact between Qin Chunsun, China's Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the political members, Douglas Hood, the British Foreign Secretary, helped overcome an impasse on the basic laws that had become the main focus of the dispute. The number of the publicly elected members at the 9th and final plenary session of the Basic Law Committee had held from February 13 to 17, 1990. Several months after the Tiananmen tragedy, the drafting committee took a final vote on the Basic Laws, and on April 4, 1990, it was approved by the NPC. Before the Tiananmen tragedy, Britain and China had made a joint efforts to put in a place what they call through trains, a political structure that would continue smoothly after 1997. In June 1992, the year Deng stepped down from politics. The British assigned Chris Pattons, a leading politician, as the new governor of Hong Kong. David Wilsons, who has been given governor from 1987, this one was like his predecessors, a diplomat specializing in China after the tumult from the Tiananmen tragedy. Wilson had managed to protect projects like the new Hong Kong airports, which Chinese officials had criticized, while frequently expanding the range of the electricians and supporting advocates of the more freedoms. Despite these environments, he had maintained professional working relation with its Chinese counterparts. Chris Pattons took an entirely different approach. He chose not to pay a visit to China before taking up his post, and as a governor was an outspoken advocate for increasing freedoms and numbers of the popularly elected officials. He did not accept the views of the senior officer like Percy Crichton, who believed that the Patton was overlooking some of the understanding between China and Great Britain. So he had highly adversarial relationship with the Chinese official throughout his tenure. In 1997, when the Chinese took charge, they undid Patton's reforms, charging that through Patton's, Britain had introduced democratic reforms at the end of the British hope to force China to follow a rule that Britain itself had followed during its 150 years of governing Hong Kong. Patton admirer claimed that he did this, his best to express the desire of the Hong Kong people and to fight valiantly for more freedoms, and that in the process he gave them an experience in democracy that continued to serve as a beacon after 1997. Critics in both Hong Kong and Beijing, however, charged that Patton had been self-serving, that he returned to Britain as a popular politician who had gained stature fighting for freedoms, whereas those who stayed in Hong Kong had to deal with the turmoil that he had created in Hong Kong and China. Some Hong Kong residents argue that Patton had derailed the through trains for an increase in democracy. That increases did not remain after 1970s, but from a broader perspective, there was a through train. Despite the controversy created by Patton's rule, the system that Deng set in place through the joint declarations and basic law was implemented as Deng said it would be. China kept Deng's promise to allow Hong Kong capitalist and legal system to continue without interruptions and to allow Hong Kong people to rule Hong Kong. Mainland cities became more like Hong Kong than the other way around. Residents of the Hong Kong could continue to criticize publicly the Communist parties and publish newspaper, magazines, and books banned elsewhere in China. Hong Kong increased rather than decreased the numbers of the official elected by popular votings. Hong Kong sets a high standard for freedoms and legal protection, serving as a refuge for many who chose to live there and as a benchmark for many who live on a mainland. After the handover, Hong Kong remained as before a cosmopolitan, prosperous city that valued free speech and respect for law. Then often said that he hoped to live to see the handover of Hong Kong. Okay, handover of Hong Kong. But he died on February 19th, 1977, 4 months before China's resume sovereignty. Had Deng been alive on June 30, 1997, he would have undoubtedly have taken pride in his role in creating and implementing the one country, two system policy, a policy that brought Hong Kong back as a part of China. Even if it retained a different system, Deng would also have agreed for foreign minister. This one's description of the day. It was raining the whole day of the handover ceremonies, but I am sure that all Chinese in the world felt this was a refreshing shower, washing away China's humiliation. Okay, I just want to search. Okay, is there any freedom of speech in Hong Kong? I don't know, man. While Hong Kong mini constitution, the basic law, theoretically protects freedom of speech, this right has been severely restricted in practice. The implementation of the national security laws and the safeguarding national security ordinance have criminalized many forms of peaceful expressions, leading to the closure of independence. Okay, so it seems that it doesn't have the freedom. Now comes page number, containing the Tibet's right for autonomy. When containing Tibet's right for autonomy, when Deng became the preeminent leaders of China in late 1978, he sought to improve relation between the leaders in Beijing and the Tibetans. To achieve this, he tried to re-establish relations with one person he thought might make that possible, Dalai Lama, who was then living in Dharamsala, India, with some 80,000 exiles. Deng set a low hurdle for resuming relationship on November 28, 1978, just 3 days after the Vogel this one yielded to the new atmosphere at the Central Party Work for Conference. Deng told Arch Steele, an American journalist long before known for communicating Chinese communist view to the outside world, that Dalai Lama may return, but he must return as a Chinese citizen. As for high-level people in Taiwan and Tibet, we have just one request, that they love the country. During that same month, to assist his effort to reach out to the Dalai Lama, Deng ordered the release of a number of Tibetan prisoners. Deng knew that it was impossible to remove entirely the tension between the Tibetans and the Han majorities, but he wanted to return to the relatively peaceful relationship that had existed between the Beijing and the Tibetan reforms in 1956. During that pivotal year, the introduction of the democratic reforms in Tibetan areas in Sichuan had ignited pockets of resistance that spread into Tibetan proper in 1950s and festered until 1959, when some of the most militant Tibetans marched across the mountains into northern India, where they settled in Dharamsala. In 1950, Mao had achieved a relatively good relation with the Tibetans by allowing Dalai Lama, who turned 16 in 1951, to have a remarkable degree of freedoms in ruling Tibet. Looks like you got the wrong facts. In minority areas with some 7% of the population, Mao had been willing to go slower in gaining control than in the rest of the countries where Han majority lived. He was willing to be even more patient with the Tibetans than with the other minority group, in the hopes of gaining the positive cooperation of the Dalai Lama and other Tibetan leaders and eventually establishing a socialist structure. Even when the Dalai Lama fled with his followers in 1959, Mao ordered Chinese troops not to fire on them in the hopes of eventually gaining the Dalai Lama cooperation. In 1950s, after Chinese troops had taken over the eastern part of the Tibet proper, later known as the Tibetan Autonomous regions, Mao had invited Tibetan leaders to Beijing, where the Han officials arrived at the 17-point agreement that accepted China's political control over Tibet, but allowed a measure of autonomy for Tibetans to practice their own religions. But the monasteries use their own language, maintain their customs. So the agreement had established a framework whereby Tibetan accepted Chinese sovereignty, but the Chinese granted for an unspecified period of time the right of the Tibetan government of the Dalai Lama to control, continue administering Tibet proper, where roughly half of the 4 million Tibetans lived in China. Mao had agreed that in Tibet, proper changes to Tibetan society and religions would come only when the Tibetan religious and aristocratic elites and masses agreed that it was time to implement them. After the 17-point agreements, the Tibetans, led by the Dalai Lama, were still able to collect taxes, adjudicate disputes, to use their own currencies, even maintain their own army. The communists had control of foreign affairs, military affairs, and border controls, until a socialist structures would be introduced to the system in 1950s, had many features of which had existed from 1720 to 1910s, when China's suzerainty, the Tibetan essentially ruled Tibet, when the Chinese government was responsible for foreign affairs. In 1955, Dalai Lama traveled to Beijing to attend the first NPC meeting, and with the Beijing he met Mao and other leaders and developed a warm and cordial relationship with them. Mao and other Chinese leaders treated Dalai Lama with great respect because he was not only a great religious leader but also the head of the Tibetan government, with which Beijing had signed a formal agreement. During that time, the Dalai Lama agreed to establish a preparatory committee for Tibetan autonomous region that would. The Dalai Lama also agreed to reduce the Tibetan army to only 1,000 and to end the use of Tibetan own currency. Although in the end, the size of the Tibetan army was not reduced, and the Mao gave permission for Tibet to continue using its own currency in the most area of Tibet. China had introduced preparatory governments in 1948 to 50, and within the year or two, establishment regulation, regular movement on April 16, 1956, the Dalai Lama, who had been returned from Beijing to live in Lhasa, had welcomed with a great celebration a delegation of Beijing that would have established a temporary government structures, which was expected to become a regular government within the 12th East. So this is the side from the China, right? But if you see from the Tibetans' point of view, the 17-point agreement, the agreement was signed, but it was signed under what is it called? Coercion, right? It's not even a coercion. It was signed under duress. It was basically like you have to sign it. There's no other option, right? So that's why 17-point agreement was signed. But in that sign, I think there was in that we were not ready. I think Tibetan people were not ready to sign. I think the Penjan Lama went. I think just wait. Okay, 17-point agreements. 17-point agreement. 17-point agreement, right? Okay, let's go take a look at it. Internet is very slow. Wi-Fi is not working. Why is it not working? It seems that I have to take a pause. Okay, 17-point agreements for the peaceful liberations of. Okay, the 17-point agreement is an agreement between local government of the Tibetan and the central people. This one, it was signed by the plenipotentiaries of the sages and the Tibetan government in this one. Okay, 19 ratified August 24. This one. Okay. Another question is, what are the 17-point agreements? The 17-point agreement is very important, and internet. Point agreements, what China promised, what it really delivered, and the future, right? Okay, it was by Sewang Gelpo Arya. Okay, 17-point agreement in China. It was expected that China will continue to once again come out of with the gaudy statements to back the unification of Tibet with the motherland. So let us review some of the facts about the arguments and nurture. Okay, this one's 17-point agreement is a very important, valid historical document which reveals the real nature of Sino-Tibetan relation at the crucial turning point of the Tibetan history of the independence. Although forced upon the Tibetan governments it is forced upon, right? It's first goes to this one. Although forced upon Tibetan government by the communist China, it remains as an important testimony for the fact that Tibet was never part of a China before the agreements. From the historical perspective, it is very important to assert that here the Tibet has never been a part of a China anywhere in its pre-1949 history. Yes, the Mongolian, Nepalese, Chinese, and British army did enter Tibet and exercise suzerainty. What is suzerainty over Tibet as a certain point of a Tibetan history? But they came as a foreign entities, as invaders at the request of the Tibetan government, and they left when their missions were accomplished. China cannot claim Tibet because of this historical skirmishes incidents. If they did, others can also do the same. For that matter, even Tibet can claim China as a part of Tibet. The skirmishes incidents are natural. Even Tibet can claim China as a part of India, because I think in the history, I think in late times when the Tibetan Empire was big, so that time China was under Tibetan control. So these skirmishes incidents are natural and in conformity with the political history of almost all nations around this one. Communist China has tried to claim Tibet as a part of China under the various insubstantial grounds but like most of its concocted propaganda, the nature of the claim kept changing. First, they claimed Tibet as a part of China since 17th century. Tibetan Emperor Songtsen Gampo, when the Tang princess Wenchen Kangchu became one of the queens of the Tibet. Later, the Chinese white paper claimed that they inherited Tibet from the Mongolian Yuan dynasty in the 14th centuries, and later Ming dynasties and Qing dynasty. But these fictitious and deceptive claims intended to distort history were refuted strongly even by the Chinese scholars. The fact is that even after 60 years of occupation of Tibet, China has not been able to fully win or defeat the Tibetans. When all the historical claims and propaganda failed to justify their occupation, China started to harp on liberations of Tibet from the feudal serfdoms and bringing developments in the many believe that 17-point agreement with China was the end of the Tibetan independence. No, in fact, the 17-point agreement is an important document to prove that Tibet hasn't been an independent nation. The agreement is also a testimony to the fact that China agreed for one country, two system formula for Tibet. The nature and the outcome of the agreement also revealed the real imperialistic color of the Chinese communism. Although the agreement was signed under duress, His Holiness Dalai Lama and the Tibetan government tried their best to accommodate the Chinese demands. When the China got confident that the lands were fully under the control of its People Liberation Army, they began to violate the agreements. This is how China under the communist regime worked. Hong Kong and Taiwan should learn this from Tibetan experience and be wary of Chinese overturns. Okay, China first proposed and later imposed the content of the 17 agreements. Tibetans refuted to agreement at first and later tried to accommodate. But when China violated the agreement which themselves imposed, Tibetans revolted and refuted again. But China is celebrating. Herein lies the irony of the agreements. Now, in order to resolve the Sino, okay, this one. I want to know what is exactly it. Okay. Okay, what is this? Okay, what is the 17 agreements? Okay. Internet is very slow. List of 17. Okay, I'll just search it later. Just continue reading. China's problem with Tibetan erupted after 1955 when provincial leaders throughout the China were told to accelerate the collectivizations of agriculture. Mao said that democratic reforms, including collectivizations, would be implemented among the minority people if conditions seem right, but they were not yet to be implemented in Tibet itself. The 2 million Tibetans outside Tibet proper was largely living in Sichuan, Yunnan, Qinghai, and Gansu. The leaders of the Sichuan put together a plan not only to collectivize agriculture rapidly, but also to start democratic reforms in Sichuan. Tibetans and the minority areas collectivizations that was launched in the Tibetan areas of Sichuan at the beginning of 1956, including the taking over some of the monasteries, quickly precipitated a serious bloody uprising in Sichuan Tibetan areas, especially among the Khampas Tibetan. Okay, for the record, my parents are from Kham. Yeah, so I'm a Khampa. My parents, and my dad, who's constitute a large portion of the Tibetan in Sichuan. The uprising was bloody because virtually every family in the Khampa Tibetan areas in Sichuan were blood vengeance and raiding were endemic, had modern firearms and knew how to use them. After initial success, the Khampas were overwhelmed by the much stronger PLA. In 1957 to 58, they fled to Tibet proper with their guns. In 1958, at the height of the Cold War, the CIA began to train a small numbers of the Khampas in Colorado and then drop them back into Tibet to collect intelligence. Beijing directed the Dalai Lama to send Khampas back to Sichuan, but Dalai Lama refused. India had earlier invited the Dalai Lama to settle in China, Tibet, India, and in this one led many of the most militants Tibet across the mountains to India. The Tibetan followed over the next 2 or 3 years. After becoming the preeminent leader in 1970, Deng faced more daunting problems in gaining the positive cooperation of the Tibet than Mao had faced in 1950s. Because what happened, right? When China invaded Tibet, thousands and thousands of monasteries. I think I'm sure he must have not. I mean, it's a big volume of books, but still, I think I'm not exactly sure because I've not read the entire thing. I'm going to read it. I hope it is there, but till now it's not there. That he has just summarized it. He has not given a proper, thing about what had happened, right? The atrocities that the Chinese did to the Tibet. Thousands of monasteries were being destroyed. All the millions of people were killed, especially a lot of monasteries and a lot of scriptures and a lot of monks. That time it was Mao Zedong, right? Because he was a proper communist Marxist, and they don't believe in religion, so they destroyed everything. I think, I've read it earlier that he wants to wipe off the entire old ideas, old culture, and all those things. So it was a part of it, and then millions of people were killed. So that's why the Tibetan people, they had to flee to India for exile. And then the government of exile was set up. I think he has not given a proper thing, but still, okay, the Tibetan followed over the next 2 or 3 years. After becoming the PM leader this once, okay, more Han Chinese communist official had been sent into Tibet to tighten control over the 1959, arousing local resistance. In most part of the China, Red Guards were seen as a revolutionary youth, but in Tibet, where they still trashed temples and monasteries and destroyed works of art, they were seen as a Han youth destroying Tibetan culture. After 1970, in Tibet and elsewhere, Deng sought to make amends for the damages done by the Cultural Revolution. Yes, Deng understood the deep religious respect Tibetan had for Dalai Lama as the spiritual leaders. He knew that Dalai Lama was seen by Tibetan as the reincarnations of the Bodhisattva of compassion and hence a god. After 13, no, he's not a god. Why did you write God? Please don't mislead it, okay? He's the reincarnations of the Bodhisattva and known for compassions, but no. If you have studied Buddhist, then you have to know that there's no creator as such in Buddhist, so there's no God as such. After the 1913 Dalai Lama died in 1937, a 2-year-old had been identified as the reincarnation, thus becoming the fourth Dalai Lama. He was well trained in Tibetan cultures and would become deeply religious and learned man. In 1970, Deng hoped that through Tibetan intermediaries he could build a relationship with the Dalai Lama, reach some accommodations, and reduce the antagonisms between communist officials and Tibetans. See, okay, communist or atheist. So it's very difficult because they don't believe in religion, right? Especially Mao Zedong. When Dalai Lama met Mao Zedong, in a year, Mao Zedong said that religions are like poisons, and Dalai Lama was shocked. I mean, I'm not saying, I consider myself as an atheist, but that time, back then, he said he was shocked that religions are a poison. That means, he could have said that, okay, religions are not good because it's not entirely true. I don't disagree. Poison is a very strong word, right? In 1950s, 60s, Deng had personally, been deeply involved in Tibetan issues. 1959, the communist troops sent to gain military control over Tibet were from the southwest, a region that led by Deng Xiaoping, and northwest. The Tibetan forces were weak and they were little armed resistant. As Secretary General in 1950s, Deng was also involved in carrying out Mao's more lenient policy in Tibet proper, as well as the more forceful policy imposing collectivization among Tibetan Sichuan and Stilpe. In 1970, Deng had many reasons for Tibet for trying to reduce hostilities between the Han majority and the Tibetan minority. A calmer relationship could strengthen Tibet, ties to the Tibet, China, and from a bulk war against possible Soviet Soviet penetration in Tibet. It could lessen the risk that a revolt by one minority group against the Chinese could stir up a resistance by other minority groups. It would reduce the drains on national resources caused by the continuing conflict with Tibet. Above all, perhaps at the time when Deng wanted to establish a good relationship with the Western countries to help with the modernization, it would ease foreign complaints about the Chinese treatment of Tibetans. When Deng met President Gerard Ford in 1975, Ford asked about the Dalai Lama. When Deng met George H.W. Bush on September 27, 1977, Bush not only took a special interest in Tibet and the fate of the Dalai Lama, but also to ask to visit Tibet. And because Bush was an old friend of China, Deng gave special permission for Bush to travel there. In the late 1970s, when Deng began to reach out to Dalai Lama intermediaries, to the 80,000 people, Tibetans who had settled in India were among the Tibetan most alienated from Chinese rules. They were a diverse group that did not easily reach agreements, but as a group, they were less willing to compromise on important issues than many of the Tibetans who remain in China. Moreover, since the Chinese did not permit Tibetans within China to organize to represent their interests, the exiled community in Dalai Lama in North India spoke on behalf of the Tibetans and took a strong stand against China. The best channel for Deng to reach Dalai Lama was through Dalai Lama Mandarin speaking, second oldest brother. Yeah, Gyalo Thontup. I've read the entire book of the noodle maker of Kalimpong. Gyalo Thontup. Deng's meeting with him was arranged by Liu Desmond, the second in command of the NCNA in Hong Kong, who had been meeting with him for several weeks. When Deng met Gyalo Thontup, he told him that he hoped the Dalai Lama might return to China, take a look at Tibet, and if he wished, remain in China. If he preferred, Dalai Lama could first send his representative to observe the situation in China, as Deng admitted to Gyalo Thontup. China had some political work to do before Dalai Lama's returns. On March 17, 1979, a few days after Deng's meeting with Gyalo Thontup, the NCNA announced the Tibetan Autonomous Region legal organs have decided to join us from treating all those who took part in the Tibetan uprising. On the same day, after a meeting of the 4 prefectures in Tibet, it was announced that the many verdicts against Tibetan officials dating from the cultural revolutions would be reversed. In promoting reconciliations, they relied on reports of the communist official in Tibet and was unaware of the seriousness of Tibetan resistance and powerful influence of the Dalai Lama around the world. And then met President and Vice President Walter Malton in August 1970. He told him, as for the matter of Dalai Lama, this is a small matter. It is not very important question because Dalai Lama is as insignificant characters. Then went on to say that it was an illusion for Dalai Lama to think of having an independent state. So I think, and I don't want to comment anything with the right ones right now because I don't understand properly. At the time, Deng had some reasons to be hopeful that Tibetan situations was improving after he met Gyalo Thontup. It was arranged for the Dalai Lama to send delegation of Dharamsala exiles to Tibet to observe the situation and to meet with local officials. In the following months, 2 more delegations of Dharamsala visited China. Yes, they did, to see the living conditions, and I think they've reported comprehensively that the living conditions were very poor, and and they didn't have the freedom to speak out. It turned out that the Chinese official advising Deng had vastly underestimated the alienation of the Tibet against the Han and the resistance that would be stimulated by the visits of Tibetan from the Dharamsala. When one of the Tibetan exiled delegation visiting Kwansin province was greeted by the exuberant crowds of Tibetan expressing support for the Dalai Lama, Beijing official was shocked and embarrassed. Hoping to avoid further unpleasant surprises, the Chinese official immediately asked the first party secretary of Tibet, the Han former General Ren Rons, what they might expect when the delegation visited Lhasa. Ren Ron related there would be no problem, but in Lhasa there was an even larger outpouring of support for the Dalai Lama. As a result of his misstep, Ren 1 was fired, by whom this directed the Ren leave Tibet so he would not undermine efforts to establish a good relation with the Tibetans. Ren 1 was replaced by another former Han general, Yin Fatang, who became who soon became Deng's man in Tibet. Yin had spent more than 2 decades in Tibet, and was sufficiently committed to the building of Tibet that he remained there and helped building schools after he retired. And as a party secretary, the visit of these three delegations backfired. Deng had been led to believe that under communist leadership, Tibet had achieved strong, enough stability and economic growth since 1959 that the delegation from the exiled community would be favorably impressed by the condition they saw in Tibet, but they were not. On the contrary, they became vocal critics of Chinese treatment of the Tibetans. Yes, so that is the thing, right? I'm not exactly sure. I can't speak uh, about what is the current affairs, what is the current, what is then the mindset or the motivations of the Deng Xiaoping, right? But he might have believed that okay, the conditions were better because he have sent some leaders, right? But that leader who was in Tibet, he completely mismanaged it, and I think he was totally corrupt. Also, I think it was there in the Tibetan officials that the person who was sent to govern or to oversee the entire thing, the Tibet, was a very bad person. As a result of this mystery, this one okay, and related parties, the visit of three delegation backfired when they had been led to believe that okay, this one it's clearly mentioned, right? The visit of this three delegation backfired. They had been led to the belief that under communist leadership, Tibet has achieved enough stability and economic growth in 1959. The delegation from the exiled communities would be favorably impressed with this ones, but they were not. On the contrary, they became vocal critics of the Chinese treatments of the Tibetans. Despite the seriousness of the problems revealed in the series of the three delegations, Deng still endeavored to bridge the gap with Tibetans. He continued the policy of repairing Tibetan temples, and it's not called temples, first of all, monastery and other cultural objects. Deng directed Huang the newly appointed general secretary and his deputy Wang Li to lead a major delegation of Tibet to try to restore better relations with the Han and the Tibetans. After a few months of preparation, Han, who and his delegations of 800 people arrived in Tibet on May 22, 1980, ready to celebrate on the next day the 20th anniversary of the signing of the 17-point agreements that had launched Mao's moderate policy towards tribal Tibet in 1951. After spending a week observing conditions and talking with local officials, Hu Yongbong gave a dramatic speech in front of the 5,000 mostly Tibetan local officials. In his speech, strived to build a united, prosperous, and civilized new Tibet. Who said, "Our party has let the Tibetan people down. We feel very bad." Okay, so it's his statement, right? Our party has let the Tibetan people down. We feel very bad. The life of the Tibetan people has not notably improved, as we are not to blame. Who are then expelled out 6 tasks that let the Tibetan be the master of their own lives, relieve and reduce their economic burdens, exempting Tibetan from agriculture and livestock taxes for the 5 years, contract responsibility for agriculture production down to the small groups, make efforts to develop agriculture and animal husbandry, promote education and begin planning for university in Tibet, and strengthen the unity of Tibetans and Han people by sending most of the Han officials to Tibet in other parts of the China and cultivating more local Tibetan officials. Whose speech represented the blood efforts to change relationship between Tibet and Beijing and Tibetans. After whose speech, obviously, there's been a lot of atrocities that now people will not. Now it's very difficult for Tibetan people to trust, right? Whose speech represented a bold effort to change the relationship between Beijing and after the speech, there were rounds of enthusiastic applause for Tibetans and Tibet's new heroes. Who were this ones? He was obviously sincere. He was honest about the damages done to the Tibet. He accepted responsibility on behalf of the party for the suffering of inferior Tibetans, and he outlined ways to do better in the future until he was dismissed in 1987. Who continued to believe in the conciliatory policy towards Tibet. Before Hu Yongbing trips, PLA factories located in several provinces where Tibetan lived held a monopoly on producing felt hats, leather boots, and other goods prized by the Tibetans. In years after Hu Yongbing's 1988 trips, the PLA monopoly were broken and the local civilian companies under the Tibetan leadership were allowed to make this product. Some progress was also made in promoting Tibetan officials and improving the lives of the Tibetan people. In 1978, 44.5% of local officials in Tibetans were Tibetans. In 1981, the figure reached 54.4%, and in 1986, 60.3%. Monasteries were permitted to recruit small numbers of the monks. The Tibetan language was formally permitted. The opposition to religious prayers, pilgrimage, and ceremonies were dropped. Within a years after this one's Yemen attempts to resolve the Tibetan issues, however, this effort ended in failure. They failed because Hu opened this aroused the resistance of Han Chinese of this ones, and because his effort was still not enough to satisfy the Tibetans. Deng, constrained by Han officials, Dalai Lama, and constrained by the militant community of exiles in Dharamsala, could not bridge the gap to the Han officials trying to keep order in Tibet. Hu Yongbing policies were seen as an attack on them for being too severe with the Tibetans, and some Han officials were reassigned to other locations to make way for local Tibetans to official, and the Han who remained mostly objected to who this one's policies, and when they were ordered not only to learn Tibetan language but also to listen to the views that when people they had difficulty maintaining the authority to keep political order. Han official in Tibet responsible for security remained especially concerned about the Tibetan monasteries, to which with their newly increased freedoms became hotbeds of the Tibetan nationalisms and center for organizing resistance. According to the figure in the late 1950s, there were some 150,000 monks among the populations of over 2 million Tibetan people prosper. Very official in Beijing, like the Han Chinese to official events, were unspoken critical of this one for not taking the nature of the Tibetans. Separatists who were supported by the foreigners. Tibetan separatists who were supported by foreigners. I mean, it is true that there are some supporters from the CIA during this one, early 1960s. But I think the person, right, Ezra Vogel, has conveniently left. Many monasteries were being destroyed. Many monks were being killed. Millions of people were being killed, raped, loot, pillage, and all those things. He has conveniently skipped the entire thing. Adding to the strain, the Tibet exile government Dharamsala was making demands for a level of autonomy, the word for that greater than Taiwan was being offered. They demanded a different political system in Tibet from that in the rest of the China. They also asked for the creation of a greater Tibet, which would bring all Tibetan areas in China into new political autonomous regions. They demanded were far beyond that what even the more lenient official in Beijing considered reasonable. Thus, he talks led nowhere. In the 1980s, the communists granted Tibetans far more autonomy than the 1950s. Local people were permitted to use the local language, local dress, and sent substantial numbers of the delegates to the People's Congress. The communists allowed local people to have more children than the Han majority. Local could enter high schools and universities with lower cutoffs score than they required of the Han majority, but real power over important decision was placed in the hands of the Han Chinese Commission in Lhasa, who received their direction from Beijing. The second irreconcilable differences stem from the Tibetan demands that the boundaries of Tibet be extended to include the Tibetan minority areas in other provinces. In the 7th century, Tibetans had controlled an area almost as large as China, and ever since there had been a small communities of Tibetans in the province of Sichuan, Quincy, Gansu, Yunnan. Even the most lenient Chinese refused to consider yielding such a large expansions of territory to Tibetans. On March 23, 1981, the Tibetan Dalai Lama, after reviewing reports by the 3 groups of emissaries to observe the condition of Tibet in China's turn, after who visits, wrote cordial letters to Deng saying, "We must try to develop friendship between Tibetan and Chinese in the future through better understanding." But he also observed, in reality, over 90% of the Tibetans are suffering both mentally and physically and are living in a deep sorrow. These sad conditions have not been brought about by natural disaster but by human actions. It took some time for Beijing to decide how to respond. Beijing official waited 4 months until July 27, 1981, when Hu Yongpeng met with Galu Thundubs in Beijing to convey Beijing's response to Dalai Lama. March letters. In 1980, mission to Tibet, Hu Yongpeng had been allowed considerable leeway to trying to win the goodwill of the Tibetans, but this meeting was different. He was under instruction to convey Tibetans China's new policy that would put a tighter lid on Tibetans' separatist activities. Specified that the condition under which Dalai Lama would be welcome in Beijing, Dalai Lama could enjoy the same political status and living condition as before 1959. He would live in a Beijing, not Tibet. So, I mean, this is absurd, right? Dalai Lama is for the Tibetan people. And Beijing first condition is that Dalai Lama has to be in a Beijing, not in Tibet, which is like, I mean, LA and it's like Silicon Valley, the California or some New York, right? Tibetan people are in the completely opposite side. I mean, that's outright absurd, right? First is put together the Tibetan separatists together this one. Dalai Lama would be welcome to Beijing. Dalai Lama could enjoy this one. He would live in a Beijing, not Tibet. But he could visit Tibet. He could be a vice chairman of the NPC and the Chinese People Political Consultative Conference. The Tibetan understood that accepting this offer would give Dalai Lama honor and some religious freedoms, but that political power would still be firmly in the hands of the Chinese, so they rejected it. Dalai Lama chose not to return to Tibet, China. Deng's effort to form a close, more passive and positive relationship on both sides had failed, but neither Deng nor the Dalai Lama wanted to create a sharp break in relationship. In October 1981, the Dalai Lama sent a negotiating team for further discussion. It was unable to bridge the gap, but it avoided an open break. The Dalai Lama and Chinese leaders. I think if right now the Tibetans, if the Tibet, the map, right, geography, if it's 100%, they could have compromised. I mean, I know it's very difficult, but they could have compromised. Just take 50% of the Tibets. We need only 40 to 50% of the Tibets because we don't have a small population. But please, we need an independent thing. You could have said that also. I don't know. I think back then the Tibet was a primitive, very primitive, and even backward. I mean, Chinese people call themselves as a backward. The Deng Xiaoping said that China was backward. Then obviously, I think Tibet was way backward, primitive than the China, right? The central Beijing and all those things. So I think they didn't have a good trade people, diplomacy, diplomats and all those things. So I don't know. They couldn't get a deal. After the failure to bridge the gap in 1981-82, Deng put the Tibetan issue on the back burners until 1984 when the expanded support for the markets in the nation suggested a new vision for dealing with the Tibetan problems. Economic growth and increased linkage, including market linkage between Tibet and other provinces, from February 27 to March 6, 1981, 4 years after the first Tibet work forums, and on the heels of the announcements in Guangdong about the correctness of the special economic zone policy, Beijing held the second Tibet work forums, which affirmed the further opening of the Tibet. Until then, they had been only a trickle of tourists and outside merchants allowed into Tibet, but after the forum, merchants were allowed to go into Tibet and market their wares, and with a few constraints. Deng hoped that the linking Tibetan to the national economy and accelerating growth rate in Tibet, support for the governments would increase just as it had elsewhere. In fact, Deng made Tibetan economic developments high on the list of the national priorities. Richer provinces were encouraged to send financial assistance, and official knowledgeable about the economy was sent to help promote Tibetan developments, thereby strengthening the links between Tibet and other provincial governments. Tibet is a rich resource. It's a mountain. It's a high in altitudes. It's a resource rich. I think more than 50, 60, 70% of the different rare earth materials, right, that China produce right now, it's from Tibet, because it's the big mountains and loads of natural resources. So they are right now exploiting all those natural resources. In 1985, as a part of the related efforts intended to reduce the risk of separatism, about the 4,000 very bright Tibetan middle school students were sent to other provinces to take advantage of greater education opportunities and to be more connected to the rest of the country. In 1984, talks were held between Beijing and Tibetan exile community, but they made no progress. With the failure of this talk, the Dalai Lama tried to break the stalemates by, with the Beijing appealing for support in the West, which would put pressures on the Beijing. He sent responsible young Tibetans abroad to make the case for Tibet. Lodi Gary, for example, was sent to Washington, where he was to spend several decades promoting Tibetan cause, but none of this young emissaries compared in influence with the Dalai Lama himself. Okay, just wait. And okay, just wait. Okay, I want to see. Okay, Lodi Gary. Okay, who is that person? Lodi Galsen Gary Rinpoche. Okay, Rinpoche Kasur Lodi, he is known as Tibetan speaking words. Gary Rinpoche was a Tibetan politician and journalist who served as the 14th Dalai Lama's special envoy to the United States. He died in 2018. Okay, so the Dalai Lama had learned English and could inspire a Western audience with his deep spiritualities and his quality that many Westerners felt was missing from their own materialistic daily lives. They saw him as a man of peace, fighting for the freedom of his people against oppressive Chinese. No other Asian leaders had developed such a dedicated following of the Western. The Dalai Lama prominence enabled Tibetans to constitute only 0.3% of the total population of China to attract greater attention of the Western world. For more than any other minority group in China, including those far more numerous, but despite widespread foreign support for Dalai Lama, no foreign governments formally recognized Tibet. Meanwhile, the Chinese regarded him as someone who made occasionally high-sounding promises, but being ready to accept Chinese sovereignty, but was unwilling to make agreements that could follow. They came to believe that he had no negotiating terms, given the concern of the unruly extremist band of 80,000 in exile. This one, the Han Chinese public, informed about Tibet through the communist propaganda apparatus, believed that the Tibetans were ungrateful despite being generous financial assistance from Chinese governments. As tension grew and Han officials in Tibet tightened controls, Tibetan regarded Han as oppressive and anti-China, anti-Tibetans. Monks in Tibet, buoyed by the Dalai Lama's success in gaining support from Europeans, members of the US Congress, human rights activists, and foreign non-governmental organizations were embottled to press for greater autonomy. On September 27, 1987, less than 1 week after the Dalai Lama's first speech of the US Congressional Human Rights Caucus in September 21, demonstration of monks in Lhasa turned into riots. Many Tibetans had become overly optimistic that with Western support they could force the Chinese government to back down. On the contrary, Beijing officially tightened their controls in June 1988 in a speech to European Parliament at Strasbourg, it's Germany. The Dalai Lama repeated his view that Tibetans should be able to decide on all affairs relating to Tibet within the months in December 1988. Another serious riots occurred in Lhasa, and the awarding of the Nobel Peace Prize in 1989 to Dalai Lama embodied monks within Tibet to revive their resistance activities, which again led Communist Party leaders to tighten their controls. Chinese leaders, frustrated by the growing resistance of Tibetan monks as a result of the Dalai Lama's success abroad, have used whatever leverage they have with the foreign groups to exit the Dalai Lama. Some foreigners have yielded to Chinese pressures, but overall Chinese efforts have increased foreign attention to the Dalai Lama and strengthened foreign criticism of China. In Tibet, the growing resistance of monks caused Chinese officials to fortify their security and to exercise stricter control over monasteries. Chinese officials have complained that foreign resistance from the human rights group is motivated by the desire to weaken China, and when foreigners criticize the Chinese for failing to give Tibetan more autonomy, some Chinese officials snap back that their policies have been more humane than those in the United States, used in assimilating and destroying its own Native American communities. But both Deng and Dalai Lamas were unable to resolve their differences, so trying to avoid fallout conflict. In early 1988, Beijing released several monks who were being held for their political activities. In 1980, China announced that if the Dalai Lama were willing to give up his efforts to achieve independence, he could live in Tibet. The Dalai Lama continued to say that he accepted Chinese sovereignty and that he wanted a peaceful resolution that gave Tibet more freedoms. In January 1918, Deng sent to Tibet a new provincial party secretary, Hu Jintao, tried to control the unrest. He, who talked with various Tibetan leaders, but his basic goal echoed things, things like to support economic growth, expand education in mandarins, strengthen outside linkage, co-opt some Tibetans, and keep tight control over separatist activists. Riots again broke out in Tibet in the spring of 1989. At the same time, the students were demonstrating in Beijing in response to Hu Jintao declared martial law. In early 1989, after the death of Panchen Lama, another Tibetan religious leaders with the second largest following among Tibetans, there was a brief moment of hope. The Dalai Lama, in his role as a religious leader, was invited to go to Beijing for the memorial services. Beijing's assumption was that the Dalai Lama was generally more flexible than the Tibetan government, Tibetan exile community, and then Dalai Lama might be able to begin some formal, useful discussions during his visit. But the exile community, Dharamsala, recognized that Beijing leaders were trying to pull the Dalai Lama closer to Beijing, convinced the Dalai Lama then that he should not attend. After his refusal, Deng and later his successor gave up trying to work with the Dalai Lama, and gridlock continued. Some observers felt that the Dalai Lama missed a great opportunity to make progress in bridging the gap. Since then, although the Dalai Lama has been sent a representative from time to time for discussion in China, neither side has reiterated on the basic point of intentions. By the middle of the 1980s, tragic cycle that emerged that continues to this day. The Dalai Lama popularity abroad embodies the local Tibetan to resist, leading to crackdown by Beijing. When foreigners learn of the crackdowns, they complain, embodying Tibetan to resist, and cycle continues. The Tibetan and Han Chinese both recognize there is a long-term change that began with the opening of Tibet to outside markets in the mid-1980s and the input of the economic into Tibet and improvement in the standards of the living and decline of the economic autonomy. In 1950, outsiders settled in Tibet were mostly Han party officials and troops sent in by Beijing. After mid-1980s, settlers from the outside were overwhelmingly merchants who went to take advantage of economic opportunity generated the inputs of Chinese economic assistance to Tibet. Many were members of the Hui or other minorities from nearby provinces. Almost no outsiders settled in Tibet villages, but by late 1980s, outsiders were already threatening to outnumber Tibetan in Lhasa with more. So that is the main problem now, right? Most of the Tibetan people are not able to speak Tibetan because in school everything is in Mandarin, even in Lhasa. So yeah, and most of the people are coming from abroad, marrying Tibetan peoples, and then deliberately trying to decrease the Tibetan populations. With more Tibetan youth learning Mandarin and receiving Chinese education to further their careers, both Tibetan and Chinese see their long-term trend is over towards Tibetan absorbing many aspects of Tibetan and Chinese cultures and becoming integrated into the outside economy while not giving up the Tibetan identity loyalty. Since Deng sent over this one Tibet in 1980s, there had been no serious effort to reach a positive agreement between Tibet and Beijing. The gridlock remains between Tibetan exile, determined to establish a greater Tibet that possesses a genuine autonomy. And leaders in Beijing convinced that economic growth and expanded Tibetan participation in Chinese schools and culture will draw Tibetan towards greater integration with the national economy and cultures. They stand up between foreigners who want to help Tibet gain more autonomy and Beijing leaders who feel increasingly optimistic about their power to block such efforts as China rises also continue. Chapter number 18, and it's the military preparing for modernizations. When Deng returned, preparing for modernization. So we'll talk about the military now. Chapter number 18. When Deng returned to work in mid-1977, he worked with Marshal Yi, Jian Ying, and other senior officials to lay the groundwork for modernizing China's military. Yet scarcely a year later, this effort was postponed when Deng concluded that China's national security was under the serious threats and the country had to begin immediate preparation for military actions in Vietnam. When the war with Vietnam ended in March 1979, Deng judged that the risk of imminent military conflict was sufficiently low that he could continue to hold off on the large-scale investments in modern military hardware and concentrate instead on the civilian economy. Deng did resume, however, the improvements to the military that he had begun in the 1975. Downsizing the forces, bringing in new, better educated recruits, and strengthening overall disciplines and training. This way, by the time he retired, China would have not only a stronger economic base, but also a smaller, better trained military forces, one better prepared to use the modern weaponry that could be acquired after he left the stage. In 1977, Deng remained publicly deferential to Hua Guofing, who was chairman of the Central Military Chairman's Commissions, but in fact, Marshal Yi and Deng, vice chairman of the CMC, were in charge of China's military affairs. Hua had once been Minister of the Public Security, but aside from the modest service with the guerrillas during the World War II and as a political commissar in the People's Liberation Army after the Bin Laos affairs, he had not served in the military and was unprepared for military leadership. He did not compare with Deng or Marshal Yi in terms of military experiences, knowledge, or the respect accorded them by the high level military officials. So when Hua was officially pushed aside and Deng became chairman of the CMC, and in July 1981, it merely gave official recognitions to the man who, with Marshal Yi, had in fact been leading the military since mid-1977. So there was no change in military policy. Deng was forthright in recognizing the problems that China faced in its military. Deng said, "None of us, including the veterans comrades, is sufficiently capable of directing modern wars. So we must recognize this fact." Deng knew that China had fallen far behind in military technologies and needed to adapt its strategies to cope with its main adversary, the Soviet Union. He knew that the assignments of the military official, the civilian position in Bin-Laden's period, have diverted attention from the military issues. What troubled him about military affairs during his 18 months out of power was not that the Gang of Four had built up a solid following, but only in the political department under the Jiang. This ones had only established railroads. What troubled him during his year out of the office was the 2 years of valuable time that they could have been used to restructure and improve the PLA had been wasted. During the 1976, the military leaders whom Deng and Marshal Yi had put in place in 1975 could not reach Deng and Yi's an earlier goal of reducing the numbers of the personnel in the PLA by 26% by the end of the year. Instead, the numbers of the personnel was reduced only by 13.6%. After Mao's death, Deng spoke frankly about the problems of the PLA that had risen since Mao's watch, even if he blamed them not on Mao's but on Lin Biao. In 1977, Deng's combination of responsibilities in the military, science, technology, education, and foreign affairs made it natural for him to focus on upgrading science and technology in the military. 2 years earlier, he had advocated elevating education and training to the levels of national strategic importance, but at the time, he did not have the chance to implement it. Now, at the CMC forum on August 23, 1977, Deng repeated this message and underlined its importance. By elevating education and training, he meant not only teaching disciplines and politics, but also making military leaders understand what would be required to improve their specialist in technical knowledge and to carry out military exercises in preparation for battling an enemy with the modern technologies. In 1977, Deng and Marshal Yi were heirs to a group of Chinese military leaders led by Peng Duoha, who had tried in 1950s to create a more professional military, but had never received a full mandate from Mao to achieve his goal. Peng Duohang had hoped to receive technological help from the Soviet Union. Deng understood the West's reluctance to share cutting-edge technology, military technology, but he maintained the hope that he could at least obtain civilian technology help from the West that could indirectly aid military modernizations and without giving up Chinese independence, even receive some military technology to achieve their goal of creating a professional military that would gradually acquire modern equipments. Deng and Marshal Yi first needed to replace those who had grown lax, conceited, extravagant, and lazy, develop a system for retired age officers and provide a framework for downsizing. Meanwhile, they also needed to prepare for a great expansion of the military trainings and new military exercises to ensure that the linear military could operate effectively in the battle. Deng and Marshal Yi aimed to select a team of officials in each units who were committed to remaking the PLA into a more modern first. Deng wanted to recruit young people with this higher education levels, including some college graduates who could better absorb the new technology as it was developed. To select these promising young people, he reduces recruitment standards that included performance and written examinations. Military academy would be central for upgrading training. So these academies Deng said should employ outstanding teachers who not only had high academic qualification but also were willing to familiarize themselves with the actual battle conditions and whose work ethic would be an example of their students. When he spoke to the CMC on August 23, 1977, Deng said that historically troops had been tested in battle and promoted on the basis of their battle performance. Now that we are not at war, he's asked him, how are we to test our officials, raise their levels, and improve the quality and combat effectiveness of our troops? Well, how else if not through the education and trainings? Like the Meiji's leaders of the Japan, who had concluded that modernization was not just about learning technology but also about gaining enlightenment. So I think realized that effectiveness modernization related requires new perspective and a broad base of knowledge. Consequently, a small group of talented young recruits in the PLA were taught foreign language and sent abroad in the first waves of Chinese young people to study overseas. Instead of studying specialized military optics, they focused on broader subjects such as management, science, technology, and international relations. Meanwhile, downsizing the bloated, outdated Chinese military structure was a priority. By December 1977, new plans for the troop reductions had been prepared, and the CMC had approved a plan concerning the readjustments of these structures of the military tables of organizations, which described the desired structure for for a more modern militarist. On March 20, 1978, at a forum sponsored by the General Political Department of PLA, Deng announced plans to transfer 500,000 PLA officers to civilian positions. On January 2, 1978, in his first talk to the military after becoming preeminent leaders at the third plenum, Deng bluntly told the FCMC-sponsored forum of high-level officers, the military is in bad shape. The problem is not because of any particular bad person. It is because the system is bloated and people glide over things. People say that it is not people say that it is not convenient to get certain things done while in a single unit there are 5 or 6 tables of officer playing mahomes. Our army's reputation has gotten worse. Some comrades don't want to retire and become advisors. I would like to set an example of becoming advisors, but it is not now. It is not now possible. I hope to become an advisor in 1985. Really, I'm not kidding. What's wrong with it? You can live a few years longer. If you don't have a secretary or a car, you can still have a chair. As for rejuvenating our army, some people agree in principle but oppose it in the concrete. Deng's progress in getting rid of the bloating was remarkable. When Deng began the process in 1975, there were 6.1 million troops. By 1979, the numbers were reduced to 5.2 million. By 1982, to 4.2 million, and by 1988, 3.2 million. The process of downsizing was interrupted in the late 1970s by preparations for the attack on Vietnam. And after the attack was over, the maintenance for several years of troops who took part in the skirmishes along the borders with Vietnam. Deng's attack on Vietnam, February 17 to March 16, 1979. But the summer of the 1978, the growing cooperation between Vietnam and Soviet Union led of Chinese officials to worry that the Vietnamese military might use the dry seasons when they could move their motorized vehicle to attack Cambodia. Vietnam had already overrun Laos in July 1977, and the dry seasons would begin in December. Deng had been telling Americans that to stop Soviet advances, one had to show a willingness to fight. Cambodia was a client state of China, and if did not make a strong response to an invasion of Cambodia, then the Soviets and Vietnamese would gain confidence that they could expand towards Thailand and on the Straits of Malacca, giving them access to the Indian Oceans in the west and the Pacific in the east. If the Vietnamese were to invade Cambodia, the Soviets were likely to send in more men and military equipment to assist in the invasions. Deng firmly believed that if Vietnam invaded Cambodia, and China had to make a strong response. The Cambodia leader, Pol Pot, who by the summer of 1978 had begun to realize the seriousness of the Vietnamese threats, asked Deng to send Chinese volunteers to Cambodia to resist the invasion of the Vietnamese, as Mao had done in Korea to resist the invasion of the South Koreans and Americans. Deng was ready to cooperate with the Pol Pots despite the atrocities he had committed against its own people and the vehement opposition this act had caused in the Western, because Deng judged him to be the only Cambodian leaders capable of offering significant resistance to Vietnam. But Deng chose not to send troops to Cambodia. He was convinced that China would get bogged down in an expensive campaign and lose control over events in the region. So Deng preferred a quick, decisive campaign, like one China had successfully conducted along the Indian border. Okay. Like the one China had successfully conducted along the Indian borders in 1962. With the brief thrust into Vietnam, he would demonstrate that the cost to Vietnam and the Soviet Union for continued expansion would be unacceptably high. Many high Chinese officials, military and civilian, had doubts about the wisdoms of attacking Vietnam. Some were concerned that just as China was beginning its modernization strive, it would be unwise to divert China's scarce resources, which were sorely needed for building modern industries. Some worried that Chinese troops were not properly prepared. Others opposed it in principle, an attack on a fraternal communist party countries. Some worried that an attack would heighten long-term Vietnamese hostility to China. Other officials feared that the Soviet Union and its massive military forces might be drawn into the conflict. They personally believed that because the Soviets were then in the final stage of negotiating the Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty, SALT, strategic arms limitation treaties with the United States, they could be reluctant to disrupt the negotiation by engaging in a land war with Asia. But the risks were great, and Deng solicited the views of the other senior Chinese leaders about the possible Soviet interventions. After a careful assessment of the issues, Chen Yun noted that the Soviet divisions along the northern Chinese borders, to the most likely for attacking China, were seriously undermined. Any attack on China would require diverting forces from the Europe, which would take more than a month to complete. Chen concluded that if the war were very brief, the chances of Soviet intervention was extremely low. After hearing Chen Yun's assessment, Deng announced that the Chinese attack would not last no longer than its attack on India in 1962, 33 days. It would be a ground war and no aircraft would be used. Deng knew that the Vietnamese pilots were then much better trained than Chinese pilots, and the Chinese did not have airfields close to Vietnam. So furthermore, avoiding an air war reduced the chances of that Soviet might be drawn to. But Deng was still sufficiently concerned about the possible Soviet responses that an estimated 300,000 Chinese civilians were pulled back from Yili in the northern area of the Soviet borders, and intelligence officers were ordered to monitor closely all the Soviet troops' movement. Deng encountered widespread opposition from other members of the CMC who felt the Chinese troops were not prepared for the war. The PLA had not yet recovered from the Cultural Revolution disruption. The discipline was poor and training inadequate, except for the more than 110,000 and 100 border skirmishes by the 1970s with Vietnam. So no Chinese had fought in a war since the Indian border clashes of 1962. The Vietnamese troops, in contrast, were battle-hardened from the decades of war against the French, the South Vietnamese, and the Americans. They also possessed a major modern Soviet military equipment, and the Soviet had been providing Vietnam with a significant economic aid for construction since the Americans were defeated in the Vietnam in 1975. In the end, Deng's authority and his conviction about the need for a strong response to the Soviet Union threat won over the who had doubts about attacking Vietnam. Some officials in Beijing were convinced that Deng launched the attack and provided detailed directions during the war so he could personally gain tight control over the military as he was coming to power. Others believe that Deng, aware that the United States had supplied technology freely to Japan and South Korea because they were allies, wanted to show the United States that in invading Vietnam, China had drawn a sharp line against Soviet and was in no danger of restoring close relationship with the Soviets. Although there is no firm evidence to prove exactly how Deng weighted those various considerations, Deng was clearly passionately upset at Vietnamese ambitions and deeply concerned about the risk of Soviet expansion in the regions. Guangzhou and Kuning military regions and the Chinese general staff had been discussing the possible and need to expand their forces along the borders, but they did not begin planning for the attack on Vietnam until the CMC meeting in September 1978. The CMC meeting opened with a briefing by the intelligence department of this general staff on the increasing numbers of the skirmishes between Vietnam, Chinese and Vietnamese forces along the borders. The two nearby military regions, Guangdong and Yunnan, were directed to prepare scenario for an attack to Vietnam. So on November 23, senior officials from the Air Force, Navy, and General Staff Operation Intelligence Department convened a week-long meeting. After this meeting, all commands in the northeast, northeast, northwest went on a full-scale alert to watch for possible Soviet military reactions. By November, Chinese troops coming from 10 or 11 military regions, but mostly from the Kunming and Guangzhou regions, had begun to position themselves near Vietnam. The Chinese border with the Vietnam stretched 797 miles, roughly half of what's was along the Yunnan borders, under the Kunming military regions, and half of the Guangxi borders under the Guangzhou military regions. Chinese troops deployed along the entire borders served under the leadership of the General Zhou Yunzi in a single front. The troops moved towards the Vietnamese borders at nights, and they had during the civil wars and Korean wars to catch the enemy by surprise. According to the US estimate, as many as 450,000 Chinese troops took part in the war, including those who provided support in the Chinese fights of the borders. The Vietnamese estimated 600,000 Chinese troops were involved. On December 6th, the CMC ordered the Guangzhou and Kunming military regions to be ready for an attack in Vietnam by January 10th. And on December 11th, the commanders of the Guangzhou military regions, prepared to deploy its troops. Soon after, on December 21, Zhu set up a military headquarters in Langning, Jiangxi, close to Vietnam, where he and his staff worked out a concrete plan for the attack. Meanwhile, the CMC anticipating in a Vietnamese invasion of Cambodia called a forum on December 20, during which military leaders closely monitored Vietnamese developments and supervised planning for their attack. On December 25, as expected, the Vietnamese did invade Cambodia with an estimated 120,000 troops. 12 days later, they captured Phuong Pa. In addition to managing the military preparation with the attack on Vietnam, Deng also managed the diplomatic relationship. He briefed Lee Kuan Yew in November and President Carter in January 1970 of his plan. On his way back to China in early February, Deng stopped in Japan to inform the Japanese that he was planning to attack Vietnam and to discourage them from providing financial or other aids to Vietnam. While in Tokyo, he also told Ambassador Mike Mansfield, whom he knew influenced US congressional views, that what he told Lee Kuan Yew and Carter that the Vietnamese and Soviets were planning to surround China and China would attack to teach the Vietnamese a lesson. In the weeks before his attack on Vietnam, Deng had been busy with the Central Party work conference. The third plenum, the normalization of the relationship with the United States and the assumptions of the responsibilities of preeminent leaders. But he still looked time to guide military and diplomatic relationship preparations on the attack against. He was deeply involved in the daily military operation. John Lewis and Zui Li Tai, after reviewing the evidence on Deng's role in the attack on Vietnam, concludes the strategic thinking about the assault was his as was the determinations of the war's objectives and scale. He chose his top warriors, the field commanders, mobilized the relevant mobilize them the relevant provinces to support the fighting, approved the details of the operations, and gave the order to launch the attack. This was Deng's war. Deng continued to provide overall leadership throughout the operation. Some said he was familiar with the Chinese movement down to the platoon levels. Like many Chinese commanders, Deng thought in terms of an annihilation campaign. Just as in the Hua Hui campaign, when the troops aimed to annihilate Kuomintang's troops north of the Guangxi, so in the quick thrust into Vietnam, he hoped to annihilate a major part of the Vietnamese army in a quick, decisive campaign that would set back by many years Vietnam's ability to threaten China. The strategies came as no surprise to Vietnam's military officials who had been working closely with the China to fight American forces. They quickly pulled back in their main forces from the Chinese borders to the areas and Honai, leaving in place their forces in Cambodia to repulse the Chinese. The Vietnamese assigned local troops and militia who knew the train and the people. Chinese would attack during the dry seasons in Vietnam, but after the ice had begun to melt on the Suri rivers, that way the Soviet could not use the ice bridge to cross the border to attack China from the north. During its February 9 to February 12, the CMC made the final decisions to attack and on this one. 13 February, Deng met with his Cambodian allies, Prince Shi Sharp, on February 16, only 17 hours before the attack was launched. Hua Confin chaired a meeting with the then party, informing high-level Beijing officials of the final plans. Since Hua, this one's footprint was clear in the preparation for the war, he should be in no position to criticized Deng if serious problems were to arise. At dawn on February 17, some 200,000 Chinese troops launched their assault into Vietnam at 26 side stretches across the entire borders. Before the attack, the Chinese had led raids at many points before along the this one's scrolling border. Before crossing, the Chinese took it Vietnamese to disperse their troops. The Chinese concentrated their forces when they looked at superior numbers and sought to gain control over the hills overlooking for provincial capital Lang Sonst, Cao Bangst, and Lao Xi and Lao Gians along south, which they expected to capture within the 7 days. Deng launched the invasions as a strategy. They launched the invasion at strategically an opportune time for China, less than 3 weeks after including his triumphant overthrow of the United States and his stoppage in Japan. Because of Deng's visit, the Soviet worried that the United States might giving intelligence aid to China, and if the Soviets were to act, the United States might support China. And Brzezinski even phoned Carter to seek reassurance that the United States was not giving tacit support to China's invasion of Vietnam. But even after Carter gave his assurance, Prince's doubts were not eased. As soon as Chinese forces thrust into Vietnam, they found Vietnamese resistance to be unexpectedly effective. Chinese was unprepared and panicked. The invading Chinese troops had been given specific assignments, but they lacked the intelligence and communication from high levels to adapt quickly. Coordination between troops was poor, and Chinese supply lines were stretched so that some soldiers had to be set back in China to bring in supplies. The Chinese used artillery to support troops and advances, and they tried to concentrate grouping where they outnumber the local resistance. But unlike during the Japanese anti-Japanese and anti-civil civil wars, when the PLA could rely on assistance by the local resident in Vietnam, the local people provided financial information and logistics support of the opposing Vietnamese factors. The Chinese had expected to the Chinese had expected to take all 5 provincial capital in 1 week, but they did not capture Lang Son until 3 weeks after the fighting began. Indeed, the heaviest fight took place in Lang Son, where the Chinese concentrated their force to gain control of the mountains in the pass leading south to Hanoi to show the Vietnamese they could threaten the Vietnamese capital. Chinese forces were sufficiently large and determined that they did indeed take all the 5 provincial capitals, despite the casualty number that were higher than of the Vietnamese. Estimated that as many as 25,000 Chinese were killed and 37,000 wounded fighters. 25,000 is a lot of people, man. As soon as the Chinese took Ling Song on March 6, the Chinese declared victories and began withdrawing. As soon as they withdraw, they destroyed as much of the Vietnamese infrastructure as possible. Deng had pledged that the fighting would not long last. So then the 33 of an attack in India and the withdrawal from the Vietnamese took place on March 16, 29 days after the invasion began. But when I check the war, right, who won? It says that both the parties is just say that in their own respective country that we've won. So in the publicity that followed the invasion, both at home and abroad, Chinese called their assault a defensive counteroffense. Chinese called their assault a defensive counteroffense. They argued that they were responding to the Vietnamese incursions across the borders in 1978, and they thrust into Vietnam as a form of self-defense for officers stationed along the borders who had defended against the Vietnamese incursions, and for military support it was not difficult to understand the need to counterattack. Defensive counter-offensive, okay? Defensive counter-offensive. And other Chinese officials shared anger at the Vietnamese for mistreating and expelling ethnic Chinese despite China's warning. Yet some high Chinese military official never expect support for the war. Then claimed that China had taught the Vietnamese lessons, but Western military analysts who examined the war report that in fact it was the battle-tested Vietnamese who taught the China lessons. As the military analysts pointed out, the war exposed many weaknesses in the Chinese military. In addition to its lack of modern weaponry, China lost the war between November and February that meant that its preparation were inadequate to commands and control functions were weak. In particular, the command post of the 2 military regions fighting in Vietnam were poorly coordinated with the lower level units given targets but no knowledge about what other lower level units were doing. The PLA was proud of its military performance. Some comrades explained why they should have been allowed to go all the way to Philippines to complete their weight race. And although they didn't make their views public, many top Chinese military officials, including Marshal Yi, and so they opposed the idea sold every hour, feeling the danger of encircling men had been so great as to warrant the attack. The public also had its doubts. Some posters on democracy were in Beijing pointed out the poor showing of Chinese troops, and some even criticized Deng for pushing the war. But within party circles and its visits foreigners, Deng explained that Chinese had accomplished their announced military goals, the captures of the 5 provincial capitals, and more importantly, other strategic aim. That is, they have shown both Soviet Unions and Vietnamese that their capture of 5 and more importantly, their strategic aim. That is why they have shown both the Soviet Union and the Vietnamese that cost of additional Soviet expansion in the region would be unbearably high, as Lee Kuan Yew committed. The Western press wrote of the Chinese punitive action as a failure. I believe it changed the history of East Asia. The Vietnamese learned that China would attack if they went beyond Cambodia on Thailand, not the Thailands. The Soviet Union did not want to caught in a long, drawn-out war in remote corner of Asia. As it turns out, the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan 9 months later quickly proved to be such a burden on the Soviet Union that the risk of Soviet expansion into the Soviet Asia after would have been very low, even if China had not attacked Vietnam. Chinese military officials tried to downplay the cost of campaign, but the total budget for the defense expenditure in 1979 was $22.3 billion yuan, and much higher than the previous years and the next years. The burden on the local areas near the Vietnamese border made the cost of the war even higher. Western analysts estimated that the cost of material alone was 5.5 billion yuan. Diplomats were concerned about the different sorts of cost that the attack would make it difficult for China to take a principle, and when it comes to complaints of the Western democracy interfering in the middle and internal affairs and any another domestic criticisms for failures in Vietnam were not publicized. And in the early 1990s, when China and Vietnam normalized relationship, they agreed not to discuss past conflict. In the official 3-volume collections of things talk on military matters, there are 26 selections from his talks during the 1978-79, but only a few passing reference to China's attack on Vietnam. Not one of his talk deal with it directly. Some Chinese have called the attack on Vietnam China's last war. Given the lack of public discussions, it might be better called the China's forgotten war. There's no record for Deng expressing any doubts about the wisdom of the attack on Vietnam, but after that, Deng did use Army's poor performance to modify the efforts he had been making since 1975 to reactivate ineffective senior officials, strengthen disciplines, expand military trainings, and recruit better trained officers. He also directed the PLA to analyze awfully the weakness points to media, the US, noted by the US military analyst. The poor quality of the Chinese leaders did not quadruple the ability to, their inability of the PLA leadership to provide all conditions. After the war, Deng directed that the Chinese army keep large numbers of troops along the Vietnamese borders to skirmish with the Vietnamists, as the Deng told visiting US officials such as Henry Ngong to stop this one. He was wearing the Vietnamese down to reinforce the lessons he had taught him about the excessive ambitions. Over the next several years, selected units from at least 14 areas Chinese armies were rotated through the last ones or areas on the Chinese side of the borders. At time, as many as 800,000 Vietnamese soldiers were stationed in the north to be ready for a Chinese assault. Given the relative population of China and Vietnam, roughly 20-1. Vietnamese efforts to protect their borders over the next decades were a heavy drain on resources. Meanwhile, China used this continuing border skirmishes and occasional largest conflict for involving entire divisions to train its troops. By the 1980s, one unit from most of the infantry arms in China had been rotated to the Vietnamese border to take part in the border skirmishes. As military analysis noted, assigning Chinese troops to fight against some of the most experienced ground troops in the world provided excellent combating training. The presence of the large numbers of the Chinese troops also made Soviet cautious about the sending additional aid to the Vietnamese. The Vietnam threat to the weaker South Asian countries to reinforce their willingness to cooperate with China to reduce the threats. Vietnamese aggressive behavior led Southeast Asian countries to strengthen this ones. In 1984, when the Vietnamese seized a critical pass through the Cambodia into the Thailand, they would have endangered Thailand. If the Chinese launched their biggest attack on since 1979, and the Vietnamese retreated, thanks first into Vietnam in 1979, and his continuing harassments of the Vietnamese along with the their common borders to give this sort of the Southwest Asian countries with a great confidence to with Vietnamese ambitions, knowing that the Chinese would help them as they had helped Cambodia and Thailand. In the bad board game, as in the board games of Wiki in Japanese, Deng tried to prevent the Soviets and Vietnamese from controlling price and encircling China while trying to gain control over control himself over key location. 1981, he fought the hard to control the area that would block Vietnam from entering Thailand and continuing on the key sides of Malacca. In Deng's view, for early 1980s, the danger of encirclement has been removed. China's occupation. China's occupations of Cambodia. I think because that okay. China's occupation of Cambodia and this continued skirmishes with the China, along with the border. Deng had made Rodney seen as possible when he came on this one. Okay, he explained U.S. Vice President Walter Mondale's to accept 1972. So Vietnam is not yet in enough of difficulty positions to accept political solutions. Perhaps later, when the difficulties the Vietnamese are fact facing increased to an unbearable extent, then the time would be appropriate for them to accept. He told Mondale that Vietnam had a double heavy burden of occupying Cambodia while supporting 600,000 to 100 million troops near the Chinese borders, and that sooner or later the Vietnamese would realize that the Soviet and would not meet all their requests. Deng's comment proved prescient. By 1988. Vietnam had withdrawn half of its troops from Cambodia, and next year it pulled out its remaining forces. Vietnam had failed to achieve the ambition goal, dominant Southeast Asia. By the time Deng returns, the next year it pulled up its remaining forces. Vietnam had failed to achieve its ambitions to dominate Southeast Asia. By the time Deng retired, Vietnam is no longer threatened Southeast Asian countries and instead began pursuing friendly ties with them. In the early 1980s, Vietnam's threat to the region had led Southeast Asian countries to strengthen ASEAN. But paradoxically, by the early 1990s, Vietnam itself was seeking better relations with the ASEAN and was welcomed as a member in 1955. So this is page number 35. What happened? I don't know what happened. 35. Okay. So 35. Okay. 35. 635, 735, 200 something. Okay. Reducing the Soviet threats. Mao had declared that the war is inevitable, and Deng had some occasions. Reducing the Soviet threats, Mao had declared that the war was inevitable, and Deng had on some occasions repeated Mao's words. But after the PLA returned from its attack on Vietnam, Deng had reasons to be more optimistic. The risk of China going to war with the Soviet Union were low, and he had lowered them further. Even earlier in his December 1977 address to plenary sessions of the CMC, Deng had said that because the Soviet Union was still working on extending its strategic deployment, and because the United States was on a defensive, it is possible to win a delay in the outbreak of a war. What had become clear during the China's attack on Vietnam was that with the China's prepared to defend its interest in Southeast Asia, the Soviet Union had become more cautious about risking a confrontation with the China in the Southeast Asia. The Soviet Union had enough to do in the Eastern Europe and its long border with the China and Afghanistan, where its involvement would lead to an invasion 9 months after the Deng's war with the Vietnam. And because China had just normalized relations with the United States, the Soviet leader could not be certain that the United States would stand idly by if the Soviet Union were to attack China. So, having discouraged the Soviet Union from rushing to build a basis in the Vietnam by showing Chinese resolve, Deng moved next to further reduce tension with the Soviet Union so that he could concentrate on economic developments. Immediately after his brief war with the Vietnam, Deng instructed Foreign Ministry Huang Hu to hold negotiation with the Soviet Union on unsolved questions and on improving the state-to-state relationship and to sign the related documents. Scarcely 2 weeks after the Chinese withdrawal from Vietnam, Foreign Minister Huang Hu met with the Soviet ambassadors Yuri Skurbova in Beijing to propose a new series of discussion to normalize the relationship between China and the Soviet Union. From April through mid-October 1979, there was 5 meetings between Chinese and Soviet Deputy Foreign Ministry to help improve the climate between the two powers. During these meetings, China expressed its wish to discuss both obstacles to normal relationship as well as the trade and scientific and cultural exchange between the two nations. On August 29, 1979, because before a Chinese delegation was to leave for the Soviet Union, Deng directed that the delegation should convey to the Soviets that there were 2 requirements to improving relations. The Soviets should withdraw their troops from Outer Mongolia, then they should not assist Vietnam in the occupation of the Cambodia. Deng also proposed that the two sides agree not to station troops in areas along the borders. He directed Wang Yuping that the Chinese delegation should not show any weakness and should avoid being in a hurry to reach an agreement. Long distance marathons, he said, are fine. From September 25 to December 3rd, 1979, the Chinese delegation carried on negotiation with its counterparts in Moscow. The Soviet did not budge on the two issues on which Deng insisted that the Chinese remain firm. At the discussion, the first series of talks between the Soviet and the Chinese in 20 years were conducted in a friendly manner, and the Soviet were cordial hosts. The two sides agreed that the Soviet could send a delegation to Beijing to follow up on the discussions. The Soviet invasions of Afghanistan that followed within a week after the meeting in Moscow delayed the dispatch of the Soviet delegations to Beijing, and it also reduced even further the risk that the Soviets would attack the Chinese. Shortly after the Soviet invasion, Deng added a third requirement before China could more normalize relationship with the Soviet Union. So the Soviet must withdraw from Afghanistan. So it would take almost a decade before the overstretched Soviet Union was ready to agree to the three conditions for full normalizations. But for Deng was in no hurry. He had achieved his short-term goals of reducing the risk of conflict with the Western superpower that he now considered the most dangerous, is thus allowing China to concentrate on civilian economic developments. In March 1980s, in a major address on the military situation, he said, after calmly assessing the international situation, we have concluded that it is possible to gain a longer period free from war than we had sought earlier. Soon afterwards, then became more specific, saying that China should be able to avoid the risk of war for 2 decades or two. Deng's effort to reduce tension would made it easier for the Soviets to do on the same. So on March 24, 1982, Brezhnev gave a speech in Takshinsk recognizing China as a socialist country and expressing a desire to improve relationships, and Deng responded quickly to its overture, directing Foreign Minister Quan Kuchin to convey a favorable reaction to the speech. Deng concluded that the Soviet Union, which was burdened by its efforts to match US military advances and its occupation of Afghanistan, felt it was in strategic interest to ease tension with China. When Brezhnev died a few months later, on November 10, 1982, Deng instructed Foreign Minister Huang Hu to attend Brezhnev's funeral in another gesture of fraternity with the Soviet Unions. In addition to negotiation with the Soviet Union, Deng also sought to reduce the risk of Soviet and Vietnamese advances by involving the United States. Deng knew that the United States was then in no mood to engage in land war in Asia, but a way to ensure the Soviet would not dominate the sea near Vietnam had to have a large American oil company conduct oil explorations there. After January 1979, as a part of its economic readjustment, China had cut back on its plan to work with international oil companies. The Chinese petroleum delegation visiting the United States signed only one contract on March 19, 1972 with the ARCO, the only US firm that had proposed prospecting for oil between Hainan Islands and Vietnam. So China gave ARCO exclusive exploration rights in the area in the South China Sea, less than 30 minutes from the Vietnam by air, with a major US oil company prospecting in nearby waters. Deng had reason to expect the Soviet Union would be cautious about making use of the port facilities in Vietnam. So China signed the contract 3 days after Chinese troops withdrew from the Vietnam. Okay, just wait. Okay, I just got a question. Where does Israel get its oil? Yeah. Israel imports roughly 220,000 barrels of crude oil daily, primarily relying on the Caspian Sea region along several other international supplies. Okay, the vast majority of Israel crude oil originates here. Kazakhstan's Azerbaijan supply over half of oil from Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan is typically piped to the Turkish ports of this ones, and pipeline in Kazakh's oil moves to Western Africa. Countries such as Gabon, Nigeria, Equatorial Guinea, okay, Brazil, okay, Russia. Okay. This one is true. Deng also sought to reduce the risk of Soviet and Vietnamese advances by involving the United States. Deng knew that the United States was then in no mood to engage in the land war in Asia, and what better way to ensure that the Soviet would not dominate the sea near Vietnam than have to a large American oil company conduct oil explorations there. After 1979 January, as a part of its economic readjustment, China had cut back on its plan to work with international oil companies. The Chinese petroleum delegation visiting Deng also made sure that US-China security cooperation came to the attention of the Soviet Union, and when the US planes carrying equipments to monitor nuclear weapon movement in the Soviet Union. So right for a stop at Beijing airport, the Chinese had the plane dock next to a Soviet aeroflot's plane, making it clear the Soviets what equipments were arriving. When the equipment was transferred and flown to Xinjiang near the Soviet borders, the Chinese also made no effort to camouflage it. The hope was that the Soviet would pause before risking a fight that might also involve the United States. So it's like a bluffing military cooperation with the United States. Deng never gave any indication that he ever considered forming a military alliance with the United States. Like Mao's before him, he wanted China to remain completely independent on security matters, but he did seek US cooperation in acquiring more modern military technology. Indeed, when Deng met President Carter in January 1979, he brought up the issues of the possible transfer of military technology from the United States, although Carter did not welcome the idea when China was preparing to attack Vietnam or was actively involved in the battle. After Deng withdrew Chinese forces from Vietnam, talks about such cooperation warmed. Deng did not display any urgency, but he raised the issues of sharing military technology at every opportunity. The American took notice when Deng spoke to the Vice President Monroe in August 1979. He expressed his disappointment that the United States decided not to supply China with a high-speed computer And Mondale replied that the United States was preparing a list of technology that could be transferred to China, but not the Soviet Unions. Following Mondale's very successful visit, the United States decided to send Secretary of Defense Harold Brown to Beijing for discussions on security issues, planning for this to help to advance the agenda for technology transfer. Although the United States would not sell weapons to China, it would consider on a case-by-case the basis of transfer, military equipments. And the Soviet invasions of Afghanistan in December 1979 lent supports to those who wanted to intensify U.S. cooperation with China as a way of putting pressures on the Soviet Union. By this time, Secretary Brown arrived in Beijing in January 1980s. The Chinese had studied American procedures and learned the range of technology the United States was considering for transfer. They handed to American sites a list of technology they sought, which permitted a business-like examinations of concrete cases to highlight the favorable considering given to the U.S. technology transfer to China. Brown gave the examples of Landsat, a satellite that collected information on national resources, which was then being supplied to China but not the Soviet Union. During this meeting, although there was advances in cooperation, the Chinese were reluctant to rely on the US security umbrella. They still reject the US proposal for additional consultation or ship visits and did not accept a telephone hotline between the two countries. Secretary Brown explained to Deng that a number of Soviet action during the previous year had been viewed negatively by the US public, and that the United States was now spending more on defense, strengthening in its Pacific fleet and deploying more forces in the Middle East. Deng, who in May 1970 had complained to Brzezinski that the United States was not doing enough to counter Soviet moves, expressed approval to Secretary Brown in January 1980 that the United States was now responding more vigorously to the Soviet threats. But Deng said it would have been better if this could have been done even earlier. My personal judgment is that for a long time the West has not offered an effective response to the action of the Soviet Union. He had no objection to treaties, he said, but they were of little value in restraining the Soviets. There is only one way to cope with the Soviet Union. What was required was a demonstrations of force. During the meeting, Deng touched on the other issues as well. He was pleased that the United States was now offering assistance to Pakistan. He was pleased that the United States was now offering assistance to Pakistan, a move that he had been advocating for some time. He believed that other nations should help turn Afghanistan into a quagmire for the Soviet Union, just as he had helped to bog down Vietnam along the borders. And he coyly reminded Brown of China's interest in buying fighter planes and saying, I will not mention the purchase of F-15 or F-16 aircraft anymore. But he added, the scope of technology transfer is too narrow. Jin Biao, Vice Premier and Secretary General of the CMC Standing Committee, was selected to make the return visit to the Washington. Jin Biao had served in the Chinese military during the Xinjiang Soviet period, the Long March, World War II, and the Civil War. He had served as an ambassador in Scandinavia, Pakistan, Myanmar between 1950s and 65, longer than any other Chinese diplomats. In the Washington in May 1980s, he met President Carter's advanced replacement as the Secretary of State, Edmund Muskie, but his host was Secretary Brown. And Secretary Brown worked to devise ways in which the United States and China could respond effectively to the Soviet threat if it expanded in southeast direction from the Middle East to the Indian Oceans and Southeast Asia. Reflecting the views of the Dengs and other Chinese leaders, Jen Biao reported that China had successfully tied down some 600,000 Vietnamese troops along the borders, which had both weakened Vietnamese capacity to control Cambodia and prevented Vietnam from controlling the Strait of Malacca. By the time Jen Biao had completed his visit to the United States, technical exchange were underway and there was a broader basis for cooperation on the strategic issues. As a result of this agreement, later arrangements were made to send to the United States delegations of a Chinese officer from the military academy, as well as a specialist in military logistics. In return, high-level U.S. Army and Navy officer would return to visit China. During the 1980s, there was a rapid growth in military-to-military contacts, including exchange of visits between U.S. Secretary of Defense and the Chinese Ministry of Defense services, service to visit, technology transfer, and arms sales to China, and exchange of academic specialists and training delegations. Although this interaction did not compare to the level of military exchange that the United States had with Japan and South Korea, these two sides did develop very good working relationship. The exchange ended abruptly following the Tiananmen strategy of the 1980s. However, in the decades afterwards, were not fully restored, postponing military modernizations. When Deng believed that the likelihood of the war with the Soviet Union was reduced, he directed China's resources not towards military modernizations, but towards the other three modernizations, and in particular towards the priorities Chen Yun advocated: agriculture and light industries. Modernizing the military could wait, as he explained on March 1979, 3 days after the Chinese troops returned from Vietnam, to a meeting of the Military Commission on Science and Technology. It appears that at least for 10 years there will be no large-scale war in the world. We don't need to be in such a hurry. Now the numbers of the troops is too large. We have to cut back, and we don't need to prepare all things. We need to pick a small numbers of our projects and focus on them. Deng took a long-term perspective, but perhaps he underestimated how long it would take to China, despite its rapid growth, to modernize. He spoke of achieving modernizations by 2000s. High-level military officials were less creations. Many had been waiting since the 1950s to acquire modern military equipments, and that had been frustrated by the great leap forward and cultural ambition. Now, because of Deng's new focus on civilian economy, Deng had to explain over and over to his disappointments officers who was in their national interest, first to develop the civilian economy and then to modernize military. Given his extensive military background, Deng was probably the only leader of his time with the authority, determination, and political skill to keep those officers from launching serious protest against the policy. During the critical period in 1979 and early 1980s, Deng remained chief of staff, surrounded by general unhappy with the prospect of early retirements and with the news that the developments of the new weapon system would be postponed. Yang Zizi, who succeeded Deng as a chief of staff, I mean, that's a pretty bold step, because what normally happens is that first you have to take care of your defense, and then you can focus on inner. If you focus on inner and if the defense is not well, then anyone could attack you, right? So I think it was a very it was sort of a very naive move which could have backfired, but luckily I think it didn't. So that's why China is where it is today. Yang Zizi, who succeeded Deng as a chief of staff, inherited responsibility for explaining why military modernization had to take backseat to improvement in the civilian economy. As Yang acknowledged, the broad masses of the commanders and soldiers are longing for rapidly changing our economic backwardness and the backwardness of our military technique and equipment. Such feelings are completely understandable. However, it will not be possible to achieve very great progress in the modernizations of our national defenses. Zhen Biao, who served briefly as defense minister, and Zhang Aping, whom Deng appointed as a defense minister in 1982, and who had directed military science and technology policy since, but also had to explain Deng's strategy to disgruntled officers. In March 1983, Deng put it very directly: the military has to take the needs of other sectors into account and to carry out the strict budgeting within the scope allowed with the limited amount of funds. Throughout the 1980s, then the Chinese government decreased the proportions of the budget going to the military, although China's data are incomplete because income from the military enterprises or extra budgetary income is not included. According to the official figure, Chinese military expenditure was 4.6% of the GNP in 1979 when the reform began, but declined continuously to 1.4% of the GNP by 1991. So during the 1980s, China's purchase of foreign arms was 1/6 of the Vietnam's purchased and 1/2 of the amounts of the Taiwan's purchased. Even though China's population was roughly 20 times that of Vietnam and 50 times that of Taiwan. Moreover, given the inflation rate of nearly 100% from 1980 to 89, US analysts estimated the nominal increase in the defense budgets of the about 30% translated into a decrease in the actual funds available for the military during the decades. Deng's military teams. Chinese communist leaders have all repeated that the party commands the guns, but in a crucial power struggle, Mao and Deng understood allegiance among key military leaders would be crucial. Deng sought both formal institutions and personal control over the military. He did not strenuously object to not being named premier, but it was important to gain institutional control over the military. After Goa was pushed aside in December 1980s, Deng became chairman of the party CMC. The post gave him unrivaled institutional control over the military affairs. In 1987, Deng gave up his position as a vice chairman of the party and vice premier, but he remained chairman of the CMC until the fall of the 1989. So when he passed the position, when he passed the position on the position onto Jiang Zemin in selecting high officials for party and government posts, Deng sought the best person for the job, regardless of where they perform, whom they knew or recommended them. So for high military positions, he wanted able persons. Able person, but personal loyalty was also critical in the military. The strongest bond of loyalty were among those who had served in the same fields during the Army Civil War. Okay, just as Bin Lao had chosen for the highest military position many officers from its 4th Field Army in 1980s, then Deng was able to select his own official in the various military sectors. 5 of the 11 military regional commanders were comrades from his 2nd Field Army, including Qin Hufi in the critical Beijing regions. Deng continued to rely on his former underling throughout his tenure as China's top military leaders. Of the 6 military members of the CMC in the late 1980s, half were from the 2nd Field Army. This included Defense Minister Qin Hui and Director of the General Political Department Yang Wing. Of the other 3 military positions on CMC, 1 seat each went to someone who had served in the 3rd or 4th Field Armies. Of the 17 full general they then commissioned in 1988, 10 were from the 2nd military funds. For key military position, others chosen who had not served in the 2nd Field Army still personal ties of loyalty to Deng. After Hua was finally removed as the head of the CMC, Deng appointed Yang Shangkun as Secretary General of the CMC. Shang, also from Sichuan and 3 years younger than Deng, had worked closely with Deng from 1956 to 1966 when Yang was head of the party general office and when Deng was general party general. Yang had the ready confidence to communicate easily with the Deng. So in September 1982, Yang was promoted to first vice chairman of the CMC in charge of daily works. He was a good manager and in effect became an extension of Deng on the CMC, representing Deng's views and reporting Deng's the view of other CMC. Deng's confidence that Yang could manage military matters freed him from to concentrate on other issues. In February 1980s, after Deng had completed the transitions and named his own people, he resigned as a chief of staff and passed the job of managing. Okay. Okay, now in addition, then urged the military itself to make available some of its facilities and technology for the civilian economy. For example, November 1984, in a talk to forum called the CMC to discuss military role in civilian economy, Deng suggested that the military airports could be open for civilian use and naval ports could be used for both civilian and military purposes. As a new policy to post, military units turned mess halls into commercial restaurants, guest houses into commercial hotels, supply centers and stores, and the military hospitals into military civilian hospital that accepted paying civilian patients. Between 1985 to 1990, the value of the production for the PLA has increased by an estimate 700%. Another area that offered opportunities for diversification away from the military only purpose was agriculture. State farms run by the military were encouraged to diversify their products, and after the creation of the market to sell some of its produce, produce in the local markets, because the military had access to a considerable amount of land, it could also rent out land to develop and other government units to enterprise or for a fee, or even become a stakeholders in these enterprises. New enterprises, as foreign firm began seeking rights to the setup of factories, many military firm supplied some of the valuable real estate in exchange for equity in joint ventures that drew on Western technologies. When the military shifted to civilian-related business activities, officers had a chance to improve their military units' housing, medical care, and recreational facilities. Those who were being retired were assisted with the housing and given the other benefits. Even the situation for ordinary soldiers improved when their military units made profit. These new sources of income helped to make military officers and services stakeholders and things reforms. One of the biggest problems they faced was in adapting inland civilian and military in practice to the new market economy. It was almost impossible to turn factories deep in China and with a high transport cost into profitable enterprises that could compete in an open market with those long, the coast. In 1978, more than half of defense industrial production was located in inner China, staying the third fronts to factories that Mao had moved inland to reduce vulnerability to foreign attack. Now the China had developed peaceful relations with other countries. Some factories, or at least part of the factories, were allowed to relocate to the coast, where they could not only reduce transport costs but also make better use of the foreign technologies and management strategies as well as commercial opportunities. For example, inland factory producing electronic products for the military establishments. Okay, the branches in Shenzhen to produce radios, TVs, calculators, and other electronic equipments for consumers both at their home and abroad. So doing so gave them faster access to foreign technology as well as to civilian market, as well as the opportunity to transfer any technology to any remaining inland factories. In the 1978s, China's military technology was far more advanced than its civil technologies, but Deng took an interest both in how technologies could be spun off from military to civilian uses and how it could be spun off from advanced global civilian technology to Chinese military uses. Deng took great interest, for example, in learning how Japan, immediately after World War II, had begun converting its military industry into civil industries, but he also learned from Japan experience in making good use of this. June 1920 to 1978, China should learn from Japan's handling of the shipbuilding after World War II. Right now, China is the biggest shipbuilders in the world, and it is the biggest by a big margin. It made great advances in civilian shipbuildings by transforming the production also in a process which then enabled Japan not only to sell ships but also to build more modern ships for the Navy. In 1892, following the 12th Party Congress, large parts of the PLA were converted to civilian status and given opportunities to earn money in the marketplace, a move that helped reduce the size of the PLA after 1985. The large military, railways, and engineering construction units, for instance, were placed under the military, Ministry of Railways and the Capital Construction Corps and the civilian construction companies that played their role in transforming Shenzhen from a rural town to a large city within the decades were largely formed from former military construction units and have been demobilized. Prior to these changes, it was rather easy to engage in science and technology planning, but the complexity due to the opening to global civilian technology required new broader coordination. In 1982, a new organization, the Commission of Science, Technology, Industries for National Defense, was established to provide some overall coordination of planning for the rapid change in civilian military technology. And in 1986, the 863 programs were established as a new cooperative program between civilians and military for the development of the advanced technology. The commercialization of military cooperation in the 1980s was a messy, confusing process that created a nightmare for some bureaucrats trying to coordinate the process. But in the end, it brought many of the benefits that Deng had intended. It eased the demands on the government budget, helped meet pent-up consumer demands, and assisted firm in becoming more efficient, improved living conditions for both officers and ordinary soldiers, provided employment opportunity for those discharged from the military services, and enabled the demands in civilian technology and efficiency to be used to improve military production. Even so, it was just a start, although Deng's redirections of the national defense industries and military enterprises led to the same progress in the 1980s, and the progress of relocating from inner China to the low coastal areas of overcoming the bureaucracies of upgrading personnel require several decades to complete. Despite all the advantages of the commercialization of military activities, the mixing of the militaries and private affairs created opportunities for corruption and greed that detracted from the spirit of dedications to the military missions. Many military leaders became concerned not only about illegal profiteering, but also about the erosions of the patriotic fighting spirits due to the new preoccupations with them making money. Several years of struggling with the problem, lower level military units are forbidden to engage in commercial activities. High-level specialized commercial activities continued, however, and although many PLA business failed and some went China, China spawned in the early years of reforms, became successful enterprises with the large later emerging as a world-class international businesses. Okay, foundation for a modern military. The Persian Gulf War of 1991 showed leaders how much military technology in other countries had advanced in 1980s and just how far behind China had fallen while Deng was restraining the military budget and channeling resources to the civilian economy. Yet, by keeping the risk of conflict low, Deng succeeded in promoting rapid economic growth without sacrificing the national security. 1995, however, Deng's successors, confronted with the real possibility that President Lee Tong-hin might declare an independent Taiwan, decided the risk was sufficiently great and China must be prepared militarily not only to attack Taiwan but also to deter the United States from supporting Taiwan in the event of the conflict. China would raise the cost of the U.S. involvements by endeavoring to deny American ship planes and troops that access they would need to defend Taiwan. Since 1995, under Jiang Zemin's concerted drive for the military modernization, the increase in the military budget has been far greater than the increase in the GNP. Chinese military modernization was soon extended beyond denying the American access to Taiwan because China was dependent on the sea lanes for its energy. It began to develop a navy and to aim to become a top military power overall. Deng did not begin the process, nor did he plan for his successors to build up a modern military, but he left his successor with a smaller, better educated for military forces, a better understanding of the requirements for the modern warfare, and a stronger civilian economy and technical base that his successor would build on to modernize Chinese military. Chapter number 19, it's the ebb and the flow of politics. I don't know what is ebb. Let's see what is ebb. EBB meaning. Ebb. Ebb to flow away from the land, which happens twice a day. To flow away from the land, which happens twice a day. What? To become weaker. The crowd's enthusiasm began to ebb. The time when sea water flows away from the land. Okay. Which happens twice a day. Okay. This one's okay. The crowd. Okay. The turning point or something. The ebb and the flow of politics. On August 18, 1980s, the Chinese citizens gave one of the most biting and comprehensive criticism of Chinese official made during the entire Deng era. In scathing terms, to accuse them of abusing power, divorcing themselves from reality and the masses, spending time and effort putting up impressive fronts, indulging in empty talks, sticking to rigid ways of thinking, overstaffing administrative organs, being dilatory, inefficient, and irresponsible, failing to keep their words, circulating document endlessly without solving problems, shifting responsibility to others, assuming the airs of mandarins, reprimanding and attacking others at every turn, suppressing democracy, deceiving. What do you mean by suppressing democracy? They didn't say that there's democracy. So yeah, there's no question of democracy. Deceiving superior and subordinates, being arbitrary and despotic, and practicing favoritism, offering bribes and participating in other corrupt practices. The citizens, then jumping like mouse, he was seeking to ensure that the official maintained the support of the people, and then gave a speech in August 1980s to communist parties in Eastern European countries were losing popular support. A month before his speech, Poland's labor union, Solidarity, had launched Poland's largest and longest lasting strike. Many Chinese leaders initially sympathetic with this Solidarity, though it was reasonable for workers to have their own organizations, but they were also worried about what would happen if a Chinese worker went out on strike. Deng and Hu Yangpeng, trying to reassure Chinese officials also who worried about similar disruptions, said that the Chinese leaders, unlike Eastern European leaders, did not have to bend to unpopular demands from the Soviet Union. Furthermore, the reform in China, beginning with the third plenum, were popular with the working people. Nonetheless, Deng and Hu Yangping were sufficiently concerned that they decided that to reduce the risk of such people in such a problem in China, they should expand freedoms, provide opportunities for people to voice legitimate complaints about Chinese officials, and to make an effort to resolve the problem causing these complaints. Deng's speech of August 1980 was high point of Deng's effort to grant more freedom. In the speech, he gave a positive evaluation of democracy. He did not go far as to advocate voting, nor did he suggest changing the role of the Communist Party. In fact, he criticized Western democracy using the well-known code word bourgeois thinking, ultra-individualisms, and anarchisms, but Deng aimed his sharpest criticisms at feudalisms, the code word for leftisms, and its vicious attack on those who spoke out. His appeal for more freedoms and for party leaders to listen to criticisms, to arouse the expectation among individual intellectuals who even years later pointed to this speech as a beacon of hope. Within the weeks of this speech, as the police situation dragged on, this atmosphere in the high Chinese party and circles began to begin. Leaders started to worry that Deng had become too much encouragement to protesters, and that events in China could quickly spin out of control as they had in Poland. So Poland, that time, it was in the USSR. And this one stand as long a long letter from the Hu Yongping to General Secretary. Hu Yongping, written scarcely a month after Deng's speech, helped to crystallize the support for firmer response to disorders. Hu Yongping letters also reflected the views of the Chen, the former union leaders who had helped organize demonstration in the Shanghai, but also told workers to Shenzhen Soviet that because the proletariats were in charge, one of the major responsibilities of the labor union was to increase the production. In this letter, Hu Yongmin warned the independent labor union could enable dissidents to unite and cause great difficulties. Hu Yongping, who was more sympathetic to independent worker, who was more independent to independent workers organizations in China, did not respond to Hu Yongmin's letter. Okay. And he continued to believe that the real lesson from the Poland was that China should speed up a reform and opening, but the tide has already turned. On October 19, the 2 weeks after this one, Hu sent his letters, the party secretary was distributed in a slightly revised forms to various units. Wang, the conservative head of the propaganda department, also sent out a directive saying the discussion Deng August speech should end, and on December 25, 1980s, at the closing session at the Central Party Work Conference, Deng, backpedaling, declared that they should proceed cautiously with the political reforms. Deng's reaction to the 1980s police strike resembled Mao's reaction to the Hungarian and Polish uprising in 1956. First, allowed more open criticisms to help correct some of the worst features of the bureaucracy and to win over the critics who felt some changes were needed. Okay, and but if hostility to the party threatened party controls, clamped down. Having noted how Mao's virulent anti-rightist campaign in 1957 destroyed the support of the intellectuals, Deng in 1980s tried to walk a fine line between curbing expressions of the freedom and retaining intellectually active support for modernizations. Deng did not engage in a full-blown campaigns against intellectuals as Mao had. 1957. Still, it was clear that Deng was clamping down. In this December speech, Deng did not directly disavow anything that he said in his August speech, and he's continued to use the term democracy positively, but he insisted also on democratic centralism, meaning that once the party decision was made, party members were expected to carry it out. In addition, after Hu Yongmin's letters were distributed, Deng was careful not to appear as a permissive as he had in his August speech, and he reiterated the importance of following the 4 cardinal principle. Deng did not give up the idea of undertaking political reforms, but he would only bring it up again when he judged the time to be ripe. That time would not arrive until 1986. The retirements of senior officials. In his speech of August 18, 1980s, Deng took up another very decisive issues. The primary task of older comrades is to help the party organization find worthy successor who will take the frontline post while the older comrades give the necessary advice and support. There was then no retirement age, and many of senior officials were dragging their feet in the search for successors. Having been removed during the cultural revolutions for almost a decade during the peak of their careers, they believed that they had sacrificed themselves for the cause of the party, and now they had only a few brief years left to play the roles that they had been roped for. Furthermore, the senior officials were reluctant to give up not only the power but also the prerequisites of office housing, access to a chauffeur-driven car, a staff of assistant, a seat at important meetings, and a fancy banquet. At this point, the party had not developed an overall policy on retirements for high-level officials. Managing the issues of retirements at lower levels was not a problem. The high-level official established the rules and made it lower levels implement them. So the problem was how to deal with the retirements of high-level leaders in Beijing. The party leaders were able to reach a consensus on the need for general rules regarding the retirements, but the devil was in the details. I mean, there's a saying that devil is in the details. How to deal with the retirement of each of the top several hundred leaders, given that China was entering a critical period during which the senior officials were needed to train and cultivate the next generation of leaders. In his speech of August 18, Deng laid out a proposal solution: the creation of high-level central advisory commissions that would bestow on senior official honor and prerequisites of their position. Senior official had no difficulty discerning the Deng meant honor without power. In July 1975, he had proposed a similar solution to the problems of the military retirements. In effect, the senior members of the Politburo Standing Committee would be transferred to the CAC as a co-members. At the time, Deng was himself planning to retire from within several days after his speech, August speech. When journalist Oriana Fallacy asked if he was going to give up his post of vice premier, Deng replied, "I will not be the only one to resign, and all the comrades of the general generations are giving up their concurrent post." Previously, there was a life tenure in leading posts. This institutional defect was not evident in the 60s, but because we were then in the prime of life, it would be better for us, old comrades, to take an enlightened attitudes. A few weeks later, then would express his exasperation. Exasperation. What is exasperation? Exasperations. She finally threw a book across the room in exasperations. I mean, frustrations. True. Okay. Synonyms for exasperation includes frustration. Yeah, frustration, irritation, annoyance, aggravations, and vexations. Exasperations, right? Okay. And A few weeks later, Deng would express his exasperations that older generations did not take an enlightened attitudes. On December 25th, at the end of the 10-day conference on to begin preparation for the 6th plenum and the 11th Party Congress, Deng complained in the past year the Central Committee had repeatedly emphasized that veteran officials should make the selections and training of a middle age and young official the first and most solemn duty. If we fail to do our work well, we ought to make self-criticisms. But if we fail to do this work well, we will have made a mistake of a historic magnitude. In 1982, the CAC was formally established, and Deng hoped that the members would give up their regular positions. Membership required 40 years of party membership and party membership and leadership experience. Deng Xiaoping served as the first chairman with the special right to take part in the meetings of the standing committees of the Politburo. All 172 members appointed were allowed to retain their full salaries, ranks, and prerequisites, but they were ceased serving on regular decision-making bodies. Deng announced that the CAC would remain in existence for 10 to 15 years. He explained that it was created because the members had a special revolutionary experience that would be needed during the transition period. Deng's effort to give honest and prerequisites without power was only partially successful. Many senior officials, including Chen Yun, Wang Zhenst, and Song, this one became members of the CAC, but also retained their previous positions. After they retired, Zhongzheng recorded that during the 1980s, he and Yongbing were likely, like secretary generals, in effect, office managers. Since power throughout the decade was still in the hands of the then Chen Yun and this one's the 6-person small group. All of those things, people. Deng was paramount, but he simply did not have the absolute power required to force all the others to retire. In fact, in March 1982, in response to the pressure from the senior official, it was announced that because of the size of the party and the country and for the sake of stable leadership, it was necessary for a few dozen old comrades to remain in the central party lead post of the party and the state. But Deng did establish the principle that CAC would come to an end when this revolutionary veterans passed from the scenes. In the future, too, all positions would have term limits as planned. The CAC was abolished in 1992. It had given its member honor and it had reduced but not entirely limited the power until Deng himself fully stepped down in 1992. Unrequited love and cultural limits. In July 1981, Zhu Hongmi and Deng this one's asked Deng for his judgment on whether the recently completed movie Unrequited Love should be made available to the general public. The movie, which was based on a very popular drama, was brought to Deng's attention because it was controversial and had potential of being one of the biggest hits in the years. The screenplay Bitter Love, which had appeared in the magazine September 1979, Role of an Artist who had been made forced to flee China during the Japanese occupation. After leading a good life abroad, he decided in 1949 to return to China to help his motherland. For having gone abroad, he was always considered suspect and punished, but he continued to dedicate himself to his countries. But when the artist's daughters wished to go abroad, the artist was reluctant to grant his permission. For in frustration, he said to his father, "You love the motherhoods, but does your nation loves you?" Shortly after this conversation, the artist, when attempting to flee from the Red Guards who hounded him, collapsed and died. In the movie version that Deng reviewed, the father, while reflecting on his daughter's question as he trudged along in the snow, fell and died, leaving his body in the shape of a big question mark set against his spine. After viewing the movie, Deng declared that it gives the impression that the Communist Party and the socialist systems are bad. He acknowledged that the movie was well done, which he said made it all the more dangerous. The movie vilifies the party to such an extent that one wonders what has happened to the author's party spirits. Deng's decision provided the guidelines for propaganda officials trying to make difficult distinctions among the many stories of the suffering during the cultural revolutions. What should be prohibited is what reflects badly on the party as a whole, and what should be permitted is what reflects badly only on a certain individuals. And in an effort to create a better atmosphere than the which had existed during the Mao era, Deng allowed the author of the play, Bai Huo, to remain in the party, even though he was criticized at the time. Deng also allowed Louis Bin Yan, a popular investigative journalist who had written and vivid first-hand accounts of the corrupt official, to remain party members. Even Hu Yangping, the keeper of the orthodoxy, and said the documents coming from Beijing should drop the expression "literatures in service of the politics," which had alienated so many intellectuals. Hu Yangping substituted "literatures in service of the people" and "in service of the socialism," an expression that expanded the range of the acceptable writing. But among the endless numbers of the stories that were written about the past, it was impossible to draw up a sharp line between those that were permissible and those that were not. Disagreements continued to rage. Less than 2 weeks later, after Deng's attack on unrequited love, at the forum on problems on the ideological battlefront called by the Popcorn Departments, then Liquin and this one's tried to build on the momentum created by Deng's decision on unrequited love to build a stronger bulwark against literatures criticizing communism and the party communist. At the same time meeting, however, Zhou Yang had been cultural czar in 1950s, giving a rousing speech in favor of literary diversity that was enthusiastically received by the audience. After his personal suffering in the Cultural Revolution, Zhu Yang was now emerging as a champion of literature that as a cultural czar, he would have criticized 25 years earlier at his forums. Zhu Yang rhetorically asked whether it was better for the culture to be like a stagnant pond or the roaring Yangtze. His answer, better to have a roaring Yangtze, even if it did carry a little sediments. Okay, just wait. What is the poignant? I think it's a emotional something, right? Poignant. emotional something, right? Okay, causing sadness or pity, a poignant memory. Poignant, so what's in poignant? Poignant for depend on its intense used. Emotional, touching for describing something that deeply affects your emotions or brings forth a feeling of tenderness and sadness. Touching, it's poignant, right? It's heartbreaking and affecting, heartening. Sharp, biting for describing physical sharpness or sour taste or biting sarcasms. Okay, expert, okay, cutting and all those things. Okay. The enthusiastic support of the audience for Zhu Yang placed Hu Yangmin, who acknowledged that there were differences among comrades in difficult positions, but he persisted on saying that it was important to resist bourgeois liberalizations, a term that he, Deng, Lingpin, and then Xiaoping himself used throughout the 1980s to criticize those leaders whom they considered too enamored with the freedoms in the West. Wang Zhen tightened up the party school 1982 to 1983 for Chinese youth and many intellectuals. The winds of the freedom that they felt from the West also after 1978 were exhilarating. By high level officials disagreed among themselves about how much freedoms could be given to the public, many of whom had suffered from political attacks. Given that no one wanted to return to the chaos of the period of before 1949 or of the Cultural Revolution, Hua Yangping, the high official, most sympathetic to intellectuals who wanted more freedoms and to local officials who wanted more flexibility, was under a constant pressure from the conservative who were worried about the consequence of leniency. Deng, though always ready to enforce disciplines when he deemed it necessary, continued to support. Ho Yongbang even attacked when by the conservatives. One important battleground was the the Central Party's school. After December 1978, Hu Yongbang had little time to devote to the Central Party schools as it is de facto president, but the staff had supported there and the spirit of free inquiry that he encouraged continued to nurture promising young officials. Scholars in the theory sections of the school enjoyed high regards for their role in preparing the articles. Practice is the sole criteria for judging truths and for criticizing the two whatevers. The three scholars Wu Jing soon this buoyed by the respect they enjoyed and with the support of the deputy head of the school, French Feng Yobin, continued to push for additional freedoms of expression, much to the consternations of the senior party officials who feared an erosion of the party disciplines and principles. Wang Xin and Wang Chen were particularly upset with the criticisms of the party, but that flourished in the permissive atmosphere which had been reported to them by Deng Xiaoping after he visited and lectured at the party schools. In August 1981, the party central organization department sent a team to the school to investigate three scholars. Chen Yun wrote a letter to the head of the academic military training at the school declaring that just as the Wampo military academy had turn out disciplined young military officers, so too he hoped that the party central party school would train disciplined party officials and not those who encourage criticisms of the party. When the questions of the new president of the Central Party schools arose in the 1981, Hu Yongpang supported the appointment of the Ning Jiangs, an enlightened, well-educated party officials who later became a party secretary of the Fujian provinces. Chen Yun, however, supported the appointment of the Wang Zins as the way to regain the permissiveness at the school. And progressive party members outraged of the possibility of a man who they regarded as a crude, rustic, and ill-informed about the wider world, leading some of the country's most enlightened scholars. Nevertheless, Deng Xiaoping approved the appointments and Wang Zins took over the Central Party in 1982. Upon resuming power at the schools, Wang immediately removed Feng this once and this were permitted to migrate to the United States, where he wrote about his dismissal in great details. Soon Yanjin was appointed to the faculty position at the lesser university, Shudu Teacher University, a move that Chen Yun supported. Sun once joked that he was thankful that Wang Xin sent him to the smallest university, not the largest elementary school, and Wu Zhang was transferred to the Chinese Academy of Social Science. Apart from the cleaning of facility, faculty who were considered too permissive, Wang Zhen played no role at the school. Instead, Chen Yun, who despite his political conservatism, believed in high education standards, arranged for Jiang Nangxing, a well-educated intellectual, to become the new de facto heads of the school. Jiang upheld the school intellectual standard while placing limits on the free expressions of ideas. Overall, the attack on faculty members and redirections of intellectuals were understood as indirect criticisms of the Huyang Banks, who had created the free air atmosphere in the first place. Wang Xin and Chen Yun also supported efforts to establish formal control over the propaganda department. Chen Yun had claimed that the leadership of the party would not survive if it not two things: economic work and propaganda works. Wang Xin and Chen Yun regarded Wang Zun, head of the propaganda department of this one, as sufficiently conservative, but did not prove to be ineffective leaders. On March this one, then Jiang Ping appointed this one to replace him. As much as Mao in 1975 had supported the Gang of Fours to keep strict ideological control while he allowed Deng to provide oral executive leadership. So in 1982, Deng assigned this one to hold in check criticisms of the parties while allowing this one to continue directing party activities. Though Deng Xiaoping was not concerned about maintaining ideological or orthodoxy per se, he was determined to avoid having permissiveness lead to the publication of articles and stories that disparaged the role of the party. Chen Yun's criticisms of Hua Yongbang. Another battlegrounds was over the flexibility that Hua Yongbang was granting the local officials. A struggle that came to head with the Chen Yong's attack on the husband in 1983. In January 1983, while Zhou Ziyang was 1 month long trip to 11 African countries, Hua Yongbang had assumed some of the Zhua's responsibilities as supervising the government. Hua's style, however, was much more free, wheeling than Zhua's. For instance, when who, aware of the shortage, traveled to the local areas that combined coals. He encouraged people to do all they could to increase the productions. He had not considered what would happen when the people turned to strip mining, causing great environmental damages. Nor did he anticipate that the private mines owner could often fail to take elementary safety precautions, leading to many mining accidents in the eyes of the caution planners. Hu Yongbang was an undisciplined populist who did not adequately consider the broader consequence of these actions and did not take seriously the national economic plans that they had been so carefully crafted. When Chen Yun heard reports of the Huo Yongbang's lack of reports for the economic plans, he was livid. On March 14, Chen reported his views of things. That the very next day, Chen called in this one, this of the leaderships. On March 17, 19 during a joint meeting of the standing committees of the political and the party secretaries, Zhuo Zhenzwing, without mentioning Huo Yongbang my name, uh, criticized harshly whose activities such which he argued had interfered with disciplined control of the economy. Despite the Zhuo's later protestations to the contrary, allies of the Hua were convinced that Zhou went far beyond what could be considered any necessary criticisms. The same March 817 meeting, Chen Yun made 10 points. The readjustment policy had been very successful, and without it, the economy would be in serious troubles. The year until 2000 should be divided into two 10-year periods, with first dedicated building and solid base, without which the economy would be in trouble. It is possible to temporarily use bank loans or the sale of the goals to make up for the budget deficit, but such deficits cannot be allowed to continue. One must take seriously the reports of the ministers and the commission that presents an overview of the economy. It is incorrect to say that 156 projects in first 5-year plan went astray. What gold reserves purchased in 1973-74 following a consultation with the Lakshmi were not excessive. The decision to purchase the gold purchase this gold made by Chen Yun earlier that year was later considered a very wise decision since gold greatly increased in value over the following decades. The Planning Commission must acquire capital from the various ministries and regions that would invest in high priority projects. Party secretary the party secretariats and state council must both supervise and discuss economic issues, but overall economic leadership should fall under the party's central finance and economic leadership small groups. The wild use of capital for investment funds to many projects must be curtailed. The party secretariats then under Hu Yabang may carry on research, but it may change its methods and show regards for the overall situations. Okay. As soon as Chen Yun concluded, Deng, visibly upset by Chen Yun's attack on Huabang, whom he then still supported, concluded the meeting, saying that from the then on, the party's central finance and economic leadership small group led by Zhou would be in charge of all economic works. Others should not interfere. So although Chen Yun's 10 points all concerns keeping the economy under control, the last several points constituted a powerful attack on Hua Yongbang and indirectly an attack on Deng's policy of trying to promote overly rapid growth. On the same day, Deng Liquin, without authorization, leaked the content of the genuine speech to the press. The next day, Deng Xiaoping called in Deng Liquin to criticize him for these violations of party disciplines, but the damage had been done. Hu Yangbang's authority in the party had been weakened to the extent that some officials wondered if Hu would remain in his post much longer. Other officials who worked with Hu Yangbang and his views about expanding freedoms of expression were furious at Deng influenced. Hu Yangpeng was in difficult position. The presence of more than one popo, mother-in-law, the senior woman running the whole household in Beijing, made it difficult for Hu to try and have real control over the party organs. Hu had gave directions, had formal powers, and with Deng supports, he still presided over meetings and gave direction on daily works. But he chooses to spend much of his time away from Beijing, traveling around the country to encourage local officials and trying to clear up obstacles to modernization. During his years in office, Hu visited a total of 107,703 counties, more than 80% of all counties in the country, and 173 of the nation's 183 prefectures. He is planned to visit the remaining 10 prefectures boarded when he was removed from the office in January 1987. Meanwhile, it was impossible to keep the heated differences between Chen Yun and Cheng from key members of their staff, and rumors of dissonance spread to the Hong Kong press. Deng could not have been pleased to have his chief assistant attack in such a devastating way that his authority for the carrying out his work was weakened, and Chen Yun, who had supported Hua Yongpeng's appointment as a secretary, could not have been pleased by Hong Kong's greater responsiveness to Deng and Deng's policies that tend to his own. But both party leaders knew that an open break would unleash powerful attacks from others, and which would be devastating to the party. So they refrained from going public with their feud. The attack on spiritual pollutions and the reactions. In early 1983, outspoken liberal theories were again promoting a philosophical perspective and expand the range of the intellectual freedoms, causing conservatives to worry about the authority of the Communist Party. It was, itself was being challenged for those who believe in the principle higher than loyalty to the challenge for those who believe in principle higher than loyalty to the party. In January 1983, Wang Ronxi, deputy editors of the People's Daily, wrote Socialist Humanisms means resolutely discarding that all-around dictatorships and cruel struggle in the 10-year period of internal disorders, doing away with the cult of personalities which defies an individual and belittles the people, upholding the principles of all that men are equal before the truths and the law, and that the citizen personal freedoms and dignities are inviolable. Soon after that, the party, at the Central Party School celebrations of the 100th anniversary of the Karl Marx's death on 7 March, Zhou Yang added his voice, arguing that alienation can exist only in the capitalist society, but even in socialist society, when officials use their power and there is a lack of democracy and the rule of law. Both Hu Yamin and Deng Liquid tried unsuccessfully to block Zhou Yan's speech on publication, but it was printed in the People's Daily on March 16 and had an enormous impact. The idea that humanism and alienation were a universal principle represented to Deng and other Chinese leaders a fundamental challenge to the ultimate authority of the party. Western notions of the transcendental, God that would criticize the earthly rulers were not part of a Chinese traditions. Then Xiaoping did not rush to this stop all discussion of humanisms and alienation, but by September 1983, he had concluded that those atmosphere had to be tightened. So he's asked Hu Yangbing to prepare a speech taking the tougher lines against those views that he labeled spiritual pollutions. Deng acknowledged that problems do exist in socialist society too, but he declared that according to Marxism, alienation refers to the feeling of workers when their labor is exploited for the benefit of the capitalists. So such a problem did not exist in socialist society. Deng's main target were those who were attacking the authority of the Communist Party. Deng Liquid had criticized Hu Yangbang for putting patriotism before the Communist Party, but Deng Xiaoping personally did not choose between the two. So Deng had expressed his own personal assessments. He might have said that over the span of centuries, patriotism will no longer lasting, but that at least many decades more than could replace the parties. It was absolutely essential to give full support to the party. Some young intellectuals who had suffered from the cultural revolutions, and then Xiaoping were now hiding out, engaging in clandestine activities and trying to settle accounts. Some who were filled with a certain scrupulous ambitions would have to be removed from the positions and expelled from the party. The underlying problem, party discipline, has been laxed so that the bad people should have been shielded. Deng's solution was the ideological workers should be educated people to assess the past correctly, to understand the present, and to have firm faith in socialism and the leadership by the party. Officials in Beijing were aware that Deng's comment, like those of the Chen Yun in March, contained implicit criticism of the Hu Yangbang, who had been pushing to expand the range of the freedom for intellectuals. On October 12, 1983, the second plenum of the 12th Central Committee, Deng Xiaoping expanded the criticisms into a nationwide political campaign against spiritual pollutions. Much as Deng felt reluctant to resort to a political campaign which could upset the pace of the work and antagonized all those threats with the criticism, he still found it difficult to curb spiritual pollution without a political campaign. There was the first political campaign to be launched since Deng had mounted the political search in 1978. Still, to avoid the extremes of the earlier political campaigns, he began by warning the ruthless methods used in the past, the oversimplified, one-sided, crude, excessive criticisms and merciless attack must not be repeated. Must never be repeated. Despite his warning, some officials assigned to carry out the campaigns invariably resorted to say intimidating attacks with which they were familiar. But some sympathetic officials tried to soften the criticisms. But when a group of ideas that there would be alienation of the socialism turn do harassment, key advisors in those rural areas asked the group if they knew the meaning of the alienations, but most confessed that they were not clear about it. Though asked how, then could they ever expect peasants to understand what alienation means? It is ridiculous to try to carry on such a campaign in the countryside. Wang Li too argued that the campaign would not be carried out in rural areas. Zhang Zheng pleaded that the campaign not be allowed in the interfere with the economy. Fang Yi argued that it should not be allowed to interfere with the scientific areas, and Yu Bin, then head of the political departments of the PLA, quickly stopped the campaign from reaching the army. This official succeeded in restraining the scope of the campaign after scarcely a month, then trying to balance the sense of a need to set limits on criticisms of a party with the widespread opposition to political campaigns allowed the campaigns to wind down. January 3rd, 1984, Hu Hongmi gave a lengthy authoritative statements and alienations that especially ended the campaigns, but left in place where the boundaries left making expressions in the minds of the many individuals. Deng Liquid was personally responsible for campaigns. As a result, he was placed on the defensive underwent as a self-criticism. He was accused of He was accused of initiating another anti-rightist campaigns. Then Hu deposed Dipu, elder sons of the Hu Yangping, and this one the elder son of the things were Deng Xiaoping. So like other intellectuals had intended, Deng Quinn made it clear that Deng Xiaoping made the decision to launch a campaign. His refusal to protect his leader was not soon forgotten. At Deng Xiaoping funeral some 15 years later, Deng Xiaoping made it clear that Deng Quinn would not be welcomed. Chou Yamin, under pressure from the outspoken intellectuals, later went so far as to the interior campaign was a mistake. Okay, indeed, Deng Liquins, realizing the struggle in against spiritual pollutions had not achieved its goals, told Ho Yamin a year later, on March 14, 1984, that the struggle against spiritual pollution will be long-lasting ones. Deng chose to be relatively lenient in December 1984 to 1985 to ease the burden on intellectuals who were still stunning by the aborted campaign. For instance, Wrong, a scholar admired by the many intellectual for his strong convictions and courage, was allowed to continue to write about humanism, and even after being attacked in January 1984, he published in Hong Kong a defense of his positions. He would not be purged from the party official till 1981. Other writers, when buoyed by Deng's legacy and leniency in curbing the campaign against the spiritual pollution, reached a new peak of confidence in the Fourth Congress of the Chinese Writers Association, held in December 29, 1981 to January 5, 1985. The organizers of the Congress had the courage not to invite Hu Yurlis or the Inspans, who were still directors of the propaganda department. At the Congress, Hu Yapang dutifully presented the official pointed out the view that limits on the free expression, but his attendance alone gave measures of the confidence of the participant. Conservatives predictably were outraged that he attended and failed to stout the outspoken criticism. The bold writers elected as the president of the Congress, someone who had been criticized by both Hua Yamin and this one's a leading novelist and writer. The famous investigative reporter is this a former writist and one of the most outspoken critics of the party treatments of intellectuals, was elected senior vice president. Liu used the forum to criticize those who had attacked him during the campaign against spiritual pollution. In assessing the overall importance of the meeting, the writer Zia Zan declared the Congress to be the writers' Zuni conference, just as Mao had achieved independence from the Soviet dominations at Zunia Rizwan in January 1955. January 1935. Okay, so two were Chinese writers breaking away and declaring their independence. Such statements infuriated the conservatives. Although many of those present at the writers' Congress was members of the Communist Party, Liu Denzwan Naipin, upon hearing of the gathering of his son-in-law, Zhu this one of PLA writers who had attended announced it as anti-party agreement meetings. Over this one too, were incensed by the rebellion period of the writers. Deng called the Congress a mess on January 2nd, 1985, while the conference was still in session. Then Xiaoping informed of development at the Congress. Someone who in the private talks following that talk with Deng Xiaoping gave a speech at the close of the Congress that was far more critical of the prevailing atmosphere than his earlier speech had been. So Deng Xiaoping was furious about the audacious challenge to party authority that occurred at the writers' office. From Deng's perspective, Hu Yangbang was earning the goodwill of the intellectual by being an overly permissive official who failed to enforce party discipline. Moreover, Hu Yangbang's permissiveness made it appear that Deng Xiaoping was an arbitrarily overly strict authoritarian. Meanwhile, in an effort to achieve some common goods between the conservatives and intellectual, Hu Yangbang assisted Hu Bang in writing for a speech of delivery at February 1985, March and February 8th. Party secretaries to a meeting devoted to the party's handling of the newspaper work. Although the speech was biased and basically conservative in the rough, Hu Yamin tried to balance the idea of the intellectuals with those of the conservative. He wrote that spiritual pollution should be opposed, but that the expression spiritual pollution should be rarely, if ever, used. Deng Xiaoping was reportedly upset at Hu Yangming's change of bones and for backing down from the placing limits on the challenges to the authority of the party. In March 1985, during this atmosphere of the greater freedoms, leading investigative journalist Liu Binya, who 3 decades earlier had been labeled as writers, published the second kind of the loyalty, in which he contrasted party members who automatically accept orders from higher party officials with the party members with a conscience who serve the ideal of the party. Louis Binyan's book hit a deep nerve among those who had agonized about whether to carry out party policy during the Great Leap and Cultural Revolution. It also had tremendous influence on characteristic Chinese youth who sought independence from the party. Deng also believed in the importance of the party discipline, regarded Liu's message as a challenge to the party leadership, and as a result, in 1987, he was expelled from the party. Yet, unlike Mao, Deng was not vindictive. In 1988, he allowed both Liu, this one, and this one to go abroad. In addition, Deng Xiaoping, fully aware of how much Deng Liquin had done to alienate intellectuals, had him removed as head of the propaganda department in early July 1985. He was replaced by Zhu Hongzhu, who had until then been a provincial party secretary in his home province of this one. Even though Zhu Yin did not have full control over the propaganda department because there were still many conservatives there, in his appointments were a great victory for those who sought more freedoms. Officials familiar with the propaganda department commented that usually when a person becomes the head of the department. He becomes conservative because his job is to maintain party orthodoxy. But there was one exception. Zhu, with this one, Zhu new approach which he publicizes the three relaxations: more permissive, tolerant, and magnanimous, and encourage those party members who wish to express varying opinions. Although Zhu with this one has suffered before and during the cultural revolutions because of his success in developing the backward province of the Guzans, he had been selected as a promising provincial official to attend the second-year-long class at Central Party School after it reopened in 1987 under the direction of the Huang Central Party Electoral Spend Response. Okay. Hu Jintao would become the top leaders of China in 2002. In his new position in Beijing, Zhu supported the appointments of the Wang Min, a well-known, open-minded, creative writers as the Minister of Culture. Deng, Liquin, and other conservative theorists believed that Zhu Hanzi was creating an even larger mess by granting more freedoms to the people like Fang Zinsai, Wang, this one. They feared that the end of the result would be chaos. The outspoken intellectuals, meanwhile, were as pleased and enthusiastic with Zhu's effort as Deng as this one struggle freedom to people like this one. The end result would be chaos. Outspoken intellectual, meanwhile, were pleased as enthusiastic with this one, separate as Ding had his well mates. Deng Xiaoping continued to attempt the almost impossible task of curbing criticisms of the party without thoroughly alienating intellectuals. At the National Party Representative Conference held September 18 to 23, 1985, Deng compared the positive strength of socialism with the bourgeois selfishness. He said that by preserving communities' ownership of the rural lands and state ownership of the enterprises, China could eliminate the greed, the corruption, injustice that are inherent in capitalism and other forms of exploitations. We must firmly oppose any propaganda in favor of the bourgeois liberalization, that is, in favor of the capitalist road, but he still tried to prevent all out attack on intellectuals. He stated, we should follow the policy of letting 100 flowers bloom and uphold the freedoms guaranteed by the constitutions and the laws of the state. With regard to erroneous ideological tendency, we should follow the policy of persuasions and educations and refrain from political movement and mass criticism. Okay, so page number, it's 568. Preparing for succession, 1985. So by the 1985, then endeavoring to settle this issue of the high-level succession, the party has been dragging on for some time. Proposed holding the 13th Party Congress in 1985 instead of waiting until the 1987 scheduled dates, when others strongly objected to altering the regular schedule of the party Congress. Then instead of convene a special National Party Representative Conference from September 18 to 23, 1985, which enabled the party to announce key retirements and appointments of the potential successor. With 992 officials in attendance, the conference was almost as large as the party Congress because the conference did not have the formal authority to select the members of the central committees. The fourth plenum was held on September 16, just before the start of the conference, to accept his resignations. On September 24, immediately after the closing of the conference, the fifth plenum officially announced the new appointments. The issue of the Deng succession was not discussed publicly, but it was already in the air on May 10, 4 months before the party Congress, when Hu Yangpeng was interviewed by Lu Ying, a former rightist who had become a deputy editor of the Hong Kong semi-monthly The Masses. After the interview appeared, Deng asked Jiangxi to convey Deng's displeasures to Hou Ying. Deng complained to Zhuangxing that Hu was trying to appear as if he were an enlightened leader. Moreover, when Lu King has asked Hu Yangping, well, Deng is still healthy, and why doesn't he simply pass on the leadership of a central military commissions to you, instead of completely quashing any implication that he was thinking of taking over from Deng, the key position that would make him the leader of the third generation, who had responded that Deng could solve military issues with one phrase, whereas for it would take 5 phrases. Deng had let Hu Yangpeng know that he was thinking of retiring, but he did not want others pushing him to retire. He would retire at his own pace. He knew that Hu Yangpeng had lost the supports of Chen Yunst and other conservatives for being too spontaneous without giving full consideration to balanced overall plannings. In their view, Hu was winning the favor of the intellectuals by being overly permissive and leaving the task of constraining their brothers. He was derided within the private by his adversaries as a cricket, a small white tail, willy tail, rail thins and constantly jumping around, whose supporters had thought that Hu might indeed be appointed head of the CMC with the National Party Representative Conference, but Hu did not receive the appointments. As Deng later told the Youngstings, if I made an error, the error is in misjudging Hu Yangpeng. Although there was no explicit discussions of succession at the National Party Representative Conference, it appeared to many attendees that Deng had decided by then that Zhou Ziyang, 15 years his junior, compared to Hu was 11 years his junior, was the leading candidate. Zhou had done well with the urban economic reforms. He has not alienated the conservative leaders, and he had the poise of a leader. It is rare for Deng to praise other officials publicly, but when he met with several writers at the National Party Representative Conference, Deng openly praised Zhou Ziyang, especially his support of the 4 cardinal principles. At the fourth plenum preceding the National Conference, a total of some 64 senior full and alternate members of the central committees, roughly 1/5 of the total memberships, including 9 members of the Poli Bourbon announced their retirements. One of the 64, 61 were over 67 years of age. 67 years of age. One was Marshal Z. Yi and the members of the standing committee of the Politburo, because no replacements are named. Standing committee membership was reduced from 6 to 5, leaving Deng, Chen Yun, Li Xiang, Hu Yang, and this one, Zhou Yang. In choosing new official for high position, two considerations were age and education level. The process of selection was conducted with a great care by the Politburo and the party secretaries over the several months, beginning in the May 1985. Of the 64 new members of the central committees, 76% were colleague graduates, and the average age was just over 50. And the Politburo had in effect replaced senior officials with the younger, better educated followers. Yao Yin was close to Chen Yun, Hu Yanli to Hu Yangbang, thanking the distance achieved this and applying to his adopted mother, Teng Qing. Among the younger new senior officials were Li Peng, then 57 years old, and Hu Yongli, then 58, who were considered potential candidates for Premier and General Secretary, respectively. Li Peng, trained in hydraulic engineering, did become acting Premier in November 1987 and full Premier in March 1998. Hu Li, trained in physics at Peking Universities and successful first party secretarist in Tianjin from 1980 to 82, was brought back to Beijing to be directors of the party general office and party secretarist of the secretariat. Was fluent in English and very cosmopolitan. After graduating in 1951, he had served for 5 years at the Communist Youth League party secretary at the Peking University, and beginning in 1977 as deputy party secretary at the Tsinghua University, which had just reopened. Among the younger officials selected as the alternate members of the Politburo were Jian Ziming and Hu Jintao. After 1985, they could attend Politburo meetings, and assuming they continue to be deemed promising and made serious mistake, they would be candidates for even higher positions at a later time. Then urged the new members of the central committees and other new leaders to study the spirit of the senior officials who had built the party, united the countries, and were now working hard for modernizations. He asked them to serve the Chinese people, to speak only the truth, to work realistically, to draw a sharp line separating public and private interest, to read Marxist theories, and to study changing circumstances and adapt accordingly. And in fact, the new leaders became apprenticed to the senior leaders to be cultivated and tested for potential advancements to high positions. To one person who almost lost out at the time was Deng Lingpin, whom intellectual blame for campaign against spiritual pollution. Although some acknowledge that Deng Xiaoping was ultimately responsible, shortly after the National Party Representative Conference, Deng Xiaoping noticed distributed on September 28, 1985, announcing that Deng Liquin would no longer head the research office at the party secretariat. The assumption among politically astute intellectuals was that he was being held responsible for the unpopular political campaigns. Ordinarily, it was expected that the Politburo Standing Committee members would have been notified before such a move. In this case, they were not, but within half an hour after the notice was distributed, it was rescinded, presumably by Chen Yun. In fact, it would be 2 years before the new research office was finally abolished. Meanwhile, Deng Liquin had been in office. Political reform 1986 to 87. On June 10, 1986, at a meeting with Zhuo Ziyang, Yung Ying, Wang Li, and others, Deng spoke of the three major issues to deal with: agriculture, foreign currency, and political reforms. It was the first time he talked about political reforms since 1980s. Deng said, early 1980s, it was suggested that we reform the political structure, but no concrete measures to do were worked out. But now it is the time for us to place a political reform on the agenda. Otherwise, organizational overlapping, overstaffing, bureaucraticism, sluggishness, endless disputes over trifles, and the repositions of the powers devolved into lower levels will retard economic restructuring and economic growth. He added that the numbers of official organizations and personnel had to be reduced so as to decrease the heavy burdens on the state budget. At last, the time seemed right. The Bashan-Lun Conference of 1985 had marked the end of the basic duty of the economic system reforms, and some changes in the political system was needed to mesh with the new economic system. In 1980s, Deng and his fellow official had been worried about the risk of demonstration like the sweeping Eastern European. In 1986, they were worried about the new wave of democratic demonstration in Asian countries following the People Power movement that had driven out President Marcos earlier that year and had led Chiang Ching going to announce the 3 months prior to Deng's meeting in June that he was undertaking a study of the political reforms. Was it not wise to show the public at home and the abroad that the mainland was just as open as Taiwan? Dealing with the protest thing, like other Chinese communist leaders tried to maintain tight control over the while alleviating the cause of the complaints. As the news of the demonstration spread abroad, Deng continued to explain to the Chinese people and public that the socialist system of public ownership was superior to bourgeois democracy. He pointed to a capitalist exploitation of the workers and to difficulties of making timely decisions in countries where there was a separation of powers among the executive, legislative, and judicial branches. But Deng also was determined to stay ahead of the popular movements. movements by introducing timely politician reforms. He therefore directed that the China undertake serious study of the political system to determine which system to endure for the long term, which system collapsed and why. It was logical to select as head of the study groups for political system reforms a person who would have a major role in implementing future political reforms. If Wu Yongbong were to be Deng's successor, he would have been the legal choice to lead the study group. But by May 1986, Deng had already told Ho Yangpeng that he would step down as the chairman of the CMC after the 13th Party Congress to be held on the fall of 1987. When Ho Yongpong responded as expected, saying he would step down as the general secretary, Deng told Ho he could continue working but in a lesser role. Deng explained that it was too early to determine whether who might be the chairman of the CMC or a chairman of the state. By then, Zhou Ziyang had already been assigned overall responsibility for preparing the documents for the 13th Party Congress, and many anticipated that there was a good chance that during the Congress he would become the top leaders for the daily work of the party. In September 1986, when Deng gave Zhou the responsibility to study reforms, the assumption was that he might well be given responsibility to implement it in the future. The selection of Zhou was also appropriate because with his think tanks he had already managed research into various economic systems. Zhuo's experience in guiding the study of the economic reforms made it appropriate for him to consider the political reforms needed to gear in with economic changes. June 28, 1986, at a meeting of the standing committees of the Politburo, Deng directed that in preparation for the 30th Congress, Party Congress to be held in a year later, the party secretaries should draw up a plan for a year-long study of the political reforms, traditional reforms, and then suggested a program for actions. Without political reforms, he cautions, economic reforms cannot succeed. His staff was to prepare initial drafts of documents by July 1987 to be discussed at the 7th plenum that would meet in August or September. That way, the final draft could be announced at the 30th Party Congress. In setting the stage for the study of the political reforms, Deng stressed that desirability of separating the function of the party from those of the government and an idea that he has supported as early as 1941. Indeed, the overlapping system in place had emerged by the 1950s as of dealing with the reality that some high government officials who remained after the communist takeover were not members of the party. In essence, a communist party unit had been established in each major government unit to ensure party controls by the 1980s. However, virtually all government officials in important positions were party members, so many felt it was no longer necessary to have party suspension supervisions. Moreover, many observed that the extra layer of party supervision made it virtually impossible for the heads of the ministry of the or the province to coordinate in a responsive, flexible with the activities of the respective active units. Clearly, it was time to streamline the political system. In the mid-September 1986, then at Deng's direction, Zhou Ziyang set up the Central Committee small groups on the political system reforms. With Huo Yuling, Tang as members, the group was given a staff and an office named the Political Reform Office, and Zhou wrote letters to Political Standing Committee members Deng, Chen Yun, Lia Zhang, and this one's with the proposed list of members. In his letters, in accordance with Deng and directive, Zhou laid out the goals of political reforms to contribute to modernizations and long-term stability. Both Wongs, who had proved to be an able assistant ever since 1980s when he had been assigned with the organization department to work for Zhou, was named head of the office. Although Deng had presented a relatively narrow focus for what he wanted from political reforms, he gave Xiao Ziyang a broad mandate to study different political systems and to listen to diverse groups of experts within China. Hu Yongbong, a former People's Daily writer who became one of the staff members in this group, later wrote his PhD thesis at the Princeton on the political reforms efforts in China in 1986-87. Says noted the differences of the emphasis between Deng's and Zhao's views of political reforms. Deng wanted to achieve efficient administration with highly motivated staff members, whereas Zhou was willing to consider a broader reduction in the party's roles in economic and social units. Yet even Deng's narrower focus required that those studying political reform may be considered in a ways to raise the morale of the staff members and as the members of the groups to explore these issues. They inevitably considered mechanisms to ensure that underlying could express their views. But between November 1986 to 1987, the group organized over 30 symposia with various officials and experts. Although the final draft of its report required approval by Deng, Zhou Ziyang and Bao Tongs could select their specialists to participate in the meeting. They chose experts who were knowledgeable about political reforms in the Eastern European countries, to Western political histories, and the Chinese political structure before and after 1949. So the group examined the role of the party, the government, the National People's Congress, and they heard the views of the local official dealing with the various issues in the localities. The group cable Chinese embassies around the world to collect information on the other political system and the new China new agencies and the various communist organizations in Hong Kong assisted in collecting information on our political practices throughout the world. Although many foreign experts earlier had been invited to discuss economic system reforms, none were asked to discuss the sensitive issues of political reform. Among the speakers of the symposia, there were differing versions of what political reforms might entail. The term naturally attracted hopefully intellectuals and students who followed things called to review broad issues about political systems, even if they took care to reiterate the thing's emphasis on efficiency. Intellectuals like Yan Jiangqi, head of the Institute of the Political Science at the CAST, raised questions far beyond efficient administrations. Baotong was careful to quote Deng when he made public statements in order to show he was acting within his mandates, but it became clear that both Baotong and Zhou Zishan believed strongly that the party should withdraw from its close supervisions of the government's business and academic institution. In fact, they argued by doing so, the party could even exert even stronger overall leadership, just as the government could guide the economy indirectly by macro economic control. So the party could withdraw from daily administrations and still provide overall guidance. In January 1987, after the student demonstrations were curtailed, Huyang Bong fell and the campaign against bourgeois liberalizations began. Beijing's political atmosphere turned more conservative. Zhou responded to the chill in the air by inviting Hu Xiaoping and this one to the meeting of the small groups on political reforms, system reforms, thus ensuring that the Orthodox Chinese members would have their views well represented in the discussion. The new atmosphere constraints but did not stop the discussions on political reforms. On February 4, 1987, Zhou Ziyang proposed expanding the independent role of the trade unions to give them more leeway in presenting the interests of the workers. In even Bo Yangbo, who remember the period before and immediately after 1949, when labor unions had been encouraged to assume more power in order to restrain capitalist trends, could foresee a future in which the party would turn again to independent units to constrain entrepreneurs in the new free market economy. Researchers also discussed the possibility of encouraging the MPC to change from their body that issues rubber stamps to one that held meaningful discussions representing different views. In his talk with the President Bolivia of the Cameroon in March 1987, Deng said a political system was sound if it contributed to political stability, national unity, and high living standards, and the continued development of the political forces. There was no mention of the expanding freedoms or seeking to hear the voices of the public. Yet, when he met Zhou Ziyang on April 28, 1987, Deng made it clear that despite the ongoing attack on bourgeois liberalization, but he wanted to continue considering political reforms. Zhou concerns about the tighter political atmosphere requests that Deng permit the reprinting of Deng's speech from August 1980s, which showed his support for political reforms, and Deng agreed. When he read Zhuo's semi-final draft of his political report for the forthcoming party congress, Deng was more specific in rejecting the broader demands for freedoms as advocated by the intellectuals. The main goal of our reform is to guarantee the efficiency of the executive organs without too much and too many without too many other interference. Do not yield to the feeling of for democracy. Democracy is only a means to an end. Democracy is only a means to an end. Democracy should be talked about in connection with the legalities. Only through the laws we will have a stable environment. To the hopes of many intellectuals in the late 1960s, 86, that they could make a real breakthrough in changing the political systems were not to be realized in 1987. Says after reviewing Deng's comments, Rajowa gave a speech on May 13 on a plan for the 13th Congress Party. He remarks signaled the end of the campaign against bourgeois liberalizations and made it clear to the party Congress that include a proposal for political reform, but at least for the party and timing for the politician reforms do not include the steps to expand democratic parties. The student movement and the fall of the Huo Yangpeng. In the spring of 1986, Chinese television's footage of the People's Power demonstration in the Philippines that drove the corrupt President Marcos and his wife Imelda from office and ignited student demonstration all over East Asia were fueling student protests in China as well. In early 1980s, there were 3.5 million television sets in China, but by the beginning of 1985, with the explosion of television productions, there were over 40 million. In 1986, Chinese TV viewers were aware of developments both within and outside the China, including the news that in Taiwan in September 1986, Chiang Kai had allowed the legal existence of an opposition party. The effect of the foreign students' movement at Taiwan elections was electric. Chinese students began calling for people power and for Western-style democracy. The 1986 demonstrations were the first large student demonstration in China since April 1976, when the students had taken to the streets to honor the Zhou Enlai and support Deng Xiaoping. On May 29, 1987, some weeks after these Chinese students' demonstrations subsided, Zhou Ziyang explained to Singapore's Deputy Prime Minister Goh Chok Tong that when China opened up, its students who had had no previous contact with the outside world could not judge what was good or bad. When they saw that the United States and Japan were more advanced, some came to the wrong conclusions, advocating total westernization for China, without understanding that this is not possible in China, where the conditions were so different. So Zhao admitted that it was not surprising some students had come to this conclusion because the socialist system before 1978 did have its failure. But Zhou blamed the loosening of the party control over the demonstration. He did not mention the name of the official who was considered responsible for this loosening, Hu Yangpeng. Throughout the 20th century, most Chinese students' movement had begun in Beijing in 1986. However, it began in universities in Anhuai's capital, Hefei, and nearby Nanjing and Shanghai. That is, wherever the internationally famous astrophysicist Fang is like vice president of the University of Science and Technology in Hefei. Spoke Fang was a dynamic, powerful speaker who energized the crowds whenever he appeared. Whenever he appeared, with his radical message. For example, at Zhongji University in Shanghai on November 18, 1986, Fang Lizhi said, "Not a single socialist country has succeeded since the end of the World War II." It is true. There is a North Korea failed society or a country in terms of efficiencies. There's a East Germany, but now people fled to the West Germany. Now it's entire Germany. There is even the Korea. Yeah, I think I've talked about the Korea. Yeah. So and yeah, entire Soviet Union broke up, right? So yeah, a vice president of university. Okay, this one's not a single socialist country has succeeded since the end of the World War II. Even India, it's right now turning into capitalist. He continued, stating that the current Chinese government was a modern form of feudalism. He continued, stating that current Chinese government was a modern form of feudalism. He described to the audience how European scientists in the Middle Ages had courageously broken loose from the bounds of the dogmatic traditions. He ridiculed Mao for praising the wisdoms of the uneducated, and he berated Hu Yangwang, saying whose comment would be welcome if he understood astrophysics. Otherwise, he should refrain from speaking out. At a public meeting in Anhui, former Anhui Party Secretary Wang Li, one of the most liberals of the top leaders, tried to curb Fang Zizai, saying he had already granted Fang Zi enough democracy. But Fang Lizai fired back that Wang Li had not been chosen to be the vice premier of the people, so he had no right to decide how much democracy to allow. It would have been easy for the party to crack down early on. Fang Lizun had been an ordinary intellectual, but Fang was a brilliant scientist who had become an exemplar of the kind of intellectual China was attempting to cultivate. Fang had entered the physics department in Peking University at the age 16 and became the youngest full professor in China. In the late summer 1986, he had just returned from spending several months as a scholar at the Princeton Institute of Advanced Studies. Everywhere Fang Zi appeared, he attracted enthusiastic followers. He was not yet the era of the internet, but but listeners sent tapes and transcript of their speeches to the friends elsewhere. On December 4, 1986, after his speech at the University of Science and Technology, student demonstration exploded in numbers and scale. In a sessions, Hu Yangpeng, chair of the party secretaries on December 8, who made an effort to mollify the students, admitting that the condition in universities needed improvement. An admission that conservatives later criticized as being too soft on demonstration. The next day, on the anniversary of the December 9, 1935, a patriotic student demonstration, students took to the street in Wuhan, Jian, and Jeffy when coverage of the demonstrations was blocked on Chinese television. Student listened to the Voice of America and the BBC, which broadcast the news. When launching his four modernization, Deng had warned that some would get rich fast. But in the view of the most student, the people getting rich first were the least deserving, greedy individual entrepreneurs and corrupt officials, not the morally upright government employees working in the national interest. After years of study, hard study, students often lived in a poor conditions in a crowded aid to a small room. Able students who had sacrificed for years to become among the very small percentage to pass examination into the good schools were outraged. The students of the high officials received better opportunities that the children of high officials received better opportunities and lived in a grandeur style because of their connections. Furthermore, the university graduates were then not yet free to choose jobs. They were assigned jobs by the state based in part on reports compiled by the political guides who lived with the students. Many students felt that they had no choice but to ingratiate themselves to these political guides, who often appear to them to be arbitrary, arrogant, and poorly educated. After Fang Lizhi lit this spark to a rose, student demonstrations spread to Beijing and some 150 other cities. Local leaders were held responsible for keeping the movement under control. On December 18, when the demonstration expanded in Shanghai, Mayor Jiang Xinzi appeared before a mass audience. As he began speaking, some students heckled him and others remained inattentive. So he stopped speaking and asked some of them to come to the podium to express their views. After numbers of students responded, Jiang said that the student did not fully understand the differences between the West and China, and what they had heard about democracy came on from translation. They should learn from what democracy detected from the sources. He then proceeded to recite by memory the Gettysburg Address in English. Okay, Gettysburg. a feat that impressed many of the students. Over the next few days, as students busy themselves with examinations in Shanghai, municipal authorities decreed that all the public demonstrations required permits. The student demonstration in Shanghai, tapered off without incidents. Jiang Zemin won high marks from top leaders in Beijing who admired his ability to end the democratic demonstration without conflict. On December 27, Deng Lingpin, Wang Xin, this was summoned to Deng's home to report to the student movement. The situation they reported was very serious for Deng and other party elders to believe that Hu Yangpeng had serious weaknesses. His inability to control the students' movement was the last straw. In Deng's view, it was the best to act immediately, both on the students' movement and on Hong Kong leadership. Deng had not waited until the 12th Party Congress to push aside Ho Yangfeng, and now he chose not to wait until 13th Party Congress to push aside Ho Yangfeng. Deng was aware that pushing Ho aside would create problems because of his whose widespread public support. His dismissal would raise questions about Deng's wisdom in originally choosing Hu. Just as Mao's split with Lin Biao had caused some doubts to Mao's judgment for trusting Lin Biao so deeply in the first place, Deng also knew that no one could surpass Hu in his dedication to reform and his ability to inspire enthusiastic supporting among the intellectuals and organizers. Deng had been considering removing Hu Yangpeng at least since May 1986 when he had asked Deng Liquin his views on Hu and Zhou, saying, what could Deng not foresee, however, was the turmoil that Hu's dismissal would cause after Hu's death just 2 years later. Oh, time and scared, okay. On December 30, 1986, Deng summoned Hu Yangpeng, Zhou Ziyang, Wang Li, this and others, and announced them that it was necessary to end the permissiveness trend towards the student movement. He told them, when a disturbance breaks out in a place, it is because the leader therein take a firm, clear-cut stand. It is essential to adhere firmly to the four cardinal principles. He otherwise bourgeois liberalizations will spread unchecked. Hu Yangpeng, aware that he was being held responsible for this lack of a clear-cut stance, knew that it was time to submit his resignations. Deng went on to criticize Fang Lizia. I have just read Fang Zia's speeches. He doesn't sound like a Communist Party member at all. He should be expelled. In developing our democracy, we cannot simply copy a bourgeois democracy. People in the power in the United States actually have three governments. The people in three governments often pull in different directions. That makes trouble. We can not have such a system. The struggle against bourgeois liberalizations will last for at least 20 years. Democracy can develop only gradually, and we cannot copy Western systems. Bourgeois liberalization means rejection of the party leaderships. There would be no centers around which to unite our 1 billion people. On January 19, I think even that is true, right? Because country as big as China and India, you cannot directly follow. China still can because they don't. Most of the more 90 to 95% of the entire population is the same ethnicity, right? Same religion, mostly same religion, same ethnicity. But country like India, I think it has to be a dictatorship. Otherwise, it's not possible. But still, I don't know how they did it. But yeah, kudos to them. On Jan 1st, 1987, People's Daily editorial stressed the importance of the four cardinal speech and attacked bourgeois liberalizations, thus preparing the public for the criticisms of the Hu Yangpeng failures on both counts. The next day, on January 2nd, Hu Yangpeng formally submitted his resignations as a general secretary. Then Xiaoping contacted Zhou Ziyang, this, and senior leaders. They agreed to accept his resignation. Deng then named them to a committee that it would lead the planning for the 13th Congress and told them to organize immediately a party-like meeting. In effect, closed-door struggle sessions for January 8 before Hu Yangpeng was to be criticized openly. Supporters of the Hu Yangpeng later complained that the using party-like meeting to criticize Hu violated regular party procedures because the dismissal of such a high-level person required approval first by the Politburo and then by plenums of the central committees and then finally by a party congress. Deng chooses instead to let the party-like meetings build the case against Hu, presenting it to an enlarged meeting of the Politburo. From 1802 to 86, the first documents of each year from the party secretaries was devoted to agriculture, but the document number 1 released in January 6, 1987, to all the party members instead, summarized the key point in the Xiaoping directives from the student demonstration. Deng said that the struggle against bourgeois liberalization was critical to the future of the country and that the people must take a firm stand. Those who refused to respond to educations would be dealt with severely. Within 8 days, the demonstrations came to halt with no reports of any deaths. On January 6, Deng also met with Hu Yangpeng to break in the news that party-like meetings were being held to criticize him. In organizing the meetings, Deng had directed party officials to use the soft treatments. The case against Hu Yangpeng, Deng said, was not as serious as to warrant characterization as it is a struggle between the two lines of thoughts or as an attack on factionalisms. and the meeting should not be as an occasion for personal vilifications. Yet, given Hu Yangpeng's widespread following among high-level Liberal Party officials, local officials, and intellectuals, they believe that to counter whom whose considerable influence are detailed well. Official when Bu Yangbin heard him say that his face reddened, and he said, "So you want us all to die soonest?" Who this one politely responded that he hoped that he would continue on. Wang Zi, not known for his hiding his feeling, was in effect speaking for the other officials when in others incidents they exploded at Oyangbong for preparing for the retirements of the senior officials. At 30th Party Congress held on October 25 to November 1, 1987, Deng gave up all his party and government positions, resigning from the central committees, the Politburo and his standing committee. He retained a position, his position as the chairman of the CMC and as the chairman of the State Military Commission. So other senior leaders had no choice but to retire from their official position as well. Chen Yun was allowed to replace Deng as the head of the CMC, and responsibility for frontline leadership was passed to Zhou Ziyang. The 13th Party Congress was Zhou's Congress. Deng knew that for a successor to exercise effective leadership, he needed a considerable room to maneuver. Unless Deng judged that there was an emergency, Zhou would be in charge. After removing Hu Yangpeng, he then gave Zhou a relatively free hands to plan for and later lead the 30th Party Congress. Zhou's speech on May 13 marked not only the end of the campaign against bourgeois liberalization, but also the beginning of Zhou's leadership during the half year of the concentrated planning for the Congress. To prepare the Western public for the changes on September 25, 1987, Zhou made himself available for interviews with the US anchorman Tom Bravo that showed Zhou in the spotlight and comfortable with his new position as the front-line leaders of the China, a promotion that was to be formalized at the party congress the following month. Although Zhou was in charge, he operated within the parameters that Deng had established. He supported the four cardinal principles and opposed bourgeois liberalization. He expressed a commitment to further opening to the outside and to economic reforms. Deng had long supported sharper separation of the powers between the party and the governments, and Zhou towed this line. Even so, Zhou was given considerable leeway, since Deng and even Chen Yun understood that under the Zhou's leadership, the economy and the political system would continue to evolve. On May 29, 1987, 2 weeks after Zhou was given the green light, he told Singapore Deputy Prime Minister Goh Chok Tong that he was preparing an outline for political reforms and to be presented at the 30th Party Congress was with the long-term goals, building socialism to the high degree of democracy. That process, Zhou admitted, would require political stability and would take a long time to accomplish. The the changes would be introduced step by step and province by province. And Zhou said that in the future the party would not interfere with the government affairs, and then that within the party there would be high degree of democracy. To take account of the opinion at various levels, the documents went through 8 drafts on September 27. After reviewing the documents, then determined not to micromanage and simply said, "I read it, I have no objection, it was well written." Under Zhou's direction, it was presented to the 30th Party Congress under the banners building and institutionalizing socialist democracy politics. On the eve of the Congress, Deng made a brief statement showing that he fully supported it. Like Deng, Zhou sought to avoid contentious document. The Congress document supported continued reforms and opening while avoiding concrete details that might arouse controversy. Zhou chooses as his theme the principle, the primary stage of socialism. The first time is this concept introduced at a large party gathering. It had the virtue of allowing ideology to cling to the main mantra that China would eventually move to socialism, while allowing those who believed in the market the freedom to do what was needed to develop productive forces. When asked how long the primary stages would last, so I said it will be at least 100 years before socialist modernization will have been in the main accomplished. In effect, Zhou postponed the higher stage of socialism indefinitely. He put a stop to those who hoped that after a brief consolidations, the party would gain again advances toward a higher stage of socialism. At Party Congress, the new term for the economic system, a planned market economy, reflected the growing importance of market in contrast to earlier party documents that declared planning to be primary. The state was to regulate. I mean, if you're a prime minister, if you're a president of such thing, then you have to handle a lot of things, man. The state was to regulate the market, and the market was to guide to enterprises. The role of detailed mandatory planning would continue to decline. Market would be developed in labor, service, technology, information, and real estate. The long-range goal, Zhou said, was to build a socialist political system with a high degree of democracy and a complete set of laws, a system that is effective and full of vitality. The report provides a direction for the continued reforms. 1. Party and government roles would be kept separate, and the party would play a smaller role in guiding government affairs. The party committee at any given level would no longer designate a full-time secretaries to hold no government positions and merely supervises the government work. More power should would be delegated to the lower levels. In government units, responsibilities would be specified and overlapping reduced. Promotion, demotions, rewards, and punishment would be based on performance, and the right to training. I mean, that's a significant improvement. And rights to training, wages, welfare, and retirements would be guaranteed by the law. On issues of relevance to the local population, the government would consult with local authorities and inform the public of results. To strengthen the socialist democracy, various organizations for women, labor, and other groups would be encouraged as a way of presenting the views of their constituencies. The autonomy of a minority nationalities would be enhanced, and the great efforts would be made to train officials from among them. The socialist legal system would be strengthened. The Congress also approved some procedural changes in order to stay better informed. The Central Committee would hold plenums twice a year instead of once a year. Key decisions at Politburo meetings would be reported by the media rather than kept secret. Party organization would be reduced in factories, school, hospital, and the firms, allowing this local organization to have a greater leeway in making decisions about their own operations. In the months prior to the Congress, Zoa had overall responsibility for personal changes, but in fact, the senior officials still played an important role in selection. The new members of the standing committee, Zoa, Li, and this, and were not extremist. Yua Yanlin, who was widely recognized as a very able administrator, was strongly supported by the Chen Yunst, but Hu Yunli and this one firmly backed reforms, thus assuring Azua of a majority of the reformers on the standing committee. Like the National Party Representative Conference 2 years earlier, the selection criteria and emphasized educational achievements and successful leadership experience and relative youth. After the personal changes, the average age of Politburo members has dropped by 5 years. For the first time in party history, more candidates for the committee were listed than was selected, thus weeding out the least popular candidates and ensuring that all those selected in the voting had at least minimum level of support from the other members. In the first rounds of the voting at the Congress, 10 more candidates for the Central Committee were listed. Then there were available slots, and 10 receiving least numbers of the votes therefore did not become members. Deng Liquin was one of the 10 not selected. This represented a thorough rebuff to Deng Liquin and reflected widespread sympathy for Ho Yangfeng. Deng this one of the Central Committees and his main units work. His main work unit, the research office under the Secretary of Police. Zhou, unlike this one, would escape being hounded by the country's most persistent conservative watchdog. The 30th Party Congress avoided a sharp split between the conservative who feared changes and reformers to traded stagnation. The two most controversial officials were the Rasta opposition as representative of the opposite poles. General Secretary Hu Yangpeng and his critic Deng Lingmin had been removed, making it easier for centrists to pull together a coalition for continued market reforms and modest advances in political system. In effect, the goalpost for the debates between the conservatives and reformers had been moved in the years prior to the reformers and towards more openness, more freedom of expressions, and more market reforms. And Zhou managed at the 13th Party Congress to move them against. And even though the struggle continued, Deng Xiaoping had successfully pushed aside Ho Yangfeng, whom he regarded as too permissive, without destroying any party unity at the top. He had reasons to hope that, as he stepped down, Zhou Ziyang, who adhered to the Deng's four cardinal principles and was advancing to Deng's economic and political agendas, would be effective in guiding the China to the next stage of reforms. Challenges to the Deng's era, 1989 to 1992. So, Beijing Spring, April 15 to May 14, 1989. Beijing Spring. Okay, it's called Spring. From 15th April to June 4. From April 15 to June 4, 1989, as the whole world watched in fascination, hundreds of thousands of young Chinese took to the streets of Beijing and other Chinese cities. In early days, after Hu Yongbong and untimely death on April 15, the demonstrations were mostly innocent youth seeking to pay their respect to the departed heroes and to the democracy that he had supported. When they first started gathering, they expressed respect for the Communist Party and paraded in an orderly fashion so that they would not disturb the traffic. Initially, they had no political agenda. Okay. As the demonstration grew largest and demands became louder and more radical in content, however, tensions between the demonstrators and the authorities escalated. The clashes culminated on June 4, 1989, when troops restored orders by shooting unarmed civilians on the streets of the Beijing. Deng was then 84 years old, and he did not come out to the streets to meet the demonstrators, the students, nor did he manage the daily details of the party responses. But behind the scenes, he remained focused on the unfolding dramast and was the ultimate decision maker. He had little sympathy with the demonstrators who had benefited from the reforms and opponent that he had helped to create and form the political stability that underpinned the economic growth. That stability they are now threatening. Deng sought to avoid in China what was occurring in the Eastern Europe as political leaders were yielding to citizens' demands and losing control. Initially, Deng tried to avoid bloodsheds, which he knew would inflame the demonstrators. But from the beginning, he believed that the firmness was required. And after Huo Yongbong's funeral, he became more directly involved in the supervising the party's response to the demonstrators. He was prepared to ensure that officials carried out whatever his steps in considered necessary to restore orders. Before June 4, no one party leaders, intellectual student leaders proved able to stop the mounting chaos. Party leaders efforting to gain control were frustrated divisives in their own leadership. Disagreements amount how much freedom China could then manage. The differing perspective between senior officials who had fought in the Chinese revolutions and the student accustomed to more comfortable lives, and the insecurity of the urban residents who were worried about the inflation and jobs and the massive scale of demonstrations, the inability of the student leaders to control their own movement, the sympathy of the Chinese public and the foreigners for the demonstrations and demonstrators, and the Chinese troops' lack of experience in the crowd controls. The student movement that senior leaders had taken part in the 1949s were well organized and with thought through plan and agenda. And by 1949, the student leaders worked together for many years. Students in the late 1960s had experience as Red Guard, but the tight control in the decades before 1989 had prevented the growth of an independent organized students movement. In 1989, the students who came together did not have any experience in organizing. Articulate orators emerged as the leaders, but lacking organizations and agenda and the procedures for ensuring compliances. They had no basis for negotiating with the political leaders on behalf of the students. Urban residents did not join in restraining the demonstrators, for they did sympathize with their complaints. Even some older intellectuals who tried to keep the students from taking radical actions, in fact, admired the students were boldly expressing the views that they had themselves beaten down by the years of political pressures, were afraid to express. But began as an unplanned, peaceful outpouring of mourning for Huo Yongpong was transforming into parades, political forums, campouts, angry protests, hunger strikes, and clashes that spiraled out of control. Student demonstrators wanted improvement in the living conditions, and they were upset that they were receiving fewer economic rewards for their ability and hard work than they were then were uneducated entrepreneurs. But they had learned from the failures of the student movement in 1986 that it was important to win widespread public support for their cause. So in 1989, instead of complaining about the miserable living condition, they used a slogan that resonated with the citizenry: democracy, freedom, and more humane and accountable party. Upright officials who were dedicated to the public goods. The demonstrations were spurred on by and played out before global television's audience who were moved by the tenders, heartfelt appeals of the Chinese youth. Foreigners' reports in China who were in their work had long been on hounded and by the Chinese official who policed their activities and arrested any sources who dare to speak out, listens care eagerly to the student demands. Before April 15, most students had been afraid to talk openly with the foreign reporters, but as they grew bolder over the course of the spring, foreign reporters gave voice to their hopes for the more democratic society, winning them sympathy throughout the world. For their part, students were buoyed not only by the enormous supports at the home and abroad, but also by the failure of the government initial efforts to curb the demonstrations. When masses of the students broke through the police customs, cordons, students and foreign observers alike became unrealistically hopeful that the government would eventually yield to their cost. At that time, the students could not have imagined that the political leaders would eventually resort to armed force and the People Liberation Army would shoot unarmed citizens on the streets of the Beijing. Chinese leaders, for their part, could see the foreign attentions and supported and encouraged by the protesters. They found it difficult to believe that Chinese citizens could be that angry at the leaderships, and found it easy to believe that the protests were being controlled behind the scene by the domestic and foreign black hands. Stories and rumors of such black hands circulated widely among the high officials and were used by the conservative to push Deng to take a stronger actions. So if the leader at the top is cut off from the reality of what is happening on the ground, then this is what they will say. They think that, okay, everything is fine, we're doing our best, so then why people are frustrated? And then they blame it to the foreign. I'm not discounting the fact that there could be a foreign people at play, but I'm also, you have to also be a little critical of what was happening, all those things, the living conditions and all. The death of Ho Yongpong. Shortly after returning to Beijing from a winter holiday in the south, Hu Yongpong attended a political meeting on April 8. During the first hour of the meetings, he had a sudden severe heart attack and collapsed, rushed to hospital. He seems to be recovering when Suddenly, early on the morning of April 15, he passed away. The news was made public on the 7th o'clock evening television news. On the following day, an official obituary was read on televisions and printed in the newspaper. The shock was universal. Whose death had been completely unexpected and attracted enormous sympathy even among hardliners. Deng Quinn and Ho's most vocal critics, and one that had led the attack on Ho in January 1987, praised him. He later wrote that Ho had not engaged in the plots and that he had been completely above boards and bore no grudges. Deng Liquin later claimed that, in contrast, Zhou had engaged in plots and attacked people. The Chinese public had long been inspired not only by the Hu's enthusiasm and personal warmth, but also by his integrity and dedication to the party. He was the hope of the intellectuals for whom he had fought so valiantly, and he was the symbols of the good officials, a man with the high ideals who was free of any trace of corruption. As the long-time General Secretary of the Communist Youth League, who had always identified with the young people and with whom he cultivated and whose interest he promoted, yet who was coldly ejected from office in 1987 amid accusation that he had been assault on the 1986 student demonstrators. In 1989's demonstration represented an implicit criticism of Deng Xiaoping's unwillingness to do more to promote democracy and to support Hu Yangbang's efforts. Hu Yang's friends, felt that Hu had been criticized unfairly, and they reported that he had felt deeply wounded, especially by the criticism from the Deng, whom he had severed so loyally. After being removed in 1987, Hu had ceased watching televisions and lost faith. Many believe that he died from the sheer disappointments, a martyr for the cause of freedoms and democracy. But many of them who took part in the demonstrations were not concerned about Hu Yangbang personally. Instead, they regarded him as a useful rallying point for expanding their effort to increase freedoms and democracy. Indeed, many intellectuals regretted that they had been submissive in 1986 when student movements was so easily diffused. They were now determined to stand stronger. A student invoked the memory of the Hu Yangbang to advance the cause of the freedom and democracy. The parallel between 1976 Fifth April demonstrations to mourn Zhou Enlai and the April 1989 demonstrations to mourn the Young was striking enough to inspire the demonstrators and to worry the Chinese leaders. The demonstration in 1989 were taking place in the very place as the April 1976 Tiananmen incidents. Like Zhou Enlai, the Hu Yangbang had fought to protect the people and had died at tragic deaths. And both 1976 and 1989, the public was outraged that a man with whom they revered had not been treated with no much respect. 1976, the demonstrators had taken advantage of the occasion to attack the gangs of force. Now, was it not possible to use the occasion to criticize Deng Xiaoping and Premier Ling? By the fall of 1972, this arrest in the spring of 1976 had been rehabilitated and called a patriotic. In the same way, was it not possible for the demonstrators in 1989 would later be called patriotic as well? Among these Chinese, who hope for more human governments, Hu Yangbang had replaced Zhou Enlai as the great hero of our time. Sources of unrest. Okay, this is the sources of unrest. Okay, in the spring of 1989, political disagreements among the high-level leaders, particularly Zhou Ziyang and Ling Peng, as well as the gradual withdrawal of the Deng from involvement in the leading daily affairs, led to the conflicting signals and confusions. The uncertain environments allowed serious sources of the social unrest to fester and intensify as lower levels. Most students, Chinese students in the late 1980s, were less concerned about political freedoms than about their personal freedoms, such as the ability to choose their own jobs and to escape from their political agendas. Okay, so they were more concerned about this thing, right? Okay. Most Chinese students were less concerned about the political freedoms than about their personal freedoms, such as the ability to choose their own job and to escape from their political guides. After already having proved their talent and dedication preparing for difficult universities and entrance examination, they felt entitled to pursue whatever job they wanted. But in 1989, with the shortage of the trained graduates in key industries and government offices, government policy had still mandated the graduate be assigned their jobs. Since one's job assignment was based on the part of what the political guides who lived with the students wrote in the little reports in each student's secret record, the political guides became the symbol of the government surveillance. The political guides were rarely as well educated as the students on whom they were reporting. Some were suspected of favoritisms and flaunted their authority to influence a students' future. Many cosmopolitan, independent-minded students detested the constant worry about the pleasing them. Freedom to them meant eliminating those political guides and being able to choose their jobs and careers on their own. The students actually spent little time discussing election system. Intellectuals, both young and old, were also still angry about the 1983 campaigns against spiritual pollutions and 1987 campaign against bourgeois liberalizations. The popular Chinese television documentary River Elegy, who had been broadcast for a short time in the late 1980s until the conservative were able to find it, caught the mood of the many intellectuals when it criticized the yellow rivers, a symbol of a traditional China, and praised the blue oceans that had brought innovative foreign ideas and modern practices in the Chinese show. For the general public, a major worry was inflation. Party and the government workers, state enterprises, employees, and others were fixed with the salaries, with the furious to see rich private business people flaunting their material wealth and driving market prices higher. threatening the ability of a salaried workers to pay for their basic foods and the clothing needs. The problem was exacerbated by corruption. Township and village enterprises workers were enriching themselves by siphoning of needed materials and funds from the state and public enterprises. Independent entrepreneurs were making fortunes in part due to the government loopholes, and profiteering officials were finding a way to use society goods to line their own pocket as the income of the law-abiding official stagnated. Migrants beginning to stream into the cities also contributed to the inflation problem. Official indices, which underestimate the actual chart change, showed consumer prices in Beijing between 1987 to 88 rising more than 30%, terrifying families that were independent that were dependent on the fixed salaries and for over 3 decades had expected stable prices. Frugal families had been able to put aside some saving for old age and future illness were distressed to note the drop in the value of the saving as price continued to rise and officials getting to lift more price controls. Anger turned into panics. Government employees on a fixed salaries had been taught that they were working for the good public goods. It was thus outrageous that least moral people in the Chinese history society, those working for themselves and those willing to exploit public resources for personal benefits, were now able to afford expensive restaurants, better housing, stylish clothes, motorcycles, and even cars on vans. No city has largest concentration of a public salary officials or university students who expect to live in a fixed salaries for after graduation as Beijing. They believe that the government enterprises should use more of the income to offer employees higher salaries for at least better welfare services. In the excitements of the spring of 1989, some government employees were sufficiently outraged that they were willing to run the risk of joining the demonstrators with a sign bearing the names of the government unions. But even for the general public, the student slogan opposing the inflation and corruption official kept a deep reservoir of outrage. When the Chinese public talked about the corrupt officials, and they did not mean those who disobeyed laws, for the concept of legality was not that strong. They meant those who had used their positions or their personal contacts for benefits that others sought but did not have. Protesting student feeders had profiteering officials demanded that these official incomes and expenses be revealed, along with the numbers of the villas they owned and the sources of children's money. In 1966, I think corruption was a big factor. 1966, many children of the high official had joined the Red Guards against those who had taken the capitalist road. But in the 1989s, few children of the high officials joined the protesters. Instead, they were under attack, along with their parents, for the privileges they enjoyed as a result of turning the powerful position into a source of the profit in the new market economy. For employees in state enterprises, even more frightening the inflation was the fear that their ironic iron rice bowls, their secure jobs and benefits might be at risk as the state enterprises became subject to the market forces. The government had already begun to pressure from the state enterprises that they were losing money to cut their cost. Some firms were even permitted to go bankrupt, creating near panic among their employees. The stakes were extremely high for the workers because China lacked a national security, social security under systems and a national health program. Sizable state enterprises, much like the U.S. military bases, were not just economic units, but total societies that provided subsidized housing, medical care, and even education to the workers' children. For the workers in the state enterprises, to lose a job was to lose everything. The prospect of free market that could put state enterprises out of the business was terrifying. In the expanding economy of the mid-1980s, many rural migrants were streaming into the Beijing and other urban areas to work, especially in the constructions where machinery was not yet widely available and large numbers of the laborer were needed. But the light readjustment policies that had begun in the late 1988 took away dramatic numbers of the job opportunities for those laborers, and many of those who were laid off struggled to remain in the crisis cities, with the observed profiteering officials and entrepreneurs displaying their newfound wealth. In short, too many. The result of the drastic new changes brought by the market changes forces were deeply upsetting. But in addition to those sources of discontent, many people wanted more freedom of movement. They were tired of living in fear of being criticized and punished for political errors. The call for freedoms and democracy and the celebrations of Hu Yangfang tapped into a desire to be liberated from the surveillance and criticism section of the intrusive state. From morning to protesting April 15 to 22. So it lasted for close to 7 days, In the evening of 15th April, within hours after the announcement of the Hu Yangfang's death, the walls of the Peking University were full of posters mourning his passing. The next day, 16th April, an estimated 800 students marched to the foot of the monuments to the people's heroes in the centers of the Tiananmen Square to lay memorial in a wreath. The police did not interfere with the mourners who marched from the university to pay the respect. As more students began assembling in the square, the mourning began to take on more political overtones. Early in the morning of April 18, several hundred students went across Tiananmen Square to the Great Hall of the People to deliver the Standing Committee of the National People Congress several demands, including allowing more freedoms and democracy, ending the campaign against the bourgeois liberalization, reversing the decision to publish the 1986 protest, and publicizing the income of the party leaders and their children. That night around 11 p.m., several thousand angry protesters walked the few hundred yards from the Tiananmen Square to the Tsinghua Gate at the Zhongnan, the seat of the party and the government. They continued to shout and demand that they be allowed to enter. Despite the request to leave, they refused, and the crowd persisted until 4 a.m. When police finally forced their dispersal. This marked the first time since the communist 1949 takeover of the governments that protesters had demanded access to Zhongnine haste. As Li Peng noted, April 18 was the day the tone of the demonstration changed from the one of the morning to one of the protest. Okay, the tone changed from the one of the morning to one of the protest. Okay, the rowdy shouting at the Zhenghua gate would easily be heard with Zhong and Niners, and the high-level officials soon realized the seriousness of the situation. Leng Peng, who had rushed back from the Japan as soon as he was notified, Hong Peng, who Yongbong's deaths, they disagreed with Zhuo Yanzeng about what should be done. Li Peng told Zhuo that they needed to respond firmly, but Zhuo Zeng, who was as general secretary and remained in charge, believed that it was better not to provoke the students, and that as long as there was no hitting, smashing, looting, or destruction of the property, the leadership should not, would be wise not to take any strong actions. I think I would agree with the Zhuo Ziyang. By April 21, the demonstrations had grown in size, and the speaker in the square had begun calling for more democracy. In their efforts to calm the students, Li Tiang, head of the state election education, a commission directed the university official to carry out the normal campus activities and to restrain the students' demonstration. The regiment of troops was sent to Zhuang Yang as a precautions against the danger that students might break through the gates. The People's Daily announced that the demonstrations were banned and warned students not to mistake the regime forbearance for weaknesses, but the official had badly miscalculated, and the students, flaunting their power, and refused to quiet down. On April 22, the day of Won's funeral, an estimated of 200,000 people listened attentively to the 20 minutes memorial service as it was broadcast on a loudspeaker in the square. Ho Yangpeng was given an honorable memorial service in the Great Hall of the People, and his body was taken to the Babao Shams, the burial place for the high official. After the memorial services, the Free Student representative kneeled on the step of the Great Wall of the People and waited some 3 hours to talk with the Ling Peng. They later complained that they had been encouraged to believe that Li or other high officials would meet with them, although Li Peng and other officials claimed that Li was unaware of this. At the time, Li Peng did not agree to meet any group of students for the fear that it would keep the student organizations a legitimacy he refused to grant. He also worried that doing so would weaken the official student organization sponsored of the party, over which the party had more control. Ling Peng and Deng's April 26 editorial. Deng Xiaoping did not take any steps to curb the students when they were mourning Ho Yangfang. So whatever criticism Deng had of Ho Yangfang during his last year in office who was still considered a dedicated official who had made a contribution to reform and opening. Deng knew that the student would become incensed if the mourning were curtailed, just as the April 1976 protester had become inflamed when the attempts to mourn Zhou Enlai press passing were blocked. But as soon as the period of mourning ended, Deng was ready to issue a warning to the students, and at this point, Li Peng, who favored taking a hard lines, temporarily replaced Zhou Yang in managing the demonstrations. Zhou Ziyang's trip to North Korea had long been scheduled to begin on April 23rd, the day after Huo's funeral. Zhou reported that when he met Deng shortly after departing for North Korea, Deng told him that he should still make the trip and that when he returned, he would be promoted to head the Central Military Commissions, a sign that at the time Deng still expected Zhou to be his successor, right on schedule. Then Zhou left for Pyongyang from the Beijing train stations on April 23rd. Ling Peng, to dampen talk of the conflict with Zhou, saw him off the station. Zhou told Li that in his absence he should feel free to call a Politburo meetings. Zhou Ziyang and others had hoped that after Hu Yangpeng's funeral, the crowds would disperse, but they denounced on the day Zhou left Beijing. Despite the ban on forming student organization, students from 21 university met to form what they called a United Student Associations, which decided that in 1986 students had given up their protest too easily. The current group of students would be more steadfast, reversing the earlier announcement that the students would return to classes after May 4th. The student organizers declared that the boycott of the classes would continue for an indefinite period. After Zhou left the country, Ling Peng, who was in charge, realized the weight of his responsibility. He consulted with young Shankuns who advised that in the view of the seriousness of the situation, they should report to Deng. That very evening, Ling Peng and Shang Yung communicated to the Deng their reviews that the protests required firm and swift actions. Ling Peng said that students were criticizing Deng Xiaoping personally and that there were other troubling developments, scuffles at Xinhua Gate of this month. The reports of then 60,000 students were still boycotting classes. The obstructions of the traffic and the report of a black hands who wanted to bring down the Communist Party and the socialist system all signaled a serious problem. Deng agreed that, that the demonstration should be warned of the gravity of their actions. From then on, Deng became deeply involved in decision making about how to respond to the demonstrators. The next day, Li Peng called a meeting of the Politburo to hear reports by the Chen Newtons and these ones, the Beijing municipal officials responsible for monitoring the developments in the capital. Some observers have argued that the two men, worried about the danger of being held responsible if something were to go wrong, exaggerated the gravity of the demonstrations and so misled Deng about the actual situation. But other officials believe that the developments were indeed serious and that Li and Chen were reporting accurately on what was happening in Tiananmen Square. At 10 a.m. on April 25, Deng met Li Peng and Yang Shungkun in his home to hear their reports of the situation. Li Peng wrote in his diary that by 23rd April, Deng had already decided that a firm warning was needed. After listening to their reports, Deng said that the turmoil had to be stopped, that in other communist countries where the protest had been tolerated, such as Poland, party authority had simply collapsed. Chinese leaders therefore needed to clear and firm in ending the turmoil and in bringing things under control. Deng had then said an authoritative editorial warning the students of the danger should be released immediately. Party leaders in the regions were told to be remain informed, and parties and administrative leaders in the universities were to be directed to quiet things down. Deng personally directed what he felt the editorial should include, and as usual with the important decision, he prepared his comment carefully. Hu Youngli was put in charge of preparing the editorial, and the master drafter Hu Yongmin edited the final versions. The editorial was broadcasted the very same night and appeared next day. It praised the majority who had mourned Hu Yongpeng, but it also accused some of the mourners from making improper statements and engaging in inappropriate actions. According to the editorial, protests were attacking the leadership of the Communist Party and the socialist system, going so far as to form an illegal organization to try to seize the power from the government-approved student association. They were engaging in a strike and causing turmoil to overthrow the leadership of the Communist Party, and using the banner of democracy to undermine the Chinese-style democracy. If such turmoil went unchecked, there would be a chaos. The struggle was serious, and illegal organizations were to be disbanded. An unlawful paraded ban. Immediately, any person fabricating rumors would be investigated for criminal liability. Li Peng and his allies were counting on the editorial to intimidate and subdue the students. After all, the serious accusations executed in the editorial constituted an open threat by the government that many student leaders would be arrested. But to Deng's dismay, the plan backfired. Instead of backing down, the student leaders dug in their heels and recruited massive numbers of the additional students to join them. In his diary, Li Peng wrote that the April 26th editorial had succeeded, but reports from the square concluded that it only served to inflame the students. University presidents and administrators, who were more in touch with the students more than Li Peng, felt that the editorial had removed the basis for dialogue that might have led to a peaceful resolution of the student grievance. In their view, the April 26th editorial was too harsh. At age 84, Deng went out less, talked to fewer people, and no longer had a keen sense of a public mood. Had Zhou Enlai been alive, some officials believed he could have reached an understanding with the students, but in April 1989, no leaders had both the authority to offer a solution and the ability to bridge the communication gap between the senior revolutions and the youth. Even Zhou Yazang, who later advocated dialogue with the students and retractions of the April 26th editorial, had been aloof and at the time was not seen by the student as a sympathetically ally. The student accused his sons of corruptions and criticized him for playing golf. With the appearance of 26th editorial, the battle lines were drawn. The leaders of the demonstrators identified Deng Xiaoping and Li Peng as their enemies. The demonstration grew to the extent that they easily broke through the line of the police, who had been told to restrain in their response for fear of causing bloodshed. Meanwhile, the official would not budge. Deng would not retract the editorial for fear of weakening the party's authority. And although Li Peng and other officials overcame the initial reluctance to meet the students, while meeting with them, the officials held their line and failed to calm the situation. For instance, when Yuan Mu, State Council spokesperson, and He Gongchen, Vice President Minister of the State Education Commissions, met with 45 students on the afternoons of the April 28th, Yuan Mu refused to admit that corruption was a serious problem and denied the existence of any censorship. Students left angrier than ever. Sympathy for the students was so widespread that Li Peng had difficulty retaining support of the lower level official for the crackdown. Hu Yongping, the Politburo Standing Committee members who supervised the propaganda work, explained to his fellow officials that many newspaper reporters were upset because their articles about what was actually happening in the square were not being published. University officials who were told to quiet down the demonstration dutifully passed along the message to the students, but for many of their hearts were not in it. Xiaoping could not even count on the official media to support him. For several days, no newspaper of any kind appeared. On one national television station, reporters describing what was taking place in the square was interrupted, and for a brief time the picture went dark and voiceover simply stopped. One day, an announcer said, "There's no news today." After June 4, the head of the propaganda department and the editorial People Daily were considered too sympathetic to the students, who were both removed from their position. The Lingpeng Zhua Ziang the Lingpeng Zhua Ziang split April 29 to May 2012 under the strain of the growing popular demonstrations against the governments and the party. High-level officials became polarized between those who feared chaos and believed tighter control was necessary, and those who believed that they should be more accommodating to the student demands. Ling Peng was the symbol and rallying point for the foremost, and Zhuo Ziyan for the later. Li Pen's diary is filled up day after day with criticisms of the Zhuo Ziyan. He notes that by the fall of 1988, Deng was already dissatisfied with the Zhou handling of the economy, his political sophist and failing to give strong support for the campaign and against bourgeois liberalizations, and his reluctance to accept his full responsibility for the rampant inflations and the public reactions to the lifting of the price controls. Zhou, by contrast, stated the problem became worse after he left for North Korea, and Ling Peng reported Deng on the ominous threats on the demonstration. Deng, other party leaders, and the security forces all supported Ling Peng. Zhou, who after returning from North Korea advocated that April 26 editorial be retracted, won the support of the intellectuals, reformers, and students and general public. Ling Peng and Zhou made a serious effort to avoid displaying their differences in public. Just as Ling Peng had dutifully seen Zhou off at the train stations on April 23rd, so too did he dutifully welcome him back on 30th April. But their personal differences, rivalries, and the pull of their separate constituencies were far stronger than their desire to cooperate with one another. Tension between the two had been escalating since summer of the 1988 as the economic problem mounted, and Zhou was really responsible for China's high level inflation. At the time, Zhou officially kept his position as head of the finance and economic leadership small groups, but control of the China's economic bureaucracy, which formerly had also restricted his was shifted to Li Peng. The overlapping responsibilities became a battleground between Zhou and the former. Between the Zhou, the reformer, and Ling Peng, the cautious planner. Ling Peng, a sober official, was trained originally as a hydraulic engineer and was known to be a responsible and effective administrator. He held special status as the son of the revolutionary martyrs and one of the many godsons of the Zhou Enlai and his wife. Then this one, Ling Peng, in fact, had to have had a high level of ability to have attended very selective program to study advanced science in the Soviet units. But among leaders, he was not renowned for his brilliance. He was unassertive in offering independent ideas, and he was thoroughly loyal, hardworking, and dedicated, ready to carry out the wishes of the senior leaders, no matter how unpopular the message. Li's careful nature was in sharp contrast to the warm and sympathetic Hu Yongpeng, or the more aloof but gentlemanly and analytical Zhou Ziyan, because Li Peng found it hard to hide his disdain for the students' protesters. His encounters with them did more to incite them to quell their angers. On April 25, when Deng laid out to Ling Peng his views on the importance of publishing an editorial, the summary of the things they comment was sent to Zhuang in Pangyang, where in a secluded room surrounded by the black curtain, he read things message. So immediately wired back, "I completely agree with the policy decision of the comrade Xiaoping with regard to the present problem of turmoil." In his diary, Li emphasized that Zhou had approved of the editorial, though in reality he only had approved of Deng's comments, upon which the editorial was eventually based. Once Zhou returned from his trip to North Korea, he quickly concluded that the battle line between the party and the students were so sharply drawn that there was a little hope for reconciliations without retracting the editorial. At one point, he even agreed to take full responsibility for the April 26th editorial if it could be withdrawn. Zhou, who knew Deng well, must have realized that the prospect of getting Deng to withdraw the editorial were very slight. Indeed, Deng, who believed that indecisions and reversing decision could only weaken party authority, refused to consider retractions. On the student side, Zhou did what he could ease the tensions. He tried to reassure the students they would not be punished by stressing that the vast majority of them were patriotic. He also encouraged them to leave the square and return to their classroom. On May 1st, just 2 days after he returned from Pyongyang, Zhou chaired a poorly proposed standing committee meeting to discuss how to respond to the anticipated demonstration on the 17th anniversary of the May 4, 1919's protest. Zhou advocated adapting to the changed times by issuing a statement stating that the party supported increasing democracy and transparency in the political life. Ling Peng, however, argued that the government primary emphasis should be on stability. He criticized the illegal organizations and the spreading of the rumors. If the young people got their way, he insisted China would take a huge step backward. Zhou countered that although China did need stability, the student slogans which advocated upholding the constitutions, promoting democracies and opposing corruptions were also the positions of both the party and the governments. In contrast to the stern, disapproving and disciplinarian tone of the Ling Peng's pronouncement, Zhou's attitude was that of an understanding parents giving advice to the children who were basically good. On May 3rd and 4th, in two important public addresses, Zhou laid out the larger case for responsibles, responding positive to the student demands. On May 3rd, at a conference celebrating the anniversary of the May 4th movement, Zhou said that just as 70 years earlier the demonstrators had promoted science and democracy, the current demonstration should also stress the essential role of science and democracy in the modernization of China, emphasize the importance of stability and Deng's four cardinal principles. But he also declared that the vast numbers of the youth hope to promote democracies and call for punishing people who are guilty of corruptions. This is also the exact intention of our party. As always, party leaders attempted to present a unified front. Zhou's speech was so skillful worded that it was difficult for the conservatives to find any criticisms. Okay, it's 609. In his speech to the annual meeting of the Asian Development Bank on the May 4th, Zhou also made an effort to reassure foreign investors that China's social and economic systems were not disintegrating into turmoil and that student demonstrations would soon be brought under control. Unlike Zhao's May 3 speech, which had been sent to the other leaders for comments before delivery, his speech was not vetted by other officials since Zhou was not required to clear in advance presentations of an economic institution like the Asian Development Bank. Even so, Zhou faced criticism later for not sending the speech to senior party leaders for review before he delivered it. This carefully worded speech, written by Bao Tong, was also broadcast to the students. In it, Zhou acknowledged that there was a problem with the corruption in the party, problems that he attributed to imperfections in the socialist legal system and to lack of openness and democratic supervisions. He reiterated that the students were patriotic. The students were calm by Zhou's speech. Afterward, the numbers of demonstration in the square fell off sharply. By this time, the Hong Kong press had picked up on the differences in the tone between Zhou's speech and Ling Peng's conversation with the students and began speculating about the conflict in the two. A July 6 report to the July 6, His Holiness the birthday, NPCs on the counter-revolutionary rebellions by Chen Jingting, the Beijing municipal official allied with the Ling Peng, who was presenting reports of the top official of the demonstrations, claimed Ling Peng was ready to be tough while Zhou was writing to be more understanding. Chen Zhongnong joined the allies of the Deng and Ling Peng in criticizing Zhao's May 4th speech. Like the others, he said that it departed from the message of the April 26 editorial. Chen stated that the many grassroots officials like himself who had been attempting to control the unruly students felt that they had been betrayed with the Zhou speech. His officials had been trying to get the students to back down, but in their eyes, Zhou was far too sympathetic. Chen Yundong also claimed that the many intellectuals encouraged Zhou's speech, but had begun speaking out more openly, causing a wave of demonstrations and promising more turmoil. Zhao's followers felt that Ling Peng and his allies were making their task of winning the cooperation of the students more difficult. Preparing for Gorbachev and the hunger strike May 13, 21st. Gorbachev visit to Beijing on May 15 to 18 marked a historic turning point in Sino-Soviet relation and personal triumph for Deng Xiaoping. The 3-decade-long estrangements of the world's largest communist power was coming to an end, and normalization relations were in sight. In the early 1980s, Deng had summarized the condition necessary for China to resume normal relationship with the Soviet, and the Soviet had to pull out of Afghanistan and remove the troops from the China northern borders areas, and the Vietnams had to leave Cambodia. Deng earlier viewed the Soviet Union was overextended and would need to readjust its foreign policy had proved correct. Gorbachev had agreed to all conditions and was coming to the Beijing on Deng's terms. It even would be one of the capstone to Deng's career. In his time, Deng was prepared to be the gracious host, welcoming the press from around the world to celebrations. As Gorbachev's arrival approached, reporters and photographers from around the world in large teams to cover the events. American TV anchorman Dan Rather, who rarely when approached appeared as the date other Western said, it was not surprising that Deng was ready to try almost anything to clear Tiananmen Square before Gorbachev's arrival. After the Zhou's speech on May 4th, when students began returning to the campuses, there was a reason to be hopeful. Moderate students from the Beijing area had voted with their feet and returned to the discussion. Yet more radical local students were traveled from distant regions, persisted in camping out in the square. On the morning of May 13, 2 days before Gorbachev was scheduled to visit, radical student leaders, desperate to keep their dwindling movement alive and confident that they would not be arrested when the Gorbachev was in Beijing, announced a novel additions to the Chinese protest traditions, a hunger strike to start the very afternoon. Over 1,000 students marched to Tiananmen where they stated that they would not eat until the government met their demands. The students declared, "We do not want to die, we want to live and live fully. But if the death of a single person or several people enable a greater numbers of the people to live better, or if the death of if those deaths can make our homeland stronger and more prosperous, then we have no right to live in ignominy." Most hunger strikers did drink liquids, and some pretended to fast, but in fact ate solid foods. Others took no food or water, and before long fainted. The readiness to die elevated the struggle above practical politics and gave them a moral superiority with the public. The picture of a hunger strike on the television evoked sympathy both at home and abroad. Some viewers who had blamed the students for interrupting Beijing's traffic began to sympathize with those who were ready to sacrifice their lives, seeing them not as a troublemaker but as a heroic victims. Government officials are aware that any deaths from the hunger strike would inflame the public were restrained in dealing with the strikes. None of the students were attacked and resisted, or the government supplied buses to shelter them when it rains and provided toilet facilities and assigned government workers to help clean up the square. Sympathetic medical workers treated those who were fainting and moved the more serious cases to a nearby hospital. According to the official statistic, between May 13 to May 24, some 205 hunger strikes were taking place to the hospital. Were taken to the hospital with such good medical attention. None of the students died, but the risk of death added drama to the demonstration. The hunger strike caught party leaders completely by surprise. On May 13, the day the hunger strike begins, a worried Deng Xiaoping met with Zhuo Ziyang, and this one indicated that the movement had dragged on for too long. He wanted the square cleared before Corpus's arrival. When Deng inquired about the mood of the public, Zhuo replied that the vast majority of the students were aware that the honor of their nations was at stake and would be unlikely to disrupt the welcoming ceremony. The pressure was on Zhuo to ensure that Beijing would remain quiet during the Corpus visits, and he was given considerable leeway to do whatever he thought necessary to clear the square. On May 14, several well-known Chinese intellectuals, aware of how important it was to empty the square before Gorbachev arrived and creating a violent confrontation, did their best to mediate the dispute. 12 of China's most famous writers and commentators, including this, issued an announcement criticizing the government's retreatments of the students and failure to publish the truth about the comments. In an attempt to reach a reconciliation, they advocated that the government recognize the independent student organization, but they also urged students remaining in the square to return to the universities. They pleaded with the student democracy is erected generally. Democracy is erected gradually. We must be completely clear-headed. So we beg that you make full use of the most valuable spirit of the student movement, the spirit of the reasons, and temporarily leave the square. Instead of personally appearing in front of the students, Zhuo sent Yan Minfun in his stead. Yan, head of the Union Front Work Department, met with the students on May 16 as one of the party secretaries to the secretary. Yan was sympathetic to the student demands, desperate to reach an agreement. Yan spoke frankly with them about the split within the party. He urged them to leave the square to protect Zhuo. He promised to meet them again the next day and assured them that if they returned to their campuses, they would not be punished. Yan Minful went so far as to offer himself as a hostage to guarantee their protections. His efforts, however, failed. Although hunger-striking students were demonstrating for democracy, they did not practice majority rule among the leaders themselves. As Wu Rongzi, a bold student leader, explained that they had made a pact that if anyone students wanted to stay in the square, the movement would continue. The students remained well-behaved, and when the Chinese flag was raised, they stood up in respect and sang the national anthem. But the enormous outpouring of sympathy for the citizenry had strengthened their determination not to yield. But when it comes to obvious that the students were not going to leave, Yan Minfu, who understood what this would mean for Zhuo's career and had some intimations of what it could mean for the country, was in tears. Gorbachev visits Beijing 15 May to 18. I want to know, okay, one that exact. Happened on which date? Okay, it happened on 15th of April, okay. We're talking about the May then. Massacre on which date exactly? Imposed martial law on Beijing on May 20. The protest continued. On the 9th of June, 3rd and 4th, the People Liberation Army stormed the square with a tank and rushing the protest. Okay, on 3rd in June. So that means I think after, okay. Gorbachev visits Beijing May 15 to 18. By the May 15, the day of the Gorbachev's arrival, the crowd in support of the students had grown. At about 1 a.m. on May 16, the day Deng was scheduled to meet Gorbachev, the government made a last-ditch efforts to clear the square. Loudspeaker in the square broadcast that the government was beginning a dialogue with the student representative. The official message urged the student to consider China's national interest and end their hunger strike and to return to the university. The student listened under the banners that they made a welcoming Gorbachev, whom they regarded as a political reformist worthy of the Chinese imitations. One banner read, "We salute the ambassador of democracy," but they refused to leave the square and more crowded assembled to support them. The government had no choice but to cancel the planned welcoming ceremonies in the square. Instead, a small ceremony was held at the heavily guarded airports, and the meeting between the Deng and Gorbachev was held inside the Great Hall of People, which the demonstrators also tried to crash in, breaking a window into the process. These changes of venues and distraction caused by the hunger strike were humiliating to Deng, yes, obviously, and the other senior officials who were unable to bring order to their own capital. Yet the meeting between Deng and Gorbachev went smoothly. No Chinese leaders had been more centrally involved in this quarrel with the Soviet Union than Deng, and he has supervised the drafting of 9 Soviet Union letters in the early 1960s and had represented China in the quarrel between Mikhail Suslov in 1963, but Deng personally had also laid the basis for improvements of the relation immediately after his attack on Vietnam in 1970s, and in 1985 when he had asked visiting Romanian leaders Nicolia this one to convey to the Soviet leaders the Chinese conditions for normalization of relation. Negotiation between Soviets and Chinese diplomats had continued until February 1989 when 2 sides agreed on wording of the joint communion stand, and it witnessed occupations of Cambodia and announced the timing of the visit by Gorbachev to Beijing to launch a new era of friendly relationship between the two nations. Deng was careful to keep US officials informed so that the improvement in relations with the Soviet Union would not come at the expense of relations with the United States. No sooner had the two sides worked out the agreements than Deng, on February 26, 1989, met with President George H.W. Bush. During that meeting, Deng assured Bush, who was making a quick trip to China after the Japanese Emperor funeral, that the China's improved relationship with the Soviet Union would not affect its good relationship with the United States. Deng began by tracing its history of the Sino-Soviet relations, being clear that conditions were now very different and that there were no danger that China would develop a close relationship with the United States, similar to that in 1950s. China, he explained, would continue to seek closer relations with the United States because it was in China's strategic interest to do so. In May, on the eve of the Gorbachev visits, Deng sent Wang Li to reassure US and Canadian officials, including President George H.W. Bush, on May 23rd, that the meeting with the Gorbachev would not be at the expense of the relation with the United States and Canada. And after that visit, Deng arranged to send Foreign Minister Qing Jun to inform US government about the decision. Foreign Minister Cheng Chin was who sat on the Deng's to have our discussion with the Gorbachev on May 16, reported that Deng was in good spirits, even exuberant, as he hailed the breach with the Soviet Union on his terms. Deng and Gorbachev were both reformers. Deng at 84 was at the end of his career, and Gorbachev at 58 was at the beginning of his. I think he was okay. Is it him? No, he could be the last person, right? Okay, just wait. Last Soviet president. Okay, so it's Mikhail Gorbachev. Okay, yeah, he is the last person. The last president of USSR was Mikhail Gorbachev, who served from March 1990 until the dissolution of the Soviet Union in December this month. Okay. Foreign Minister who said in things this one story, I think he acknowledged that he had been personally involved in the ideological debates with the United Soviet Union, but described the arguments on both sides as all empty words. He confessed that we do not believe that our views were always correct, speaking from memory and without notes. Then gave a clear, detailed account of the ups and downs in Sino-Soviet relations. The problem, he said, stemmed from the fact that the Soviet Union did not always treat China as an equal, but he also said the Chinese would never forget that Soviet Union assisted in laying the industrial foundations for the new China. Deng agreed to end the past disputes and focus on the future so that China could enjoy a friendly relations with its neighbor. Gorbachev had been well briefed on the historical backgrounds. He spoke carefully and expressed support for Deng's view that as a neighboring countries, the two should strive to develop a friendly relationship. Deng made a thorough and forward-looking presentation to Gorbachev, but at the time he seemed uncharacteristically tensed. While on camera during the banquet honoring the Gorbachev, Deng, hands shaking, let a piece of dumpling drop from his chopstick. That same day, some 200 hunger strikes have been rushed to Beijing hospital for the emergency care, and there were still some 3,100 hunger strikes left in the square. Deng could not easily forget those worsening situations when he met Zhuo Ziyang later in the afternoons of the May 16. Gorbachev said that he had already met with Deng, but now that he was meeting with the General Secretary Zhuo, all agreements could become official. Zhuo explained that Deng was still acting in an official capacity. China still needed Deng's wisdom and experience, and therefore the first plenary session of the 13th Party Congress in 1987 made the solemn decision that we still need a comrade Deng Xiaoping at the helm when it comes to the most important question. When Deng learned about Zhuo's statement, he was upset. Zhuang's supporters later explained that it was natural that Zhuo should try to correct Gorbachev's impression because, in fact, his meeting with Deng had been official. Zhuo later said he was trying to protect, not harm, Deng's image in his diary. However, Ling Peng offered a different view. He admitted that Zhuo's comments was accurate because he felt that raising them in this context was Zhuo's way of laying blame on Deng for the economic problems in 1988 and for the decision that had led to the worsening of the student demonstrations. Indeed, Deng, like Deng Ping, interprets Zhuo's comment as a blaming him for the recent problems. So now here, see, okay, there's a problem with both. If he says that no, he's still the head and he's we want his wisdom and all those things, then you would say that okay, so you're blaming the entire thing on him. But if it doesn't say that, if he says that okay, he is not, I am, then you would say that it's not, he's sidelining Deng Xiaoping. So there's a problem in both. You can see from both. The world press assembled in Beijing to cover the reconciliation between China and Soviet Union found the student movements spellbinding. Indeed, the dramatic events on the square quickly eclipsed the Gorbachev visits at the center of the media attention. For foreign reporters, it was impossible not to get caught up in the idealisms and enthusiasm of the students who were far more open than the Chinese had previously dared to be. With the vast international audience watching, the student grew even more confident that the PLA would not attack, some recognizing an opportunity to present their case to the world, assigning English-speaking demonstrators to the outside columns of the marches so they could tell the world about their desire for freedoms, democracies, the need to end high-level corruptions. A few persistent foreign reporters trying to maintain balance reported that most students, in fact, knew little about democracy and freedoms and had little idea about how to achieve such goals. During the Gorbachev visit, the numbers of the students in the square grew daily. On March 18th, the Ministry of State Security estimated that despite the rain, some 1.2 million people were in Tiananmen Square. Protests had spread to other cities, major cities as well. An estimated of 200,000 students from what is several days train ride away had descended upon Beijing. Some students feeling entitled on moral grounds demanded free railway passage like the red cards had received during the Cultural Revolution. At the last minute, the Gorbachev press conference urgently scheduled to be held in the Great Hall of People was removed to the Yaoyatic guest house because his motorcades could not pass through the square. Vast numbers of the reporters, however, skipped the press conference altogether to remain at Tiananmen Square. The Gorbachev visits marked a turning point not only in a Sino-Soviet relationship but in the students' movement as well. Until then, Deng had hoped that the students would heed the call for patriotism and leave Tiananmen Square before the arrival of Gorbachev. For Deng, the end of this Sino-Soviet rift on Chinese term was too big of an occasion to consider abandoning Tiananmen Square as the site of the welcoming ceremony. But the students were unwilling to back down. Deng did not want to spoil the Gorbachev visit by sending troops and then would have clashed with the students. But after the students had been so brazen as to refuse to leave Tiananmen Square during Gorbachev's stay, Deng concluded that they had gone too far. He was ready to bring in the troops. Chapter number 21, the Tiananmen tragedy, the May 17 to June 4, 1989, as Deng moved ahead with the plan to bring in the troops and declare martial law. Zhou and group of liberal officials made a final desperate efforts to avoid violent crackdowns. At 10 p.m. on May 16, after meeting with the Gorbachev, Zhao chaired an emergency Politburo standing committees to meeting where he reiterated his view, supported only by Hu Yuli, that there would be no peaceful resolution unless the party retracted the 26th April editorial. Outside the Politburo, a group of retired liberal officials on the Central Advisory Commissions, including Li Jiang, gathered to make a final arrangement for finally releasing declaration that the student movement should be declared, patriotic. And early the next morning, with his back to the wall, Zhao called Deng's office, hoping that if he could meet privately with Deng, he might be able to persuade him or not to bring in the troops. Zhou was told to come in the afternoons, but when he arrived, he learned that he would not be meeting Deng alone. The other members of the standing committees would also be present. Then clearly he was not about to accept his views. Martial laws and Zhou's departure made 17 to 20. Even before Gorbachev arrived in Beijing, Deng had begun considering a contingency plan in the case of demonstration did not clear the square. On April 25, the same day, he decided to publish the editorial warning the demonstrators. When Deng put the People's Liberation Army on alert, by the beginning of May, all military leaves had been cancelled. Later, after the Gorbachev visit had ended, and the most prominent members of the foreign media had left, Deng was ready to make his move. On May 17th at 4 p.m., Deng assembled the members of the political standing committees as well as this ones in a license of the central military just to decide on the next steps. All the participants were allowed to express their views. Zhao explained that the situation was serious. There were still as many as 300,000 to 400,000 people protesting daily. He believed that unless they retracted the harsh April 26 editorial, the students would not voluntarily evacuate the square. After listening to others' opinion, Deng said that the solution to the nation's problem had begun in Beijing because any turmoil in the capital would have an influence on the whole country. They needed to be firm. In Hungary, for example, national leaders had made a concession that had only led to the further demands. If Chinese leaders were to yield again, China would be finished. In Shanghai, Deng added, Jiang Zemin had successfully restored orders in May, in 1986 by taking a tough top-down approach, closing down the World Economic Herald for falling to follow directions, which have helped calm student demonstration there. Deng believed that a similar steely resolve was needed, but now at the present, Deng concluded that the police in Beijing were insufficient to restore orders. Troops were needed. These troops would have to be moved in quickly and decisively, and for the time being, plans for the deployments needed to remain secret. When someone in the rooms expressed worries about foreigners would react negatively to any use of the force, Deng replied that the swift action was required and the Westerners would forget. Ling Peng and Yao Yilin immediately supported Deng's views, and although Hu Yueli raises some concerns, only Zhou Ziyang clearly disagreed. When Zhou spoke up, he was reminded that the minority must follow the lead of the majority. Zhou replied that as a party member, he accepted this, but he still had some personal reservations. As Secretary General, Zhou realized that he would be expected to announce the imposition of a martial law and then to oversee its oversee its implementation. He feared that the decision to bring in the military, even if unarmed, would only inflame the conflict. Immediately after the meeting with the Deng, Zhao asked his assistant Bao Tong to prepare his letter of resignation. Zhao knew that he could not bring himself to implement martial law and that his decision would mean the end to his career. But he also was confident that his decision would place him on the right of the side of the history. So that's important. Sometimes you have to make decisions where just like where do you want to lean on in the history. Do you want to lean on the right side of the history or on the long side of history? So he was also confident that this decision would place him on the right side of history. And at the dinner table with his family, he told his wife Liang Qingyi and daughters Wang Lianan that he planned to resign and what decisions would be hard on all of them. So the family had phoned Zhuo's sons in Macau and Henan with the same message. They all understood and accepted what he was about to do. That evening, Zhao had offered responsibility of chairing a Politburo standing committee meeting with Tao Teng to discuss how to implement his decision to carry out martial law. At the meeting, Zhao announced that he could not implement the decision to introduce a martial law, acknowledging that his career was over. He said this time, his time was up. The next morning, Zhou arrived in Tiananmen Square at about 5 a.m. to express his concerns for the students, accompanied by Ling Peng, who was now monitoring his movement. Zhao, speaking into a handheld microphones, that we have come too late. No matter how you have criticized us, I think you have the right to do so. Zhao was shown on televisions around the world, trembling with tears in his eyes. He explained that he too had been once young and had been taken in demonstrations without regard for the consequence. He then encouraged the students to give up their hunger strike and look after their health so they could take on active part in the full modernization. Some listeners interpreted Zhou's message as a warning that he could no longer help protect students. This would be his last public appearance after forcing his split on May 17. Zhao was not kept informed of meeting to plan for martial law, and he refused to make the public announcements on its imposition. On May 19, Zhou wrote a letter to Deng, trying once again to persuade him to soften the April 26 editorial. Even though by then he knew it had virtually no chance of success, his letter was never answered. When young Shangkun first learned about Zhao's letter of resignation, he asked Zhao to withdraw it so as not to reveal to public as an open split within the leadership. Even though Deng upset about Zhong's appearance in the square, he felt that such a split may have already become apparent. Zhao refused to chair the meeting to announce the imposition of martial law, but he did agree to withdraw his letter. Instead of resigning his request a 3-day leave due to physical exhaustion. During those 3 days, martial law was to be introduced. On May 28, Zhou wrote a letter to Deng, attempting to explain his remark to Gorbachev that had so angered Deng. So on the same day, Zhao was put under house arrest. His assistant Bao Tong was arrested and later moved to the Quenching prison for high-level inmates. Although Deng lived for 8 more years, he never answered Zhao's letters, and the two never met again. Zhao letters and the two never met again. Met. From May 24 to May 26, the party centers in Beijing hosted provincial first party secretaries, many governors, and leaders from Hong Kong and Macau to explain the reasons for introducing martial laws and to seek the support. The procedures for making a formal case against Zhao, however, took place after June 4, having observed the results of the Hong Kong Conference in 1987. Zhao refused to confess, saying that he had done nothing wrong. Under house arrest, he was given a comfortable life living conditions, but his visitors were strictly limited and his own visits outside were tightly controlled until his death in 2005. Plan for the carrying out martial law moved quickly after Deng's meeting with the ACM, meet members of the Political Standing Committees. On May 17, the ACMC held an enlarged meeting the next morning, and Yang Zekun announced the decision to introduce martial law. That afternoon, the CMC held working meetings to finalize the details of the implementations. Gorbachev was was to leave Beijing on the morning of May 19th, and that evening, 50,000 troops would begin moving in quickly, arriving in Tiananmen Square the morning of Saturday, May 20th, at 10 p.m. on 10 p.m. on May 19th. Li Peng spoke to the large gathering of high-level party governments and military officials to inform them of the movement of troops. The following morning, 9:30 a.m., Li Peng announced that the martial law would begin at 10 a.m. Yang Sang-kun instructed the military commanders that the soldiers were not to fire, even if provoked. Most of the soldiers did not even carry weapons. The failure of the martial law, May 1922. Deng and military leaders were so confident that the troops would reach their destination quickly and without incident. The soldiers were not briefed on what to do if they were encountered resistant. They were not even given maps of the alternate routes to in case their paths were blocked. Meanwhile, by the afternoons of the May 19th, the students were beginning to learn that soldiers in tanks, trucks, and armored vehicles were entering the outskirts of the cities. The mood among the students in the square was tense and fearful as they anticipated that the troops would arrive before dawn. Some Beijing students returned to their university, but the more radical students, as well as those students who had come to Beijing from some distance, the Ministry of Railway reported that over some 56,000 students arrived in Beijing by rail between 6 p.m. May 16 to 8 p.m. May 19, hunkered down and braced for the worst. Neither the student nor the square nor the high official anticipated what happened next. The people of Beijing, overwhelmed and completely stalled the 50,000 troops coming in from the north, east, south, and west on the 6 major and several minor roads. In May 20, diary entry Li Peng simply noted, "We had not expected great resistance," and he then went on to record that troops everywhere had been stopped. Some troops had tried to enter Tiananmen Square by subway, but the subway entrance was blocked. Some had attempted to come in by suburban trains, but people lay on the tracks. In one instance, 2,000 troops coming from some distance managed to arrive at the train station, but as soon as they got off the trains, they were surrounded and unable to move. The cell phones were not yet available, but people used regular phones to call acquaintance, and those with the walkie-talkie set themselves up at the crossing one of the of the troops so that the people could swarm to attempt to stop them. People organized motorcycles crowd to speed ahead and carry news of the troops' movements as they entered Beijing. Some official blamed Zhao Zi's Ziyang's assistant Bao Dila for leaking to the students' protester the plan for how and where the troops would arrive. But even if Bao Tong's were a brilliant organizer, he could not have been able to alert or organize the vast throngs that took to the streets. That night, a full moon lit up the city. Foreign news people observed massive numbers of the people coming from all directions, joining crowds totaling hundreds of thousands in the streets of the Beijing. Correspondents reported that the entire city became involved in the demonstration beyond anything ever witnessed in the city. There was not only widespread sympathy for the students, but also overwhelming opposition to martial law. Before dawn the next morning at 4:30 a.m., student control loudspeaker in Tiananmen Square triumphantly announced that the troops had been blocked in all directions and were unable to reach the square. Demonstrators in the square cheered. The soldiers, mostly rural youth who were less educated and less sophisticated than university students, were unprepared for what they encountered. Foreign correspondents reported that many of them appeared bewildered. They had been bribed not to respond to taunts and not to cause bloodshed, and they obeyed. Few soldiers carried weapons. Students quickly organized themselves to address the truckloads of the stalled troops, trying to convince them of the justice of the student causes, their desire for more freedoms and to an end to corruptions. Bystanders with access to printing machines quickly printed and passed out leaf tells about imposing martial laws. Some soldiers with little knowledge and preparation appeared sympathetic to the students' appeal. In his diary entry of the May 22, Li Peng acknowledged that the troops were unable to move for 50 hours. He also 50 hours. That's more than that's more than entire day in Thailand now. He also reported that Deng was worried that the soldiers' heart may not be steady. For Deng, this became the crucial issue. Would the soldiers maintain order when so many young people oppose them? Might the soldiers be influenced by the students and lose their determination to impose discipline? Some soldiers appeared weary and hungry. At 7 a.m. on the Wednesday, on Monday, May 22, the troops were ordered to withdraw as they leave to begin. However, the division Confusion reigned. Some resident thought the troops were merely maneuvering to find alternate routes to the centers of the city, so they continued to block their movements. In many cases, by May 24, the troops had disappeared and withdrawn to outskirts of the cities where they remained. Martial law had not officially ended, but as the troops departed, demonstrators began to celebrate the victories. Never since 1949, not even during the Cultural Revolution, had so many people in Beijing spontaneously demonstrated against the party leadership. Deng now confronted a mass movement that Mao would have been proud of if only it had been now been directed at his very own Communist Party. Deng prepared for armed forces May 22 to June 3rd. Immediately after May 20, while allowing the troops to retreat temporarily, Deng directed young shakuns to prepare tanks, armored vehicles, trucks, and armed men in sufficient numbers to overcome all resistance. By this point, the top leaders in Beijing had become acutely worried about the steadiness of the troops and high officials in the face of the civilian oppositions. On May 28, retired general who had not been consulted about the imposition of a martial law sent Deng a statement opposing the use of force. Deng and Yakun, this one dispatched two top military leaders to visit each of these two generals individually to explain the reasons for the imposition of the martial law. Over the next few days, Leng Peng led an effort to garner the support of the high officials throughout the country. Leng Peng diaries for days after May 20 is filled with the reports of the phone conversations to local leaders across the country in which he relayed what had happened, asked for their approval, and recorded the declarations of support of the decisions of the Beijing's hardship leaderships. By May 21, Ling Peng had reported that the leaders of the 22 provincial level units had expressed their support for the martial laws. For his part, Deng remained by busy consulting with other senior leaders to ensure their support. In the crisis, Chen Yun reported Deng, saying it was important to remain firm and not back down. Deng also met with Lia Xingxing, this, and other elder to make sure that there were no splits in the top leadership. In mid-May, Wan Li was traveling in North America, fearing that he might support Zhou. Central Party leaders notified him not to return directly to Beijing, but to return first to Shanghai. On May 26 at 3 a.m., Wang Li arrived at the Shanghai airport, where he was met by the Jiang Xing and alternate members of the Politburo who briefed him on the situation. On the next day, Deng gave this one a more complete briefing based on orders from the Beijing, and Jiang Xing gave one a package of documents prepared in Beijing that explained why Zhou was being pushed aside. Although one had spoken favorably of democracy while in North America, after he returned to Shanghai, one, ever the loyal party member, expressed support for Deng's policies. Only then was he given permission to return to Beijing. Deng readies a new leadership structure even before martial law was imposed on May 20th. So Deng was busy considering the new leadership structure that would be announced to the public immediately after the order was restored. Deng first took time to reaffirm the decisions of the 13th Party Congress convened in 1987 before announcing the dismissal of ZOA, for he wanted to make clear to the public that the decision introduced by the ZOA would continue. Markets would not only remain open but would expand its project that being carried out by the foreign companies. Even the largest controversial project plan for Yangpu in Henan, led by the Japanese trading company Kumakimuni could continue. It was also announced that there would be a vigorous effort to deal with the problems of official corruptions. In his effort to regain public support, Deng wanted new leaders who were not identified with the element characteristics to be introduced right after the troops took over the square. By May 19th, the day before the martial law was imposed, Deng, Chen Yun, and this one had already chosen Jiang Zemin as general secretary. They planned to announce his appointment immediately after the fourth plenum. So Deng had praised Chen for his decisive action in skillfully closing down the World Economic Heralds without causing a very reactions. 1983 to 85, Jiang had also served as the Ministry of Education, Electronic Industries, and had given briefing to Deng in 1985. Deng, Chen Yun, and Liu had come to knowledge Jiang well during their winter visits to Shanghai, where Jiang, as a party secretary, had hosted them. He had already served for 3 years as one of the younger members of the Politburo, so he was familiar with the party central issues. Moreover, Jiang had the combination of firmness committing to reforms, knowledge of the science, technology, and experience dealing with the foreign affairs that Deng considered important for leading China. Deng, Chen Yun, and this one also considered the new membership of the extending committees of the Politburo. This one, party secretary in China, was another effective reform-minded leaders would be placed on the standing committees in charge of the propaganda, replacing Hu Yongli, who seems too close to Jia Zhao. Xiaoping, an experienced and popular official who had dealt with the difficult organization issues, were to be added to the suggestions of Chen Yun, and Li Peng, who had proved to be firm in carrying out Deng's wishes, would remain as a premier. Along with Yao Yanlin as a vice premier, the new appointments were to be announced immediately and would become official at the next Central Committee plenum. Zia, this one would leave the Politburo, although he did not accuse Zhou of factionalism. Deng said that, like Ho Yangfeng, Zhou had worked only with a small circle of people. Having made his decision about the new leadership, Deng met with the two continuing members of the standing committees, Ling Peng and Ya Yulin. It would have been only human if the two were upset at being passed over for the next the position of general secretary. So Deng patiently explained to them that the need for a new faces to maintain national order He also encouraged them to take practical steps against corruption to show the public that the party leaders were serious about dealing with the problem. At the meeting, Deng explained that Jiang Zemin and the new leaders would need to take a dramatic step in the first few months of power to show their commitment to reforms. Deng believed Chiang should not bring his personal staff with him to his new position. Instead, he urged everyone to unite against around Chiang Zemin and form a strong leadership team. So once the new leadership team was in place, Deng would announce his intention to retire completely. He would retain some influence even without any titles, but Jiang Zemin, without the personal authority of the revolutionary leaders, would need authority conferred by official titles in order to lead the country. Jiang Zemin was unaware of many of the high-level discussions about his future role. Ling Peng telephoned Jiang and without explaining why, he told him to fly to Beijing immediately. When Jiang arrived, Ling Peng told him that Deng wishes to see him. Deng then notified this one of his official selection as the paramount leaders. Okay, in Beijing, Jiang consulted individually with the other two top leaders, Chen Yun and Lin Zisman, and began at once to prepare for his new responsibilities. Jiang Zemin's background made him an appealing choice for the leaders of the second generation. Born in 1926, Jiang had proved his high intellectual abilities by passing the examinations to enter Zhuangzi Middle Schools and later to enter Jiaotong University, one of the top engineering universities in the country. While pursuing his education, he learned some English and also some Russians, which he used during the 2 years when he was an exchange student in Soviet Union. He also learned some Romanian. Jiang's uncle, a communist revolutionary martyr, became Jiang's adopted father after Jiang's own father died when he was 13. And turn of the event that gave Jiang a personal revolutionary history. Jiang joined the underground Communist Party before 1949, beginning in the 1980s as the party secretary and members of the leading group on the foreign investment. Under Gumi, he gained experience in reforms and opening during his 6th year as a party leader in Changchun Autonomous Mobile Factory, one of China's largest. Jiang also acquired a solid grounding in heavy industries. He became a mayor of Shanghai in 1985, party secretary of the Shanghai the following year, and members of the Politburo in 1987. In selecting their successor, top Chinese leaders were partial to those who came from families of party revolutionaries, especially martyrs were in crunch. They could be counted on to remain absolutely dedicated to the party. They wanted someone thoroughly committed to the knowledgeable about reforms. And also Jiang had proved he was. He also wanted someone who was firm and skilled at handling crises, as Jiang would have been during 1986 student demonstrations and in closing the World Economic Herald. In addition, Deng was looking for someone who could maintain good relations with a variety of the people, while in Shanghai and Beijing, Chiang had shown that he could get along with other officials. Indeed, beneath his jovial exterior, Jiang was a smart and mature political manager. Although he never worked in the party structure in Beijing, he uses his 3 years in the Politburo to familiarize himself with the party leaders and central party affairs, to becoming known as someone who could effectively manage political issues. The hardcore student persist May 20 to June. Immediately after the failure of the troops to establish martial law in Beijing on May 20, more and more people flocked back to the square, buoyed by the mood of the popular supports and outrage at the imposition of the martial law. Although some students had grown wary of the intimidated and returned to their campuses, they were replaced by the new arrival from the provinces who continued to flood in. On the night of the May 29, the goddess of democracy, a huge styrofoam statue model after the American Statue of Liberty, was placed facing the portrait of the Mao and unveiled in a ceremony that attracted enormous attention at home and abroad. The statue had been made by students from a Central Academy of Fine Arts in 3 rushed days and carved it on pedicabs piece by piece to Tiananmen Square, intended to provide a lasting reminders of the cause of the Chinese democracy. It would be smashed to pieces in the cleaning up the square after June 4. Meanwhile, the tenor of the movement had begun to change. Railway officers, officially estimated that during the period there had been some 400,000 one-way trips to or from Beijing. But by May 30, more people were leaving than arriving. Many of the protesters were worried about punishments and wanted to bargain for clemency. By late May, like the propaganda department, they were opposing the students' leaders began trying to limit the access of the reporters to ordinary demonstrators so they could control the message reaching the public. The message itself was hard to control because the students were not united, and because those who emerged as the leaders intended to be bold orators who could sway a crowd rather than strategize with the long-term unified programs. The student could not agree on a course of actions in an effort to have at least a minimum of unity. Those who remained in the square took the following oaths: I swear to devote my life and my loyalty to protect the death Tiananmen Square, the capital Beijing, and the Republic. The crackdown, June 3rd to June 4th. The crackdown, June 3rd to 4th. There's no evidence to suggest that Deng showed any hesitation in deciding to return troops to Tiananmen Square. At 2:50 p.m. on June 3, he gave the orders to Chi Huangtong's to do whatever was necessary to restore order. Melanie Menen's perceptive Western scholars who was there at the time explained Deng's rationale. In her view, it was highly probable that even had Royd's control measures cleared the streets on June 3rd, that would have ended the present protest movement. The protesters would have retreated only temporarily to rally in the greater force at later dates. The force used on June 4 promised to end the movement immediately, certainly and once for all. Deng's family reported that despite all the criticism he received, he never once doubted that he had made the right decisions. Many observers who saw the dwindling numbers in Tiananmen Square towards the end of the May believed it may have been possible to clear it without violence, but Deng was concerned not only about the students in the square but also about the general loosening of the authority throughout the country, and he concluded that strong action was necessary to restore the government's authority. 2 years would pass before the Soviet Union was collapsed, but by 1989, Deng had become convinced that Soviet and Eastern European leaders had done not enough to preserve state and party power. In Poland, on April 4th, 1989, as a result of the roundtable talks and the labor union Solidarity had taken political control, the presidency had been made an elective office and the Communist Party had been dissolved. By coincidence, the Polish election was held on 4th of June, the same day the Chinese troop took over Tiananmen Square. Jiang Zemin, who had studied in the Soviet Union, later praised Deng for having moved boldly to keep China from falling apart as had the Soviet Union. In total, some 150,000 troops were positioned on the outskirts of the Beijing. They had arrived mostly by the rail, by 10 plane loads of soldiers from the more distant military regions of Chengdu and Guangzhou also arrived on the June 1st. In case more troops were needed, the Guangzhou airport sold no tickets for 6 days. Starting on May 31st, troops had come from 5 of the 7 military regions, but commanders of all military regions had recorded their approval of the military effort to control the square. So there was no danger that some regions might later express after the fact opposition to the suppression of the student. But far better or for worse, they were in this together. For the crackdown itself, military strategies in an effort to prevent roads from being blocked as early as May 26 started sending small groups of soldiers to infiltrate the neighborhoods of Beijing. Secrecy was key. Some arrived in unmarked trucks with their weapons hidden. Others came in street clothes, on foot or on bicycle in a group of 3 to 5 so as to avoid drawing attention. Some stationed near the key intersections wore sunglasses and dressed like a street thugs. Others were allowed to wear uniforms, but appeared to be joggers, group of joggers out of there for the regular exercises. For several days, they continued entering in the small numbers, but on Friday, June 2, the numbers of the soldiers arriving increased. In particular, a large group of soldiers gradually assembled inside the military museum for miles west of the Tiananmen, which would become an important staging area for troops and equipment. Many especially well-trained troops began to pass through the underground tunnel to position themselves inside the great hall of the people adjacent to Tiananmen Square, where they could be counted on to help clear the square and discipline vendors. Other soldiers in civilian clothes were located at additional camp points around the city, where they could provide intelligence about roadblocks and about any movement of the demonstrators. On May 19, when the troops had first tried to impose martial law, they had moved at night, believing that people would be in bed. But masses of the people swarmed the streets, aided by the light of the full moon. On their second attempt, military leaders chose the night of the 3rd of June, the darkest night of the lunar month. The date also seemed promising because of if order could be established on 4th of June, a Sunday, most of the reception would occur during the week and not on a normal work day. On June 3rd, Deng acknowledged that once order had been reestablished in Tiananmen Square and Beijing at large, it would take additional months or even years to change people's mind. He was in no hurry and felt no need to blame those who had joined the hunger strike, demonstrated, and petitioned. He told the troops to target only those who were breaking the law and trying to subvert the nation. The logic of the crackdown, he told them, was that China needed a peaceful, stable environment in order to continue its reforms and opening and to modernize the country. In explaining these rationale for sending in troops, Deng acknowledged that political reform was needed, but he was firm about maintaining the four cardinal principles: upholding the socialist path, supporting the people's democratic dictatorship, maintaining the leadership of the Communist Party, and upholding Marxist-Leninist Mao Zedong's thought. If the demonstrations and the passings of the poster continued, he said, there would not be enough energy left to get things done. He said that the leaders should explain their decision to restore orders and persuade all the levels it was correct to take action against the protester. In the day before June 3rd, students began to get some hint of the troops' movement, but they had no idea how many soldiers had already infiltrated the centers of the Beijing. Moreover, most students could not imagine that the protest would lead to shooting. On several occasions before June 3rd, the students had voted whether or not to continue to occupy the square. The majority always voted to stay. For most of those who advocated leaving simply voted with their feet Yet in the days before June 4th, some student leaders fearing punishments and try to bargain with the government, saying that as a conditions for leaving the square, they should be guaranteed that they would be not punished and the student organizations would be given official recognition. They received no such guarantee. It's 28. Okay. On the night of the June 2nd, word spread on the streets of the Beijing that some troops were entering Beijing. Demonstrators and their allies sent the word out, and many PLA vehicles were blocked, overturned, or even set on fires as the troops tried to make their way through the city. Meanwhile, the government official pushed ahead on the afternoons of the June 3rd. QA, she called an emergency meeting to discuss the final plans for clearing the square. Yang Chen Kunst presented the plans to Deng. Deng quickly approved them. The leaders had expected some resistance from the demonstrations on June 2nd, but they had underestimated the strength of the opposition. Chen Xingtong reported that the people surrounded and beat the soldiers. That people surrounded and beat the soldiers. Some of the rioters even seized munitions and military provisions. Officers of the central governments and other major organs came under siege. Deng Ping was so distraught that at the scale and determination of the resistance that for the first time he used the term counter-revolutionary riots, indicating that those resisting would be treated like enemies. He declared, "We have to be absolutely firm in putting down these counter-revolutionary rights in the capital. We must be merciless with a tiny minority of the rights elements. The PLA martial law, troops, the people, army, armed police, and public securities are authorized to use any means necessary to deal with the people who interfere with the mission." On 3rd of June, the commander of the various groups' armies met at the headquarters of the Beijing military region to go over the details of the assaults plans. There were three waves of soldiers in motorized vehicle would enter the Beijing. In each wave, troops would move in from the north, south, east, and west. The first wave would move from the 3rd and 4th ring roads between 5 p.m. to 6:30, and the second 7, 8, and then third 7, 9, and so on. Some of the earlier trucks would not contain weapons, but two waves of armed force would follow the three earlier waves. One would set out about 10:30 p.m. and another after midnight, and the soldiers were to clear the square before dawn. The launch proceeded as planned at 6:30 in the evening of on the June 3rd. An emergency announcement was made on radios and TV that workers should remain at their post and citizens should stay at homes to safeguard their lives. Chinese state televisions broadcast these emergencies announcements non-stop, while loudspeaker made the announcement in the square. The announcement did not say specifically that the troops were moving in. However, since the government had already issued many other warnings, many people did not attach sufficient weightage to the phrase "safeguard your lives." I think they should have given an announcement that we are opening a fire, so everyone is please requested to be inside or some. Okay. On June 3rd and 2nd, the student protested to use tactics they had developed since May 3rd. 19 few had walkie-talkies, but they did not make good use of motorcycle to spread the word of the troops movement. Several hundred motorcyclists, known as the Flying Tigers, made themselves available to speed from one side to another, warning of a troop movement, so that the people had time to set up new roadblocks. When the roadblocks forces the lead trucks to stop, people rush to slash tires or simply to let the air out, thus bringing the trucks to a halt. Then the people cut wires or ripped out parts of the engines and begin taunting and throwing bricks and stones, and in some cases assaulting the soldiers on the back of the trucks. These roadblocks proved effective in some cases, stopping not only the first wave of the trucks but also later waves that could not get around the first groups of the disabled vehicle. The greatest resistance and the greatest violence on the night of June. This was an early morning of June 4th took place on the main streets 4 miles west of the Tiananmen Square near Muxidi Bridge and the next to the tall apartment building where retired high-level official lived. At about 9:30 p.m., troops from the 38th Group Army reached Muxidi, where they found several thousand civilians gathered to resist any advances. Buses were stretched across the roads at the Muxidi Bridge, blocking further movement by the vehicle. The PLA first tried to firing tear gases and rubber bullets, but we had little effect. People responded by boldly throwing rocks and other objects at the troops. An officer used a bullhorn to order the crowd to disperse, but to no avail. And the 38th Group Army had then approached from west, like the Kuomintang turncoats, who had joined the PLA during the civil wars. Were under pressure, under special pressures to prove their loyalty. The commanders who this one had excused himself, saying that the medical problems made it impossible for him to lead his troops. At about 10:30 p.m., the troops near Muxidi Bridge began firing into the open air and throwing stun grenades, but there were no deaths. By 11 p.m., the troops, still unable to advance, to begin the firing live weapons directly at the crowds using AK-47 automatic rifle that can fire 90 shots per second. 90 shots per second. I can fire 90 shots per minute. Okay, I'm sorry. As people were shot Others carried the wounded to the side of the battle area and took them to ambulance or put them on bicycles or pedicabs to rush them to nearby Foxing Hospital. PLA trucks and motor cars also began charging ahead at full speed, running over anyone who dared to stand in their path. Even after they began shooting with their lives aroused, using deadly forces against the countrymen, it took the troops some 4 hours to advance the 4 miles eastward from Moxiru to Tiananmen. The Tiananmen Square troops did not arrive in sizable numbers until after midnight. But some police and plainclothes military were already in place, having arrived several hours earlier. At 8 p.m., lights lit up the square and the adjacent Chang's boulevards that runs east of the square. And around 9 p.m., this boulevard was mostly deserted. In the armed vehicle and tanks, the troops began to move towards the square. Several miles south, as they approached from the east, some rifle shot hit the windows of the building where foreign photographers and reporters were located. The troops were warning them to keep away from the windows, where they might take pictures or killings near the squares. Foreigners were also spotted by the plainclothes officer who told them to get off the street so that they would not get hurt, and warned them not to take photographs of military action. Many photographers had their cameras and film confiscated. Okay, just wait. If possible, I like to see the video of it. Okay, let's just look at some videos. Taina. A second. Taina massacre video.
For more than 40 years, CNN has offered a front row seat to history in the making. Why am I under arrest? It's a hoax, a setup. Troy.
Years ago, China was still almost totally isolated from the rest of the world. Today, encouragement of private enterprise, free markets, foreign investment, introduction of Western products and ideas made this country the pioneer in the communist world's search for reform. But now, China's reform program has run into trouble.
Inflation officially has been at the 20% level in recent months. Corruption has grown at a great deal.
Thousand students marched through the streets of Beijing, calling for democracy, human rights, and the resignation of the Chinese government. Their destination, Tiananmen Square in the city center. It was here that the students placed a huge banner honoring the memory of Hu Yaobang, who died on Saturday in political disgrace, purged by Communist Party hardliners 2.5 years ago for his liberal views. For the students, however, Hu represented hope for reform and change, hopes that took him all across the country. By demanding the implementation of the progressive policies he advocated, the students have put the government on the defensive.
It's written "I Have a Dream" by Martin Luther King.
Notably by using tactics such as the peaceful sit-in that the authorities here have never seen.
Freedom of speech. They're shouting freedom of speech. I want to see the crackdown of it.
Nations and volunteer services of civic organizations.
Their attitude may be they're essentially prisoners.
Oh, I could see the tanks moving.
They're awaiting their fate. Ammunition with Rockford troops. Before we will know how many people have died. It sounds to serve a practical.
As soldiers terrorized the tense and chaotic capital with random shooting of unarmed civilians on Monday,
Okay, so understood. An estimated 100,000 demonstrators were still in Tiananmen Square just before the troop began to move in. By 11 a.m., by 1 a.m. on Sunday, June 4, soldiers had begun arriving from every direction around the edge of the square. On Chang boulevards and the Great Hall of the China People, soldiers opened fire on civilians who had begun taunting, throwing bricks, and refusing to move. The protesters had not expected that the troops would fire real bullets. I mean, yeah, man, who would have thought, man? But when some died and when wounded protesters were carried away, the remaining people panicked. By 2 a.m., only several thousand people remained in the square. Student leaders Jiang Ling announced that those who wanted to leave could leave and those who wanted to stay could stay. Huan Nangjin, a popular singer from Taiwan, who, along with the several well-known intellectuals, had entered the square on May 27 for what they all thought would be the final days of the occupation, took the microphone to warn those still there that armed forces were now pressing into the square. Who said that those listening had proved that they were not afraid to die, but that there had already been enough bloodshed. Those remaining should withdraw peacefully without leaving behind anything that they could be used as a weapon. At about 3:40 a.m., as the soldiers approached, Hua Zhozin and three other met with the martial law troops to negotiate a peaceful exit from the square. After a brief discussions, the PLA officer agreed. At 4 a.m., the light went out in the square. Hu Dejian returned to the microphone shortly thereafter to announce the agreements and told those who remained to evacuate immediately. Some 3,000 persons hurriedly followed Hu out of square. At 4:30 a.m., troops and military vehicle moved forwards, and students who stayed behind retreated towards the southwest. At 5:30 and 5:20 a.m., only about 200 defiant demonstrators remained. They were forced out by the troops, and by 5:40 a.m., just before the dawn, as ordered, the square was completely clear of demonstrators. Some observers reported that the people were shot in the square, but government spokesperson denied that anyone had been that. But government spokesperson denied that anyone had been shot in the square between 4:30 to 5:30, implicitly acknowledging that some may have been shot before or after the time. The government also did not deny that people were killed on Chang's boulevards adjacent to the square. Many have tried to determine the number of the people killed during the night, but estimated very widely. Official Chinese reports a few days after June 4th stated that more than 200 were killed, including 20 soldiers and 23 students, and that about 2,000 were wounded. Lingping told Brent's Discover on Juswan that the 310 had died, including some PLA officers and 38 and 36 students. Deng Ling, the mother of one of these killed, they had tried to collect the names of all those killed the night as this one, and she had collected the almost 300 names. Leave this one, okay. Some 65 trucks and 47 armed personal carriers were destroyed, and another 485 vehicles were damaged. The most reliable estimated by the foreign observers who have carefully studied these events are somewhere between 300 and 2,600 demonstrators were killed. That several thousands were wounded. Some initial foreign reports of the tens of thousands were killed, we acknowledge it to have been greatly exaggerated. Timothy Brook, a Canadian scholar then in Beijing, drawing an estimate by foreign military attached and data from all 11 major Beijing hospitals, reported that those hospitals were at least 478 deaths and 920 wounded. Some believe that the numbers of the deaths may have been higher than the numbers documented at this hospital. However, because of some families fearing long-lasting political punishments for the wounded or themselves, would have been sought treatment for their loved ones or disposed of his or her body outside the regular channel. For several days after clearing the square, the PLA and the police cleaned up the area had been trashed during the demonstration, crushing the quarters of the democracy in the process. There were a few scuffles with the local citizens, but following the bloody crackdown, an uneasy calm returned to the square in Beijing. Student leaders of the demonstrations were rounded up and arrested. Some were detained briefly, others were placed in jails. Even some prominent intellectuals like Deng, who had been in the square encouraging students to withdraw, were arrested and jailed. Deng personally decided on several years decided on 7 years sentence for Bong Thong's Zuo's assistant, but after serving the 7 years, he has remained under the strict surveillance. On other subordinates of Zhong were jailed, and after more than 20, some demonstrators had still not been released. Some student leaders, including Chia Ling and this one's intellectual leaders such as this, with the help of underground railroads of a safe house and brave friends, managed to escape from the country. Wang Deng, however, was jailed for several years before they were released and exiled to the West, where he continued his studies. The hothouse generation and the postponements of a whole. The students and other intellectuals who took part in the 1989 demonstrations, like intellectuals throughout the Chinese history, felt a deep sense of responsibility for the fate of their country. They were, however, an hothouse generations with little experience outside their house and universities. Unlike the students of the late 1940s, they had not spent years building an organization to attain power. Unlike the students of the early 1980s, they had not been tempered by political campaigns, struggled during the cultural revolutions, or worked in the countryside. They were the ablest students of the generations, but they have been tested by examinations and instead of experience. They were the sheltered beneficiaries of the academic reforms in the best middle schools and universities of the country. Moreover, the students had grown up at a time in Chinese history that offered no space for independent political activists to organize and test their ideas. The demonstrators were not members of the political organization, but a part of the crowd with the changing leaders and loosely affiliated party participant. Those who rose to the take rank high position in the movement did so not by displaying superior judgment and strategic planning, but through the spontaneous oratory and bravoda. Those two remained in the square, harbored the illusion that their national leaders would recognize their patriotism and their high moral talks with them. So take their concern as legitimate and deal with the issues they were raising. This hothouse training generation resembles Sun Yat-sen's description of the China in 1920 like a sheet of the loose sands. Zhao Zeng's opponents blame him for inciting the students and directing their spears at Deng. Zhao supporters in turn blame his rival for provoking the students to embarrass Zhao. So both Zhao supporters and his opponents may have tried to direct the student protester, but in fact they had little ability to do so. This Chinese student marched to their own drummers. Even the students' own leaders could not only incite the protesters gathered in the square, not control them. After June 4th, students and their families mourned those who had been killed or injured. They also mourned the loss of the hope that more China would emerge in the near futures. More open, moral China would emerge in the future. Student leaders, considering what to do after June 4, acknowledged to one another that they had been naive in challenging the nation and national nations and leaders, and in expecting them to give up their power. Students of this generation, as well as the following generation, took away from their strategic experience the lesson that direct confrontation with the leadership would likely to cause a reaction to so forceful that it was not worth the cost. The Chinese students after June 4, then, unlike their counterparts in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, stopped attacking the Communist Party. Many students came to believe that progress could only be achieved by slowly building a base, by improving the economic livelihoods of more people, by improving the people's understanding of the public issues, and by gradually developing and experiencing democracy and freedoms. Even some students who were not a member of the Communist Party acknowledged that leaders had been in dangers of losing control over the country and that only the party could maintain stability necessary to promote economic growth. Many believed that despite the corrupt and self-serving officials, the communist-led programs that had brought about the reforms and opening policies, and with them the improved livelihoods of the people, was preferable to any likely alternative. They hoped that after decades of stability and economic growth, a stronger base with a fairer society could develop. In the meantime, the vast majority of the student activists simply gave up promoting collective actions and instead concentrated on pursuing their own careers. Many intellectual and even high level party officials believed that the decision to fire an innocent people was unforgivable, that sooner or later the party would have to reverse its evaluation of the movement. Although such a change seems unlikely, while those who played an active role in deciding to use force are still alive, there has been a softening of the government's position. Within 2 decades after the crackdown, many of those imprisoned were released, and the opprobrium of having taken a part was gradually reduced as the events first called a counter-revolutionary rebellion became a riots, and then a political turmoil, and finally 1989 storm, the power of Tiananmen image. All of us who care about human welfare are repulsed by the brutal crackdowns on June 4, 1989. The tragedy in Tiananmen Square evoked a massive outcry in the West, far greater than previous tragedies in the Asia for a comparable scale elicited. For instance, February 20, 1947, as the Kuomintang took over Taiwan, the Kuomintang General killed 4 of thousands of most prominent leaders so as to eliminate many local leaders who might have resisted the Kuomintang. In Taiwan, the incident embittered relationship between locals and outsiders for decades, but it received little attention abroad. In 1980, Korean President Chun Yon-dun led a bloody crackdown during which he slaughtered the far more people than were killed in Beijing in 1989 in order to eliminate local resistance in Kuomintang. Yet the Gwangju events were not covered by Western televisions, and the global condemnations of the South Korean leaders did not compare with the condemnation of the Chinese leadership after the Tiananmen tragedy. In his comparative analysis of this incident, American scholar Richard Matskin tackles these questions of why Westerners' audience became so emotionally involved in Tiananmen tragedy and suggests that the answer has to do with the way the events unfolded dramatically in the real time on television, as well as how the students came to be identified with the Western idols. In short, Matson concludes that the crackdown in Beijing struck a nerve because it was interpreted as an assault on the American myth that economic, intellectual, and political freedoms were always fine. Many foreigners came to see Deng as a villainous enemy of the freedoms and who crushed the heroic students who were standing up for what they believed in. During the Cultural Revolution, there was no comparable foreign media's access in China, even though the raw brutality that occurred then affected far greater number of the people than did event of the June 4th. Paradoxically, Deng Xiaoping efforts to open China to the foreign press made it possible for the foreign correspondents to report to the world after his crackdown in Tiananmen Square. Before the spring of the 1989, foreign reporters in China had been highly restricted in their movement and in their access to the Chinese people. Chinese officials, too, under pressures from above not to give away state secrets, rarely talked to the press, and when they did, they were guarded. Until April 1989, when reporters began meeting with the descendants who wanted to pass on the message, they had to meet secretly as to not give the activists in trouble. for foreign correspondent trying to see behind the curtains. Then the Beijing Spring provided a unique opportunity indeed for the most foreign reports in Beijing, covering the student demonstration from April 15th through June 1989 was the most exciting time of their career. During this period, they worked to limit of their physical endurance under adverse circumstances to capture the yearning for freedom and democracy, and were given airtime and print space to report the exciting drama in their own media. Meanwhile, the Chinese students were as eager for their views to reach a wider audience as the reporters were to broadcast them. For reporters as for students, the obvious depth of the support for the student from the older critics, citizens of the Beijing, made it difficult to imagine the government would fire on its own people. Many reporters later criticized themselves for being so caught up in the excitements that they, like the students whom they were covering, had failed to see lurking dangers and to prepare for the audience. By the end of the May, Western TV viewers and newspaper readers have so thoroughly identified the studies, students fighting for democracy, that the bloody final was perceived as a crackdown on our students who stood for the what we stand for. The goddess of democracy statue brought home to American in participant their apparent yearning for all the Statue of Liberty represents. In the eyes of the Western viewers, heroic young demonstrators were being gunned down by the brutal dictators, and when the reporters saw the students they had to come to know being battered and killed, they were so viscerally moved that they tended to exaggerate the horrors. Some reports that as many as 5,000 or 10,000 demonstrators were killed after June 4. The story that China was on the brink of a civil war was continued in the Western press, even though by June 9, when Deng had met with the leaders from all the military regions, it was clear to objective observer that the situation has stabilized. With Chinese leaders restraining to keep order over events, the foreign medias that could be seen or heard by the hotel staff and residents in southern cities near Hong Kong, as well as by Chinese people overseas, became black hands foreigners fomenting the disturbance. Indeed, many Chinese eagerly sought the reports of the Voice of America, BBC, and CNN, and professional Chinese journalists envied the freedom of the Western journalists to report even as they saw them and tried to stretch their own range of freedoms in the stories they wrote. In the aftermath of the Tiananmen incidents, business people, scholars, and US government officials who believed in the US national interest required working with the Chinese government were vulnerable to criticism for cooperating with the evil dictators for Beijing. As the Cold War was coming to an close, many outspoken US liberals were arguing that our policies should reflect our values, that we should not coddle dictators, but instead should stand on the side of our democracy and human rights. And what better way to display the Western commitment to the ideals that condemned those responsible for Tiananmen crackdowns? After June 4th, then Xiaoping was confronted not only by disaffected youth and urban residents in China, but also by the Western officials who espoused the same value as the Chinese demonstrators. What if a tragedy of such enormous proportions, one that caused such extensive human suffering and was witnessed around the world, led all those who care about the welfare of the human kindness to ask such a catastrophic might have been avoided? Those looking for an immediate cause of the tragedy point to the decision of Deng Xiaoping to use whatever means necessary to clear the square. Deng's critics argue that if he had not taken such a firm stance against the turmoil of the April 26, 1989, if he had not, if he had been more willing to listen to the students, or if he had used all non-violent means at his disposal, of the square would have been cleared without such a violence and the loss of life. Critics of Zhou Ziyang argues that if he had given less encouragement to the students and had been more resolute in dealing with them, and if he had been less concerned about his personal image as an enlightened leader, the ultimate tragedy could have been avoided. Critics of Li Ding claim that if he had not been so stubborn in refusing to talk with the students and to understand their concerns, so quick to condemn them, so determined to promote the editorial of April 26 that branded them as the perpetrators of the turmoil, and so rigid in his disdain for lack of sympathy for them, the tragedy might not have occurred. Yes, critics of Chen Qineng and this one say that they have not that had they not exaggerated the gravity of the situation and the extent of the foreign involvement in their reports to Deng and other senior officials, the senior leaders, including Deng, would have not felt compelled to respond so strongly. Critics of the student leaders say that they had not been so vain, displayed such an exaggerated sense of personal importance, and refused to consider the danger they were creating, the tragedy would not have occurred. Some suggest too that if the students and the other Beijing residents had not stopped the troops on May 20 that they were trying to bring order by peaceful means, the regime could have avoided the shootings that followed 2 weeks later. For their part, Chinese critics of Western argue that if the Westerners had not fanned the flames of student protest and if the foreign black hands had not tried to destroy Chinese communism and the socialist system, the demonstrations would not have gotten out of hand. Those who look for a deeper cause point to the decision by Deng and Xiaoping to allow inflation in the rise 1988 and to lift price controls on the consumer products, arousing the anger, anxiety, and hesitation. Other complain about the arbitrary exercise of the powers and privileges by those in high position who intimidate the public, exercise unnecessary tight controls, and over personal lives and gain unfair advantage to their friends and relatives. Some conservatives blame the market reforms that went too far by encouraging greed and contributing to the official corruptions. Others believe that Deng's failure to move the country faster towards democracy and to support Hu Yangpang in 1986 was the ultimate cause of the conflict erased. Deng did believe that officials at the commanding heights have the responsibility to make decisions and that although they should listen to constructive opinions, in the end they must do what they feel is necessary for the long-term success of the country. If Deng had done more to experiment with the voting methods, to weaken the bonds of authoritarian leadership, to introduce the rule of law, and to punish corrupt officials, someday the country would have progressed faster and avoided the challenges from the students. Other officials who admired Deng's handling of the Tiananmen demonstrations believed that in the late May 1989, once the situation in Tiananmen Square began spinning out of control, the strong action taken by the Deng represented the Chinese people only chance for keeping their nation together. Many officials believed that once Deng was unable to bring order by introducing martial law without firing on the crowds, he had no choice but to do what he did to keep the country united. When many Chinese people compare Deng's response to the Beijing student uprising with those of the Gorbachev and his Eastern European counterparts to his own version of the Beijing Spring, they believe that Chinese people and the Chinese nations today are better off today. They're convinced that given its earliest stage of development, China could not have stayed together. They had the leadership allowed the intellectuals the freedoms they sought. They acknowledge the seriousness of the tragedy of the 1989, but they believe that even the greater tragedies would have befallen China had Deng failed to bring an end to the 2 months of the chaos in the June 1989. As much as we scholar like other concerns about human life and the pursuit of a liberty want to find a clear answer that explain the cause of the tragedy, the truth is that none of us can be certain what would have happened had different courses of actions could have taken, nor is it possible there are only 2 decades after these events to make a final judgment on the long run impact of the Deng situation. If Chinese people in the decades ahead acquire more freedoms until will the part of that freedom be less torturous than that taken in the former Soviet Union, and will event of the spring of 1989 still have been a major factors? We must admit that we do not know. What we know is that in the 2 decades after Tiananmen, China enjoyed relative stability and rapid, even spectacular economic growth. Small-scale protests have occurred in the large numbers, and the leaders have been nervous about the danger of a large-scale outbreak. But in the first 2 decades after Tiananmen Square, China avoided any large-scale turmoil. Today, hundreds of millions of Chinese are living far more comfortable lives than they were living in 1989, and they enjoy far greater access to information and ideas around the world than at any time in Chinese history. Both education levels and longevity have continued to rise rapidly. For those reasons and others, Chinese people take far greater pride in their nation's achievement than they did in the previous 18th century. We also know that the yearning of Chinese people for more personal freedoms and for more representative of the governments remain deep. Popular discontent due to the government corruption has, if anything, grown since 1910. Many Chinese worry that without a more independent media and a more independent judicial system, it will be difficult to make progress in the controlling corruptions. And clearly, many Chinese leaders who believe Deng was correct in linking rapid economic growth to increased popular support is worried about the ultimate what if. What if they fail to make progress in slowing these problems before the pace of growth slows? Standing firm, chapter number 22, and standing firm, 1989 to 1992. After the June 4th, 1989, the Beijing was agreeing. Deng faced a public more alienated from the party than any time since the communist rule began. By May 20, it had become clear that the government had lost the support of both its urban residents and its youth, and leaders feared that the government might not survive. The use of force on June 4 intimidated the public into compliances, but it had only deepened the chasms between the party and the people. The morale of the military was also low, so soldiers felt anything but heroic for having killed innocent civilians to help the party retain powers, and recruitment was down. The support for Deng and the Communist Party after the inflation of 1988, the death of Hu Yangpang, and the use of the armed troops to clear Tiananmen Square was at a low point, apart from the exhilarating high points of the 1984. Deng believed that to regain the support of the public, the party desperately needed to keep the economy growing quickly, but the cautious conservative who kept gained control over the economic policy after the inflations of 1988 were holding down growth. The challenge to communism leaders in the Soviet Union and the Eastern Europe to have made many Chinese wonder if the communism had a future in China. At the same time, Western human rights groups and Chinese students abroad were supporting dissident in China, and Western politicians were imposing sanctions against China. For the Westerners, the killing of the innocent student protesting for freedoms and democracy in Beijing was a far worse crime than the decision of the countries that had brought about the deaths of the many civilians in Vietnam, Cambodia, and elsewhere. Western human rights groups began lecturing Chinese about the freedoms and regard for human life. High-level Western officials stopped visiting China, and restrictions were placed on the export of the technology, especially military technology. Foreign trades and tourism suffered. The drama of the Tiananmen tragedy had so captivated the West that Western TV station played and replayed pictures of the smashing of the goddess of democracy, the carrying out of a bloody corpses, and the lone youth trying to stop a tank image that only strengthened the anti-Chinese moods among the foreign governments. Foreign support for dissidents and foreign sanctions against China would not easily dissipate. Deng believed that the foreign support for demonstrators and the imposition of a sanction against China made it far more difficult to maintain control in the China. So he knew that the foreign criticisms would win some followers within the China. Yet, at this critical juncture, as he was both cracking down and bracing for the impact of the foreign sanctions, Deng reaffirmed the importance of the remaining open. A few days before the 4th of June, when he was readying the PLA to do what he considered necessary to restore order, he said, "We should open to the outside world instead of closing our doors, open wider than before. To regain the trust of the people," he said that he and others must achieve concrete results to investigate quickly and punish prominent cases of corruption, no matter who is involved. He reiterated that the third generation of leaders must continue the policy of reforms and opening. Addressing the PLA generals on June 9, 1989, for several days after June 4, Deng and the leadership remained preoccupied with this, rounding up those whom they considered responsible for the turmoil and cleaning up the city to restore order. Deng did not appear in public, and rumor quickly spread that the leaders were badly split and even the government was in danger of falling apart. June 9th, Deng broke his silence by addressing the general who had led the crackdowns. Part of his address were presented on TV, giving the public its first glimpse of high-level leaders since the crackdowns. Deng expressed his appreciation for the generals for the crucial role they played in restoring the orders. He also used the occasion to tell the public that they too should be grateful to the military for its contributions, and the government was stable and its policies would remain unchanged. Then began by expressing his sorrows over the death of the soldiers and police who had died while heroically defending the interests of the party and the people during the struggle. He said that given the global atmosphere and the environment in China, and such a conflict was inevitable. It was fortunate, Deng said, that the conflict had occurred when many experienced senior military leaders, men who had the strength and courage to resolve the issues, were still around. He acknowledged that some comrades did not understand the need for the action, but he expressed confidence that eventually they would come to support the efforts. Difficulties arose, then claimed, because some bad people who had mixed with the students and onlookers now had the ultimate goal of overthrowing the Communist Party, demolishing the socialist system, and establishing a bourgeois republic that would be the vassal of the West. Then asked, "What should we do from now on?" So, in my opinion, we should continue to follow unswervingly the basic line, principle, and the policy we have formulated. He also repeated the importance of the four cardinal principles upholding the socialist path. So the four cardinal: upholding the socialist path, supporting the people's democratic dictatorships. I mean, it doesn't go together, right? Democratic dictatorship. Supporting the people's democratic dictatorship, standing behind the leadership of the Communist Party and of China, and upholding Marxist-Leninism's Mao Zedong thoughts. Talking to the party leaders, week later on June 16, Deng told leading members of the Central Committee that because he personally was withdrawing from his active role, a new third generation of leaders should complete the work of putting down the rebellion. They should use the rebellion to call the attention to the past errors and correct them. But in his view, the basic principle had to remain unchanged. So only socialism can save China, and only socialism can develop China. Economic development should not slow down. So we should do something to demonstrate that our policies of reforms and opening to the outside world will not change, but will be further implemented. Deng reaffirmed as well the correctness of the party's strategic goal of the quadrupling the economy between 1980s and 2000s, and making China a moderately developed by the middle of the 21st century. I think moderately developed, I think it's far more than that. Foreigners in Beijing who heard Deng address, his tone was one of a calm confidence. He showed no signs of regrets for the actions he had taken and no sense of panic about what might develop. Deng appeared to believe that the show of the force on June 4 had quieted the opposition, enabling the party and the PLA to establish a firm control. Indeed, he claimed that the military actions had won for China a decade or two of stability. Deng's estimate power proved correct. In November 1990, when U.S. Secretary of State James Baker sought Chinese cooperation to pass a UN Security Council resolution pressuring Iraq to withdraw from the Kuwait, he negotiated an agreement whereby President Bush would meet Qin Zhuangjan in exchange for China's support. Although most sanctions remained in... Okay, just wait. What? Talking to party leaders, okay? Deng's consistency and a firm hand reassured many who were worried that China might fall into the chaos. Deng displayed confidence that China, which had experienced nearly a complete isolation during the 1950s and 60s, could withstand the foreign sanctions after 1989. Politics changed quickly in democratic countries, he said, and the strict sanctions would not last longer. That's correct. Politics changed quickly in democratic countries, yes, he said, and the strict actions would not last longer than several years. He believed that foreign business people would pressure their governments to improve relationships so that they could once again have access to the Chinese market, and that the foreign governments too would again recognize the need for China's cooperation. China should remain firm, remain firm, encourage its foreign friends to lift sanctions and be prepared to make a good use of every future opportunities. Deng's estimate proved correct in November 1990s, and when U.S. Secretary of the State James Baker sought Chinese cooperation to pass the UN Security Council resolution pressuring Iraq to withdraw from the Kuwait, he negotiated an agreement where the President Bush would meet this in exchange for China's support. Although most sanctions remained in place after this agreement, it was a breakthrough step in restoring the working relationship between China and the United States. After his two public talks in June, Deng rarely appeared in public again, and rumors of his illness or death became so persistent that the newspaper were forced to print occasional denials. In fact, Deng attended the fourth plenum in mid-June amidst President Bush representative Brent Scowcroft in early July, and then to Bethel, a summer resort for high officials. The fourth plenum, June 23 to 24th, 1989, the members of the Central Committee assembled 3 weeks after the Tiananmen tragedy for the fourth plenum of the 30th Party Congress. They affirmed that all the moves they taken to control the turmoil during the previous 2 months had been necessary and proper. Indeed, the plenum report praised Deng and the senior leaders for the roles they had played in the time of a crisis and praised troops and armed police for their supports. The plenum also formalized changes in the top official rosters. Zhou Zing was removed from all his posts. Jiang Zemin was named General Secretary of the party, and Xiaoping, this one's promoted to join Jiang Zemin. Li Peng, this as a member of the standing committees of the Politburo. The new leadership vowed to continue the same path forged by the Deng and his colleague. In his speech at the plenum, Jiang reaffirmed his commitment to the goals of the December 1970s third plenum of the 11th Party Congress, reforms, opening, and promotions of the economic developments. Yet the big question remained: how would Deng bridge the gap between the expectations of the many Chinese who wanted more freedoms and the unyielding determinations of the party elders who felt tight control was needed to preserve order? So Deng's strategy would come as no surprise to those who knew him well. He aimed to promote economic growth and strengthen political education. That is, he did not respond to the calls of intellectuals of the Western style democratic reforms. Rather, he sought to persuade the public that the current system was the most appropriate for China at that time. Passing the baton to Jiang Zemin, Deng had given a baton, right? So, okay, passing the baton. Baton means it's like the light, if I'm not wrong. Baton. Okay, now just wait. It's baton, right? Okay. Baton. A baton is a short, cylindrical stick or a club, depending on the context. It primarily develops reference when the law enforcement. Okay, so batons to law enforcement, to music performing, athletes. Okay, athletes. Yeah, I think relay baton, right? A smooth, light, hollow tube passed from one another to the next. Yeah, passing the baton to the Jiang Zemin. Deng had given a great deal of thoughts to what it would take for a successor to maintain unity and keep China on the path of the path to reforms and opening. In light of the public reaction to the tragedy of the June 4th, Deng was pleased that they chose some ones who had not been involved in the crackdowns and could appeal to the public for a fresh start. Although Jiang Zemin had arrived in Beijing before 4th of July, Deng made sure that the Jiang reputations would be unsullied by Tiananmen by taking personal responsibility for bringing orders to Beijing and by making sure the Yang appointment was not announced until June 21st, after he was formally voted party secretary, general secretary at the fourth plenum. So by waiting until then to pronounce his successor, Deng also demonstrated to the party and the public that he was passing the batons with the firm hands, following proper procedures and not rushing hastily to put a sanction, successor in place. The party elders seems to agree with the need for a strong central figure. So although in 1970s they had been reluctant to give Deng many titles for the fear that doing so might allow powers to become too centralized, in 1989 they readily gave Jiang Zemin the title so he could acquire the authority necessary to become an effectively national leader. In the weeks after June 4th, Deng had reasons to be pleased with Jiang Zemin's performance. Jiang quickly learned quickly and established good relationship with the party elders who had selected him, including Chen Yun and Li Zeng, as well as Deng. He showed sound political instinct and made good use of the advice of the Zen Qinhongs, the well-connected political insiders who had worked under Jiang as a vice party secretary in Shanghai and had accompanied him to the Beijing to serve as a vice head of the party general office. For many years, Qinhong father Zheng Chen had engaged in a party organization and security works, and Zheng Qinhong knew from him many of the inside stories about the party personnel. His mother Deng Levin had been in charge of the Yanqing kindergartens that many of the current leaders had attended as a children. Zheng made good use of his personal network to assist Jiang in his political maneuvering in Beijing. There was no way Jiang Zemin could match the sure-footed, they matched the sure-footed Deng Xiaoping, who could draw on his decades of first-hand experience in Beijing and his vast background knowledge of his colleague. So instead, Jiang deferred to Jiang's and other knowledgeable subordinates to manage the details of this relationship. On the morning of the August 17, 1989, while still in Biadali, Deng summoned Yang this to tell him that he planned to pass his remaining position as chairman of the Central Military Commission on to Jiang Zemin in November. At a flip plan, party leaders understood that this move could represent the transfer not only of the control over the military but also of the overall responsibility of China for China. After Deng and others had returned from the BA alliance on September 4, Deng summoned the top party leaders Chiang Zemin, Li Ping, this Wang Li to his home to discuss his retirement plan. Deng began the meeting by reminding them that, as he had often declared in the past, one of his final responsibilities would be to establish a mandatory retirement system so that age officials would automatically pass on their responsibility to younger leaders. Deng expressed the view to his assembled colleague that the lack of mandatory retirement age had been a critical weakness in the system, not only in Mao's later years, but in the imperial days as well. Some of his critics might have added that they admired his decision to retire and would have been better had he done it in a few years earlier. Deng said that if he were to die while still holding his position, his loss might create international difficulties. Yes, it would be better to pass on the positions while he was still healthy. Even so, he felt he could continue to play a role in meeting those foreign guests whom he knew personally. Deng directed that the next party congress, scheduled for 1992, the Central Advisory Commission should be abolished. The commission, then headed by the Chen Yuns, had been established as a temporary institution to take advantage of the wisdoms of the generations of revolutionary leaders. Deng announced that when he retired at the 5th plenum in November, the party reiterated, the time and procedure like those for the other part of the government should be kept simple. Deng then gave his valedictory message. It was important for both the Chinese public and the foreigners to understand that Chinese leaders remain committed to reform and opening to the outside world. His successor should maintain the authority of the party centers and the state council, for without it, in times of difficulty, China would not be able to solve its problem. Deng added a junction to his successors about how to respond to continued Western sanctions and possible attack. First, he said, we should observe the situation coolly. Second, we should hold our grounds. Third, we should act calmly. Don't be impatient. It is no good to be impatient. We should, be calm, and again calm, and quietly immerse ourselves in a practical to work and accomplish something for China. Later on the same day that he met with the senior official, Deng sent out personal letters to the all Politburo members with the following message: the core leadership headed by Comrade Jiang Zemin had been working very efficiently. After careful consideration, I should like to resign my current post while I'm still in a good health. This would be good for the party, the state, the army, since I am an old citizen and a veteran party member who had worked for decades for the communist cause and for the independence, reunification, developments, and reform of the country. My life belongs to the party and the country, and after my retirement, I shall continue to be devoted to the cause, as the reform opening to the outside world have only just begun. Our task is arduous, and our roads will be long and tortuous, but I am certain that we shall be able to surmount all difficulties, and that one generation after another will advance the cause pioneered by the first generations. Deng was determined to continue the scientific exchange and flows of the new technologies into China, knowing that Americans of Chinese ancestry had strong patriotic sentiments and would keep their ties to China despite foreign sanctions. Following the Tiananmen tragedy, Deng invited Nobel Prize winner Li Songdao to visit Beijing. A press release about in conversation with Li on September 16 amended the public announcement of Deng's retirement. So Deng knew that ever since June 4th, the public had been on edge, worried about the fate of the country. He also remembered that when Mao had pulled back after the difficulties of deadly poverty and rumors began to spread that he was sick and dead, pictures appeared in the press purportedly showing Mao swimming in the Yangtze. Similar to no matter how concerned Deng was about China's difficulties after 4th of July, in the pictures taken with Deng conveyed a carefree, reassuring image to the world. Photo released to the public shows Deng standing in the water of the beach at Piadali, and in well-publicized interviews, Deng told Liu, recently I began to swim for an hour every day in the sea at Biadalans. I don't like the indoor pools. I like to swim in an expansive natural settings. He confessed the recent events in the swimming had been sobering, but he went on to say, I'm certain that after the recent disturbance, China will be even more successful in its drive for modernizations and reforms and opening to the outside world. Deng's underlying message came through the loud and clear. He remained optimistic about China's futures, and despite the criticism from foreign politicians, China still had a door through which international science and technology could enter. At the 5th plenum on the November 7th, Deng passed the chairmanship of the CMC to Chiang Zemin, Yang Suguns to become first vice chairman with his half-brother Yang Weibens, replacing him as the CMC General Secretary. General. The Politburo commended Deng for his great contribution to the second generation leadership. After the plenum ended on November 8th, Deng arrived at the Great Hall of the People to pose for pictures with his former colleague. Okay, I want to see the Great Hall. Okay, the Great Hall of the People. I think I know it, right? I've seen the picture right now recently. The Trump visited, right? The hall of people. Okay, I don't think it's this one. Okay, this is the Great Hall of People. Okay, is the Great Hall of People similar to Parliament? Similar to Parliament? The Great Hall of People function as the parliament building of the People's Republic of China, serving as the official seat of the Chinese national legislations. Located on the western edge of the Tiananmen Square in Beijing, it hosts a major legislative. It is the home of the National People's Congress, which is the China's unique mayoral parliament's annual session. Every March, around 3,000 delegates from China across border gather in the fall this one. Okay, party congress. Okay. Okay, so this is the Great Hall. Okay, Great Hall. This one stand. Where is the Tiananmen Square? Okay, I want to see the Tiananmen Square. Walk me to the Parliament, the Great Hall of People. Slightly different from my okay. Okay, Tiananmen Square. Right? Tiananmen Square. Tiananmen Square. Okay, it's here. Okay, this is Tiananmen Square, and okay. Then okay, so this is the Tiananmen Square. Chinese people know about okay, this one. What happened at Tiananmen Square? I don't want to talk about this one. Okay, I want to talk about Great Hall of this one. And okay, so Great Hall of the Great Hall is a state building situated in the west of Tiananmen Square in Beijing. Okay, this I want to know the official residence. Official residence of President of China. Yeah, the official residence of President of China is Zhongnanhai, a massive, heavily guarded governmental and political compound. Okay, so Zhongnanhai. Okay, I'll just look at it and how it does it look. It's like a White House. Okay, this is the okay. It looks rather old. Okay, that's where the president. Okay, prime minister says. Okay. Yeah, what is the Forbidden City? Okay, I've heard of it. Forbidden City. Why it is a forbidden city and why is it forbidden? The Forbidden City is the world's largest imperial palace complex located in the heart of the Beijing, China, built between 1406, that means around 14th century, and 1420. It served as the home of the 24 Chinese emperors and ceremonial and political centers of the Ming and the Qing dynasty for nearly 500 years. Why is it forbidden? The palace was deemed forbidden during the dynastic times because it was strictly off limits to ordinary people, commoners, and even most government officials. Access restricted only the emperor, members of the imperial families, and the eunuch and maid and servants were allowed to live or enter the grounds. Anyone caught trespassing faced immediate execution. Okay, so that's why it's called a forbidden city. Okay, so this is the entire palace. A typical Chinese, quintessential Chinese. Okay, it's a big man, forbidden city, and it looks good, man. One by one, they came forward to shake his hands. He then turned home for a retirement banquet with his family, prepared by his cook of 30 years. 2 years later, the People's Daily featured the letters that Deng had sent to Central Committee members. I thank our comrades for their understanding and their support. I sincerely thank all of you for accepting my request to retire. I sincerely thank all my comrades. The Berlin Wall fell on the day of Deng's retirement, but in China, his retirement passed without incidents. Okay, so Berlin wall fell. Okay, I think it is it, right? Okay, the fall of the Berlin. Okay, Berlin Wall fell. Okay, I think it fell on 1992. Okay, 89. Okay, the Berlin Wall fell on 9th November 1989 during the peaceful revolution, marking the beginning of the destruction of the figurative Iron Curtain, as East Berlin transit restrictions were overwhelmed and discarded and sanctions. Why did Berlin Wall fall? The Berlin Wall fell on November 9th, 1989 due to a combination of mass civilian protests, severe economic instability, shifting Soviet policies, and historic administrative blunders by the East Germany government official. Soviet leaders Mikhail Gorbachev introduced the policies of the openness and restriction. Crucially, he made it clear the Soviet Union would no longer use military force to prop up the hardline communist regime in Eastern economic stagnations, bureaucratic mistake. Okay, so just wait. Okay, German was divided into East and West for how long? I think for good 40-50 years. Okay, Germany was divided into East and West for 41 years, from 1949 39 to 45. Okay, 49 to this one. The two seats were officially established in the fall of this one. Okay, and remain separate until this one. Okay, and then there was a reunification of German. That's okay. I mean, why is it that we have, in our, when I was in class 8, 9, we had a history class of Germany, reunifications was Germany. Okay, and okay, did fall of German wall led to collapse of Soviet? I think it did. The fall of Berlin Wall did not directly cause the collapse of Soviet Union. Instead, the fall in November 1989 was a dramatic symptoms of the Soviet bloc, underlying the systematic failures which ultimately led to the USSR dissolution in December 1991. Both events, okay. Which event led directly to the dissolution of Soviet. The Bela-Vazia Accords led directly to the dissolution of the Soviet Union. This agreement was drafted by the leaders of Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus, officially declaring the USSR defunct and establishing the Commonwealth of the Independent States in its place. August 1991 coup attempts. A failed coup by hardline communist officials severely weakened Mikhail Gorbachev authority and accelerated independence movements. Gorbachev's reform, the policies of the Glasnost and the press. That is 1985. Inadvertently followed the suppressed. 1986 Chernobyl disaster, the government's suppressions of the information and regarding the nuclear catastrophe. Chernobyl disaster, even that one happened, right? 1986 Chernobyl disaster. So all the president of Russia, of Soviet and Russia. So list of leaders of the Soviet during its 69-year history years. The Soviet Union usually had a de facto leaders who would not always necessarily be the head of the state or even head of the governments, but not always held this one. So the office of the chairman of the Council of Ministers was comparable to the prime minister of the First World. Whereas the office of the chairman of the presidium was comparable to the president's. According to Marxist-Leninist ideology, the head of the Soviet state was a collegiate body of the vanguard party. Joseph Stalin, he was the founder. And so first it goes to Vladimir Lenin. Portrait goes to Vladimir Lenin. And Leninisms. He was the founder of the Leninisms. And then there's a Joseph Stalin. Stalinism. Stalinism of the revolutions. And then you have Georgy Mikhail. After Joseph Stalin death on 5th of March 1953, this one succeeded him as the highest ranked figure in both the state bureaucracies. And this one, nevertheless, Mikhail was unable to fully consolidate power in Soviet leadership and therefore govern the country as a part of the Troika alongside 1902 to 1988, and then Nikita Khrushchev. Right, so it could be the father of the Mikhail Khrushchev. Nikita became the acting head of the party apparatus. And then this one stand, and then and Mikhail, he was the last one, right? Mikhail Gorbachev served as the general secretary from this one has resigned on this one's chairman of the president of the Supreme Soviet Union. And then came. There's no mention of the Putin. Who was the president of the Soviet Union? President. Soviet and Russia. Russia. The Soviet Union had only one official president in history, Mikhail Gorbachev. While the Russian Federation had the three political presidents: Boris Yeltsin, Vladimir Putin, and Dmitry Medvedev. Historically, the Soviet Union was ruled by general secretaries or a chairman. The Communist Party, the executive, the title president was in 19. This one's the only president. This one's first goes to Vladimir Lenin, founder. De facto supreme leaders of the Soviet Union. Before the presidency was invented, these leaders ruled the USSR, the head of the state. Vladimir Lenin, 1922 to 24, founder and the first leader of the Soviet state. And 14. That means So 1914 means Vladimir Lenin. Vladimir Lenin was the president. Just wait. First World War president of Russia. Soviet. Is it Vladimir Lenin? There was no Soviet this once. There was no Soviet president during the World War I because the Soviet Union. This was not established until 1922, a year after the war ended. This one during the year the Russian Empire was ruled by the Tsar Nicholas. So Joseph Stalin 1922. This one of the leaders. 1922. It started in 1922. Russia leadership during the World War I. Tsar Nicholas, emperor of the Russian Empire at the outbreak of the war. He was forced to abdicate during the February this one. But Russia won, right? Did Soviet won the first World War I? I think they did win the First World War. No, the Soviet. Okay, no, the Soviet and the Russian Empire it replaced did not win the World War. In fact, Russia dropped out of the war early and ceded massive amounts of territory to Germany. Tsarist. Okay, that's why. Okay, so Russia entered the World War 1914 as a part of the Allied powers, but suffered devastating military defeats and massive economic collapse. This led to the overthrow of the Tsar. In Soviet exits in late 1970s, the Bolsheviks, communists took over and power. Okay, this one's okay. Germany lost, right? World War One was between, and which one? Okay, who won? I think Germany lost it. Yeah, I'm sure Germany lost it. That's the why Hitler came, right? Okay, the World War One was fought between the two major coalitions, the Allied powers and the Central powers. The Allied powers won. Okay, the Allied powers was the winners, primarily France, the British Empire, Russia until 1917. Okay, the Russia, primarily Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Ottoman empires and Bulgaria. Okay, so there was a Tsars, right? Joseph Stalin. Okay, what was Russia called during Tsar? Okay, Tsar's time. During Tsar time, right? There was a king. Russia was officially called the Tsardom of Russia or Tsardom of Moscow from 1574 to 47 to 1721. So Peter the Great changed the country's name to the Russian Empire and the official title of the monarch. I think I've seen the Peter of the I've seen some videos of or series. Peter the Great changed the country name to the Russian Empire and the official title of the monarch to emperor, although the rule contributes. Okay, so understood. Joseph Stalin, okay, he came for World War II. Joseph Stalin governed through the World War II and start of the Cold War. Okay, 1953. Then Georgy Malenkov briefly held the primary leadership post immediately after Stalin's death, and then came Nikita Khrushchev, led during the height of the Cold War and the Cuban Missile, 1964. Leonid Brezhnev, 1964, 84. Okay, oversaw a long period of military build-up and economic stagnation. And Yuri and served as a brief tenures. Okay, and Konstantin and Mikhail Gorbachev. Okay, president of the Russian Federation, 1991. Right, so 1991 goes to so exact date. Okay, Soviet resolution. Okay, exact date. What is the exact dates? 26 December 1991. Okay. 1991 is very important, right? Because there was a dissolution of the Soviet, and 1991 around that time, Deng Xiaoping also resigned. India opened its economy, LPG, right? Okay, liberalization, privatizations, and globalizations. Okay, and then president of Russia was the first 1991 to 1990 because the first democratically elected president of the modern Russia is Boris Yeltsin, right? So Boris Yeltsin, and then second it came Vladimir Putin, 1999 to 2008, served his first two terms after Yeltsin certain resignations, and then they met three. There was elected while Putin temporarily stepped down to serve as the prime minister. Vladimir Putin returned to the presidency and remained the current incumbent. If you want to explore, nah, I don't want to explore. Okay, now I want to know this one. Okay, China's president and his cabinet. I want to know his cabinet. So if you know the cabinet, then you'll get some idea about who might replace him. Current president is Xi Jinping. He leads the country with the concentrated power structures, ruling as a paramount leader. His cabinet is a state council, which is headed by the premier. Okay, so Lin Jiang, who served as the head of the government and reports to the president Xi. Okay, so he could serve later. He could later become the president. Okay, so he was right now it's 66 years old. Education, Hong Kong Polytechnic Universities. Okay. What is the relationship? Okay, there's a Chinese politician who is the premier of China and second ranking members of the Politburo standing committees of the Chinese Communist Party. Politburo, it's okay, Politburo, okay. Who's up is this one? And then premier goes to Lin Jiang, vice premier, okay, this one. And Minister of Foreign Affairs, Wang Li, Minister of National Defense, okay, Ministry of National Defense, Dong Li, okay, he's the defense minister. Let's see his face. Defense minister, how does defense minister look like? He is a Chinese admiral of the People's Liberation Army. He is serving as the 14th Ministry of National Defense of China since 2000. Okay, this one. And then Ministry of Finance, governors. Okay. So then there is the finance minister. How does the finance minister looks? Everyone is wearing glass, man. Why? Okay, finance minister. Okay, so South China University, University Economics and Master. Okay, so it seems that if you want to become a finance minister, then you need to have an economics degree. Because most of the finance ministers they have studied economics. So yeah, after I'm back. Okay, after years after a year after Deng passed the baton to Chiang, Singapore Prime Minister Liu Yong-kyu similarly named his own successor, Goh Seok Chong. Thereafter, Lee exercised great restraint so as not to interfere with the work of his successors, but he said that he remained the goalkeeper, and if problem arises, he would feel responsible to do whatever was necessary to maintain Singapore's success. Similarly, Deng told Nobel Prize winner Lee Song-koo, "My chief desire is to retire completely, but if there are disturbance, I shall have to intervene." After he passed the mantle to Deng. Deng no longer had responsibility for giving final approval on the important matter. Said 85, he was moving more slowly, and his hearing had further deteriorated. He rested most, and he had trouble maintaining the intense concentration for which he had been famous until 2 or 3 years earlier. After June 1989, Deng did not dominate the political scenes by framing the issues, setting over a policy, gaining compliances, making the final decisions, or controlling what went into the media. But he did continue to have a crucial meeting with important economists, and on a big questions of overall strategy, he could still exert influence, a power that he was prepared to use. Keeping the US door open. Immediately after the June 4th incidents, President George H.W. Bush tried to do something no American leaders had yet done with Chinese Communist leaders. He tried to telephone Deng Xiaoping. Bush also immediately announced that the suspension of military sales and high-level official contacts with China. He offered humanitarian and medical assistance to anyone in China who had been injured in the Tiananmen tragedy. On June 5th, Bush also met with a Chinese student living in the United States to offer them political asylums and show his support for the suffering of their fellow students in China. Yet, in contrast to US public opinions, and especially the newspaper editorial that supported severe sanctions, Bush said that he did not want to punish the Chinese people for the actions of the Chinese governments, knowing the difficulty history between the China and the United States. Bush wanted to avoid any confrontation that would make it more difficult to restore a healthy US-China relationship in the future. Continued contact, he declared, would in the long run strengthen pressures within China, calling for a greater freedom. Several years later, when reflecting on the eve of the 1989, Bush said, "Had I not met the men, then I think I would have not been less Had I not met the men, I think I would have been less convinced that we should keep relation with them after going after Tiananmen Squares." The timing of the Bush term as head of the U.S. Liaison Office in Beijing, from September 26, 1974 to December 7, 1975, had proved fruitous. Bush had taken up his assignment soon after Deng had replaced Zhou Enlai in meeting with the foreign leaders, and he left Beijing just as Deng was again pushed aside by Mao. James Lilly, Bush China specialist who became a brand ambassador to Beijing after Bush became president, observed that Bush and Deng established an unusual chemistry in the 1970s based on the report on each man's perception that the other would be future leaders of the country. In fact, the Lilly concluded that when Mao, Zhou Enlai, Nixon, and Kissinger were passing from the scenes, Deng and the Bush sustained the working relationship between the two countries that earlier leaders had built. Their relationship is relaxed and friendly. On December 6, 1975, at the farewell luncheons that Deng gave in Bush honor as he departed Beijing to head the CIA, Deng joked with him, "Have you been practicing your spying here in China?" Bush believed in personal diplomacy, and he would send Deng occasional notes. Deng did not reciprocate this personal approaches, but he was always ready to meet with the Bush in person. The relationship between the two men had continued after Deng became the preeminent leaders. When Deng traveled to the United States in January 1979, he had requested a private meeting with the Bush in Houston, during which Deng told Bush of his still secret plan to attack Vietnam. So while Deng was in Texas, Bush also invited him to his mother homes. Later, when President Reagan would try to formalize a relationship with Taiwan, Deng and Vice President Bush helped keep the relationship between the United States and mainland on the track. Indeed, when relations between the two countries grew very tense, I think Bush meeting had enabled the two countries to turn a difficult corner, thus opening the way for the August 1980 to continue to establish a relation. Later, when Bush decided to run for president, his wife Barbara, traveling in Asia, was sent to Beijing to tell Deng personally of her husband's intention. And in February 1989, Deng gave Bush a frank account of the improvement in Sino-Soviet relationship. China prepared for Mikhail Gorbachev visit. Some year later, when Bush was asked on TV who was the greatest leader he had ever met, after first replying that no one in the particular stood out, he added that Deng Xiaoping was a very special leader. Yet in June 1989, when Bush tried to phone Deng would not accept the call. It was not the practice of Chinese leaders to answer phone calls from foreign leaders. Therefore, on 21st June 1989, Bush sent Deng a handwritten notes. Bush sent a Deng, "Okay, I write this letter with a heavy heart. I wish I'll just try to emulate his voice. I try this letter with a heavy heart in a deep voice. I wish there was some way to discuss the matters in person, but regrettably, this is not the case. First, I write in a spirit of a genuine friendship. This letter coming, as I'm sure you, from one who believes with a passion that good relationship between the United States and China are in the fundamental interest of both countries. I write you asking for your help in preserving this relationship that we both think is very important. I ask you to remember the principle on which my young country was founded. Those principles of democracy and freedom. Those principles inevitably affect the way American views and react to events in other countries. It is not reactions of arrogance or of a desire to force others to believe, but of a simple faith in the enduring value of those principles and their universal applicability. Bush went on to explain that as the president of the United States, he could not avoid imposing sanctions when there are difficulties between friends. As of now, we must find a way to talk to them. Sometimes in an open systems such as ours, it is impossible to control all leaks. But on this particular letters, there are no copies, no, not one. Staff said in my own personal file. In his letter, Bush proposed that he send a personal envoy to Beijing. The day after Bush sent it to letters, he received a response from the Xiaoping person saying that he was prepared to receive a special emissary. Bush, aware that the U.S. public would be upset that the dispatch of the envoy soon after the June 4th, kept the commission secrets. Even the U.S. embassy in Beijing was not informed. China, for its part, had no difficulty keeping this visit secret. U.S. National Security Advisor Brent Scofford and Deputy Secretary of the State Lawrence Eagleburger flew to Beijing, where they met Deng on July 2nd. So just before the meeting, Deng had told Xiaoping. Bush went on to explain that as a president, the American who accompanied Scofford reported that Deng greeted Scowcroft and Eagleburger cordially saying, the reasons I have chosen President Bush as my friend is because since the inception of my contact with him, I found his words trustworthy. He doesn't say much in terms of empty words or empty, the words that are insincere, but Deng was still tough as nails and deadly serious in his assessment of the US-China relationship. With respect to June 4, he said that it was an earth-shaking event and it is very unfortunate the United States is too deeply involved in it. The various aspects of the US foreign policy have actually cornered China. The aim of the counter-revolutionary rebellion was to overthrow the People's Republic of China and our socialist system. If they should succeed in obtaining their aims, the world would be a different one. To be frank, this could even lead to a war. Then accuse the United States of siding with those, trying to overthrow the Chinese government, and said that the U.S. press was exaggerating the violence and interfering with the Chinese internal affairs. Then regarded Bush's decision to send. What I've seen is that if any foreign governments interfere in the internal affairs of the China, then they get very scared when they get very scared. So Deng regarded Bush's decision to send the two envoy as a good decision. It seems that there is still a hope to maintain our original good relations. I believe that it is the hope of the President Bush. It is also the hope that shared by me. However, a question of this nature cannot be solved by two persons from the perspective of being a friend. Differences between the two countries were caused, Deng said, by the United States, which on a large scale has impinged upon Chinese interest. It is up to the person who tied the knot to unite it. It is up to the United States to cease adding fuel to the fire. Deng went on to explain that the People's Republic of China was founded as a result of 22 years of war, with over 20 million lives lost, and no forces could substitute for the Chinese Communist Party in governing China. This was a stern message from the US, someone who felt that the fate of this country was at the risk and that continuing US support for China's protest had contributed to that risk. In his response, Scofford reiterated that President Bush believed in maintaining good relations with China. It was in the US national interest to do so. Bush also wanted Deng to understand the political constraints on the American president at that time. Deng replied by asking Scowcroft to convey my feeling to my friend President Bush that no matter what should be the outcome of the discussion between the two governments on this issue, if he could continue to treat me as his friend, I would like to do that. I would also like to do that. Scowcroft attempted to explain why the United States, harbored each, such a strong feeling about personal freedoms, but he didn't get far. Then concluded the meeting by saying that he did not agree with much of what Scofford had said, and that with regard to concluding this unhappy episode in relation between China and the United States, we have to see what happens and what kind of an action the United States will take. And then Scowcroft reports Deng took his leave. One of the casualties in the US-China relationship at this time was the continuation of the US agreement to supply military equipment to China. Between 1983 to 89, as the anti-Soviet allies, the Chinese and American militaries had worked out arrangements where the United States and sold China, avionics equipments and missiles and torpedoes. The biggest single items was the radar systems for the F-8 fighter planes. The Chinese also purchased Sikorsky Black Hawk helicopters. This package represented a significant amount of money at China's early stage of economic development after 1989, because U.S. sanction prevented the sale of the part to China, including part of the part for the Sikorsky helicopters. The Chinese were unable to use much of the equipment they had already paid for. Between 1989 to 1993, there were virtually no contracts between the senior US and the Chinese military official. The contracts were resumed in 1993, but the levels of the trust between the two never returned to the earlier highs of the 1989. In fact, after 1989, the Chinese turned to the Soviet Union to purchase the Su-27 fighter jet. July 28, 1989, Bush again wrote to Deng, repeating his desire to maintain the working relationship, responding to Deng's view that the United States had tied the knot Bush wrote that he believed it was China's action that had created the problem. On August 21, Deng replied, cordially to the Bush, expressing appreciation for his effort to maintain and develop relationship, but repeated that it was the United States that had imposed sanctions and had infringed the China's interest and dignity. Deng then expressed the hope that situations would soon be changed. In his reply to Deng, Bush, aware that the China was sensitive to U.S. contact with the Soviet, and suggested that after the Bush-Gorbachev meeting on Malta on December 1st, Scoffered could fly to Beijing to brief Deng and Deng on the meeting. Meanwhile, because the United States and Japan had decided not to send high official to China, Deng welcomed a host of former U.S. officials. He made Leonard Woodcock to serve as the messenger of the U.S. Democrats, and he saw both former President Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger to have served in effect go-betweens with the U.S. Bush administration. In Japan, there was no strong opposition party of the former politician who could serve as good messenger. So Deng met leaders of the Japanese business communities who were in close contact with the Japanese government. When these visitors came to Beijing, Deng encouraged them to work with his successor, Jiang Zemin, but he still led the key discussion. On October 1989, Deng met former President Nixon, accompanied by the President Carter, China's Hans Michael Ozenberg. Nixon made a forceful statement about why Americans were responding strongly to the June 4th crackdowns, but the two sides also explored ways to break the deadlocks. Deng said that China was in a weak position and could not take initiative. The United States, he insisted, was in a strong position and should take the first steps. Less than 2 weeks later, on November 10th, the day after Deng officially resigns and the Berlin Wall fell, Deng met former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger and assured him that China's policy of reforms and opening would be continued. He also gave Kissinger the letter to carry back to the President Bush, suggesting a diplomatic package whereby China would allow Fong Lizzi, the descendants and astrophysicist who had taken refuge in the US Embassy, to travel to the United States. Then the United States would lift some of its sanctions against China. The two sides would endeavor to sign one or two major economic cooperation projects, and Jiang Zemin would visit the United States. A few months later, in May 1990s, Bush announced that he was granting China most favored nation status. In 1990, few months later, in 1990. Right after 1 year, Bush announced that he was granting China most favored nation trading status, and the Chinese had permitted Fang Xing to exit the US Embassy and leave the country. By the time Scowcroft and Eagleburger met Deng for a second time on December 10, some progress had been made. Scowcroft was instructed to publicly announce the current visits, and on December 18, CNN broke the news of the earlier visits, secret visits. For many Americans who remained deeply distressed by the events of the June 4, it was a moral outrage that representative of the U.S. government would fly secretly to the nation led by the communists who had just shot unarmed advocates of the democracy in the streets, especially since the Bush administration had already announced that there would be no high-level visits. But for Bush and Scowcroft, who thought in terms of the fate of the nations and the intricate personal relationship between the national leaders, the trip had helped avoid a rift with China, and so it was clearly in the strategic, cultural, and economic interest of the United States. Even the second visit, Deng told Scowcroft and Eagleburger that it was good that they were visiting Beijing, for without strong US-China relationship, it would be difficult to preserve peace and stability in the world. He continued saying that it was not China that threatened the United States, but rather the US policy that threatened China. Moreover, if there were more turmoil in China, it would be terrible for the entire world. With the disarmingly light touch, Deng also asked Scowcroft to tell Bush that there was a retired old man in China who believes in the importance of the relationship and that both sides must find a way to resolve their problems. Immediately following the visits, the United States announced that it would sell China 3 communication satellites and would support World Bank loans to China for humanitarian purposes. And shortly thereafter, in early January, China announced that it was lifting martial law in Beijing and that 573 detainees from the spring of the 1989 were to be released. Following these initial overtures, China-US discussions reached stalemates for about a year. Foreign Ministry Huang Xinqing complained that the United States had lost interest in negotiating with China. Scowcroft in turn noted that Chinese leaders were no longer being flexible, but both sides agreed that the cause of the stalemate was the turmoil in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. Communism collapse in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. The political upheaval from the 1989 to 1991 in the Soviet Union and the Eastern Europe, in addition to the demonstration in the Beijing in the spring of the 1989, caused not only the foreigners but also many Chinese to wonder if the Chinese Communist Party would survive. Many Westerners, exhilarated by the collapse of the Berlin Wall, the ending of the Communist Party rule in the Eastern Europe countries and the dissolution of the Soviet Union, hoped that supporters of the democracy in China would succeed in ending communist rule in China. Meanwhile, the Chinese leaders, maneuvering to keep their domestic problems under control, were again and again embarrassed that their media reports the Chinese public were overtaken by the unanticipated events in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. Chinese officials were better informed than the Chinese public public, through the daily translation for the Western medias in the reference to UK. Particularly devastating to the Chinese, and Deng personally, was the growing mass movement in Romania against China's friend Nicolia Siasusu and his wife that culminated on December 20th, 1989, where their execution. Kwasi was the only Eastern European leaders to order troops to fire on civilians, and no Chinese leaders could avoid seeing the parallels with the recent military action in Beijing just 7 months earlier. Indeed, the sudden turn of events in Romania that led to his executions and caused Chinese leaders to wonder if they were immune to the fate of the Kwas West, who had earlier expressed approval of the Beijing June 4 crackdown. So the level of the concern can perhaps be measured by the extent to which the Chinese public was kept in the dark about the turmoil in the Romania when Caesar this one ordered his troops to fire on civilians on December 17, 1989. The Chinese press did not report his action, but 4 days later simply reported that this one's Suazika, sorry how to pronounce it, Siasuska, had declared a state of emergency in order to protect socialism from terrorist activities. When it became more difficult to avoid reporting on the huge Romanian clashes, the Chinese new press only acknowledged that some windows in the office of the new China agency in Bucharest had been shattered by the bullets. And on December 27, 2 days after Cezis had been executed, the People's Daily noted in a single sentence at the lower page of page number 4, Romanian television announced on December 25 the Romanian Special Military Court had condemned Kwasiska and his wife to death and had carried out the sentence. Brent Skoftrotst, who was in Beijing at the time, said that the Chinese leader, who had frequently praised Kruaskus, was the proof that communism would survive survive a liberal onslaughts, panicked when they heard about the events in Romania. For them, the execution of Kwasiskas was particularly disturbing. Kwasiskas had penned the golden start of the Socialist Republic of the Romania and Romania's highest award on Deng during his visit to China in October 1985. So as early as July 1965, when China still had some links with the Warsaw Pact, Deng and Kwasikas had shared their views on how to achieve the common desire to gain greater independence from the Soviet Union and Warsaw Pact. Kwasikas had been allowed to address mass audience during his visit to China in 1982 and 85, and it was during Kwasikas' 1985 visit that Deng had asked him to convey to Gorbachev the condition for improvement Sino-Soviet relationship, paving the way for Gorbachev's visit to Beijing in 1989. The People's Daily in early September 1989 quoted from an interview with the Kwasikas in response, in which he declared cooperation between communist parties and the socialist countries should be made stronger than ever before. Meanwhile, reference news contained detailed translation of Western reports not available to the general public that described growing oppositions to Kwasiska. In December, after the seriousness of the Romanian opposition was exposed, Deng temporarily withdrew from the public meetings. According to the official chronology of the Deng's activities, he attended 6 meetings in the first half of the December, but did not go to any meetings from December 17th, when Kwasikas ordered firing into the crowds, until January 18th, when Deng met Hong Kong business leaders Li Kanching, Sikal to Jiang Zemin on December 21, 1989, in the midst of the Romanian crisis, to meet with the Hong Kong reporters to calm the worries of the Hong Kong residents who had been in a state of panic since June 4 after what might happen in just 8 years when Hong Kong was to revert to mainland rules. With Deng's approach like Deng was to show calm in a tense situation. He explained why his situation in China was fundamentally different from that in Eastern Europe. The founding of the Chinese Communist regime in 1949, he noted, was the result of the victory of the Chinese army, not the Soviet army. China was not surrounded by the capitalist nations, and it had been improving the livelihoods of its people. Jiang explained that martial law had been introduced in China not to deal with the unruly students, but to preserve orders. Like Deng in 1957, Jiang affirmed that democracy is a worthy target, and that the amount of democracy achieved will depend on the political steadiness of the situation in China. From 1989 until the end of the 1991s, when the Soviet Union collapsed, Beijing officials who supervised propaganda work found it difficult to manage the incoming news from Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. Despite great efforts to hide, tone down, delay, or slant the news, ultimately they were frequently embarrassed by the events that made it impossible for them to maintain their credibility. On June 4, 1989, the very day that things would put down the demonstrators in Tiananmen Square, Polish citizens were voting for the democratically elected parliaments for the first elections in Eastern European communist country since the Soviet occupation began shortly after the end of the World War II. But the People Daily waited until June 10th, the day after things addressed to the military leaders, before he notified the Chinese public of the election. Even then, he did not disclose how overwhelmingly the opposition party candidates had defeated the Communist Party candidates. And although earlier, in the mid of the 1980s, Beijing media had cheered Wojciech Jaruzelski as his clampdown on the popular trade union solidarity when Jaruzelski was overthrown in November 1989. Beijing's official horrified did not immediately report the news to the Chinese people. During late September and early October 1989, while tens of thousands of East Germans were seeking asylums in West Germany, Chinese newspaper continued to praise East Germany. On October 7th, for example, when mass protests broke out in East Germany on the 14th anniversary of the communist rule, the People's Daily not only ignored them but misleadingly reported that the East Germany people are now strengthening the unity under the leadership of the party. Such efforts to shield the Chinese public from the truth of what was happening in Eastern Europe would only come back to bite the leadership of the Beijing. However, when on November 11, the Berlin Wall fall was torn down, since the People's Daily could not hide the news. In February 1990s, as the Soviet Party plenum discussed giving up the party's monopoly over political powers, the People's Daily printed nothing, and instead of the day the plenum ended, without mentioning the Soviet Union, the People's Daily announced, in China, without the strong leadership of the Chinese Communist Party, new turmoil and wars would surely arise. The nations would be split, and the people, not to mention state constructions, would suffer. The following day, the paper carried the news that the Moscow plenum had agreed to give up their party's monopoly of the power. As the Soviet Union was falling apart, some Chinese intellectuals were as joyful as many Westerners. Some even repeated to trusted friends one of the great Chinese slogans of the 1950s when China was introducing a Soviet-style industrialization, now used with a very different connotation. The Soviet Union's today is our tomorrow. After he resigned in late 1989, Deng did not take an active role in dealing with the issues of Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, but he could not less escape the consequence of those developments. In 1989 to 1990, he had tried to reinforce popular confidence that the Chinese Communist Party was different from that in Eastern Europe or the Soviet Union, and that it would prevail. He did not predict what would happen in the Soviet Union or in the Eastern Europe, but by the late 1989, Deng began using phrases like whatever happens in the Soviet Union or Eastern Europe to lead off statements about how China was different, convinced that rapid growth was key to keep paying the support of the people. Deng also frequently reiterated the importance of adopting policies that would continue economic progress. On one particular sensitive occasion, August 20, 1991, the day after the conservatives in the Soviet Union had engineered a coup, and while they were still holding Gorbachev's under the house arrest in Dachas in Crimea, Deng called a meeting of the leading power holders in China, including Jiang Zemin, who had just returned from Moscow, Yang Shangkunst, and Ling Dismans, to strengthen their determination to work together and avoid splits. Deng reiterated that China, despite its turmoil, would be able to resist foreign pressures because of its successful reforms and opening. He acknowledged that China might seem to advance in waves, and with time of rapid progress followed by a period of adjustments. He also noted that the great changes in the world had given China an opportunity to move forward, but that if China failed to grasp this opportunities, other countries would move ahead while China fell behind. And finally, Deng reassured his comrades that emphasizing economic growth did not mean that China was forgetting Marxism, Leninism, Mao. On October 5th, 1991, a few weeks after Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania split with the Soviets. So it happened. The dissolution of the Soviet Union. A few weeks after, first I think it went Ukraine, then there is a Belarus, there is a Bulgaria, then there is Estonia. There's a Latvia and Lithuania split with the Soviets, setting off the process that led to the final dissolution of the Soviet Union. Deng came out to welcome Kim Il-sung, leader of the North Korea, one of the few remaining communist countries. Deng conveyed to Kim that China remained firmly committed to economic reforms and opening up, also steadfast in its communist on the four cardinal principles. To illustrate the need for communism in China, Deng said that when China has suffered floods that year, no other country would have solved the problem. China had dealt with the flood effectively because of the leadership of the Communist Party. On October 26, 1991, Deng also again pronounced his belief in the party system, telling the Thai Prime Minister Chatti Chai Junhawan that no one can shake China's determination to build socialism, and socialism that is adapted to our own conditions. Despite Chinese leaders' slowness in reporting to the public the changes in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, China's foreign policy adapted quickly to these new realities. When the Baltic Republic declared their independence, China immediately recognized them, and after December 25, 1991, when the Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev announced his resignations and the Russian flag replaced the Soviet flag at the Kremlin, China quickly granted a diplomatic recognition to China, Russia, and the other independent states. In attempting to explain what had gone wrong in the Soviet Union, Deng asserted that the Soviet Union had failed to institute economic reforms in a timely manner, and that the top Soviet leaders had not firmly supported the Communist Party. Instead, Soviet leaders had become caught up in an arms race with the United States, and a contest that led to the wasteful spending that did not improve the life of the ordinary people. Soviet leaders had enjoyed a good life, but the Soviet people had not during the difficult period after Tiananmen tragedy and all through the period of the collapse of the Soviet Union. Then continually repeated the mantra: observe calmly, hold one's grounds, and respond soberly and get some things done. Okay, just wait. I want to know, what is the conditions? What should be the per capita? What should be the per capita income of a developed country? To be classified as a high income economy by the World Bank, a country's gross national incomes per capita must exceed $13,935. For a broader advanced economic classification, the international generally requires a net average per capita above this one. Uses a gross national products. Gross national incomes in economies are currently designated as high income if the per capita income is 13,000 or more. The threshold is adjusted for annually for inflation. 13,000, that means China is a developed country, is it? And track GDP per capita. Countries labeled as advanced economies typically feature per capita income ranging from 21,000 to 80,000, reflecting high industrialized market and superior living. United Nations Development is okay. I want to know Russia. Okay, Russia's per capita. Russia per capita income in 2026 is approximately 18,525 in nominal terms. When adjusted for purchasing power parity to reflect the local cost of living, the per capita figure is significantly higher, around like 52,427. Okay. Country, okay. Country with lowest per capita income. Yemen, okay. Yemen currently has the lowest per capita income in the world with an estimated GDP per capita of just $384, following closely are South Sudan at $488 and Burundi. South Sudan, okay. That's very low, man. Okay. Country with lowest GDP. Tuvalu has the world's lowest nominal gross domestic product GDP, while its total economy valued at roughly $65 billion. Okay, Yemen holds the lowest GDP per capita income of and followed by closely West lowest Nauru and Marshall Islands. I mean, these are very small countries. Okay, understood. Whatever doubts Deng may have personally about had about the fate of the China after June 4, 1989, there is no record that he ever expressed any doubts about the ability of the Chinese Communist Party to surmount the difficulties presented by the presented by the collapse of the communism in the Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. In public, Deng displayed a quiet confidence that the Chinese Communist Party would survive and eventually prevail, and that the economy would continue to grow. He recalled that he had been personally criticized and had lost his position 3 times, yet each time had returned, he had seen his troops lose battles, yet win ultimate victories. He had seen China's revolution itself after both the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution. Not many leaders under such circumstances would have displayed the toughness, the resilience, and the sheer confidence that Deng exuded in the public in the 3 years after June 4. Impatient with conservative economic reforms, 1989-1991, the atmosphere within the party did not allow Deng to reverse the conservative economic policies that had been put in place to quell the inflations and public panic that followed the lifting of the price control in 1988. Yet Deng passionately believed that only rapid economic growth would maintain the public support necessary to avoid the fate of the Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. The austerity program that had officially begun on September 26, 1988 at the third plenum of the 13th Party Congress was vintage genuine to end the inflation. The government had lowered the growth targets and spending flows, had reduced the money supply and centralized high-tightened financial controls and endeavored to eliminate financial deficits. In addition, in an effort to appeal to a public that was fed up with the corruption, the government spokesman Yuan Monst announced that the austerity programs would be expanded to include moratoriums on construction of the luxurious office building, auditoriums and guest house. Zhu Mokwai and an experienced advisors on economic matters provided the overall rationale for the consolidations policies of the austerity program. He explained that after 1984's administrative control over the economy through pricing, taxation, and credit allocation had been weakened before new institutional and macroeconomic control had been put in place. With the decentralizations of the local control and local government and entire prices, including the township and the village enterprises, had expanded investments too rapidly, causing shortage of the raw materials and energy, as well as a bottleneck in the inadequate infrastructures. The result was inflation, and to avoid having it get out of the hands, tight controls were introduced. At a planning conference in the late 1989, Premier Li Peng loyally promoted the austerity programs, saying that the party should concentrate on raising quality standards, improving the circulations of goods, strengthening party controls over the political ideological sphere. He argued that even with the austerity programs, the party would continue to promote reforms. The industrial plants managers would still make key decisions about technology and productions, and China would maintain its policy of opening the outsides. The Iraq by the Western countries and the Chinese political leadership after June 4 led to the reaction against Western capitalist conquest and bourgeois thinking, and against the opening of the market. Then Liquid, the conservative ideologue who had been pushed aside in 1987, again began to criticize bourgeois liberalizations and spiritual pollutions. Chen Yun's association argued that the excessive opening of the market had led to the loss of disciplines and to the student demonstration, and Jiang Zemin drew on the skills of keepers of the orthodoxy. Hu Yaoming to draft his speech for the July 1991's 17th anniversary of the Chinese Communist Party. The conservative policies introduced since 1988 had helped to curb inflationary pressures, tighten control over investments, and balance budget, and it was expected that at the end of the 1992 period, once the readjustment had been completed, reforms including price reforms, separations of the enterprises management from ownership tax reforms, and banking reforms could be reintroduced at a modest pace. but the sanction by the Western countries after June 4, 1989 had further restricted Chinese growth, even as the economic official continued to pursue cautious economic policies. Even Jiang Zemin, who tried to maintain good personal relationship with Deng, felt compelled on economic policies to act in accordance with the dominant atmosphere, which now was more aligned with the Chinese and his cautious approach. Consequently, GNP growth rate fell from 11.2% in 1988 to 3.89% in 1989 to prevent political unrest. Given his precipitous falls, workers in the state enterprises in the big cities don't lose their jobs and their wage remain intact. In smaller towns and administrative villages, however, nearly 20 million industrial workers lost their job in 1989 and 1990s. At the time, Deng desperately wanted to speed up the growth to maintain public supports, but he lacked enough support in the party to do so. Patriotic educations. After the immediate crisis in the weeks following the June 4, Deng and other leaders began to deal with the larger problems of alienations among the Chinese towards their government and the Communist Party. When he discussed the problems that had led to the June 4, Deng referred to the failure to provide youth with education, by which, like Mao, he meant political education. Yet Deng's idea of education did not focus on ideology, which he considered too rigid. Instead, he endeavored to provide civic and moral training. After June 4th, 1989, what would this mean? Because to the collapse of communism in the Eastern Europe and the USSR revealed that the youth in the communist world had lost faith in Marxism-Leninism. The socialist economy and the communist orthodoxy of Deng and his followers, fellow parties, leaders realized that political training in Marxism-Leninism, so even Maoism, could not be longer expected to appeal to the sensibilities of the Chinese youth, nor even if Deng had personally supported it. World-class struggle against the landlords and bourgeois classes resonate with the youth as it had at the might of the Mao era. What should replace Marxism-Leninism and Maoist ideology to win the hearts and the minds of the youth, China's youth? The answer seems obvious: patriotism. Patriotic education that emphasized the history of the century of humiliation by foreign imperialists that had been the main theme of propaganda in the 1940s, and it had never disappeared. It had, however, played only a secondary role as China built up the socialism beginning in the 1950s, and it had languished in the 1980s as Deng tried to build a closer relationship with the West. After 1989, when Western countries were imposing sanctions, there were widespread patriotic reactions against foreign sanctions. Too many Westerners' sanctions on China were a way of attacking Chinese leaders who used forces on June 4th. But to Chinese people, the sanction hurt all Chinese patriotic educations linked nationalisms to the Communist Party. As the communist in the World War II appealed to the patriotisms and the nationalisms to rally support against the Japanese. Conversely, criticism of the Communist Party was de facto. I think it was de facto unpatriotic. The timing was right for such a shift in ideology. During the Deng era, there was, as the scholar Benjamin Schwartz has pointed out, a progressive reclaiming of the Chinese history. Under Deng, the historical figure criticized by Mao for representing the exploitative landlords and bourgeois classes were gradually recast as having been progressive for all their time. That is, during the Deng era, it became easier to study Chinese history in a more subjective way. Historical figures, once vilified as a class enemies, emerged as a human being who possessed admirable or at least understandable qualities. In the late 1980s, when Chiang Kai-shek, the arch enemy of the Civil War, began to treat more sympathetically, although to be sure his achievements paled by comparison with the Mao's. In the aftermath of the 1989s, then the propaganda department used this trend to encourage young people to take pride in Chinese history. As one Chinese intellectual describing the layers of the Chinese thinking, discerned even in the 1980s, when Chinese were attacking their own traditions and worshipping Western things. Beneath the rebellious message throbs the impatient heart of the full-blooded new generations with an urgent sense of missions to reassert the pride of the being Chinese. Even without Chinese patriotic education, by the late 1980s, many Chinese had realized that when China first opened to the outside world after 1978, the Chinese people had over-glamorized the West, as some propaganda official put it. Some Chinese youth thought that the Western moon was larger than the Chinese moon. But as China began to grow rapidly and modernize, the Chinese began naturally to take more pride in the economy. I think it's similar to India, right? In the late, 5 to 10 years back, not even 5 years, 10 years back, even Indian people, they don't feel pride in their own nation. But now, if you see, people are embracing their, the history, and they're taking pride, and they want to do something for their own country. So I think a similar thing is happening. Yeah, so the sanction imposed by the foreign countries and the criticism of the foreigners that followed June 4 provided Deng and his colleague with a useful little vehicle for enhancing this patriotism. Within a week after the Tiananmen tragedy, Deng began emphasizing his patriotic message. The propaganda department skillfully publicized anti-Chinese statement with the foreigners that caused many Chinese, even students who advocated democracy, to feel outraged. The efforts by the foreign countries to keep China out of the CAT, general agreements on tariff and trades, which in 1994 was replaced by the World Trade Organization, were publicized so as to focus Chinese anger on the prejudices of the foreign towards China. The refusal by the foreign countries to supply modern technology was framed as an effort to unfairly prevent the Chinese from sharing in the fruits of the modernization. Foreign criticism of China for its treatment of the Tibetans, Uyghurs, and other minority groups was presented to Chinese public as a part of the organized effort by foreign foreign powers to weaken China. The Western support for Taiwan's resistance to China's claim to the islands and the South China Sea and the East China Sea were also offered up to the public as an example effort to keep China down. This story eased and others had their intended effect. In the years after 1989, students who had shouted slogans against the government for corruptions and for not granting more democracy and freedom began supporting the government and the party by shouting slogans against foreigners who they felt were unfairly criticizing China. One issue that was particularly successful in arousing the patriotism of the youth was the clever publications of comments by the foreigners who, due to the events of 1989, opposed to allowing Beijing to host the 2000 Olympics. When President Yang Shangkun's announcements to the International Olympic Committee in 1990s that China wanted to host the 2000 Olympic was met with a resistant approach. Chinese youth were outraged. Youth who had opposed their governments in 1989 were now passionately supporting the government claim that China was being mistreated by the countries. Among these efforts to teach the patriotism, nothing was more effective than revival of the anti-Japanese propaganda that promoted Chinese patriotism during the World War II. When Japanese politicians visited the Yasu Kuni shrine to Japanese fighters in World War II, or when extreme right-wing politician denied the Nanjing massacre, even when these events received no publicity in Japan, their comments would receive play in Chinese media, stirring up their strong anti-Japanese sentiments and support for Chinese political leaders. By the late 1991s, too, the propaganda department had developed a more systematic approach to teaching patriotic education through textbook, lectures, and media guides. In November 1991, it issued a document entitled Fully Using Cultural Relics to Conduct Educations in Patriotism and Revolutionary Tradition. And it then issued a circular on carrying out education in patriotism in primary and secondary schools throughout the country by films and television. In both these documents, the focus was on educating those two youth to have experienced the war against Japan or civil wars. In the aftermath of the Tiananmen tragedy, Deng criticized foreign countries for imposing sanctions, and there is no record for that. Before he stepped down in 1992, he opposed the efforts by the propaganda department to stir up patriotism, even when this foreign slants the danger that China might fall apart as the Soviet Union and Eastern European countries were falling apart required a serious effort to win back the support of the Chinese youth, and patriotism along with the economic growth and expanded economic opportunities was a part of the solution. But the stirring up of anti-foreign sentiments went far beyond what Deng encouraged, and it became even stronger after he stepped down as foreign countries reduced their sanctions in 1990s. China had to balance its anti-foreign patriotism with its effort to revive the good relationship with the other countries that Deng had fostered since 1977. I want to know what is the current age of the Xi Jinping. Because if he has reached 80s, then he might have Xi Jinping. Then he must have a successor also. He's right now he's pretty young then, 73, right? Then he has like at least 10 years, right? He is married twice. I don't know that. He has a children, Xi Mingzi. Nickname Zhuo Zishan is the daughter and the only child of Xi Jinping, General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party, and Singer Peng Yuan Singer. What is the religion of the Chinese president? He is an atheist. As the General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party, he is bound by the party's strict rules, which mandate that all members must adhere to the state atheism and are forbidden from practicing any religions. He is officially non-religious and the broader religious. Okay, I want to know about the Putin's religion, right? Putin religion. Even he could be an atheist. Identifies as a Russian Orthodox Christian. He was baptized in the faith as an infant and frequently attends major religious services such as Orthodox Christmas and Easter, often linking his political. Okay. Oh man, Putin is a gangster, man. Putin is a gangster. He's a gangster, man. But he is charming also, man. He has a beautiful blue eyes. So even he is 73 years age, man. Okay, so let's check Modi's age. Modi is age 75 years old. Okay, and I think oldest is Trump. Trump is quite old, man. 80. He is right now 80 years old, man. Book on world's economy. World Economic, right? So 5 books to guide, get a comprehensive and accessible overview of the global economics. So user is this one, for the bigger picture, globalization, a history of the world economy, international economic relations since 1918, discussed by E.V. Fitzgerald, and this one was a foundational historical look at how international trades and capital flows are shaped more for the rules of the games, principle for dealing with the changing world order. Trade value. I think I've read this. Okay, Data in this US World Economy Million Perspective, the Angus Medicine is a monumental pioneering reference book that maps out the GDP and the outcome. Okay, just one. I want to know about for the bigger pictures of globalizations. Let's see a world history. Okay, for the bigger picture, it goes to a history of the world economy, international economic relations. Okay, so let's see how what is this book? A History of the World Economy, International Economic Relations in 1850s is widely text. Okay, gold standard. Interwar stability. Okay, and a global economy since. Okay, global economy. When was it written? Okay, so global standard. Okay, so this one. While Ronald Renan did not co-author this specific, this is a prominent economic historian renowned for co-authoring Power and Plenty. Okay, so well-known economist recognized as okay. International economic. Okay, just wait. Okay, a history of the world economy, international relations since. Okay, I'll just look at this book and if possible, I'll read it. When was this written? It is Evolution 3. Okay, and history of the world economy. I hope I'll get it for free. Yeah, it is for free, man. It is there. History of the world economy, international relations since. Okay, looks like a very old book, man. When was it written? I think it was written in 1983, man. It's very old. I would love to read it, but it's very old, man. I don't think will it make any sense or not. Okay, I am. It's very old, man. Okay. For the rules of the game, principle for dealing with the changing world orders. By Ray Dalio, Professor Data set, look at how global economic this one. And for beginners, it goes to okay. I want to know about all the kicking away the ladder development strategies. Okay, and kicking away the ladder development strategy in historical perspective. Creating the Cold War University, the transformation of the Stanford, Asia's next giant, South Korean late industrialization. The politics of the Latin numbers, the history of the statistical reasoning, the collapse of the complex societies. This one is equals to industrial policy and global history, the great divergence China, Europe, and the making of the modern world economy. Caught in the fabric, okay, the city of the blue and the white, Chinese Procelian and the Chinese Procelians and the modern response, and the 17th century and the dawn of the global world, the global origin of the modern science. Market competitions to saving capitalism from the capitalist. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, Raghuram Rajans. Okay, just wait. Raghuram Rajans. Okay, Raghuram Rajans. I know this person. He's the RBI chief. Raghuram. Okay, Raghuram G Rajan. Okay. I want to know about his books. Breaking the mold. What I do. Okay, what do I do? Fault lines. How? Okay, this one. Saving capitalism. Okay, this one looks interesting, but it was written in 2003. Saving capitalism from the capitalist, unleashing the power of financial market to create wealth and spread opportunities is a non-fiction book by the Raghuram Rajan and Lungi. This one's of the University of Chicago Buddha School. What is the summary? Saving capitalism. This one is spreading the extraordinary wealth journey. What are the three types of capitalisms? Entrepreneurial capitalisms, big firm capitalism, state-guided capitalisms. State-guided capitalisms, example is China and historically South Korea and Singapore during the periods of the rapid industrialization. State-guided capitalism, an economic model where the government heavily influence or control the directions of economic growth industries. Oligarchy capitalisms, that is Russia, I think. Capitalism, best book on market recommendation by Jason Formanst. Saving capitalism from capitalist. Exit, voice, and loyalty. Antitrust paradox, lectures on antitrust economics, radical market, uprooting capitalism, democracy, best written on Brexit. What next? How to get best from the Brexit? Brexit. I don't care about the Brexit stuff. Economics, consequence of the peace. John Maynard Keynes. It's globalization. Together, geoeconomics. The best books on Indian economy recommended this one. The Joseph E. Stiglitz, the argumentative Indians, Amartya Sen. I think I've heard about this a lot. Indian economy, right? Amartya Sen, the argumentative Indians, the argumentative Indians. Okay, it is book written by Nobel Prize winning Indian economist Amartya Sen. It is a collection of essays that discuss India's history and history and identity, focus on traditions of the public debates and intellectual pluralism. Okay, explore India's history with the roots of debates. Sen challenges the narrow Western stereotypes of India as solely spiritual, mystical. He highlights the ancient texts like the Upanishads and Bhagavad Gita as an example of a complex philosophical question, dialogue, democracy, social heterodox. Okay, in Indra, the life of the Indra, Nehru, and Gandhi. India after Gandhi, the history of the world's largest democracy. The euro, okay, varieties of capitalism. The euro, okay, and on Africa, the awakening giant Africa. That okay, pre-colonial black capitalism with a Chinese characteristic. Capitalism with the Chinese characteristics by Yanshin Huang. Red capitalisms, the Chinese economy. Okay, so let's go back to the book. Chapter number 23rd, Deng's final, the Southern Journey. Deng's finale. The Southern Journey. 1992. A generation earlier in 1965, Mao had been unhappy with the bourgeois policies of Beijing over which he did not fully control. Unable to get his views aired in the Central Party newspaper, the People's Daily, he published them in Shanghai. Okay, the next day the article also appeared in the Shanghai Party newspaper, the Liberation Daily. Then Mao, 71 years old, journeyed on a special train to the southern cities of the Hangzhou, Shaoxing, and Wuhan, where he lit the fire that launched the Cultural Revolution in 1966. This series of events could be echoed in 1991 when Deng found himself unhappy with the conservative economic policies of the Beijing, policies over which he did not have full control. Unable to get his views published in the People's Daily, he had them published in another paper, Shanghai's Liberation Daily, but the fire did not take in 1991. And so in 1992, so determined, Deng ignited a bigger fire. He took a southern journey at age 87 in his special train to Wuhan, Shenzhen, Zhuhai, and Shanghai, where he successfully lit the fire for further market opening and faster growth. The panic over inflation in 1988, the near collapse of the Beijing government after the failure of the martial law in May 1989, and the news of the continuing failures in the Soviet Union and the Eastern European had created the Beijing atmosphere of near desperations and heightened tensions. Chen Yun remained the magnet for cautious planners, and Deng remained the magnet for the bold advances for further opening and a faster growth. In late 1970s and early 1980s, the builders were largely central governments officials trying to bring in a new plants and technology. By the end of 1980s, local governments along with the coast had built up their own wealth and provided a larger base of the support that then could appeal to against the cautious planners. The cautious planners under Chen Yun, who believed that the failure to control inflation in 1998 was responsible for the tragedy of the 1910, became even more determined to set the country on what they considered the only safe path. Deng, who felt that communism rule would be in a danger if the country did not grow rapidly, became equally adamant in his view that only more rapid growth and opening could keep the popular support necessary if China were to survive. The fear of collapse heightened the tensions. I mean, I would be worried, right? Because that time all the Soviet, all the communist, all the socialist countries were seen revolutions, and then it later gets turned to the capitalism. Eastern Europe, you see Deng's failure. Even India, right? Give an example. It was a socialist state, now started turning to open economy in 1991. Deng's failure in 1991 on his winter vacation on Shanghai from January 21 until February 13, 1990s. Deng was already working to gain the political leverage he needed to overcome the conservative economic policies. In Shanghai, he talked to the local leaders about his view for a huge development project in the Pongdong. Shanghai leaders knew he was itching to be permitted to develop Pongdong if only China and Beijing would approve. Pudong included a vast area of some 188 square miles with the Shanghai, conveniently located near the mouth of the Yangtze rivers. At the time, it was largely rural and thus easy to develop, even though earlier in the century, Sun Yat-sen had broadcast his ideas of developing in a larger ports. Local official hoped that it would become the financial centers of the China. Even though Shanghai had been held back by the central governments, there was substantial growth of industries in the area around the Yangtze River deltas, including not only Shanghai but also nearby Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Deng, who was thinking strategically about what might enhance Chinese economic growth, knew that Shanghai was large enough and contained enough talents that any growth there would have an immediate and positive influence on national growth, not only in the nearby province of the Jiangxing and Jingzhou, but also for the hundreds of millions of people living in areas all along the Yangtze rivers. Deng had first experienced the dynamisms of Shanghai when he spent a week there in 1920 on his way to France. A decade later, he had spent several months working in the Shanghai undergrounds, and in 1949 he had been in charge of the communist takeover. Where when he visited the city for his winter vacation in the late 1980s, he could feel the vibrant population, spent up energy waiting to be released. Even officials far less perceptive than Deng were fully aware that Shanghai leaders, proud of the city's preeminence as the cosmopolitan business centers of Asia in the 1930s, when Hong Kong was still a minor city, had Bristol in the early 1980s, when the provinces of the Guangdong and fusions were giving the green light to move ahead, and Shanghai was not. Shanghai leaders made no efforts to hide their view that Shanghai had far highest levels of education, science, and technologies and industry than any city in either Guangdong or Fujian. Shanghai leaders, with the support of the public, would be great allies in Deng's efforts to speed up the growth. In 1984, as a part of the opening of the 14 coastal cities, Shanghai had also given some leeway to develop but from 1984 to 1990, it had still received little resistance from the central governments, and the city had scarcely begun to realize its potential. In Guangdong, it was relatively easy to get foreign businesses to invest, erecting a completely new plant on undeveloped lands and at a large but manageable cost. But making the large old industries in Shanghai required an initial outlay of the capital that only government could provide. Shanghai leaders, upset that their city was required to make such a heavy contribution to the national budget while receiving so little, had been urging Beijing to change its policies. Some leaders in Beijing ministers were sympathetic to investing more in Shanghai, but they were beginning to fear that they were losing control over Guangdong, where financial resources came largely from the outsiders and not from the Chinese governments. If the Beijing were to supply capital to Shanghai, national planners would be able to maintain greater control there than they had been able to achieve in Guangdong. While spending his winter vacation in Shanghai in 1988 and 1989, Deng had talked with Jiang Zemin and his replacement as Shanghai Party Secretary, Zhuo Zhenhai, and Deng also noted this one in Beijing earlier, when Zhuo had been reputed head of the State of Economic Commissions, and Deng recognizes that he was a rare talent who combined bold political leadership skills, strategic understanding how to improve the economy, and unusual confidence in pursuing reforms. In January and February 1990s, Deng met with Zhuo and other Shanghai parties, governments, and military leaders to discuss how to spark local growth. In February 1990, immediately after returning to Beijing, Deng told Premier Li Mengst, "I have already retired, but there is one thing I must tell you that is the development of the Shanghai products. You must give it more attention." 2 weeks later, on March 3, 1990s, Deng called in Jiang Zemin, Yang Shekun, and Li Ping to lecture them on the international situation and domestic economy. Why do people support us? Because over the last 10 years, economy has been developing. If the economy is stagnant for 5 years or developed at only a slow rate, for example, at 4 to 5% or even 2-3% a year, what effects would be produced? This would not only an economic problem but also a political one. Then continued, we must analyze the problems from an overall strategic point of view and work out concrete measures. We should do some research to determine which localities have the most favorable conditions and promise the best economic returns. It is of prime importance to develop Shanghai. That city is a trump card. Alas, in 1990s, being Beijing leaders. Okay, just wait. Okay, I want to see the map of all the. I want to see the map of Shanghai, right? Because I know that it's a coastal location. SHAN, Shanghai. Okay, map. So if you see Shanghai, right? Okay, it's in the coastal area. So Beijing is also in the coastal area. And so this is what I've seen, right? Most of the special economic zones, Shenzhen and all, these are all in a coastal area. So it's very important to understand that any country, if they want to make a special economic zones, then most of the time it should be near the, it should be near coastal area, because then the trade would happen. Because there is the river, the boat, the import export from the ship. Okay. I want to know, okay, Yangtze River. Biggest river, okay, biggest river in China. The Yangtze River is the largest and longest river in China, as well as the third longest in the world, spanning approximately 6,000 this one. Okay, also known as China as the Jiangling, meaning long river, and serves as a white lake economic. That's okay. Yangtze, okay. Source and all. The river originates from the glacier meltwaters from the Tibetan plateaus in Jiangxi province and flows all the way to the East China Sea. Basin size, it was okay. Second largest Yellow River. The second largest river it's the Yellow River. Spanning over this one's okay. Okay. Largest river, okay. I don't know. Largest river in the world. Top 10. Top 10, right? Okay, top 10. I want to know the top 10. The Nile River, okay. The Nile River is officially recognized as Guinness World Record as the longest river in the world, stretching approximately 6,650 kilometers. River largest is equal to first Nile, second Amazon. Okay, and Nile is in Northeast Africa. Nile River, Northeast Africa. I thought Nile. Okay, Amazon. It's in South America. Okay, Nile is in which country? I think it's not just one. It's like the Nile River does not flow through just one country. It's a vast basin span 11 countries in northern, eastern, and eastern. This one's Egypt. Okay, so if you see the map in Africa, okay, so it goes all the way. It just okay. Huh? Nile River. It just comes from the ocean or what? Just wait. Where is the origin? Okay, origin of Nile country. The Nile River does not originate in a single country. Instead, it massive. This one's okay. And this one's the White Nile and the Blue Nile, but converts into this one's okay. The White is too. The White Nile, the primary headwaters. This is the longer of the rivers. Okay. This one's ultimate sources. The remotest. Okay. Remotest headwaters begin as the Caribbean River and Highlands, Burundi, Rwanda. Okay. And exit is equals to okay. Rwanda. Okay. So just let me see. Uganda. Okay. Egypt. Okay. Nile River. Is it going up or down? I think it's going up. Okay. Even Egypt, there is a big river. Okay. Eritrea. Okay. So it just goes all the way Sudan, Egypt. Okay. So understood. And the second is it's Amazon. Third, it's Yangtze, China, and fourth, it's Mississippi, Missouri, United States. Where is India's river, man? Ganga and all. Okay, it's not even there, man. Yangtze, Yellow River. Oh, this one is okay. The length debates. There's an ongoing scientific debate regarding the true source of the Amazon River. Some Brazilian researchers claiming it actually no longer the Nile. Okay. Volume record holder at the Amazon River accounts for roughly 20% of the world's total river flow into the ocean. Huh. Top 10 river with largest flow or quantity. The Amazon River is the undisputed king, charging roughly this one's cubic meters of the water per second into Atlantic oceans to be submerged. Okay, so the river equals to Amazon's. Okay, and then Ganga, Brahmaputra, and okay, this one's seconds in terms of volume. Oh my god, Amazon, it's like 200,000, 209,000, right? Second, it's 42,000. Congo, Orinoco, Yangtze, okay, and okay, mandarins. Okay, Amazon's to monsoon. The Gangas, okay, Brahmaputra system ranks second largest due to the intense seasonal monsoon rains in South Asia, creating a massive combined. Okay, just wait. Gangas and okay, and Brahmaputra. I don't think it comes from. Where does it meet? Oh, it meets in Bangladesh. Okay, it meets in Bangladesh. Okay, it meets in Bangladesh. But okay, I want to know Amazon, right? Amazon River equals to quantity. Okay, just okay. Okay, it's a big river. Okay, I have to give you that. Okay, so now, alas, in 1990s, Beijing leaders were not moved by the teacher Deng's lecturing, nor by the desire of the Shanghai leaders to extract goods. They were then guided more by the master, cautious planners Chen Yun, who had grown in the Qingpu on the outskirts of the Shanghai and had frequently returned to observe the situation there. He enjoyed special authority within the party on Shanghai related issue. Chen Yun had opposed the establishments of a special economic zones in Shanghai, not only because of the risk to nation establishment, heavy industries and tax bases, but also because as someone who had worked there in 1920s and 30s, he was acutely aware of the worst evils of capitalism and the comprador's mentality of Shanghai business people who were too willing to Chen Yun to support themselves to foreigners. Chen Yun thus feared a return of the foreign settlements. Deng, however, had no patience for Chen's hesitations, although he did not attack Chen Yun by name. In February 1990s, when he stated that Shanghai lagged behind Guangdong, Insider knew he was expressing frustration at Chen Yun's resistance to opening Shanghai. On December 24, 1990s, on the eve of the 7th plenum, December 25 to 30, which was to review the draft of the next 5-year plan and the 10-year visions, Deng again called in Jiang Zemin, Yang Chengkun, and Lang Ping to give them some lessons about accelerating growth, stressing the vital importance of doubling the economy by 2000. He told his successor not to be afraid of taking risk. Deng repeated that if China did not grow fast enough, its stagnant economy would become a political problem. So the main reason why there was not so much of revolution or people upset in China is because of the economic growth. and the austerity programs aggravated by the foreign sanctions were slowing economic growth. Deng passionately argued that China had to overcome the conservative policies to avoid the fate of the USSR and Eastern Europe. But Deng's lessons had little effect. Despite his entreaties, the seventh plenum was still dominated by a strict conservative who were more afraid of the overheated economy than of a slower growth. On January 28, 1991, Deng took his special train to Shanghai, where he remained until February 20, taking his winter's rest while again trying to light the fire of the economic growth. After being briefed by the Zhou Ranzi, he visited aeronautics and automobile factories and the construction site for the Nantu Ridge, which could soon become the third longest suspension bridge in the world. Deng reiterated what he had said in 1990s, that he had made a mistake in not opening up Shanghai in 1979 when he had opened up the four special economic zones, and that he should have taken advantage of the great intellectual resources of the Shanghai. He emphasized the importance of the developing of Pudong not only for the city itself but for the entire Yangtze River basins. Finance, Deng explained, carefully avoiding use the charge word. Capital is at its core of the modern economy. If China is to acquire an international status in finance, the entire nation would have to rely on Shanghai. In 1991, Deng Spark again failed to light a fire in a priority fire. His picture was shown on national television as he young Sun Kunst and this one of the greatest Shanghai leaders on the New Year's Eve, but there was no still mentions of the Deng's effort to speed up the Shanghai developments. But Deng's views did not even appear in the People's Daily in 1991. Deng did, however, have two smaller successes. Deng garnered enough support to bring Zhuo Zhenhai to Beijing to serve as the vice premier. He also succeeded in getting several articles published as a Shanghai newspaper, albeit under a pseudonyms. During the March and April 1991, Shanghai official allowed the Shanghai newspaper Liberation Daily to compile Deng's earlier comments in the Shanghai into a 4-part series. The article did not reveal Deng's connections and simply appeared under the name Huang Feng Peng, a Shanghai commentarist. Huang after the Huangpu River that flows through the city, and Pufing, which also can simply Fuzu Deng Xiaoping or assist Deng Xiaoping. The first Huang Feng Ping article was published on March 3rd. The commentary criticized some comrades who said that the markets were capitalist. The article stated that the planning and the market are simply two different means of deploying available resources. Neither one is the hallmark of either socialism or capitalism. Political insiders speculated who was behind the Huang Feng Peng articles, but initially only a handful of the people realized that it was Deng. The Central Propaganda Department mobilized the People's Daily and Kunming Daily to refute the Huang Feng Peng articles. At the opening ceremony at the Shanghai Impressive Nangping Bridge in November 1991, Premier Li Peng, speaking on behalf of the conservative leadership in Beijing, publicly criticized that Huang Feng Peng article, saying that they provided the misleading impression that the political mood in Beijing had changed. In 1991, party officials began preparing for the 14th Party Congress to be held in the late 1992s. Deng made it clear that if Jiang Zemin's promoted faster growth and greater opening, he would support him. If not, he would back other leaders. Yet the other leaders were also constrained by the prevailing atmosphere. After Zhu Rongji became vice premier in Beijing, for example, Premier Ling Ping, who had dutifully followed the conservative policy of the seniors, felt pressure from Deng, who wanted Zhu to take over responsibility for guiding the economy. But Li resisted his pressures, and in 1991, Zhu had no choice but to follow the current cautious policies. It seems that his powers is fading away. Chen Yun and Deng avoided carrying out their struggle in public, but their respective supporters publicly expressed their views on the behavior. In October 1991, President Yang Changkun used the occasions of 18th anniversary of the 1991 revolution to argue for a bolder reforms and wider opening. At an article by Deng Lingpin arguing for the other side in the People's Daily on October 23, 1991, he warned that the class struggle was an acute and there was a danger of a peaceful evolution, that is the gradual replacement of the communism by capitalism, which he argued was just what some liberals were hoping for. In late 1991, as official prepared for the forthcoming Congress, the battle lines were clearly drawn when at the 8 lines, November 25, 91, 20, the Conservatives still had the upper hand. Deng took his usual approach. Instead of wasting time arguing, he chose to act to build the support. Deng's southern tour, January, February 1992, when Deng's special train pulled out of the Beijing station in 1970, 1992. No other Central Party leaders, not even Jiang Zemin, were notified. The trip had been arranged entirely by the police forces within the People's Liberation Army. As far as the other leaders in Beijing knew, as far as the local houses in the south has been told, Deng and his wife and 4 children, all except Deng's Feijing, the youngest, as well as their spouse and children, 17 persons in all, were going on family vacations, with some allegedly sightseeing as they travel south, and who would oppose a family vacation for the ancient patriarch. The first stop on Deng's southern tour was Wuhan, a major rail junction in central China, where the 1911 revolution had started. Deng arrived at the Wuchang train station on the morning of January 18th in 1992, where he was he was met by Hubei Party Secretary Guan County and Governor Gua Shun as fitting for Deng's eminence as even if on family vacation. Deng remained on the platforms only 20 minutes, but that proved ample time for him to vent his spleen. When I return on the television, all I see is meeting. There are too many meetings. The reports are too long. The speeches are too long. The content is too repetitious. You should do more and talk less. For the Fourth National Congress, people's this one ordered that there will be no more than 5,000 characters in his speech. I got the speech down within those limits. Now there are more documents than there are hairs on the cow. He told the story of a provincial secretary who returned from a week in the countryside only to find such a huge mountains of paper that he got headache. Long opposed to empty talks, long reports, and a meeting without careful preparation. Deng had once declared, "If you don't have something to say, keep your mouth shut." The purpose of the meeting and the talk is to solve the problem. After his opening up blast, Deng got to his main point. Whoever is against reformer must leave office. Although he was talking to a local audience in Wuhan and his words were not recorded in the public press, Deng's comments received a quick attention from Jiang Zemin's. 2 days later, Jiang told his fellow official that China should quicken the pace of reforms, revive the open door policies, and reduce the numbers of meeting. That same afternoon, when Deng train stopped at the station in Jiangsha, Hunan, so Deng spent 10 times greeting Zhuang Xingting, first party secretary of the Hunan, and other provincial local officials. At first, Deng seemed buoyant as he received reports of a good harvest despite the natural disaster in 1991. But teachers Deng had some basic lessons to give to instruct. He instructed Secretary Zhong that Hunan should be bolder in carrying out reforms and be opening, then speed up economic developments. The morning of January 19th, Deng stopped briefly in Guangzhou, where provincial officials joined him for an 11-day inspection tour to the two most vibrant SEZs, Shenzhen and Zhuhai. Local officials had scarcely a week notice to prepare for Deng's visit by walking through all the places Deng would visit to ensure their security and by arranging their necessary facilities, including spit and officials had only been told that they should prepare to welcome Deng for family vacations. But at the time he arrived, they had already received detailed report from the official whom he had met in Wuhan and Changsha. They understood that this was not an ordinary family outings. The Guangdong Party Secretary Zheng Xing, Deputy Provincial Secretary General Kong Xing, and also members of the other provincial officials joined local Shenzhen's official in guiding Deng through the city. Some of the local officials who welcomed him also helped host him in 1984 when he came to affirm the success of the SEC. After arriving at his guest house and taking a 10-minute rest, Deng, Zhanxin, and others took a walk in adjoining gardens. Deng's daughter reminded her father that he had written some thoughts when he visited the same spot 8 years earlier. Deng responded by reciting from memory his words at the time. Shenzhen's development and experience proved that our policy of establishing the special economic zones were correct, which brought cheer from his delighted host, who considered him the greatest booster, unlike other Beijing officials who were trying to restrain their investments. Deng preserved his strength by touring only 3 hours each morning, then eating meals with his family, napping and resting in his afternoons. On one tour of the local areas, then Deng saw a sign with the characters Shenzhen copied from Deng's own handwriting. Then Nan remarked, "You should collect interest. You should have intellectual property rights." Deng laughed. Later, when they saw bamboo trees brought from the Chengdu at the Xinhua Botanical Gardens, Deng teased his local guide, saying that he should place Sichuan province of intellectual property rights. The joke had a deep resonance with Deng. Everyone knew that Deng had complained to Westerners about China having to pay large sums for intellectual property rights, and Deng had reminded the Western that China had not charged other countries for borrowing Chinese inventions such as gunpowder and the printing press. But Deng also knew that China needed to adapt to the new international orders. When visiting a Shenzhen factory making compact disc, Deng inquired whether they had bought the rights from the foreign countries, and reminded the factory managers, you must abide by international rules on intellectual property rights. Everywhere in Guangdong, Deng was surrounded by admiring, grateful fans, although initially in 1982-83 he had not defended the SEC, but 1984 he was praising them when they were under heavy attack from the conservatives in Beijing. It is said of the residents of the Guangdong that if they have a green traffic lights, they go ahead. If they have a yellow lights, they go ahead, so only faster. And if they have red lights, they simply go around straight. 1992, however, the Cantonese were worried about the red and the yellow lights coming from Beijing and badly wanted to see some green lights. Deng was now supporting their cost, further opening and rapid growth. In turn, they became cheerleaders for the cause he was promoting on his southern journey. Following official guidance from the Beijing on the arrangement for a family vacation, Deng had taken only a reporter and one photographer, and he held no press conference. Yet by the time he started touring Shenzhen, an estimated 50 to 60 photographs had gathered to watch him enjoying his family vacations. Many even brought tape recorders to ensure they had that they caught every word. Then, beaming with enthusiasm as he viewed the skyline of the tall building, he still then still rare in China, inspected the new technologies in which he displayed a detailed interest and listed too briefly by local officials. Official told Deng that Shenzhen's, which in 1981 had an average annual per capita income of 600 yuan, had raised this to 2,000 yuan by 1992. He could only have felt cheered by the prospect that such a momentum would help realize his dream for faster growth. While traveling to spur future growth, Deng enjoyed the rich harvest from the seed he had planted with his reforms and opening policies. I'll check what is the GDP per capita of the China. I think it's around 15,000 of China. I think 15,000. Okay, it's 40. Yeah, it's around like 14,800. Okay, quite accurate, man. 14,847. Large numbers of the ordinary citizens tipped off, through leaks about his arrival. Were waiting when Deng exited factories and office buildings as he descended from Shenzhen's 53-story World Trade Centers, where he had viewed scenes of the vast new construction of the revolution, revolving the restaurants at the top, and in especially large crowds gathered to clap and cheer. Although he had quite a well-deserved reputation for not being talkative, Deng was held with help of his daughter Deng Yuan, who repeated loudly in his ears what his deafness would not allow him to hear directly. Will he engage in conversation with local officials and appreciate loanworkers? To many officials in Beijing, Deng was viewed as a stern commander by the crowds in Shenzhen's cheerily greeted Uncle Deng, and for younger people, Grandpa Deng, whom they found warm, witty, approachable, and eager to soak in all the latest developments in the privacy of the car. However, Deng furiously criticized the conservatives back in Beijing. He asked the accompanying officials, all of whom were sympathetic with his purposes, not to repeat in the public what he said in private. But even in the public, he expressed his fear that the leftist policies could have dire consequence and even destroy socialism. What do you mean by leftist? He is leftist, right? Communist. He cautions China should maintain vigilance against the right, but primarily against the left. In frank talks with the local official, Deng countered his critics who said that the SEZs were capitalistic and controlled by foreigners by saying that only a quarter of the investment came from foreigners. Moreover, Deng said China had political control over all foreign owned firms, so it could be certain that they serve Chinese interests. Instead of worrying about the current level of foreign involvement, Deng advised China should increase foreign investments and form more joint ventures. Foreign firm pays Chinese taxes and provide local workers with the jobs and wages. Session with the local officials and retired Uncle Deng were far more casual than the Beijing market meetings. So Deng had spent partying. Deng was relaxed and informal, and as he made humorous comments, the local leaders from often chimed in. Deng was giving one of his last lessons, urging officials to be bolder and try harder. So he repeated lessons he had been giving everywhere, to continue reforms and opening up, keep a lean governments, to train young people, talk less and do more. On the bus returning to his guest house after visiting the World Trade Centers, I think repeated many of his basic points. Planning is not the same as a socialism, and markets are not the same as a capitalism. There is a planning under capitalism, and there are market under socialism. Socialism is not poverty. In the following socialist path, everyone can become rich, and towards this end, the speech that when the places that got rich first should run over more taxes, should turn over more taxes, which then can be used to assist the less developed areas. But the situation cannot equalize too quickly. People should not eat out of the same pots, for this would destroy the people's enthusiasm. Then again urge his listeners to experiment, to take risks, and not to be afraid of making mistakes. When you make them, then just correct them. Deng exhorted Shenzhen to catch up with us in 20 years with the four little dragons of the Hong Kong, Singapore, Taiwan, South Korea. Society in Singapore, he said, is quite orderly. They manage things very strictly. We ought to use their experience as a model, and we ought to manage things even better than they do. After being briefed about graft and corruption in Shenzhen, Deng replied, you have to use a two-fisted approach. With one hand, you grab reforms and opening. With the other, you grab every kind of a criminal behavior. You have to have a firm grip with the both hands. On January 23rd, after 5 days in Shenzhen, Party Secretary Li Hao told Deng of his plan for reorganizing, redistricting, and expanding the legal system. Deng, as if he were still in charge of the country, declared that he approved of all these ideas and encouraged Li to carry them out boldly. Although many officials back in Beijing were critical of Shenzhen for moving ahead too rapidly, Deng's parting words to Li Hao were speed up growth and reforms. Li Hao's reply will definitely speed things up. Deng's next stop was Zhuhai, and the first party secretaries of this one Leng this once, and to come to Shenzhen, escort Deng's family and the provincial family official duties, leaving the hour-long boat rides across the mouth of the broad Pearl River to his cities. As the boat passed by the remains of the Qing dynasty custom houses, Deng again passed on the essence of his departing message. China had been humiliated by the foreign imperialists, but that era had passed. Those who are backward get beaten. When we have been poor for thousands of years, but we won't be poor again. If we don't emphasize science, technology, and education, we will be beaten against. Guangdong Party Secretary Xiaoping and Luang Guangding were fully aware of Deng's concerns about the growing economic inequalities. They knew He had long urged that those who got rich first should help others. While during the boat trips, Deng was told that the bustling Pearl River deltas areas were already doing a great deal to help the poorer mountains to areas in the south, northern, and western parts of the provinces. Deng replied that the progress since the reform and opening was due to the creativity of the local people who were willing to work experiments and the ability of the government to notice what was working and pass ideas of the rest of the country. Okay, just one to see which country. Okay, which country has the highest number of river? I think Russia has the highest total number of rivers due to its massive landmass. Russia has home to over 100,000 rivers. It holds the largest total river network in the world, including massive waterways like the Volga. United States and Canada also kicked in. Bangladesh has the highest density of river related to its size, formerly called the land of rivers. It features around 700 rivers. Okay, China, okay, home to the Yangtze, the longest river in Asia, and the Yellow River, supporting over 1 billion people. India features heavily populated and sacred river basins, including Gangas and is it Ganga or Ganges? Some people call it Ganges. I don't know. We call it Ganga. Just as Macau was smaller and less bustling than Hong Kong, as Zhuhai adjacent to Macau was smaller and less bustling than Shenzhen. From Zhuhai's revolving restaurant at the top of its 29-story trade center, says in Shenzhen, Deng and his family gazed at the tall building under construction. Deng warned the crowds in Zhuhai, just as he had in Shenzhen. In one factory in Zhuhai, observer estimated that Deng shook more than 100 hands on the street. He was restrained by the police to keep him from mingling with the crowds and shaking even more hands. In questioning local residents, Deng tried to gauge how quickly the growth in coastal urban areas was spreading to the more remote areas, and to infer what future developments might mean for the people. He could already see many signs that consumer goods, bicycles, sewing machines, radios, watches, and other manufactured items were beginning to spread to the rural areas. He was pleased to hear that migrants from poor areas had found opportunities for employment along the coast. He was also encouraged by the reports of the eager young people who had gone abroad to study, but then returned to help build their own motherland. He was told that some factories led by the entrepreneurial Chinese were already approaching world's technological standards. He praised local leaders' success in using market to further the cause of socialism and credited socialism in terms for aiding in the success. He said the capitalism could not match the socialist system in terms of focusing on talent to make things happen quickly. Yes, yeah. If you're a socialist, socialism is controlled by the entire state, one state, then it will be easier for you to pass any laws. He also noted that if not for the progress from 1984 to 88, things would have gone so smoothly in China during the difficult years 1989 to 1992. During the car ride from the Zhuangzhang to Guangzhou, Deng stopped for a few minutes in the two countries just north of Zhuozhai, counties, not countries, counties, just north of Zhuozhai, Zhongshan and Sundi. They were flourishing from the rapid spillovers of the dynamism of the SECs to the nearby areas. After an hour-long meeting with the provincial leaders in Jiangsu, Deng boarded his train to Shanghai with a brief stop in the Yingzhangs, located in eastern Jiangxing provinces. Upon his arrival in Yangtang, Deng was again received at the train station by a local official who briefed him about the excellent harvest of the past year and the progress in responding to the floods. Deng praised their efforts, but he also declared that they needed to plant more trees to prevent erosions, which causes flooding. Deng also said that the official tried to go faster, be bolder, and open up even further. At this point, Deng Nan chimed in to say that her father has been preaching this message during the entire trip. She added that her father cared a lot about Jiangxi, where he had served in the Jiangxi Soviet some 60 years earlier and where he had spent 3.5 years during the Cultural Revolution. In fact, during much of the trips, Deng reminisced about his experience in Rongjin and Hongjin counties in 1931. Deng Nan reminded her father of February 1973 after his trip of rustication in the countryside during the Cultural Revolution. The family had boarded the train to Beijing at the same Yingting station. Now from Yingting, they boarded the train to Shanghai, and by the time they arrived, the seeds for further opening that Deng planted in Guangdong were beginning to bear the fruits. The breakthrough Deng had failed in 1990s and 1991 to get the country back on the fast track to reform and opening, but in 1992 he made a dramatic breakthrough thanks to the Hong Kong press and to a meeting he held in Zhuhai. Following protocol, Deng held no press conference, but once word got out that he was in Shenzhen, eager Hong Kong reporters and photographs crossed the borders in large numbers to cover his trip. On January 22, 3 days after Deng arrived in Shenzhen, the Hong Kong newspaper Ning Bao broke the news of his visit as well as his message about speeding up reforms. It also reported that young Shangkuns was accompanying Deng in Shenzhen. So perceptive Hong Kong readers instantly perceived that Deng's trip south was more than an ordinary family outing. The editors of the leftist publications in Hong Kong, remembering that many staff members had been fired for supporting the June 4 protests, were jittery about covering Deng's visit and message. Nonetheless, the next day, January 23rd, is the day, along with the Hong Kong television station, also reported the news of the Deng's trip to Shenzhen. And because Chinese propaganda officials were unable to block the reception of the Hong Kong television in nearby mainland, areas. Millions of residents in southern Guangdong watch parts of the Deng, okay, in Shenzhen visits on Hong Kong televisions. Beijing, okay, visits. Beijing propaganda officials who took the side of the cautious planners were faced with a hard choice to ignore Deng's trip, despite gradual seepage of information into southern China and elsewhere, or to acknowledge the trip while trying to weaken Deng's assault on those who took a more conservative stance on reforms and opening. Meanwhile, Deng's allies, local officials in southern China who wanted permission to grow faster, were willing to take risks to get Deng's message out. So, given the attention that Deng had received in Shenzhen and Zhongguai, it was difficult for the conservative media managers to ignore Deng's trip. But they tried. On February 3rd, Beijing television showed Deng and Yang Sun-kun's giving news reading to Shanghai leaders without even mentioning his trip to Shenzhen and Zhongguai or his push for modern reforms. On the same day, the English language China Daily showed photos of the young Shangkunst and Deng that had been taken in Shenzhen, but it did not provide the dates for pictures. And on February 4th, the editors of the Shanghai's Liberation Daily, which was controlled by the Communist Party in Shanghai, cleverly managed to both avoid mentioning the southern tips and carry a front-page article praising Deng's effort to emancipate the minds already enshrined from the third planet, which could be seen as a boost for the large new projects they sought for the cities. But the time local press in Guangdong and Shanghai were itching to spread words of Deng's trips, and with the knowledge of Deng's journey so widespread in southern Guangdong, there was no way Beijing propaganda officials could prevent others from knowing its purposes. In Zhuhai, Deng held a meeting ostensibly for a military planning that turned up the heat under Zhuang Zimin. He repeated the message he gave in Wuhan: whoever is opposed to reform must leave office. Our leaders look like they are doing something, but they are not doing anything worthwhile. The meeting Deng attended in Zhuhai on military planning was chaired by the Zhuangxi, one of the 6 members of the standing committees of the Politburo. Since Jiao Zi was in charge of the domestic security matters, it was appropriate for him to call such a meeting. But Zhuo Zi was also regarded by many as having the qualities needed to be a top leader and as a potential rival to Zhuang Zimin. So this meeting had the potential to be about China's leadership even more ominously for Jiang. Attending the meeting were President Yang Songkunst, Chairman of the Central Military Commissions, General Louis Ringhans, Vice Chairman of the CMC, and Yang Shakun's half-brother, General Yang Baiken, who was head of the PLA, Political Work Department, and Secretary General of the CMC. Although all these officials were concerned with security, all they agreed with Deng about the need to speed up the reforms. The Zhuangxi meeting is not mentioned in the books on the Southern Tour published in mainland China, nor is it noted in the official chronology of the Deng's life. Deng Xiaoping, with the omission is understandable for Communist Party leaders to not want inner party tension to be revealed in the public, but news of the meeting leaked from participants and from observers in Zhongxing and was in fact confirmed with the reaction of Jiang Xing in the weeks following the meeting. The strong representations of the military leaders made it clear that if necessary, the high-level military brass was willing to support a new leader. Jiang Zemin response to Jiang Zemin, eager to get precise news of the Zhuang Zim meetings, persuaded Jia Gonglin, the first party secretary of the Fujins, to give him a tape of meeting. Not long thereafter, it was announced that Jia Gonglin had been appointed to the Politburo, although it was not customary for Jiang to phone Deng on New Year's. On February 3rd, 1992, 5 years after Deng left Zhuozi, Jiang Zemin phoned Deng to wish him a happy New Year. As Jiang later acknowledged, the phone call was no incident. Jiang thereafter began to tilt more boldly towards reforms. Deng arrived in Shanghai on January 31 for the more than more weeks of vacations, when at the more leisurely pace than in a special economic zone, he viewed Pudong's developments and edited the draft of his speech in Zhangzhen and Zhuhai. He also toured the recently completed Nambu Bridge and the construction site of the huge Yangpu Bridge, while repeating his self-criticism for not making the Shanghai on a special economic zone earlier. He has also suggested that starting now, Shanghai could use its advantage as a latecomer to learn from Zhang the experience, allowing him to do things even better. Meanwhile, a team of writers under the direction of the Zhen Baizhen, former secretary of the Guang Gofin and Hong Gongfeng, prepared a systematic summary of the Deng speech and Shenzhen and Zhuang. They first received a preliminary summary of 20 to 30,000 characters prepared by the Guangdong's official from the trip, and then boiled it down in successive drafts to 7,000 characters by going through several drafts with Deng. The report, which had a more official ring than Deng's original, petty comments during the tour, was completed before Deng left Shanghai. Chen Yun was in Shanghai while Deng was there, but Deng did not arrange a meeting with him. President Yang Shakunst and Shanghai Party secretaries Wu Bangkunst, however, went in person to pay the Chinese New Year respect to Chen Yun. A seasoned leader like Chen Yun had no trouble understanding all the political nuances of the Deng's efforts. He also knew that Deng's effort to speed up the reform enjoyed a strong support within the military, that the plan for the development of the Pudong had the enthusiastic backing of the Shanghai Party Committee. For over a decade, Deng, so busy with his work, had never gone shopping but one morning, he visited Shanghai #1 department stores, where he boasted the highest retail establishment in China. There he could see the brisk sales of a wide range of consumer goods. The scene stood in striking contrast to the merger offering of the bare basics of the shelves that had greeted customers only 14 years early when his reforms began, and he could only have reinforced his pride in China's progress. With the help of his daughter Deng Rose, he bought some pens as a present for his grandchildren. When Deng boarded the train to return to Beijing, he had reasons to hope that the southern journey was accomplishing its purposes and the Jiang's image would now speed up by growth and reforms. Indeed, from February 20, the day Deng departed Shanghai for Beijing, until March 6, staff members of the Shenzhen Daily were sufficiently optimistic about Deng's ultimate victory that they dared to publish a series of 8 articles on the southern tourist. Although Beijing propaganda leaders tried to prevent copies of these articles from making their way to the Beijing, they could not stop copies of paper reaching audience throughout China, including in the capital. By mid-February, or several days before Deng returned to Beijing, Jiang Zemin was already saying publicly that he supported Deng's call for further reforms. From the reports he had received from Zhou Zai, Jiang realized that Deng was determined to remove him if he did not boldly promote reforms and opening. Jiang could see from Deng's visit to the south that he had attracted a great deal of support from key leaders in Beijing and from local leaders. Later, Jiang acknowledged that by then he had concluded that Deng's view could prevail and that Jiang would be wise to support them. When Jiang, Beijing summary of Deng's speeches in special economics was completed, Jiang Zemin stopped saying the political group of circling the draft to a small group of top officials. The summary was less provocative than Deng's spontaneous comment on the grounds, but it was nonetheless strong and directive. When party leaders became aware of the public attention paid to the Deng trip in the south and read the report, they realized that despite his age, Deng was exerting himself on determined crusades and that his base of support was rapidly expanding. Leaders in Shanghai, Guangdong, and elsewhere who wanted to move faster towards open market, increasingly optimistic about the outcomes, rallied behind Deng. Even without Deng's southern journey, the gradual easing of foreign sanctions and the conservative success in reducing inflationary pressures would have led Chinese leaders to increase the growth targets. But Deng's tour and his success in converting Jiang Zemin enabled them to change to begin sooner and continue at a faster pace than otherwise would have been possible. Even as Jiang was beginning to come around to Deng's point of view, the national press lagged behind in publicizing Deng's trips and Deng's message. On February 20, the day before Deng returned to Beijing, the conservative bi-monthly contemporary trends of the thoughts in the last-ditch efforts to promote the cautious planners' views. They published an article by Deng Liquin that undoubtedly reflected the views of the Chenyans. The article stated that the major danger was not from the left but from the right. People who stubbornly cling to their liberal beliefs are using anti-leftism as a pretext to oppose the Communist Party leadership and the Socialist Party. Unless they fight back, the result of course would be disastrous proliferation of all the kinds of the anti-communist ideas. But the tide has turned. After this article appeared, the voices of the conservative grew weaker as Jiang Zemin and his colleague began to prepare the public for their endorsements of the Deng's call to accelerate growth. So on February 21, the day Deng returned to Beijing, People's Daily editorial drawing on Jiang Zemin's summary was entitled "Be Bolder and Reforms." The editorial still made no mention of Deng's southern tours, which had already dominated the Hong Kong media for a month. A week later, however, on February 28, high official in Beijing released document number 2 based on the Deng's speech a week earlier and distributed it to the broad groups of high-level party officials. Like most official document, it was carefully written and well organized, but lacked the vehemence and freshness of Deng's original talks. The title, "A Notice About Passing On and Studying Comrades Deng's Important Talks." It was circulated to all members of the central committees and selected other groups such as the 2,000 students and the faculty at the central party schools. By the March 9-10 verbal meeting with all 15 members of the political committee to discuss document number 2, opinion had swelled to support the document. Deng had pushed hard, building on his base of support by local officials. He had made use of the Hong Kong press to mobilize PLA supporters, but he also was riding a wave of good news about the economy. Not only was inflation under control thanks to Chen Yun's efforts, but industry had begun to grow. Exports were strong, and the foreign countries were beginning to relax the sanctions. The climate for expansion had greatly improved. At the Politburo meeting, President Yang Shangkunst began the discussions by forcefully backing the documents, and Jiang Zemin followed by expressing full support for Deng's efforts and admitting that he had been too lax in promoting reforms. The Politburo unanimously endorsed the basic message of Deng's trip to the south to accelerate the pace of the reforms and opening. They agreed the message there would be the centerpiece of the 14th Party Congress to be held at the end of the year. Deng later agreed that document number 2 would be a final document in his 3-volume selected works. The sense of his advice was to no surprise to those who followed Deng's words and deeds: be bolder in reforms and open to the outside. From the March Politburo meeting on, the approved summary of the Deng statement on the southern journey became the new guidelines for the official policy. On March 11, the day after the Politburo meeting and almost 2 months after Deng had begun his southern journey, the New China News Agency finally officially broke the news to the public about Deng's southern journey and offered an accompanying editorial stating that the people needed to be more daring in reforms and opening. It took until 31st of March, however, before the People's Daily would finally fall into the line, publishing its own detailed reports of the trip. Now the changed atmosphere. the changed atmosphere. As news of the trip was fully reported and policies began to change, it begins to change. Deng's talks became known as the Nongson. This one talks from the southern tours. The term Nongson was used in imperial times to refer to the grand inspections tours of the emperor to the south, to the Yangtze rivers, not as far as south as Deng went, but in order to remove the connotations that Deng was acting like an emperor, the trip was officially given a more neutral terms. Talks from the south. Conservative officials, aware of the widespread support for Deng's message, reluctantly approved the document supporting Deng's message at the annual meeting of the NPC that opened up the March 20. The overall political atmosphere among the delegates reflected the forward moments created by Deng's southern journey. Intellectuals and military leaders took advantage of the change moods to mount criticisms of the leftism in their respective units. On March 23rd, Yang Biangbang announced that the army would protect and support reforms, a clear warning to those who dragged their feet. In late May, the party centers issued document number 4, designed to implement Deng's policies. The document announced the opening of the 5 inland cities along the Yangtze River, as well as the 9 border cities, and stated that all the 30 provincial and prefectural capital cities would enjoy the same privilege as the SEZ. In the several months after the southern journey, Deng did not meet with Jiang to tell him how to conduct further reforms and opening, nor did he express clear support for Deng. Indeed, Jiang Zemin reported that he felt Deng was still testing him and that the implicit threat remained. If Jiang did not fully support reforms, Deng, with the backing of the military, might try to have him replaced by Guangxi. Jiang was determined to pass Deng's final examination. In public appearance during the spring, Jiang became a strong advocate for further reforms and opening, and he carefully drafted a speech that he delivered on June 9 to graduating class of senior provincials and ministerial level students at the party central party school. In his speech entitled "Deeply Understand and Implement," Comrade Deng Xiaoping important spirit, make economic constructions, reforms and opening go faster and better. So Jiang Zemin both presented a comprehensive overview of what was required to implement the spirit of Deng's southern journey and summarize Deng's contribution since the 1970 third millennium. So Jiang said that they should accelerate the pace of the reforms, reaching a growth rate of as high as 9% a year. At the time, the official goal in the 5-year plan as presented by the NPC was still 6 years. Jim said that they should move boldly, targeting lessons from the advanced practices of the capitalist countries. There were no need to discuss whether the reform was called capitalist or socialist. Moreover, Jiang packaged his ideas under a term he expected Deng would welcome: a socialist market economy. On June 30, a socialist with the Chinese characters, June 12, 3 days after this major address, Jiang Zemin, the hopeful young leaders, asked the master if he approved the term socialist market economy, which clearly was intended to replace Chen Yun's planned socialist market economy. Deng, to Jiang's relief, said that he had liked Jiang's speech, adding, actually, Shenzhen has a socialist market economy. Jiang had passed the test. Then, as if he were still at the final discussion makers, Deng told Jiang Zemin to circulate this central party school speech for internal comment, and the reaction were favorable to use it as theme for the 40th Party Congress. Not surprisingly, the reaction was favorable. Chen Yun, the elder statements of the cautious conservative but also a disciplined party members who always supported party policies and accepted the unanimous political decision to accelerate reforms and opening. During his long winter vacations in Shanghai during the early months of 1992, Chen had observed the progress in Pengtong and talked to the Shanghai official overseeing its developments. On 26 April 1992, the day before his return to Beijing, Chen, upon hearing report from the Shanghai Party Secretary Wu Bangguo and the mayor Huang Gongdang, not only approved the refer to Enleben, Shanghai also told them to become even bolder. About 3 months later, in July 21, eulogy for the longtime colleague Li Xiangxin, who had died a month earlier. Chen Yun acknowledged that he and Deng Zhenzhen had never visited SEZs, but he said they both acknowledged such experiments were necessary. We must learn from our experiences with them in order to make them a success. He declared that he was impressed with the Shenzhen's modern constructions and with its great success in increasing export much faster than imports. He added, economic developments in China is much larger in scale and more complicated than in the past, and many measures that were effective in the past are no longer applicable to the current situation of reforms and opening up. The new situation requires us to learn more and continuously explore and solve new problems. Chen Yun had fought tenaciously to keep inflation low and to keep the planning system running smoothly. In 1992, thanks to these retrenchment policies since 1988, inflation was under control and exports were rising, overcoming the effect of the sanctions. But then, as his career was drawing close, Chen Yun acknowledged that China was entering a new and more complex areas, and in fact, he was giving his vote of confidence to the next generation of leaders who would move China along a path different from that which he had pursued with such intensity. By this summer, Deng had consolidated his victory. Local officials were all allowed to make higher rates of investment. They could expand their foreign trades, and the experiment from the coast were extended inland. Deng could give more attention to other issues China would face in the decades ahead. So on July 24, after reading through the draft of the documents prepared for the forthcoming party congress, Deng traced several issues other issue to consider: the structure of the rural life, his personal role in China's development, the growing system, the governing system, and the national security. On rural policy, Deng acknowledged that contracting down to the households and the abolition of the communes had been necessary to motivate China's farmers and other rural workers. But as the new agriculture technologies were acquired or developed, the tiny household farms could not afford to upgrade on their own. At some point, a larger collective organization would be required. Deng advised government leaders not to hurry this process, but to wait until individual farmers took the initiative to change the system. In considering his legacy, Deng said leaders should not exaggerate his personal role, but describe it as it was. The process of developing reforms from opening was so large and complex that no single individual or small groups of leaders could think of everything. No one had thought deeply beforehand about relying on township and village enterprises, for example, yet they had become essential to China's developments. China's success since 1978 had come from the experience of a large numbers of people. His own role was simply to try to put developments into an overall package and present them into a broader audience. On the issues of the governance and freedom, Deng said that the concept of democratic centralism was still the most rational system and should remain the country's basic governing principle. Leaders should find ways to encourage people to express their opinions, but once a decision is made, people should follow the collective decision. Deng also addressed the issues of the China's security. He said that the balance of power among the nation was undergoing great changes, and it was it was important to study these changes carefully. In the current situation, he believed that China could continue to raise the size of its military, but it was important to raise the quality of the military personnel and to be prepared if necessary to defend the country with increased fighting capacity. Deng read over Jiang Zemin's a proposed address for the 14th Congress Party and approved it. The essence of the speech was the message from Deng's Southern journey, accelerating reforms and growth. I want to know about that thing, right? India also, smart cities. Okay, so special economic zones. How many SEZs are there in India? I think there are currently 368 formally notified special economic zones in India. Out of 265 to 280 are fully operational. Tamil Nadu, okay, so zone is equal to okay. So how many smart cities, right? How many smart cities are there in India? There are currently 100 smart cities designated across India under the government flagship Smart Cities mission. The cities were selected through the series of comparative rounds spanning from 2016 to 2018 to undergo urban modernization, focusing on sustainable infrastructure, e-governance, and IoT, Internet of Things, driven public services. Okay. Okay. So first, okay, 100 list of 110 selected cities were on the list. Okay, Arunachal Pradesh equals to Pasikat, Guwahati, Muzaffarpur, Patna, Chandigarh, Raina, Bilans. Okay, these are not smart cities. Dharamshala, Shimla, Srinagar. Okay, Karnataka. Okay, Bela. Okay, Tumkura, Bengaluru. Okay, Kerala, Lakshadweep. Okay, all those. Manipur equals to where is Sikkim? Okay, Namchi and Gangtok. Namchi is from my place, so from my place to Namchi, it's hardly like 25 to 30 minutes of drive. Okay, so what is that? Dholera city, right? Okay, that is the Dholera, officially known as the Dholera Special Investigative, is a massive greenfield smart city being built from scratch which is located approximately 100 this one. Okay, Ahmedabad, it's spanned. Okay, is it 4D operational or not? Okay, is Dholera okay? Is Dholera city, completed or not? Okay, so this is not completely finished. It is being built in structured phase. The entire this one mega city is expected to reach full large scale completion. This one's around 2042. However, the initial phase, the activation area has made a major progress. Okay, activations. International airport. The airport is first phase is completed. Flying this one. Express request. Okay. Okay. Is there any opening ceremony? Dholera city. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel officially inaugurated the Ahmedabad Dholera Expressway in a grand ceremony. Okay, I'm not talking the fucking grand. Okay. First, because there is a Dholera city, and then there are okay. How many cities which are built from scratch in India? It's mostly Dholera. Navi Mumbai, Noida, Gandhinagar, okay, Chandigarh. Okay, I don't think they're answering any questions. Okay, but still, okay. The 14th Party Congress, October 20 to 12 to 19 to 19 to 20, October 12 to 18th, 1992. The 14th Party Congress featured the usual carefully prepared documents on present and future policy, but above all, it was a public tribute to Deng and the success of its policies. In fact, his retirement celebration, the main address, Jiang Zemin's political report was filled with the praise for Deng's and his policies, which were to set the course for China for the next 5 years. The building of the socialist market economy, to be sure, Jiang's speech reflected some compromises with the conservatives instead of projecting growth of 10% per year as Deng had originally proposed. He set the goal of 8 to 9%. Okay, I want to see, okay, when Chinese economy were growing, what was the rate? When Chinese economy is growing, what is the rate? Okay, China's economy grew by this much in the first quarter. No, I'm not talking about this much. When Chinese economy was growing, okay, rapidly during early 2000s, what was the rate? Yeah, what was the rate? What is the rate? I think they grew at 10%. Yeah. During the early 2000s, Chinese economy grew at a blistering average GDP annual rate of about 10%. The historic boom was driven by the massive capital investment, urban. Okay, so 2008 is 2000 equals to 8.6, 2001 8.2, 2000 equals to 9, 2002 equals to 9.2, 2003 10.1. So when I was born, it was growing at 10% one. Okay, so that's a lot, man. Chen only praised, this one Deng Xiaoping as the architect of the China's reform and opening. He also elevated Deng's view into what would become Deng Xiaoping theory. The informed public knew that Deng was a pragmatist, not an ideologue. Unlike many top leaders in the communist world, he had not considered it necessary to be a theorist to make his claim to be highest office. But for Jiang Zemin, elevating Deng's view to a theory strengthened the importance, making them comparable to the thoughts of the Mao Zedong and making it easy as to focus on the full modernization on the zone of making revolution. Deng was credited with promoting the concept of socialism with the Chinese characteristic and using the phrase primary stage of socialism. Deng's theories had accomplished exactly what Deng had hoped they would. They provided ideological justification for adopting pragmatic policies that supported the continued expansion of the market. Deng also reiterated Deng's view that it was not necessary to ask if something was called capitalism or socialism. So public ownership was to be the chief form of ownership, but efforts to allow state enterprises to become more independent economic units would continue. Shareholding was to be introduced as an experimental basis, and market were to be expanded not only for commodities but also for the capital, technology, labor, information, housing. Science and technology were to be considered not only simple as a productive forces but as a primary productive forces. In short, the Congress presented a ringing affirmation of Deng's fundamental views. Mao's fundamental belief in a class struggle and continuing the revolution had begun to weaken even before he had passed away. And when he died, they died with him. So by contrast, Deng's basic policies, which resonated with the economic needs and wishes of the people, continued to guide policy making for decades. As at the Congress, only 3 years after the Tiananmen tragedy, Deng gave more weight to the stability than the political reforms. At 14th Party Congress, Jiang did not even mention the possibility of separating the party from the business enterprises and administrative structure as Jiang had proposed during the previous Congress. Like Deng, Jiang used harsh words to condemn the counter-revolutionary rebellion of 1918. Yet he maintained that the main threat came not from the right but from the left. Although Deng's spirit pervaded in the 14 Party Congress, he did not attend the meeting until the concluding session. At the point Deng entered the hall, went over to Jiang Zemin and for some 20 minutes stood beside him while television cameras captured the image of the two together. Deng was passing the mantle to Jiang, and the news was transmitted throughout China and to the world. Jiang Zemin had vigorously affirmed continuous reform and opening, and now Deng was showing that he fully supported him. From that moment, Jiang no longer had to look over his shoulders to see if Deng approved. The baton had been passed to the man with whom Deng had and others were now referred to as the nucleus of the party's third generations. Shortly before the 14th Congress, Deng had pushed the young brothers, long-term allies who had joined him on the southern journey, to retire. Deng appointed their replacements, the 77-years-old Liu Qingying, to follow the lead of the Jiang Zemin and of Jiang Zelai, Jiang Qinghong. Jiang Zemin had long considered young brothers who were seniors to him as rivals who constrained his behavior. Deng earlier told Jiang, when Mao was in charge and spoke, the issues were settled. When I was in charge and spoke, the issues were settled. My mind will be at ease if when you speak, the issues will be settled. Deng was close to young brothers, but for him, a strong, united national leadership was more important than personal friendships. He was doing everything he could to give Jiang the full authority he needed. With the team, he could command to provide effective national leadership compared to Mao's chosen successors who were arrested or pushed aside shortly after his death. Deng chosen successor continued to lead China for the 2 decades. 2 decades. Okay, just wait. I want to see things. Okay, 2 decades. That's a lot, man. Okay, Chinese. Okay, China's Chinese president. Okay, president during 1992. Okay, let's see this person. Yang Shogun was the president of the. Okay, no, during this time, leaders. Okay, just wait. Compared to Mao Zedong, it was okay. Shortly, okay, this one's although thing is okay, this one is okay. Where is that person in Jiang Zemin start vigorously reform? Okay, let's see. Was president for how many years? Jiang Zemin, okay, he was president from, he was a Chinese politician, also was the general secretary of the Chinese Communist Party, as the chairman of the president of China as was too. Was known for, he was known third paramount leaders of the China from 1989 to 2002. That's a lot, man. That's 10, 11, 12, 13, 13 years. He was the core leaders of the third generation of Chinese leadership, one of the 4 co-leaders alongside Mao Zedong, Deng Xiaoping, Xi Jinping, born in Jiangsu, who grew up during the year of Japanese occupations. And he died in 2022, 4 years back at the age of 96, okay. In June 1992, the proven economic leader whom, just wait. Compared to this one, okay, Jamin was re-elected for another term and served a full 10 years beyond the 2 years remaining in the term of the post. So, despite some of things misgiving before the spring of 1992, Jiang proved successful in uniting the country and guiding it during the very difficult years after the Tiananmen tragedy, when he faced skepticism, skeptical citizens and restricted foreign sanction. He steadily pursued Deng's policy of the reforms and opening and proved to be an excellent political manager. Considering the uncertainties of the Tiananmen tragedy and the collapse of the communism throughout the Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, Jiang's success in steering a steady course was a remarkable accomplishment. In the June 1992, the proven economic leader whom Deng had brought to Beijing in 1991, Zhu Rongji became head of the newly established Economic and Trade Office, which emerged as the most powerful organization overseeing the economic work. Later, at the NPC meeting in the March 1993, when the government appointments were announced, Zhu became the first vice premier, while Deng Lingping was reappointed premier because Lingping had played a major role in clamping down in the June 4 demonstration. As long as he was premier, Deng did not have to worry about the possibility of the reversal of the verdict on those demonstrations. Zhu Rongji was enormously successful managing the economy, especially in overcoming inflationary pressures without causing a hard landing like that, which had occurred in 1988 to 89. At the 15th Party Congress in 1997, Zhu Rongji became a premier. The man Deng selected as the youngest members of the standing committees of the Politburo at the time of 14th Congress Party. Hu Jintao became the heir apparent after Jiang. So at the time of the Congress, he was 50 years old, 8 years younger than any members, who managed to keep the supporters of the other senior leaders and was later selected at the 16th, 17th Party Congress to serve 5 years term as the head of the 4th generation of the leaders. The people chosen by Deng as a successor were thus confirmed by the 3 Party Congress after 1992. As Deng had planned, the 14th Congress Party also marked the end of the lifetime appointments to the Central Advisory Commissions, which had provided a formal channel for that special generation of the revolutionary heroes to express their opinion and so had eased their transition from active tiny duty into retirement was officially abolished. Not only Deng, but the entire senior generation, including Deng's rival Chen Yun, stepped down. In the future, all appointments, including those of the highest level political leaders, would be a term appointments. The officials elected for the key position in 1992 were selected according to Deng's personal policy, that is, people who performed well in their post would rise step by step to the high positions. The Politburo members selected in 1992 was completely in tune with the Deng's policy. The 2 government ministries selected for the Politburo were both concerns with the foreign affairs and ready to promote continued open to the outside. Foreign Minister Zhuang Chuanfin, Minister of the Foreign Trades Ling Quangquang, and before 1992, 1 Politburo members had represented an inland provinces, but in 1992 he was dropped, and all the 5 members of the new Politburo who had held provincial level appointments were from the coastal provinces that they had prospered Deng's open policies. Jiang Fi from Guangdong, Chen Qingtong from Beijing, Wu Ngongfeng from Shanghai, Tan Chuan from Tianjin, and Jiang is from Shandong. That officials from Beijing who remained on the Politburo were also from coastal areas, including Xiao Xi, Bong Di, the 3 who had joined Deng Xiaoping in Zhuhai in crafting strategy during the southern journey. The senior leaders were old enough to remember the failures of the Great Leap Forwards. They had risen to important position in the early 1960s and had suffered during the Cultural Revolution. After 1978, they emerged as the committed reformers, determined to devote their last year to overcoming the misguided policies and promoting modernization. By contrasting, Jian's immense subordinates who later became the leaders of the 4th generations were not revolutionary heroes, but rather good students who had grown up in the system established by the Deng and others of his generations. They had been born during the war years. They had received their schooling after 1949 under the communist leadership. They came of age too late to have had the opportunity to study in the Soviet Union or Eastern Europe, but too early to have pursued advanced education in the West. Yet even though they were in school before subjects like the Western laws, economics, and business administrations, when it is they began learning these subjects after coming to office, and through documents, meetings, and short-term training courses, they were able broad gauge technocrats, mostly trained in engineering, who had accepted the system and wanted to make it work. As a group, they were noted for being responsible for enjoying good relations with their peers and subordinates, and for not challenging their superior. They had not been tested in the crisis, and they were not prepared to challenge the system. Instead, they worked pragmatically and competently within the framework the Deng and his generation had built. The fruits of the Southern Journey. Now we'll come to the fruits of the Southern Journey. In line with the policies laid down at the 14th Party Congress and NPC meeting of the March 1993 that supported growth rate of 8 to 9%. More local investments and construction was permitted. In the several years after Deng's 1992 Southern Journey, China achieved some of the fastest growing rates that the world has known. The fruits of the Southern Journey. In line with the policies laid down at the 14th Party Congress and the NPC meeting of the March 1993 that supported a growth rate of 8 to 9%, more local investments and construction was permitted. In the several years after Deng's 1992 Southern Journey, China achieved some of the fastest growth rate that the world has known and on a scale never seen before. Indeed, from 1992 to 1999, China, with the world's largest population, grew more than 10% per year. That's crazy, man. GDP goes to 9.2. Okay, 1991 goes to 9.2. 1992 goes to 14.2. 1993 goes to 13.5. But inflation also, you can look at it, right? Okay, consumer price index goes to inflation is 24% also. Following the Tiananmen tragedy from the 1989 to 1991, foreign direct investment in China stagnated at around $4 billion per year from 1992 to 1999. However, with the China's policy of opening to the West and when the gradual easing of the foreign sanction, it averaged more than $35 billion per year. The rapid growth led to the new rounds of overheating and inflationary pressures. But by 1995, Zhou Rongzi was able to bring these pressures down with a soft landing. A decision to grant selected companies the right to interact directly with the foreign companies was a great boon to the expansion foreign trade. Before then, exporters and importers had to buy and sell through the state trading firms, to making it difficult for them to adapt quickly to the opportunities in the foreign markets. Furthermore, the state trading firms could not manage the rapid expansion of the foreign trade. So gradually, however, designated Chinese firms were allowed to deal directly with the foreign companies, and the numbers of the designated firm grew. And housing construction also took off with a new initiative introduced by the reformers. Before 1995, housing was assigned by the work units or by the city official. After 1995, as the government opened the housing market, families of the state employees were allowed to purchase their homes at a subsidized price. With the creation of the private real estate markets and opportunities for the profit from the building of the homes, new homes were built at a dizzying pace. Then Southern Journey did not silence cautious planners and conservative ideologues, but it again moved the goalpost for what was considered possible. Even the most easily alarmed planners and gradually began accepting, however grudgingly, a larger role for market and foreign trades. With so many people benefiting from the market at home and abroad, the policies of the reforms and opening became irreversible. There was no way China could close the door it had opened after 1978. Now, remembering Deng, in the last decade of the 20th century, the continuing evolution in China consumed many of its heroes. Deng himself had 3 ups and 3 downs, but in his last year, he was more fortunate than any of his fellow leaders, many of whom had met sad and even tragic ends. After April 5th, 1976, Mao was faced with the reality that the masses in the Beijing had rejected his cultural revolution and class struggle and preferred Zhou Enlai for modernization. Zhou Enlai died knowing that he was still being criticized by the chairman Mao and by the party to whom he should dedicate his life. His blue eye, Shuaiji died under the house arrest. The target of criticisms without receiving adequate medical treatment. Hu Yongpeng, after being hurriedly dismissed from the office, was rejected by several leaders in the remaining 2 years of his life. Zhou Ziyang died under house arrest, officially shunned and permitted to meet only a few selected visitors. Ho Yang-fin was, when pushed aside, was humiliated. Marshal Yi did not retire happily to pleasant, familiar surroundings in his native provinces, but he was no longer completely comfortable with the developments in Beijing. He knew that his handling of the 1989 Tiananmen demonstration would be regarded by many as a paramount blot in his career. In both China and abroad, many felt that in June 1989 he had become overly concerned with maintaining civil orders and that it was unforgivable for him to have allowed the shooting of innocent people on the street. They believed he had not done enough to advance the cause of democracy when he had opportunity. He had not resolved the fundamental problems of corruption and inequality. Deng's decision, by contrast, admired his courage for boldly taking responsibility to do what was necessary to hold the nation together. Regardless of their views in Tiananmen tragedy, however, many admired his determination efforts at age 87, to embark on the Southern Journey as a way of ensuring the China state on the course of the rapid economic reforms stand opening. Indeed, Deng lived his last years knowing that his chosen successor was following the policy he had initiated, that these policies were helping China to advance. He spent these years with his family, honored by his party and nations. He guided China through a difficult transition from a backward, closed, overtly rigid socialist nation to a global power with a modernizing economy. If there was one leader to whom most Chinese people express gratitude for improvement in their daily life, it's Deng Xiaoping. And did any other leader in 20th century do more to improve the lives of them so many? Did any other 20th century leaders have such a large and lasting influence on world history? Deng said he wanted to remember as he really was. He wanted to be remembered as he really was. He wanted to be well thought of, but he did not want to be celebrated with a grandiosity accorded to the Mao Zedong. Unlike Chairman Mao, who compared himself with the great emperors, Deng did not consider himself to be the son of heavens. He asked only to be remembered as an ordinary earthly son, being as a son of the Chinese people. Deng's last public appearance was on New York, 1994. After that, his health deteriorated and he no longer had the strength to take part in meetings. He died on February 19, 1997, shortly after midnight, at the age 92, from complication of Parkinson's disease and a lung infection. He had asked that his funeral be simple and frugal. Mao's body had been emballed and put on a display in the specially erected Chairman Mao Memorial Hall, where it was viewed with the public. In contrast, there would be no memorial hall for Deng. On February 25, some 10,000 selected party members assembled at the Great Hall of the People for a memorial services. Jiang Zemin fought back tears as he delivered the eulogy. The service was broadcast on televisions, and reports on Deng's life dominated the media for the following several days. In line with Deng's wishes, his corneas were donated for eye research, his internal organs donated for medical research, and his body cremated. The box with his cremated remains was draped with the flag of the Chinese Communist Party. On March 1997, his ashes were scattered in the sea. Even I want my body, I don't know, I don't want to die, but if I die later, then I want my body to be given for a scientific research, right? All the internal lungs, my eyes, everything. If science needs it, then I'm more than happy to donate it. And I think there's a word, right, which is called when dead body is given to hospital for science study, is called, I forgot, man, it's called something. When giving a body to hospital or medical college for science and education is called whole body donation or anatomical donations. Or once body is received, body is scientifically known as kavada. Once received, the body is scientifically known as a kavada and is usually used by the medical students and researchers to study human anatomies and practice surgeries. Kavader, okay, how do you pronounce it, man? Okay, how do I pronounce it? Okay, how do I pronounce it? Pronunciation.
Cadaver.
Okay, it's not cadaver, it's cadaver, that's okay. Cadaver, okay, cadaver.
Cadaver.
That's okay, cadaver.
Cadaver.
This is a British pronunciation, and I would like to go with the British pronunciation. Cadaver. Okay, cadaver. This is Indian pronunciation. How does it pronounce?
Cadaver.
Okay, cadaver. That's a cadaver. They don't use the R. See, okay, American English, they used cadaver. Word, right? In British, cadaver. That's okay, cadaver. I have to I'll write it. I just have to memorize it. Cadaver. Cadaver, right? It's cadaver. It's donation, cadaver. Okay, cadaver. What is the differences between cadaver and dead body? Dead body is a general term for any diseased body, and this one, regardless of this one. Cadaver is a specific cadaver. Cadaver is a specific medical or scientific term for human that is intentionally used for medical study and anatomical dissections or surgical. Okay. So cadaver. Let's see the picture of any of the cadaver. Okay, I can say it. When two surgeons mysteriously get murdered by Vetri, a prisoner responsible for looting his accomplices falling short of the pathologist. Okay. Chapter number 24. It's a new section. Now it's Deng's place in history. Now we'll talk about what do people right now, what the current generation people think of Deng Xiaoping, the history. Chapter number 24, China transforms. When Deng stepped aside in 1992, he had fulfilled the mission that had eluded China's leaders for the 150 years. He and his colleague had found a way to enrich the Chinese people and strengthen the country. But in the process of achieving this goal, Deng presided over a fundamental transformation of China itself, the nature of its relation with the outside world, its governance system, and its society. After Deng stepped down, China continued to change rapidly, but the basic structure changes developed under Deng's leaderships have already continued for 2 decades, and with some adaptation, they may extend long in the future. Indeed, the structural changes that took place under Deng's leadership rank among the most basic changes since the Chinese Empire took shape during the Han Dynasty over the 2 millennia ago. The transformation that took place in Deng era was shaped by the highly developed Chinese traditions, by the scale and diversity of a Chinese society, by the nature of the world institution at the time, by the openness of the global system to sharing its technology and management skill, by the nature of the Chinese Communist Party, and by the contribution of a large numbers of the creative and hardworking people. But it occurred at a time of transition in which the top leaders was granted considerable freedom by others to guide the political process and make final decisions, and it was shaped by the role that leader Deng Xiaoping personally played. To be sure, the idea underlying this sea change came from many people, and no one fully anticipated how events would play out. Deng did not start reforms in opening. They began under Hua Hofings before Deng came to power, nor was Deng the architect with the grand designs for the changes that would take place under his rule. There was in fact no clear overall design in place during this era, and rather, Deng was the general manager who provided overall leadership, steering the transformation. He helped package the ideas and present them to his team of colleagues and to the public in a pace and in a way they could accept. He provided a steady hand at the top that gave people confidence as they underwent dramatic changes. He played a role in selecting and guiding the teams that worked together to create and implement the reforms. He was a problem solver who tried to devise a solution that would work for various parties involved both within the China and in foreign countries. He helped foster a strong governance structure that would stay in control even as the Chinese people struggled to adapt to the new and rapidly evolving situation on the ground. He played a leading part in guiding the process of setting priorities and creating strategies to realize the most important goal. He explained the policies to the people in a straightforward way by describing the overall situation they faced and then what concrete measures were needed to respond. When controversies arose, he played a major role in making the final decisions and managed the process so as to minimize cleavage that would tear the country apart. He supported the effort to provide incentives and to offer a hope based on realistic enough goal to people that were not later sorely disappointed. He supported the effort to give enough freedom to specialists, scientists, economists, and managers and intellectuals. They could do their work, but they placed limits on their freedoms when he feared the fragile social order might be undone. And he played a central role in improving relationship with the other major countries and forming workable relationship with the leaders. The leaders in all of his work. Deng was guided by his deep conviction that employing the world's most modern practice in science and technology and most effective managers techniques and would lead to the greatest progress of China, and that the disruption that occurred from crafting these practices and techniques on the Chinese system were manageable and worth it for the Chinese people as a whole. It is difficult for those in China and abroad who became adults after Deng stepped down to realize the enormity of the problems Deng faced as he began this journey. A country close to fundamental new ways of thinking, deep rift between those who had been attacked during the Cultural Revolution and their attackers, proud military leaders who were resistant to downsizing and budget reductions, a public animosity towards imperialist and foreign capitalist and entrenched conservative socialist structure in both the countryside and the cities, and reluctant by urban resident exit over 200 million migrant from the countryside and dissensions as some people continued to live in poverty while others became rich. But Deng also had enormous advantages as he assumed responsibility for the overall management of Chinese transformation. He took a functioning national party and government in a country that Mao had unified. He had many experienced senior officials who shared their views that deep changes were needed. He came to power when there was an open world trading systems and other countries were willing to share their capital, technologies, and management skills and to welcome China into an international institution. Deng also had an impressive array of personal qualities that enabled him to guide China's transformation. It is doubtful that anyone else then had the combination of authority, depth, and breadth of experience and strategic sense, assurance, personal relationship, and political judgments needed to manage China's transformation with a comparable success. What then is the nature of the transformations that Deng helped guide? From the science, from the center of Asian civilization to a single nation of the world. During the imperial times, China was never a global power or even an active participant in global affairs. It was a regional. From this center of the ancient civilization to a single nation of the there was regional power, regional Asian power in the Chinese world. Others they guided Chinese relationship with the other countries. Before the Opium War, the smaller political entities around China's periphery paid ceremonial tribute to the emperor of the external kingdom of China. The other political entities thereby acknowledged the superiority of a Chinese civilization over the surrounding area. In exchange, China agreed that these political entities outside the China would remain autonomous and live in peace. Rarely did the Chinese emperor take any interested in extending China's reach beyond Asia and maintained for a brief time during the 5th century. Chinese emperor did allow the construction of ocean, going vessels. And Admiral Zhen He led 7 voyages around overseas that stretched as far as the Middle East and then east coast of Africa. But subsequent emperor not only prohibited such a lengthy voyage, they also prevented the building of ocean-going vessels. For them, it was difficult enough to manage affairs within China long borders without thinking China to land beyond its shores. In 1793, when the British envoy Lord McCarthy arrived in China and proposed the opening of a trade strait, Emperor Guanglong famously replied, "We possess all things, and I have no use for your manufacturers." Later, after the Opium War of 1839 to 48 and 56 to 60, there was 2 Opium War. European power forced China to grant them access to numbers of the ports along the coast, but the Chinese government took virtually no initiative to extend its reach beyond its land borders in Asia, as China as a nation did not accept effectively to the challenges the Industrial Revolution and brought new powers to the Western nations. Because of China's weak responses, stronger imperialist powers from the West dominated relationship with the China's and even dominated industries and trade along with the China coast. Mao, at the time of Korean War, ended the role of imperialist by closing the country to contact with the West. After that time, China began to play a role in the communist world, and for a brief time in 1950s and 1960s and 1060s played a part in the affairs of the Third World. Its role in the communist world greatly declined after it broke off relationship with the Soviet Union in 1960. Before 1978, the Chinese government still had only limited involvement in the affairs beyond its borders. For a long period during the Cultural Revolution, for example, China only had 1 ambassador abroad and stationed in Egypt. Although Mao had begun to open China to the West after the clashes with the Soviet Union in 1969, and the People's Republic take over the China seat in the United Nations in 1971. During Mao's lifetime, China was barely a crack. China was open barely a crack after Mao died. Huo Gongfin was receptive to efforts to open the country, but it was left to Deng Xiaoping to open the country and lead the China to take any active role in international affairs. It was not only Deng's era that governmental leaders had both the vision and the political strength to overcome the sour memories of the imperialist era and developed a lasting and positive new patterns of the relationship with other nations, whereby China was a part of the new world orders that had emerged from the World War II. Under Deng's leadership, China truly joined the world communities, becoming an active part of the international organizations and of the global system of trade, finance, and relations among citizens of all walks of life. China became a member of the World Bank and of the International Monetary Funds. China began to play an active role in the World Health Organization's activities as well as the endeavors of the all-important international organizations in every sphere. And although it would take nearly a decade after Deng stepped down before China was admitted to the World Trade Organization preparation for the China's interests under the Deng, during the early year of China's participation in international organizations, as China was learning how these organizations actually function, China was still a very poor nation, and China's effort first focused on defending its own interest. It was left for Deng's successors who realized the benefit of the international system for China and to begin to think about what China could do as a stakeholders in the international system and global institutions to strengthen those organizations. Before China joined institutions like the World Bank and IMF, some participants worried that China's participation would be so disruptive that they would have trouble functioning. In fact, China's participation has strengthened these organizations. Even as it represents its own interest, it had abided by the rules of the organizations. When Deng became preeminent leaders in 1970, China trade with the world total to less than $10 billion. Within 3 decades, it has expanded 100-fold. When Deng became the preeminent leader in 1974, China's trade with the world total 10 billion. Right now, it's in trillions. Within the 3 decades, it had expanded 100-fold. At the same time, China was encouraging the United States to accept a few hundred Chinese students. By a decade after Deng's text, an estimated of 1.4 million students had studied abroad, and some 390,000 had already returned to China. By 1992, the nation had already come a long way towards playing an active role in global intellectual conversation as well as the global trading partner system. The basic breakthrough was achieved during Deng's period as a paramount leader. During Deng's era, to adjust to its new global role, China went through wrenching internal changes that Chinese leaders call Jingqing or linking tracks, drawing on a term used in the 1930s for the linking together of a Chinese railway of a different gauge. In the 1980s, Chinese used the term to describe the adjustments that China was making to take part in the international organization and a global system of all kinds. In the early years after 1978, when China was beginning to link up with international organization, it greatly expanded the specialized organization that would, in fact, effect a buffer in dealing with the outside world. In foreign enterprises in China were located in special areas like the special economic zones, and the overall system for dealing with the foreign enterprises erected artificial walls that kept foreigners from the close contact with the China as a whole. Foreigners in China worked with a special foreign affairs based office located in the local governments, in universities, and in large companies. Foreign Affairs Services Bureau, for example, handled domestic employees who worked for foreigners to capture more foreign currency, which China was desperately short of. Foreigners were encouraged to spend foreign exchange certificates, which they received in exchange for their homeland currency, at special friendship stores where they could buy goods made abroad that ordinary Chinese were not allowed to purchase. State trading firms handle much of the buying and selling of the goods with the foreigners, and large proportions of the foreigners who bought Chinese goods. So at the semi-annual canton trade fairs, the Chinese foreign ministry played a large role in supervising Chinese government activities dealing with the foreigners at those specialized go-between institution, which was staffed by the Chinese official trained in foreign language and familiar with the foreign practices. In the late 1980s, however, China's relationship with the outside world had already begun to expand rapidly beyond this specialized institution. For foreigners, travel was no longer restricted to certain areas, and more Chinese firms could deal with the foreign firms directly. The practices that began with the SECs and spread to 14 coastal areas in 1984 had started to spread to the entire country. So many foreigners were coming to China that the specialized foreign affairs offices could no longer manage all their affairs, and the special institutions for dealing with the foreigners must remain, but their activities were more often limited to the routine official data collecting. Before Deng stepped down, Chinese institutions of all kinds began to link their tracks to adapt to foreign practices. Firms that were involved in international trade had to learn foreign legal, accounting, and organizational methods. Universities and high school that sent their graduates abroad began to create training programs to prepare the students for the entrance examinations and other procedures required to gain admittance at the foreign examinations. Institution Chinese athletic coaches were began to focus on preparing the best athletes for competition in international sports contests. Studies facilities built to meet international standards spilled over to the handle both domestic and foreign travelers. Products initially produced for exports were increasingly made available to domestic consumers, and just as the United States after World War II expanded its academic and research institution to underpin its role as a global power, so too under Deng did China's academic and research institution expanded greatly, deepening Chinese understanding of the world affairs. Deng advances China's globalization far more. Deng advanced China's globalization far more boldly and thoroughly than did leaders of the other large countries like India, Russia, and Brazil. Deng advances China's globalization far more boldly and thoroughly than did leaders of other large countries like Russia, China, India, Brazil. The process has continued after Deng eras, but the basic breakthroughs were achieved by the time Deng stepped down. Ruled by party leadership teams. Although the Chinese Communist Party had begun the transition from a revolutionary party to ruling party in 1956, Mao soon led it once again into revolution. By contrast, after 1970, with the return of the senior official, the dismissal of the revolutionary is not suited for governing and the recruitments of the new leaders. Then guided the transition into a party that focused on governing the country. The US system of separating the executive, legislative, and judicial branches of governments was devised for the leaders' concerns about an excess concentration of power. The system devised by Mao, but fundamentally revised by the Deng and his colleague, were created to deal with the opposite problems, to providing unified leadership in the midst of the chaos, confusion, deadlocks, inactions, and widely varied local areas. Deng and his colleague also believed that, like the Americans, that basing final decision on the overall political judgments of top leaders for service of the interest of the country is better than basing them on the evaluation of an independent judiciary in which law determines what actions are permitted. They believe that the system that allows a legitimate legislative body to make laws without having the responsibility for implementing them is not as effective as concentrating laws making and implementation in one body. The United States was formed by the independent states that retained independent powers. China for centuries had been centralized governments with the control over regional governments. Mao had further centralized those powers so that they extended deeply throughout the country. But then pulled back on the governing structures that tried to penetrate everywhere. Instead of setting tight rules that the local areas had to follow, they established a system in which governing teams selected by the next higher levels were given considerable independence as long as they managed to bring rapid growth. The core governing structure in Beijing that Deng establishes as under Mao centered around the Politburo and secretariats. It is linked to the local areas through a network of party leadership teams that is present in every locality and every level of major role of office of governments. Each leadership is deemed responsible not only for the directing the work of the Communist Party at its level, but also for overseeing the government office, economic, culture, and trade, and the team is expected to make judgments about approach to overall issues and to see that work within its jurisdiction makes an overall contribution to the four modernizations. The high level of party passes down the rule for how leadership teams should conduct their work, and they send down enlist numbers of directives to each levels. They also hold meetings with the lower levels, sometimes by inviting the lower levels leaders to attend higher level meetings, but also by sending higher level official on inspection towards not the lower levels. When officials at a higher level consider an issue every very important, they can do and do intervenes, but it is difficult for them to monitor all developments at lower level. So the team ordinarily has considerable freedoms in guiding the work at its level. The key leverage that the Beijing has over the province is the power to appoint and dismiss the members of the leadership team. Team members commonly serve as a member in a term for several years, but they can be dismissed at any time by the leaders of the next higher level. The several members of the party leadership teams are given responsibility for different sectors and are judged not only by how well they manage their respective sectors, but also by how well the entire team and the unit it supervises perform. In Deng's era and in the decades after Deng's, those judgments were based overwhelmingly on how much the team contributed to China's overall economic growth. Over the years, secondary criteria have become more important for judging the performance of the teams. Criteria that include the training of the next generation of officials, environmental protections, managing disturbance, and responding to the emergencies. Like Deng's successors believe that a sense of commitments to the overall goals of the nations can be achieved by the proper selections, trainings, and supervisions of officials, because officials at the next level down have a great freedom of great deal of freedoms from for how they do their work. The selection and training of the members of the teams are done with a considerable care. At each level, younger official judged likely to excel, because of their overall intellectual ability, reliability under stress, and mature judgments, ability to work well with a colleague, and dedication to serving the party and the country, are picked for special training and mentoring and testing. Indeed, considerable time is spent mentoring officials at every level. So a mentor's role is to suggest to younger, lower level officials how they should enhance their personal and performance and skills. The most promising youth officials are allowed to accompany their superior to various high-level meetings and to take part in informal meetings at the party retreats. They are also permitted to attend classes at the party schools with those judged with the most potential for national leadership positions taking course at the central party schools in Beijing, and those considered likely nominees for provincial or urban officials taking leadership courses at the party schools in their respective regions. Not all party members who numbered 37 million and with the Deng as ascended the stage, shared the camaraderie and then developed among the selected to attend duties of high officials and to become a student at the party schools. They were attended party schools, not only got to know each other as well as those who attended the party but before and after, but also became acquainted with those high level officials who would visit to the country schools, party schools, and with the help of evaluation by party school official make a recommendation about their future position. Although official in the organization's department kept personal files and could not make recommendation, the members of the party leadership team at each level made the final decisions about who should be promoted in the jurisdiction. There is danger in allowing local leaders to lead so much freedom. The system that the Deng founded, which endures today, emphasizes result more than following the rules and help nurtures officials who have broad visions in evaluating issues, who are entrepreneurial and who support rapid growth without tight supervision from above. However, many of those officials have found ways not only to enrich China but also to enrich themselves and their friends, which while alienating others in the localities. Deng Xiaoping did not introduce the system of party leadership teams, but he stabilizes it, professionalized the work that teams did, and changed the key criteria for judging officials from contribution to the political campaigns to contribution to economic growth. This basic structure has been continued by his successor. The modern meritocracy. The modern meritocracy. By the time Deng stepped down, young party officials had to prove their ability by first passing examinations to the better high schools and better universities. So Deng's focus on meritocracy has a deep root in China, which was the first country in the world to select officials on the basis of their performance. On examinations beginning in 0605 common eras during the Sui dynasty, China had used written examination as the chief criterion for determining which aspiration candidates were qualified to become a government officials. But from the time when the imperial examination ended in the year after Deng was born, until Deng descended the state, China had not had the combination of the stability of the leadership, political determination to re-establish national meritocratic basis for selecting officials. When Mao was alive, it was impossible to use education achievement as the major criteria for selecting officials. Many of the contributions that the community causes and emerged in the high positions simply had not had any opportunity for university training during the chaotic war and revolutions years of 1930-40s. Furthermore, Mao considered political commitments to readiness is more important than qualification and expert, and he favored peasants and workers over candidates from the bad classes, landlords and capitalist feminists who were generally better educated. For this reason, examinations were not the main criteria for selecting and promoting officials. Indeed, many of the officials after 1949 were veterans from the communist armies or guerrilla forces who were barely literate. If examination had been held, they and their children would have not outperformed children from the wrong classes who had better received training. After Mao's death, Deng boldly dismissed a good class backgrounds as criteria for selecting officials. Instead, they strictly relied on qualification as measured by the entrance examinations. Under a new guidelines that Deng introduces into the 1977, many children and grandchildren of those once labeled as belonging to the bad class passed examinations, gained admission to the best universities and became official. In fact, Deng established a system of highly competitive meritocratic examinations at each level, from elementary school thoughts, university to the officialdom. His goal was to not produce social inequalities, but to shift out of the ableist and provide them with the best education possible. Examinations were given for entrance to elementary schools, junior middle school, the equivalent of the grade 7 to 9 middle class, and senior middle was grade 10 to 11s and 10 to 12s in the college. Those who made it to the most competitive schools were given the best university teachers and facilities. The unified examination system that Deng had introduced in 1977 for universities were not only specifically for future officials. It was a system for selecting the best young people for their large organizations in all walks of life. But all those selected as official had first proved themselves in examination at each education level. Even among those who had become official, the ableist from the universities and would get a job in the central governments, whereas those who had gone to less competitive university would start out at lower levels in the bureaucracy. As the numbers of the university graduates rapidly increased in the late 1980s, and beyond, additional exams became important for selecting government servants among university graduates. Once selected as an official, however, one rose through the system not primarily through taking further examination but on the basis of the work performance. The system has been continued after Deng's successors in the mid-1980s. Many ambitious, energetic young people sought success by jumping into the rough waters of business. Yet, despite this attractive career alternative, the position of the official remains highly valued, not only for powers and economic security it provides, but also because of the deep respect China have for those judged to have great abilities and a commitment to public services. Thing thus left his successors with the meritocratic systems for choosing officials that records with the same principle, or by selection by examination as in imperial times. But the system he left his successor is completely different from the content and the structure from the imperial times. Furthermore, Deng's system extends the principle of meritocratic selections to include not only the identifications of the promising official, but also the selection and training of the talented people in many walks of life. Now, an open, urban, and national society from the dawn of the human civilization, from the dawn of the Chinese history until the 1990s, China was predominantly a rural society with a strong regional differences in dialect and cultures. Before 1949, China's poor transportation system meant that most goods were produced and consumed within the walking distance from a local market and local market towns, and many people were spend most of their lives within that areas. Mao's tight controls overpopulation movements showed the modest amount of a migration that occurred during before 1949. At this death 1976, population remained more than 80% rural, and life in the countryside was dominated by local village, family, and collective with a little contact with outside world. In the Mao's period, even large urban work units such as the government offices, factories like universities, schools, military bases were located within the relatively small sufficient compounds, many of which were gated so that any visitors would have to report to the gatekeepers before entering. The closed communities supply the basic needs of the employee and their families: housing, food, care, education of children, medical care, and welfare. It was difficult for residents to obtain any of these services outside their work, units like rural developers. Most of the residents lacked opportunities to find alternate works and had little choice but to heed the authorities of their respective units. The limited mobility, the dependence of the authorities within the village or urban work units, and the limited communications within outside the world led to their stagnations. Mao's trumpet in a revolutionary ideology, but he controls on movement that he imposes further solidified a closed feudal society. An open, urban, and national society. From the dawn of the Chinese history until the 1990s, China was predominantly a rural society with a strong regional differences in dialect and culture. Before 1949, China's poor infrastructure transportation systems meant that the most goods were produced and consumed within the walking distance from local market towns, and the many people spend most of their lives within the area. Mao's tight control over population movement slowed the modest amount of migration that occurred before 1949. So at this death in 1976, the population remained more than 80% rural, and life in the countryside was dominated by local village and family in a collective with the little contact with the outside world. In the Maoist period, even large Urban work units, such as the government's offices, factories, schools, universities, and military bases, were located within the relatively self-sufficient compounds, many of which were gated so that any visitors would have to report to the gatekeepers before entering. These closed communities supply the basic needs of the employees and their families: housing, foods, care, and education of children, medical care, and welfare. It was difficult for residents to obtain any of these services outside their work units. Like rural WLs, most of these residents lack opportunities to find alternate works and handle little choices but to heed the authorities of their respective units. The limited mobility, the dependence on authority within the village or urban units, and the limited communication with the outside world led to stagnation. Mao trumpeted the revolutionary ideologies, but the controls on movement that he imposes further solidified a closed feudal society. By the time Deng retired, the new economic opportunity created with the economic growth and the mobility that had allowed had put China well on its becoming an urban rather than a rural society. During the Deng era, an estimated 200 million people migrated towards town and districts. Movement that once since continued at a rapid pace. It is estimated that by 2015, scarcely around 2 decades after Deng's retirement, an estimated 700 million people, more than half the population, will be urban. During the Deng step down, by the time Deng stepped down, more than 90% of the household owned television sets, which instantly brought urban cultures into the countryside. Youth returning from the coast areas to visit families in the village and also brought them with their latest fashions, utensils, electric appliances, and food. Food they had come from a known in the city. Okay, they had come to know in the cities. In short, even rural areas had become urban in culture. After the reform began in 1978, urban leaders of the Chinese cities, fearing that a torrent of rural migrants could overwhelm urban services and food supplies, still preserved the urban households registration system that had long, restricted access to the urban services such as housing, employment, and schooling for children. In the early 1980s, when the grain and edible oil rations were at the barely minimum, more than a subsistence level, there was not enough food to support those people from the countryside who had entered the cities and were trying to live, surreptitiously. There was there with the relatives. Cadaver. Okay, just wait. There was not enough food to support from the countryside who had entered the cities and were trying to live surreptitiously there with the relatives of friends. After 1983, however, as food supplies grew, the government began allowing people to move to the cities even without any urban household registration. By then, to the export industries on the coast could absorb vast numbers of the rural youths who were migrating to the area to find a better life. Throughout Chinese history, as a result of wars and famines, millions of people had relocated, but never before on a scale like that which took place in the decades after 1978. Even during Mao's days, despite the lack of mobility, the entire population had come to share a deep layer of common national culture. By the late 1960s, many urban households owned radios, and those that lacked radios, both in countrysides and cities, could listen to loudspeaker that broadcast national news and music. More of the population could see movies which brought a shared national culture, and the entire population learned the same slogans and songs from the political campaigns. Elementary schools grew rapidly in numbers, so that by the time Mao died, roughly 80% of the young adults could be considered literates. The continuing expansion of the education system under Deng enabled the most youth in 1980s to complete not only elementary school but also junior high school. The rapid diffusion of television in the late 1980s and and the introduction of the national channel that broadcast standards news in Mandarin greatly expanded the public common base of information. By the time Deng stepped down, the widespread use of standard Mandarin, not only in school but of public offices, but also in the state enterprises, stores, and education institutions, made it possible for a substantial majority of the Chinese to communicate with one another using the standard Mandarin pronunciation. The spread of the transportation system during the Deng also made possible to distribute industrial goods over a larger geographical area, and therefore no increase the scale of the production for domestic as well as for foreign markets. Before 1980s, there were few brands named in China, but by the time Deng retired, manufactured goods for the national international supply negotiations were beginning to spread throughout the country. With the opening of the closed urban living compounds and the living of and the mixing of the group from the different areas, local differences declined and were replaced by the more shared national cultures. Before 1978, and people ate local dishes as a matter of course, just as in the Western world in the 20th century, when certain dishes that had once been national dishes like pizza, donuts, bagels, sushis became international dishes. So too in China during the 1980s and 1990s, so did many regional dishes become popular nationwide. Southern learned to eat steamed buns made from the wheat, which had long been standard fare in northern cuisines, and northerns learned to eat rice, which had been long a staple of the southern cuisine. Similarly, some of the best regional operas, which had previously been viewed by mostly by local people, were now presented to the national audience. After Deng stepped down, the great mobility of the Chinese populations and the diffusion of cell phones to computers and internet helps to spread this national cultures. The Chinese, like many elsewhere, maintain loyalty to their own village, town, county, dialect groups or provinces. Members of the minority group have always identified with others of their own groups. But even the Deng period, the growth of a truly national culture, greater awareness of the foreign cultures, greatly strengthened the identification of the nation as a whole. When Deng retired, a substantial numbers of the youth who had spent several years working in the coastal area returned to their homes, bringing with them not only new goods from the coast, but also new ideas and style that enable them to establish their own enterprises and to set new standards for the hinterlands. The process further hastened the rapid spread of an urban national culture. Even though the inland residents had far less money to spend, they still acquired product not long before inhabitants after the coastal areas, often by creating less expensive imitations. Not surprisingly, then more costly than items like the automobiles fared inlands far more slowly than they did smaller consumer products. But by the end of the Deng era, Deng era, even they were beginning to trickle into the inner Chinas. But when Deng stepped down in 1992, the construction of the rural housing that met global standards of the modest comforts had scarcely begun, and the quality of the elementary schooling in rural areas still lagged far behind that in the urban schools. The transformation of a rural to urban society and the growth of a stronger cultural divide, not only from the plan of Deng or his colleague. Deng did try to break down regional loyalties within the military so that the soldiers would serve commanders from the regions. He did promote the teaching of the Mandarin so that people from one locality could communicate with the men and women from other areas of the China. But the growth of an urban society and the national culture derived less from the conscious planning and more from the new urban opportunities and the appeal of the city to so many rural youths. When this changes began occurring, however, officials involved in planning adjusted to the changing realities. They began to reorganize administrations of local areas, allowing cities to expand their administration to include surrounding rural counties and allowing towns and counties to restructure as they became cities. Paradoxically, though, the open mobility that began with the Deng era had a far more revolutionary influence on the structures of society than so-called the Mao's revolution that had imposed rigid social barriers. The transition from a predominantly rural to predominantly urban societies and the spread of the common national culture is among the most fundamental changes that have occurred in Chinese society since the country's unification in 2021 BC. Okay, I want to see this one. Okay, how many foreign invasion? How many foreigners invaded India during its history? So India, feeling sorry, but Indians invasion and migrations. The Persian invasion began at around 535 BCE under Cyrus the Great, followed by the Darius I, who annexed parts of the northwest. Macedonian invasions. Throughout its long history, the Indian subcontinent has faced numerous foreign incursions, ranging from ancient conquest and the medieval raids to modern warfare and European colonization. There was a Persian, there was a Mongol, there was a Mughals. Medieval invasion and empires equals to Arab invasion. The Umayyad Caliphate, led by the Muhammad bin Asim, conquered Sindh in 1712 CE. Turk and Afghan invasion, successive waves led by the Muhammad Ghazi and Muhammad of Ghor established in the Delhi Sultanate. Mongol invasion, frequent raids into the Indian subcontinent conquered between the 13th and 14th centuries. Mughal Empire, Babur invaded from Central Asia in 1526, establishing Mughal rule that dominated subcontinent until the 18th century. Later, raiders like the Nadir Shah, Persia, the sacked Delhi in 1739. Beginning in the 16th century, various European powers established trading posts and completed for their because they included Portuguese, Dutch, French, British, all these ones, and the post. So India became independent in 1947. Okay. Now the Wild East. When China began opening in the 1980s, there were virtually no rules in place for food and drugs, products, and workplace safety, working conditions, minimum wages, or construction costs. In the early 1980s, if an enterprise's person found empty Coke bottles and filled them with a liquid of similar colors, there was no law selling them as a bottle of Coca-Cola or a similar beverage. In the 19th century, in the United States and Europe, the rules and the laws designed to protect the public by placing limits on what companies could do in pursuit of the profit had evolved slowly. The situation in China, under Deng, was reminiscent of the rapacious capitalisms of 19th century Europe and the United States. When there was no antitrust laws and no laws to protect workers in China, since the market suddenly exploded in the 1980s, there was no way to immediately enact a comprehensive set of rules and laws adapted to the Chinese conditions, nor was it possible to train officials right away to implement and enforce such laws and rules. In some ways, the situation in China during the Deng era was also similar to the 19th century white American West before there were local laws and courts like gunslinging, sheriff in the dusty, out of the way towns. Chinese officials responsible for local markets in the absence of the well-developed countrysides to define the laws on their own. One advantage of the Wild East from the view of the local officials and the businesses people was that the small numbers of the leaders in charge could make a decision far more rapidly than leaders in the countries where more elaborate legal system required due process. By the time Deng retired, rules and laws and had been introduced in the virtually every major sectors of the economy by young Chinese legal scholars trained in the West, but implementation by the local official lagged behind Chinese because many saw the rules as too complicated and not in the keeping with their personal interest. In some areas like international trades, where the Chinese worked closely with the foreign partners, like Chinese partners adapted quickly to the use of the international rules and laws. As the economic relationship expanded from a small group of people who knew one person another personally and understanding to larger groups that included links with the regional, nationals, and even international partners, some rules and laws were needed so the agreement would uphold and inspire confidence among the parties. It was difficult for Deng to create a more flexible, dynamic economy in China after the Cultural Revolution. So many were worried about being accused of following capitalist practices. Deng understood that if the official were to strictly enforcing the rules, it would be difficult for China's economy to take off. Deng, as usual, was more interested in producing results than in following some precise process. He believed that some corruptions was unavoidable. As he said, when you open the door, flies will get in. He wanted officials who dared to move boldly, and he was willing to pay the prices of the holy. I think what I like about Deng is that his two important saying, it doesn't matter if it's a white or a black cat, as long as it catches the rats. And the second is that when you open the flies, when you open the doors, then some flies will come, right? When you open the doors, flies will get in, okay? Some of Deng's children have been accused of using their connection for personal purposes. But there's no evidence suggesting that Deng ever sought personal wealth from himself or his family members. Deng knew too that if local officials would actively support reforms, and in entrepreneurial activities, they had to be given some opportunity to improve their own living condition. Reforms had all too often been stalled or even overturned in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe by bureaucrats who could not see how the personal interest would be served by the reforms. Deng wanted official committed to reform and to the public goods, so he allowed some local official to get rich first. They brought economic successes to their locality. Then valued the importance of preserving the authority of a local party official in the eyes of the local public to call attention and to validate the errors of the official who were otherwise making solid contribution. Modernizations ran the risk in Deng's view of making their job more difficult, but Deng made no effort to protect officials who upset the public, and he was ready to deal civilly with any officials who were criticized by the local citizens who rampant disagreed for the public goods. The death penalty has been used in China more frequently than in many countries to warn others who might be tempted to engage in similar criminal activities. Opportunities for personal gain in the Wild East are almost endless. Officials who control access to the land often receive gift from when they distribute permits for the land uses. When the government enterprises are privatized, employees of the unit sometimes acquire share in the enterprises at price well below market price. Leaders of the state firm have been allowed to sell products on the market once they meet their targets, and they have often devoted considerable energy to buying and selling. Trucks available after being used by the work unit for its correspondence responsibilities have been allowed to transport and sell good at a profit to improve the living conditions of the members of the units. As a popular saying goes, in Mao's days, people were looking to the futures, but since Deng's time, they are with the same pronunciation looking for money. Deng's system left his successors did not maintain a sharp separations between the private and public realms. Among local officials, there were wide separations widespread variations in views about how much to accept from the businesses they supervise. A New Year's presents, introduction to due jobs for relatives and friends, to red envelopes containing cash, and if acceptable, then how much cash. Opportunities for children to enter better schools and study abroad. Officials cast or trucks for private uses. The public, without an independent judiciary, is often reluctant to risk challenging local powers holders who serve their own interest. China has only weak protection for those who are moved from their property to make way for the construction project. Businesses can work with the government official to take over property quickly with at best modest compensation to those who were previously living on or before using that lands. From the view of the Chinese leaders, such links between local governments and builders are not necessarily improper and may allow entrepreneur enterprises to jumpstart their productions and so more quickly provide employment for the local residents. Those who complain about corruptions find it upsetting that officials those who complain about the corruption find it upsetting that officials and their families members flaunt public goods acquired through the connections or privileges such as fancy bouquet, car, sumptuous clothing, or upscale homes. Candidates who have worked hard to pass examinations and to fulfill their work responsibilities became indignant when people see the whom they regard as less able promoted to higher positions or receiving more private privileges. because of their special connections. Urban constructions and the creation of the public spaces in China are proceeding at far faster pace than in most other countries. In cities like Guangzhou and Langzhou, for example, within several years' time, the government has been able to remove all wall structure for tens of miles along the rivers to make the ways for the park. At the peak of the subway building, some large cities like Guangzhou and Beijing constructed an average of one entirely new subway line per year for several successive years. In just 5 years, new campuses at universities like Nangchung Universities of East China normal universities have sprung up with the facilities for tens of thousands of students, including administration buildings, classroom buildings, auditoriums, dormitories, apartment project for faculties and administrators, and athletic facilities and a park-like campus spaces. Given these dramatic success stories, it is perhaps no surprise that in the view of the Deng and his successors, the legal rights of the individual who had formerly occupied the land should not stand in the way of what they consider to be a good for the greatest numbers of people. China is not unique in the weak protection it has been giving to foreign patents and foreign copyright. Similar problems have been found in Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and other countries that have sought to make use of the newest technologies from abroad. Some Chinese companies have been used to careful to honor Western patents, copyrights, and making payments and using foreign technology in a way that do not violate their patents. But many Chinese enterprises have not exercised such care, and some Chinese, once employed by the foreign companies, have started their own companies, sometimes illegally making use of the technology they had learned while on the job. Even Hong Kong, which is far stricter about crossing laws in the mainland China, has found it difficult to prevent the pirating of songs and movies. The copies in a series, DVDs, and discs have sold at a fraction of the price of the patented products, and so offer hefty profit margin to those who had engaged in such illegal practices. When criticized and pressured by the foreign companies and the foreign governments for violating copyright laws, the Chinese government has an occasions to close down the enterprises and smash the machines making the copies. Not long thereafter, however, other Chinese entrepreneurs have found presently producing similar copies in another location. Conditions for Chinese workers, including work hours, environmental conditions on a factory floors, and safety standards have often not been better than some terrible Western working condition at the early stage of the 19th century industrial revolution. Some entrepreneurs have taken advantage of the lack of effective regulation concerning the working conditions to give their workers only a cramped dormitory in a space in which to live, and to offer them a little in a way of safe, working environments or quality standards. For tens of millions of rural Chinese youth, life in the factories in the coastal areas, as hard as it is and as poorly as they are paid, is far better than the grinding poverty they knew in the countryside. They have thus been willing to work long hours and even to hold back complaints for fear of being fired. Factories built with the Western and Japanese capital, managed by the foreigners, while taking advantage of the cheap labors, they have generally offered better working conditions than the local entrepreneurs. In many foreign factories, the spaces are well lit with a good air circulations, and in warmer climates, summer temperatures are kept well below the sweltering heat outside. In such a factory, standard related to the numbers of the hours in the workday. Beijing, however, working conditions and workers' safety have been gradually reduced, and progress have been made in overcoming the most serious abuses in these factories too. Some youth from poor areas learn the basics of the modern living, including regard regular hours, cleanliness and hygiene and discipline. Large numbers of the foreign firms have built factories in China. By 2000, the largest branch of the U.S. Chamber of the Commerce outside the United States was in Shanghai, and the Japanese Chamber of the Commerce there, which was the largest Japanese chamber of the commerce outside of Japan, was more than twice the size of the U.S. Chamber. Moreover, the numbers of the American, Japanese, and European in Shanghai pale in comparison with the numbers of the Taiwanese business people who are there. Why have so many business people from abroad been flocking to a country where the rules are not fully developed and where the patent received only limited legal protections? They have been attracted by the sheer dynamisms of the place, the speed with which decision can be made and implemented without the burden of the complex legal procedures, and the quick pace of the growth in market of enormous scale. Although some foreign entrepreneurs have complained that they have been taken advantage of by the Chinese partners and by the local Chinese government officials, others have found that the unusual combinations of some legal protections and relationship with the reliable problem-solving local officials and the possibility of appealing to higher authorities has created sufficiently promising opportunities that they are willing to take on whatever risks are involved. Okay, so it does seem to me that they were opening. They're very business friendly as such that they don't have to go take a signature from a lot of different people as you have to do in India if you want to open or if you want to close a business. You are like you are buried in paperwork. So challenges for Deng's successors. As a result of Deng's transformation in the several decades after Deng left these stages, his successors have been confronted with a series of challenges that are likely to remain in the decades ahead. So the challenges includes providing universal social security and healthcare. Okay, during Deng's era, those employed by the governments, including the large state enterprises, had their health care and welfare benefit provided by the work units. But such employees made up only a small proportion of the populations. The government budget was too far was far too small to provide retirements, to health, and other welfare benefits for everyone. Towards the end of the 1980s, as the role of the market increased, those with large incomes would afford good medical treatments and provide for their own welfare needs. But vast numbers of Chinese people were still not offered healthcare and welfare benefits. Deng's successor have found that those who lack these benefits have become more vocal. The increased mobility of the population required protections that a single work unit cannot provide, and the government budget and numbers of the well-trained medical professions are not yet sufficient to meet the growing demands. With the abolition of the rural collective, there is no rural unit to provide first aid and elementary public health services. With the privatization of the housing and the pressures placed on the state enterprises to compete in a more open market environment, even the welfare provided by a large work unit is not always adequate. The challenges for the Chinese leaders then is to expand the numbers of the qualified medical personnel, upgrade facilities, and develop a system of healthcare and social security that processes the entire population, including the people living in poverty in remote areas, all within the constraints of the national budgets. And because it will take many decades to develop a system that meets these goals, and additional challenges to distribute the resources and facilities that are currently available in a way that appears fair and reasonable. And second is because to redefining and managing the boundaries of freedom. Perhaps the most troubling problem that Deng faced was settling boundaries of freedoms that would satisfy the demands of the intellectuals and general public, and at the same time enable leaders to maintain public order. After the Tiananmen tragedy, the public has generally been afraid to demands more freedoms, but such intimidations will not last forever. In the meantime, the growth in the numbers of publications and dramatic expansion of internet and mobile phones have made it vastly more difficult for the party to control the spread of the ideas official judged to be dangerous. Deng's successor feared, just as Deng had, that tolerating the expression of divergent view will unleash the torrent of the public expressions of hostility, which will again, like in 1989, lead to demonstration that disrupt public orders. The challenge for the government leaders is to find the boundaries that people find reasonable enough to accept, and that find ways to enforce those accepted boundaries. Given the growing sophistication of modern communication, the creative those who seek to evade control, can government leaders find a way to shape public perceptions and prevent turmoil? Containing corruptions, retrieving his tenure, Deng had advocated punishment for promised case of corruptions, but he also was willing to look at the other way when officials quietly bend the rules in order to promote the full modernization and accelerate economic growth. The problem for Deng's successor is that officials at every level have found ways to receive incomes beyond their regular salaries. Public officials, medical doctors, and employees often receive red envelopes with the money. Officials who granted permits for the land acquisition for new projects and for construction receive not only direct payments but also share in the company of property at the below market price. Lavish dinners and luxuries cost officials both in the military and civilian institution make payment of superior who make promotion decision, and the young people pay the army recruiters to pay allowed to join the military. The challenge for high level official is that such a practice are now so widespread and so many officials or members of the families are involved that tracking problem is extremely difficult. Yeah, man, it is difficult because just imagine, okay, you are a country with 1.34 billion people, same as India, and you're just one leader, right, who are in Beijing or in New Delhi. It's very difficult to it's very, very difficult to know what is happening in the ground reports in the corner of the world, in a village, some specific village, some specific city, some specific town. And not just that, even in that specific town, there are lots and lots of different police department, this department, that department, all those things, finance department, all those things. And even if one person is taking corruption, then it's very, very difficult to actually catch it. But now, because of the social media, people can make video and complain. And then, preserving the environment. In Deng's era, poverty was so widespread and desire for economic growth was so strong that economic growth took precedence over preventing population. Although Deng did take apart personal interest in promoting reforestation and expanding park areas. Since the Deng's time, however, industry is expanding greatly, and in its environmental concerns such as coal smoke, water shortage, river pollutions, and acid rain, environmentally related health problems and contaminated food have grown, along with the public consciousness about them. So officials are confronted with how to change these practices that causes serious environmental damages. So I think early in 2000s, China was developing in such a high pace. So there was a lot of industrializations happening, and because of that, I think Beijing was the most polluted cities back then. Now that similar thing is happening with India in the last 10 something years, because India is also developing a lot. When you develop a country, when your country is developing, that means a lot of construction of the roads, infrastructure, building, everything, right? So obviously there'll be a lot of pollution. So right now, if you see, most of the polluted cities are in India, and even this too shall pass. Okay, just wait. Okay, this shall too pass. Is that a poem? This too shall pass is a powerful adage of Persian origin. It serves as a gentle reminder. Is there any poem? Is there any poem of this? This too shall pass. This too shall pass is an ancient proverb and originating from the medieval Persian Sufi poets. It was famously adapted in the poem titled "Even This Too Shall Pass" by an American poet. This one straight was also this and the story. This narrative follows the story of an ancient king who asked his wise men to create a ring with a single sentence. I'll read this later. It's a poem, and I'm assuming it's a beautiful poem. Okay, so now some of the most difficult problems have arisen in poor areas where mining and the use of the coal and other resources causes great environmental damage. But the economic pressures to continue these practices are great. How will China respond to the complaints from other countries now that it is the larger emitters of the greenhouse gases? The numbers of the motor vehicle on Chinese roads is growing by several million each year, and the growth of the heavy industries is likely to increase the use of the coal. That is the hypocrisy of the Western countries, right? They are developed because they don't manufacture anything. They just outsource their manufacturing to China and India. And when you manufacture something, then there will be pollution, right? And then they sit there and complain about, okay, so you cannot do this because you are polluting. We are polluting because the product that you use in your country is being manufactured in some other countries. So please, either don't use the product, or if you are using the product, then shut the fuck out, man. Shut the fuck out. No. Shut up. Yeah. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Maintaining the government legitimacy to rule. Mao achieved his legitimacy to rule by repealing the civil wars, expelling the foreign imperialists, and unifying the country. Deng gained legitimacy by bringing about order after the chaos of the Cultural Revolution, by dealing pragmatically with the serious issues facing the countries, and by achieving rapid economic growth. How will Deng's successors establish their own legitimacy in the new age? Deng's successors are under pressure for not being more successful in stopping China's widespread corruptions, and not for doing more to resolve the problems of inequality. And it may be even harder in China to future combat these problems given global economic fluctuation. China faces the potential of an economic slowdowns before a substantial portion of the population has had the chance to enjoy the benefits of the early rapid growth periods. To prepare this possibility, Chinese leaders will have to look beyond fast economic growth for legitimacy and accelerate progress on some of the issues that public is more concerned about: reducing corruption and inequality, providing a reasonable level of universal medical care and welfare, and finding a way to show that the public opinion is being respected in the selections of the official. Now, last is China as a superpower, dense legacy. Okay, now we're getting there. Superpower. China's extraordinary rapid growth, which began under Deng and further accelerated with his departing final efforts. His southern journey has raised the questions of how China will behave as the size of its economy rival that of the United States. What would Deng do if he were alive? Concerning territorial disputes, Deng believed in setting them aside and allowing wiser people to solve them peacefully at the later times. The big pictures, to him was not to get excited about border issues, but what is important was to maintain overall good relationship with other countries. Deng believed that it was in China's interest to have harmonious relationship with the neighbor and to concentrate on peaceful developments. He strengthened relationship with the Europe, beginning with a quick trip to France in 1974 and visit the following years. He not only improved the relationship with the Japan in 1978, but made the first visit in history by the Chinese leaders to Japan. And he also supported the developments of the cultural tension, as there would be stronger positive relationship in the two nations as well. Overall, he normalized the relationship with the United States and made a triumphant visit to America to strengthen US-China relationship. He opened the trade with the South Korea and paved the way for normalization of a relationship that shortly after this journey. One of his crowning achievements was to restore normal relationship with the Soviet Union in 1989. Of 30 years of the strained relationship, in short, he improved China's relationship with every major nations. Deng, as the first Chinese leaders to address the UN General Assembly in 1974, said that China would never become a tyrant, and if it ever happened, it ever oppressed, and that if it ever oppressed and exploited other nation, the world and especially the developing countries should expose China as a socialist imperialist country, and in cooperations with the Chinese peoples, overthrew the Chinese governments. In August 1991, upon receiving the news that Soviet leader Gennady Yanovin had staged a coup against Gorbachev, Wang sent a telegram to the party centers proposing that they had support for Yangtze Coast. Deng replied, incorrectly translated by some Westerners, as avoid the limelight, don't take the lead, bide your time. I think what it means is that avoid the limelight, never take the lead, and try to accomplish some things. Because in Deng's view, China should not get involved in other domestic countries to domestic affairs. In a year after Deng says China gained strength, some Chinese security specialists as well as the American counterparts debated whether once China becomes strong, it should continue biding its time to or take more forceful stance. After some months of debates in 2010 to 11, during which time some Chinese leaders were ready to behave more aggressively, the debates was resolved in favor of China continuing to maintain harmonious relationship with other countries. One cannot predict how future generations of the Chinese will respond to the issues, but there is no question about what Deng would say if he was still alive. He would say that China should never behave like a hegemon that interferes in the internal affairs of another nation. Rather, it should maintain harmonious relationship with other countries and concentrate on peaceful development at home. Now, key people in the Deng's era: Chinese Communist Party Congress and plenums, abbreviation and notes. Key people, okay. Key people in Deng's era, okay. Chen Yunst, Okay, Chen Yun. The careers of Deng Xiaoping and Chen Yun were deeply intertwined since the early 1930s when they both served in the communist undergrounds in Shanghai under Zhou Enlai. Since then, until 1980s, they had gradually allied on the same sides in the inner party struggle. The two had gone together in 1953 to ask Mao Zedong to blow the whistles on Hong Kong in an effort to prevent, all of those things. The key people. Chen Yun, it's the one of the key person. Deng Liquin and Hu Xiaoming and Hu Yangpang, the communist youth leaders and army leaders, and Hua Gongping, Ji Dongkai, Li Zhangxin, and Mao Zongxin, Ren Zhuangxi, and Wang Li. Chinese Communist Party Congress and Plenum. So this is abbreviation, is ASEAN's Central Advisory Committee, all those things and notes. And I think this is the end of it. So this is notes. Oh my god, the note itself is like a few hundred pages. Note itself is a few hundred pages. Yep. 26, few hundred pages. And this is the official end of the book. I think it took me almost like close to 8-9 days, I think, to complete this entire 800 something pages. And not just that, I've added some of my own opinion too. And before ending this book, I want to read something. I think there's an article, right? Article on Chinese economy. Chinese economy. The future of a cash cow, no. Future of a cash in Asia, no. High-tech manufacturing, no, not this one. Socialism with Chinese characteristics. Article on this. Because it's very interesting to see. It's very interesting to see the Chinese economy, right? How they grew rapidly because they consider them as the name of the party is communist, and yet they behave like a capitalist, but the rules of the socialist. So I mean, he did say that socialist with the Chinese, this Chinese characteristic. So let's see. Socialism with the Chinese characteristic, the foundation political theory of the Communist Party originating in the late 1970s under Deng Xiaoping, it emerged as a state-controlled politically centralized system with a market-oriented economic. Is there any article on it? Is there any article on this? Yeah. On Chinese economy. Yes, there are many comprehensive articles exploring this topic. Socialism in this one, Academic for broad and detailed breakdown, they check the Wikipedia article on socialism canvas, And to explain how this idea shape the China's economic rise, it goes to a journal, research study on China's economic model. Okay, I think it will take some time, but no problem. Security check. Why do you need a security check? Okay. Just let me read it, and if I like it, then I'll continue reading it. Socialism with Chinese characteristics and its impact on the rise of the China. Abstract. Marxism and socialism. So now I have to be very careful, properly. Marxism and socialism are significant political ideologies within the field of a political science and international relationship that originated in the Western world and subsequently spread throughout the world. China is among the few countries that have adopted a socialism as a political ideology, socialism, However, Chinese socialism differs from the Western concept of pure socialism. To facilitate understanding in the Western world, China has proposed referring to it as socialism with the Chinese characteristics by emphasizing that socialism with the Chinese characteristics in the sense of Marxism aims to combine classical socialisms with the Chinese modern principle as well as the core socialist values. In this study, we aim to explore and analyze the key factors of socialism as known in the Western world and socialism with the Chinese characteristic. Considering the meaning of the socialism, the logic of the Chinese leadership, we try to examine official rhetorics, policy priorities, and ideological narrative and promoted the Chinese Communist Party. To this end, we seek to explore how socialism with Chinese characteristic is framed with a distinct path to modernization to Chinese dream. I think it was written in some I don't know, Russian or something. Introduction. Socialism is a political ideology. I understand that. Socialism is a political ideology. Socialism, is a political ideology, and a class struggle lies at the basis of ideology of a classical socialism. The organization of working class based on class struggle, seizing political power, and building the foundation of a classless society, and constitute the basic building blocks of the ideology of a classical socialism. In a socialist system, the means of production such as factories, land, and resources are owned and controlled by the state, by workers, cooperative, or by community instead of by private individuals. The cooperation as in capitalism. In this context, socialism is considered to be a socio-economic system or characterized by the collective or government ownership, and the management of the production and distribution of goods and services. The main objective of the socialism is generally based on reducing economic inequality by ensuring that the wealth and resources are distributed more equally among the populace. According to socialist ideology, the provisions of the public goods and the prevention of exploitations of workers and consumers necessitate the regulation of a control of basic services such as health, education, and housing. Significant progress can be made in this regard through the implementation of an appropriate policies within the range of socialism. Various models exist, including democratic socialism. Most of the Nordic countries to get democratic socialisms, which advocates for a blend of public and private ownership with a focus on social welfare programs. Additionally, centrally planned economy system like communism advocate for a state ownership of all means of production, so aiming to achieve social welfare and classless society. This different aspect of socialism entails distinct approach to resource allocation and societal organization. The main objectives of this study is to examine the role of its socialism with the Chinese characteristic in China's path towards achieving great power status. The study intends to elucidate the fundamental principle of socialism and its implementation with the Chinese characteristic. Additionally, we aim to explore the role of socialism with the Chinese characteristic in the developments in the sense of the modern China by addressing questions such as what factors in socialism with the Chinese characteristic enable China to have such an overall price. What does socialism mean for modern Chinese leadership? Overall, the study tries to contribute the valuable insight into the complex dynamics of socialism into diverse manifestations into different cultures, historical, and geopolitical contexts, especially socialism with the Chinese characteristic. And the study has been structured to three main parts. In the first part of this study, we try to demonstrate the key points of socialism ideology in the literatures. Then we proceed with recognizing socialism with the Chinese characteristic as debated in the international politics. In the last parts, we try to analyze the role of the socialism. First, it goes to developments of the ideology of socialism. According to Rosia, it is possible to trace the hints of the transformation in the property relation to the origins of the civilized society. In this work, The Origin of Inequality Among Men, Rosia analyzes how many dominations between rulers and rules arose in the property relation. According to Marx and Engels 2008, social structures are organized around property relation, and they need the formation of classes. They argue that the characteristic of the theory of the classical socialism poisons the oppressors and the oppressed. In this positioning, the irreconcilable analysis of the rule-based relationship between the few wealthy and the majority of the poor is key and important rules. Performing a similar analysis in the perspective populist expresses that property-centered formation brings about master-servant positioning. This understanding can manifest itself as a serf-vassal in feudalism and a patron worker in a bourgeois system. This political distinction shape around those who possess the means of production and those who do not have led to the formation of a various structure throughout history. Perhaps the most significant and valuable of this formation is the state structure. Porky emphasized that rulers and the ruled coexist under different organization form within the state structure. Tanili addresses the organizational forms and classes, classifies social structure as a slave, feudal, bourgeois, and socialist societies. In a slave, feudal, and bourgeois society, there is a class that owns the means of the production. The socialist society, however, does not grant ownership of the means of the production of specific classes in line with the imagining of the classless society. Lenin examines the extent of dominations within the communities in terms of production and property relation. According to Lenin, the state apparatus is the product of this relationship. The bourgeoisie's ownership of the means of production enables it to establish dominations over the broad masses of the people. This domination can lead to hegemony. According to the classical socialisms, the broad masses of the people are exploited by a small minority class. According to classical socialism, the only way for the working class to achieve political consciousness is for proletariat to establish a coordinated network of relationship with all oppressed classes within the society, and as a result to construct organized forms with the living conditions and specific characteristics of socialist society. In the context of ideology of classical socialism, quotes to describe workers as the creator of wealth. However, workers are not in the position of influence in decision-making mechanisms despite the constituent almost the entire society. He argues that one of the backgrounds for this lack of influence is income inequality among the individuals. Income distributions are carried out and monopolized by the ruling classes. Ruling classes shape the structure of income in distributions by feeding of the economic systems. One of these economic systems is socialism. According to Lynch, socialism can be understood as a system that can eliminate inequality in income distribution. This respect, socialism contains sharp differences from liberalism. As expressed by the Senate, liberalisms can be understood through the concept of risk. In a liberal system, individuals are not under the wing of a protective state understanding. It is difficult for them to avoid economic risk throughout their life. In this regard, socialism differs from liberal economics. The background of this differentiation can also be seen in interpretation of the French Revolution. With the French Revolution, profound transformation emerged in the relationship between rulers and the ruled. By introducing the concept of democracy to the political scenes, the French Revolution transformed the structure of the rural and ruled relationship. However, despite this, the French Revolution did not centralize the act of the governing the broad masses and did not change the structure of the rural relationship. As Linton also noted, with the French Revolution, with the broad masses were able to gain the ability to choose their ruler politically and economically, and the concept of generating consent would become central to their lives. but they could not integrate into a structure that could. Okay, this one French Revolution played a role in the formation of classical. This one conditions were becoming increasingly apparent for the spectacles to haunt Europe. The new world order largely created the Industrial Revolution, the French Revolution, and necessitated the birth of the ideology of classical socialism. At this point, the proletariat's workers who had no choices but to sell their labor power became the engine of the classical socialist ideal. In the sense, a straight apparatus, a product of a class society would be destroyed by the proletariat. Okay, just wait. I want to know this one. Okay. Please prepare a detailed debate for the topic for for topic is to why socialism. Socialism. Okay, why socialist? Okay, why socialist? Okay, so socialist society will not work. Please prepare a detailed debate for the topic why socialist. Socialist society will not work, and give examples. And I think criticism of socialism, right? I'll use Claudia, right, because I think they give better understanding, and I think they give like a better question, better. They give better information overall. So let's read some debates why socialist society. Debate why a socialist society will not work. Below is a structured debate presenting an argument against the viability of a fully socialist society, defined here as an economic system where the means of production are collectively owned and centrally planned replaces the market mechanism. I've organized the debaters with the main contingent supporting using. Now I'll consider I'm in a debate. Okay, I'm in Oxford. I'm that Oxford chamber. Okay, for a debate. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Tenzin, and my topic here is that the House believes that socialist society will not work. This House believes that socialist system will not work. Opening positions: a socialist society, while motivated by admirable ideals of equality. Okay, it's very important to understand that the motives are not bad. Motives are very good, that they want everyone to be equal, but that's not efficient. So I'll open my positions. As a socialist society, while motivated by admirable ideas of equality and collective welfare, is fundamentally incompatible with the human nature, economic efficiencies, and political liberty. History and theory both demonstrate that attempt to implement socialism at a scale led to economic stagnations, political authoritarianisms, and a lower standards of living for the very people it claims to help. First, the economic calculation problem argument. Without market price, that's very important. Without market price determined by supply and demand, central planners cannot rationally allocate resources. Price in a market economy carry information about scarcity, consumer preferences, and opportunity costs. Remove them and the planners are left guessing. Reasoning, I'll give you. Economist Ludwig von Mises articulated this in 1920. In the absence of private ownership and competitive market, there is no mechanisms to determine the relative value of the goods and services. Central planners cannot know whether to produce more steel or more wheat or how much labor each factory needs. Example, Soviet Union, right? The USSR employed thousands of bureaucrats to set up price and production quotas. The result was chronic misallocations, surplus of the unwanted goods, warehouse full of low-quality shoes nobody wanted, shortage of necessities, bread lines, housing shortage, lack of consumer goods, waste on a massive scale, the Aral Sea disaster caused by the centrally planned cotton irrigations. By the 1980s, Soviet GDP per capita was a fraction of Western Europe's despite comparable natural resources and population. Number two, destruction of incentives. This is the most important thing, right? First is equals to, it was the economic calculation of a problem. Second is destructive incentives. Argument, socialism diminishes the incentive to work hard, innovate, or take entrepreneurial risk. If rewards are distributed equally, regardless of their efforts, rational individual will contribute less. This is a free ride. Okay. This is a free rider problem at scale. When individual cannot capture the fruits of their labor or creativity, they underinvest in efforts. Innovation slows because there is no personal payoff for taking risk. Example, Soviet kolkhozs. Collective farms produce far less per hectare than private plots. Soviet citizens grew roughly 25% of total agriculture output in just 3% of arable lands. The small private plots they were allowed to keep. Mao's China, the great leap forward, collectivized agriculture and abolished private farming. The result was the deadliest famine in human history with an estimated 15 to goddamn 55 million deaths. Cuba, agriculture productivity collapsed after collectivization. Cuba went from a food exporters to the food importers dependent on Soviet subsidies, right? Condition number 3, concentration of power and political tyranny. Socialism requires a powerful state to coordinate production, redistribute wealth, and enforce compliances. Concentrations of economic and political power invites authoritarianism. When the state controls all employment, housing, resources, dissent becomes economically impossible. Citizens cannot start independent businesses, fund opposition movement, or even survive outside the state approval. As the Frederick Hayek argues in The Road to Serfdom, central economic planning inevitably leads to central political controls. Example, we have USSR, one-party rule, secret police, KGB, gulags, suppression of millions, religions, Maoist China, cultural revolution, persecution of intellectual estimated 1.2, North Korea, hereditary dictatorship, prison camp, no freedom this month, Cambodia, genocides of 1.5 to 2 million people in pursuit of an agrarian social, Venezuela, democratic erosions under Chávez this month. Condition number 3, innovation stagnations, market economics generate innovation through competitions and the profit motive. Socialist economies lack these drives, fall behind technologically. Entrepreneurs in a capitalist system take risks to capital to develop new products because success brings personal rewards. In a historical systems, there is no mechanism to risk reward taking, and bureaucrats are risk averse by nature. By the 1980s, the Soviet Union was decades behind the West in computing, consumer electronics, and telecommunication. East Germany carbon car produced for 30 years almost no innovations, became a symbol of a socialist stagnation, while the West Germany produced Mercedes, Benz, and BMW, Volkswagen. After China introduces the market reform in 1978, its innovation output exploded before the reforms. It had virtually no global patents. The knowledge problem, where even well-intentioned planners cannot possess the dispersed local and tacit knowledge that millions of individuals hold. Markets aggregate this knowledge, and central planning cannot. F.A. Hayek emphasized that knowledge in society is fragmented. A store factory managers knows things about her workers, machines, and local conditions that no central ministry can. Market allows this knowledge to be expressed through the prices and centralized decision. Example, Soviet planners set nail quotas by weight. Factories produces enormous useless nails. When quotas switch to quantity, factories produces tiny useless nails. The planners lack the knowledge of this one. Equality versus prosperity way of argument. Socialism may reduce inequality. I agree that socialism may reduce inequality, but it does not. It does so by making everyone poorer. Oh yeah, that's very important, right? See, okay, I agree that socialism will make less or may reduce inequality, but it does by making everyone poor, right? It does so by making everyone poorer. Market economies generate inequality, but also generate the wealth that raises absolute living standards for all. Reasoning. Okay, that's very profound, right? I've heard of it, but now that I'm reading it, is that socialism may result in reduced of inequality, but it does so by making everyone poorer. The poorest citizen in capitalist countries often enjoy higher living standards than an average, The poorest citizen in capitalist countries often enjoy higher living standards than average citizen in the socialist ones. A rising tide lifts all the boats. Yeah, a rising tide lifts all the boats. Even if some boats rise higher than others. Example, West and East Germany, some people, same cultures, same starting points. By 1989, West German GDP per capita was roughly double the other divisions one. South Korea versus North Korea, classic example. South Korea GDP per capita is now over 50 times that of North Korea. Chile versus Cuba. After market reforms, Chile became the most prosperous country in Latin America. Cuba remains improvised despite universal healthcare and education. Human nature and self-interest. Socialism assumes humans will work for the collective goods without personal rewards. This contradicts observable human behavior. People respond to incentives. Self-interest is not inherently evil. It drives productivity, creativity, and enhanced exchanges. System that ignores this reality fails because they fight against rather than channel human motivation. Israeli Kibbutz were voluntarily socialist commune. Over decades, most abandoned collective ownership members who wanted to keep these fruits of their own labor. Even ideological committed to this one. Okay. Pro-socialist claims. Scandinavian countries are rebuttal to common pro-socialist arguments. Okay. Scandinavian countries are socialist and successful. Scandinavian countries are market economic. Okay. Welfare state. Okay. Market economy with a strong welfare states, not socialist. So they might counter argue that. Okay, they might say that. Okay, so then what about the Scandinavian countries? They are successful. They are pro-socialist. So what are the counter arguments? They're actually good, man. They've given the this one counter argument also. Scandinavian rebuttal the common pro-socialist arguments. Scandinavian countries socialist and successful. Scandinavian countries are market economies with a strong welfare states, not socialist. They have private ownership, stock market, and free trade. Sweden actually rolled back socialist policy in the 1990s after economic crisis. True socialism has never been tried. Every attempt to implement socialism at scale has resulted in the same pattern: authoritarianism, economic failure, and suffering. If a system fails every time it's tried, the system is the problem. Capitalism causes inequality and exploitations. Capitalism has lifted over 1 billion people over extremely powered in the last 40 years. Inequality is a feature of our freedoms. The alternative is enforced inequality is misery. Workers cooperate, workers cooperatives prove socialism can work. Cooperatives exist within the market economies and compete on the market terms. They are voluntarily organization forms, not a society-wide replacing market. Socialism fails. This is my closing statement. Socialism. So, ladies and closing statement. So, ladies and gentlemen, socialism fails not because its proponents are evils, but people, but because it is built on a flawed assumptions about human nature, knowledge, and incentives. Every large-scale attempt has produced economic dysfunctions and political repressions. The historic record is ambiguous. Market economies with the private property and the rule of law generates more prosperity, more innovation, more freedom than socialist alternatives. The most vulnerable members of the society are best served not by abolishing market, but by harnessing market-generated wealth to fund safety nets, educations, and healthcare, as social democracies do, while preserving the engine of growth and liberty. Thank you, and this is my argument on it. Okay, so it's a nice argument. It's actually very good, given everything counter arguments. So this is the end of the book, and it is very, very lengthy book. And what I felt is that it's kind of like a repetition of the same thing. I think if people want to read this book, I think they should. If they don't have a proper time, then instead I think they can read the summary of it. Summary of like 50 to 100 pages should be more than enough, because it's more or less about. What I felt is that it is more or less about the day-to-day politics, about he's doing this, I have to do this, he might get jealous, something like that. He is making a statement, I have to go there and make a statements, and what is he thinking? Okay, it's mostly like those kind of things. And if the people have a time, then I think they should read it. But if they don't have a time, then it's fine. You can read the summary. You're not missing out on anything, is what I want to say. And last but not the least, this book by Ezra F. Vogel, Deng Xiaoping and the Transformation of China. I think I would keep this book in the top 10 in terms of the knowledge about human psychology. Also involves about what to do, how to do, and so example is that when Mao Zedong was the head, he does not like dissident people. Even though Deng Xiaoping has some criticisms about him, but he doesn't do it openly because he understands the power dynamics. He's not in a power to challenge or argue with the Mao Zedong. So he didn't do it. He just made sure that he's ready, and studied everything, and went to strike on the right time. Not necessarily you will succeed all the time, because he did 3 times and he was sacked 3 times, and later he came again to bounce back. And I think it's very important. I think it's going to be in my top 10 books in terms of knowledge, in terms of psychology, in terms of mindset also, right? Just imagine the country like of 1 point something billion people, communist, socialist, and who would have thought of opening their economy, right? Thought of economy, opening their economy and making a big transformation, and he did it. Hats off to him. I'm not saying that he has done many things wrong, atrocities, killing people, a lot of these things, but still, you do have to give credits for where it is due. In terms of economy of the Chinas, I think he has done fabulously well in terms of economy, but in terms of human rights and all, you could argue about it. I don't agree with him in all of those things, the Tiananmen Square and tragedy and all those things. I think I condemned, most of the human right, are against the human rights which he has done. I completely condemn him and I criticize him absolutely. But it was a good book. Thank you, Ezra F. Vogel.